Chapter 271. The journey from Goldhire Town to Hapsburg Manor wasn't far. After about 10 minutes, the group approached the manor gate. The 4 guards standing at the gate were nervous upon seeing the large group approaching. They immediately sent someone inside to report, while the others remained on full alert. However, upon seeing the Hapsburg family's Cali bird emblem on the carriage, the guards breathed a sigh of relief. One of our own. As Ryan and his companions disembarked, the guards exchanged a glance of surprise, saying, "It's head maid Shadia." "Oh my goodness! Miss Clare. Miss Clare is back too," several guards exclaimed in delight. But Ryan had changed so much that the guards felt both familiar and strange, and for a moment, they were hesitant to recognize him. Soon, a familiar figure trotted out of the manor. It was Lloyd, the butler of Hapsburg Manor. Knight Lloyd was surprised to see Clare. He said, "Miss Clare, you're back?" "Long time no see, Knight Lloyd," Clare said with a smile. Lloyd's eyes widened when he saw the tall, silver-armored knight standing next to Clare. He exclaimed in surprise, "You, Ryan?" Before, Ryan had only been about 5 feet 4 inches tall, half a head shorter than him. But now, the young man before him had become something he needed to look up to. Not only was he imposing, but he was at least 2 meters tall. He was like a balloon. "Knight Lloyd, long time no see." Seeing someone familiar finally brightened Ryan's mood. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth as he greeted him. "Knight Lloyd, Ryan is now Baron Ryan, and will soon be promoted to Viscount," Headmaid Shadia said with a smile. "What?" This shocked Lloyd. The surrounding guards whispered, "It's Ryan. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a completely different person. He used to be smaller than me, but now he's so tall." A guard gestured and said, "I didn't expect a big shot to emerge from our Goldhire town. The Viscount of the Empire. So impressive. Perhaps we can avenge our Goldhire town." "Difficult. The cult is too powerful. But with Ryan's rate of progress, if we wait a few more years, maybe we can." "Miss Clare, Viscount Cellar Ryan." "Baron, shall we go into the manor and talk?" Clare glanced at Ryan and said, "Sir Lloyd, no, we plan to head to the county town immediately." "That's right. As for the Earl." Lloyd thought of something, a look of realization on his face, and didn't continue the invitation. "Then I accompany you, young lady." Clare's luxurious carriage was spacious, and with Knight Lloyd aboard, there were just 4 of them, so it wasn't crowded. "Okay. By the way, is Sir Perez not here?" "Perez has been assigned to reinforce the county town's defense." Soon, the convoy arrived at Meister County Town. As the convoy entered the city, Ryan looked out the window at the familiar streets. The pedestrians on the street were all in a hurry, most with gloomy or serious expressions. The number of vendors lining the streets was much smaller than usual, and unlike usual, children were no longer seen playing and frolicking on the streets. The atmosphere in the entire county town seemed oppressive. Suddenly, Ryan saw a flushed middle-aged man burst out of a distant alley, waving his hands and shouting. Although the man was some distance away from the convoy, Ryan's keen hearing could still clearly hear what he was shouting. "Believe in the great god of the hunt, and you will receive protection. The black flame of destruction will annihilate those of you who believe in heresy." Soon, the man was pinned to the ground by the security guards. Soon after, several temple guards from the goddess church took the man from the security guards and quickly escorted him away. "Knight Lloyd, does this happen often?" Clare asked thoughtfully. "Yes, Miss Clare. Since the attack, these mentally disturbed or drunken individuals have appeared frequently." The expressions of the people in the car suddenly became solemn. Ryan knew that although the man was quickly subdued, the panic he had caused among the people had not dissipated so quickly. The impact of the other party's words was more far-reaching than he had imagined. Even from his carriage, he could still hear the voices of the people on the street watching the scene. "How many has this been today? 6th? 7th? Hey, have you heard? Not many people survived Goldhire." "I heard." "And Monum, too, was practically wiped out. Alas, the Empire probably can't do anything about the neighboring towns. I heard Count Hapsburg was seriously injured." "You say? If this so-called god of the hunt can truly protect us, then we—" Suddenly, the speaker's mouth was covered. "How can you say such things?" The person nearby glanced around nervously. Clearly, the situation in Meister wasn't under effective control and remained volatile. And panic continued to spread. Meister County City. Inside Count Hapsburg's mansion. Ryan had met Count Hapsburg twice before, both times in his study, as if he were a subordinate meeting with the Emperor. But this time was different. For the first time, Ryan followed Clare to the bedroom of the Meister County Governor. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by the overwhelming scent of potions. Several doctors in white were busy working, and Bishop Theon, an old acquaintance of Ryan's, was also present. His face was serious, but upon seeing Ryan, he forced a smile and nodded. "Father!" Clare exclaimed, then hurried over. Ryan's gaze followed Clare's figure, darting towards the hunched old man lying at the head of the bed. He was horrified. He had met Count Hapsburg twice before. He was a man with immaculately combed hair, a full forehead, and a deep, rich aura. His hair was only a little gray, but his spirit was brilliant. But now, the old man lying on the bed had a haggard face, age spots visible, and his hair was almost completely white. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an octogenarian. "Clare, didn't I tell you not to come back? You always disobey me?" Hearing the familiar voice, Count Hapsburg's eyes, which had been dimming, suddenly brightened, and he smiled a happy and relieved smile. "Father, I must come back." Clare, always known for her composure, now had tears welling up in her eyes. This was a first for Ryan. Seeing this state between Clare and her father, Ryan felt uncomfortable. At this moment, Bishop Theon approached and whispered, "Ryan, let's go outside and leave this place to them." "Yes, Bishop Theon. You all should leave as well," Earl Hapsburg said, turning his head to look at the doctors. "As you command, Your Excellency." The doctors quickly left the room. Clare knew her father had something to say to her, so she sat down beside the bed and listened intently. "Clare, I knew you'd come back. I prepared something for you. A special giant beast essence potion tailored just for you. It's in the family's secret room. You have the highest concentration of blood in the family. Once you become a Grand Knight, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, you likely activate your family's bloodline talent. So, this can't be delayed. You must take it as soon as possible. Being a peak knight isn't enough to handle the current situation in Meister County. If you could become a Grand Knight, I'd be much more at ease." Listening to her father's earnest advice, Clare fought back tears and nodded vigorously. "Don't cry, I'm not going to die yet. I can live another 2 or 3 years, and seeing you get married shouldn't be a problem. By the way, Clare, I've decided to have you succeed me as head of the Hapsburg family and first in line to the throne. Don't even consider the heirs of the great nobles in the imperial capital. Just find a young man you like and marry him into your family." Hearing this, Clare blushed slightly, and her mood gradually improved. "Father, I won't consider marriage for now. Let's get over this difficult situation first." Somehow, the mention of marriage and marrying into a family brought images of Ryan in battle to Clare's mind. But the problem was, Ryan had only spent the better part of half a year, and his strength had already reached this level. Marrying into a family, is that even possible? Clare's emotions were mixed. In the corridor, outside the room. "Bishop Theon, long time no see." "Yes. Long time no see, Ryan. I sense your aura is stronger. It seems your strength has increased." Bishop Theon looked surprised, sizing him up and down. "Bishop Theon, I have something to trouble you with." Ryan suddenly remembered something. Ryan pulled out the golden conch medal from his arms, and handed it to Bishop Theon. "I've already used up the magical spell, exorcism, that was solidified in the conch medal. I might need you to re-bless it for me later. Of course, I need to return to the temple to bless you. I have someone bring it to you later." "Okay, thank you, Bishop Theon." Half an hour later, in the study, Ryan and Clare sat facing each other. "Ryan, the family has prepared a special giant beast essence for me. I want to take it immediately in the family's secret room. A breakthrough will take about 3 days. I leave the safety of the mansion to you." Ryan was slightly surprised to hear this news. Although he could sense that Clare, a peak knight, had already laid a very solid foundation, and was ready to reach the rank of Grand Knight at any moment. But the idea of launching an attack at this time was still a bit surprising. But soon, Ryan thought of something and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Miss Clare. Leave the mansion's defense to me. You can focus on the breakthrough. It's normal for the breakthrough and consolidation to take 3 days. Ryan has a system, so naturally, he can't generalize." "Well, thank you. Come on, Ryan, I take you to make the announcement." Clare stood up and said, "Okay. Ryan, as for your appointment ceremony, the current situation doesn't make it suitable for a large banquet, so I'd like to discuss it later. Is that okay? Of course, you're now my guardian knight. You have free access to certain privileges, such as the family library," Clare said as they walked. "Of course. The library? That's not bad," Ryan thought to himself. "By the way, Ryan, when I achieve a breakthrough, we can spar again. I believe your Arcadian swordsmanship will improve even faster." "Thank you," Ryan said, startled. Earl Hapsburg's residence, training ground. Most of the family knights and guards were gathered here. This is Baron Ryan. The security of the entire Earl's residence will now fall to Baron Ryan. Everyone must obey Baron Ryan's orders, just as they obey me. After Clare finished her announcement, she headed for the secret room. Ryan, looking at the crowd before him, nodded slightly. The defense personnel at Earl Hapsburg's residence were quite numerous. In terms of strength, they were not weak either, being all well-trained family knights and guards. If it were used to defend against raids below the rank of Grand Knight, it would be largely problem-free. However, if a senior Grand Knight, or a combined attack by multiple Grand Knights, were to occur, the overall defense would be insufficient. And this was without Ryan considering the sorcerers. Of course, the Goddess Church had also deployed numerous formations within the Earl's residence, but generally speaking, without the guidance of senior church officials, these formations could only serve as a warning. Furthermore, there was the possibility of enemy collusion within the residence. If even the slightest disruption were to occur, the effectiveness of these formations would be highly questionable. A fortress is always easier to breach from within. When Ryan began arranging the defenses, many of the Earl's residence's guards were surprised. They noticed that the colleagues, who had gone to greet Miss Clare, seemed to have great trust in the young Baron Ray. They essentially followed his instructions meticulously. This left many with a sense of confusion. Hey, why are you so subservient to this young Baron Ryan? Yeah, a baron isn't that much of a deal, is he? Do you really think we're convinced by Lord Ryan's title? Don't you realize how powerful Lord Ryan is? Don't you see Viscount Cyril over there, obeying Baron Ryan's orders? Right. How come this Viscount is so obedient too? The sharp-eared head maid, Shadia, naturally overheard the guards' chatter and immediately interrupted. Don't question Lord Ryan's words or compromise their execution. Also, let me correct one thing. Lord Ryan is not a baron. He's already a viscount, but the official appointment hasn't come yet. What? A viscount? A viscount at such a young age? Several guards looked horrified. After some investigation, they realized just how powerful this young Lord Ryan truly was. In the study, Ryan was talking to a young stranger. Are you the Ryan who's been assigned to protect Count Hapsburg this time? I've heard of you. Your nickname is Meister Battering Ram, the rogue young man said with a smile. Yes, may I ask who you are? I'm Stuart. Like you, I'm from the Munster Swordbearers branch. I'm with the Hurricane Squad, currently stationed at the Earl's mansion. Actually, our primary mission is to ensure the safety of the transportation line from the fishing port to the county seat. Because the airship's capacity is very limited, most supplies need to be transported by road. The Black Flame cult is disrupting the transportation line significantly. Since you're here, I have to return to my own team. Ryan nodded. He understood. After all, their mission was to protect the transportation line, and they were stationed at the Earl's mansion for the sake of overall stability. Now that he was here, it was only natural for them to give way. By the way, Ryan, are you here alone this time? Where are the rest of your team? Stuart, about to leave, suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion. I'm the only one there right now. After hearing Ryan's response, Stuart looked at him in surprise and said, then your mission will be extremely difficult. The Black Flame cult has intensified its activities in Meister and possesses several experts. If you're alone, I advise you to abandon this mission early and let another, more complete team take over. That would be safer for you, for us, and for the overall situation. Ryan nodded. The other party meant well, so he couldn't say anything. I'd be careful. It shouldn't be a problem. Giving up was out of the question. Don't forget, he'd also taken on 2 other gold-level missions, both more difficult than protecting Count Hapsburg. More importantly, the tragic situation in Goldhire, and the turmoil in Meister, had left him feeling depressed and uncomfortable. He needed someone to shoulder his wrath. The Black Flame cult, the instigator, was naturally the best choice. Seeing that Ryan didn't seem to be listening, Stuart shook his head and left. Shortly after Stuart left, a guard arrived with a report. Lord Ryan, a messenger from the Munster Swordbearers branch is at the door, requesting an important report. Ryan raised his brow and said, please come in. Soon, Ryan met the Swordbearers messenger in the study, a sturdy man in leather armor. Lord Ryan, please show me your emblem. This secret letter requires your emblem to open. Ryan nodded and handed the golden emblem to the man. After receiving it, the man gently traced the emblem across a letter emitting a faint magical aura. The aura on the letter fluctuated briefly before returning to calm. This is a confidential letter. Also, Lord Ryan, it will spontaneously combust in 5 minutes. Please read it quickly, the sturdy man explained. Ryan nodded, took the letter, and quickly opened it, reading it at a glance. He quickly memorized the contents. Ryan hadn't expected that the bloodburner Raxel would prove to be as powerful as he had anticipated. His mission level had now been raised to 3.5 stars. Also, there was another piece of news in the letter that caught his attention. The secret snake cult's envoys would arrive in Meister in the next 2 days to engage the Black Flame cult. This meant that if he were to take action in the near future, he would likely face masters from both cults. Of course, if the other party were powerful enough, Ryan might not even need to go looking for them. They would simply attack him. Tell Excellencies Yumaz and Alina that I will continue this mission. Thank you for your concern. Okay, Lord Ryan. Lady Alina asked me to ask if you have any other needs. She and Lord Yumaz will do their best to coordinate for you. Ryan said thoughtfully. The thorny problem he faced now was that if he needed to defend the entire Hapsburg palace, he had too few personnel available. Even for the mere task of guarding and defending the Hapsburg palace, having experienced numerous attacks, lacked the personnel strong enough to do so. Viscount Cyril's 2 peak-level knights were no match for the cult's masters. Ryan couldn't help but think of the twin-tailed girl Veronica. If Veronica were here, with her expertise in birds, he could save a significant amount of energy, at least on guard duty, and focus more on combat. For now, he could only rely on the Bluff Feather Hippogriff and the Greyhound War Hound to ensure the security of the main villa. Ryan thought for a moment and said, "Could you please ask the 2 excellencies to coordinate for Veronica to come to my side? She's my teammate, and is currently in Fishing Harbor Town." Okay, Your Excellency, I've made note of this, and will report to you immediately. Do you have any other requests? The second thing is to ask Your Excellency Alina to inquire with Angus, Very, and the other 5 if they're willing to come to Meister to carry out the mission. He also knew that this task might be difficult, as they were originally from the military and, with the current turmoil in the Empire, they might have a special mission. But these men were, after all, new sword bearers, making their deployment relatively easy. A big reason Ryan valued them was that they were all from the Imperial Army and were disciplined. He had sparred with her several times before, and both had good character and strength. If he could be transferred over, at least the defense aspect would be much easier for him. As for Evelyn, he didn't consider it. Since he had heard from the sword-bearer branch that the situation in Rosby County was not good, and this time, Evelyn had returned to Rosby County to carry out a mission. Okay, Lord Ryan, is there anything else? No. On the main road near the border of Munster Province and Nam Province, a luxurious carriage sped along, with 2 black-robed men sitting facing each other. The Ouroboros symbol was sewn on the collars and cuffs of their robes. The most striking feature was their facial features. One of them had a metal Ouroboros embedded in his lip, looking quite creepy. The other black-robed man had an Ouroboros pattern inscribed in the shape of a figure 8 on his forehead. Chapter 272. High Priest, I heard from the Black Flame Church that they've discovered a dormant ancient creature in Mayes County. An earth snake. Is this news true or false? Asked the middle-aged man, with a black Ouroboros pattern painted on his forehead. The High Priest, whose lips were adorned with a ringed Ouroboros pattern, smiled faintly, his yellow, vertical pupils fixed on the other man. He said, "Are we going this time to confirm whether it's true?" "But I think what they say is true." The middle-aged man nodded and said excitedly, "High Priest, if only it were true. According to the ancient texts within the order, the digging abilities of the ancient earth snake are second to none among all the behemoths. With it, we can quickly dig tunnels and connect our various branches. Furthermore, we can more easily explore those deeply buried ruins." Excellent. Haldane, the fact that you've considered this shows that you've matured considerably. This is something a qualified high priest should consider. The high priest nodded. Ancient earth snakes, when fully grown, are nearly 100 meters long and several meters in diameter, absolutely enormous beasts. Although named after a snake, its head doesn't resemble a snake's head, but rather resembles a petal with teeth. It possesses an incredibly strong bite and crushing force, allowing it to burrow underground at an incredible speed. In less than half an hour, it can dig a tunnel the length of its body. Of course, most importantly, the secret snake cult possesses a unique method of controlling the ancient earth snakes. Otherwise, if the Black Flame cult could control the earth snakes themselves, they naturally wouldn't be so kind as to share this news with them. Haldane smiled at the high priest's praise, but soon frowned. He said, even if this news is true, given the Black Flame Church's nature, they definitely try to extort money from us. The high priest smiled faintly and said, Haldane, that's not really important. What's important is whether the earth snake they found is an adult, its condition, and whether it can be richly awakened. That's why I came here in person. If there's no problem, then what's the harm in agreeing to some of their requests? Haldane's brow relaxed upon hearing this, and he nodded. Indeed, I heard their plans in Meister have been thwarted. I suspect they probably ask for our cooperation. Then cooperate. The more they cause trouble in Meister, the better it will be for us. But Haldane, you need to deal with a few of the Empire's little buggers first. They're over there. The High Priest extended his hand, pointing to the left rear of the carriage. The back of his hand was covered in a dark blue, snake-like layer of keratin. It looked nothing like human skin, more like snake skin. Little bugs from the Empire? Leave it to me. Haldane removed his hood, revealing a bald head tattooed with various mysterious symbols, and chuckled. The next second, he suddenly opened the door of the speeding carriage and leaped out. Meister, Wolf Hills. In a hidden cave. Lord Bloodburner, the latest news from Welsh County. Lady Galena has failed. The black-robed monk, who reported the news, looked grim. What? Galena was so careless? Did she not take the Earl's daughter seriously, and let her escape? Raxel smiled, shaking the dark red aged wine in his clear glass and sniffing it. Clearly, he didn't take the news seriously. After all, the woman was a top student at the Imperial Royal Academy, and the Earl's daughter, possessing some means of survival. It was understandable that she had escaped Galena's clutches. Well, hearing Raxel's words, the Black Flame monk reporting the incident looked peculiar, at a loss for words. What? Did something happen? Raxel's face hardened, the blood-red flame mark on his forehead flickering. He quickly determined from his subordinate's expression that something unexpected had occurred. Yes, my lord, Lady Galena was killed in battle. What? Raxel's pupil shrank, and he abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. The blood-red flame on his forehead turned an even darker crimson. Galena had once been his subordinate, and after his promotion, she had taken over his position as High Priest of the Welsh County. He was naturally well aware of Galena's abilities. When he had just heard the report, several possibilities flashed through his mind, including the possibility that the Earl's daughter, Clare, had escaped. But he had never imagined that his former trusted subordinate, now High Priest of the Welsh County, Galena, would actually lose her life for such a request. You know, with Galena's mastery in illusion, even if it were him, defeating her might be easy, but killing her would be extremely difficult. How did Galena die? Could Clare, Count Hapsburg's daughter, be so formidable? Raxel, calming down, asked gravely. Sir, it's not that the Count's daughter was exceptionally powerful. According to the two surviving Protestants, she was probably only a peak-level knight. But there was a young man beside her, incredibly powerful. It said he killed Bison Bildos with a single blow, and even defied and destroyed a giant axe golem guard. At first, Raxel's expression was solemn as his subordinate recounted the story, but upon hearing about the golem guard's destruction, he was horrified. What? Galena even used a secret weapon like the golem guard, and yet, instead of defeating the enemy, she was killed? Raxel's expression was astonished. He had assumed Galena hadn't taken the situation seriously enough, letting herself be careless and allowing herself to be ambushed and killed. Now, that doesn't sound like it. Galena took his request very seriously, bringing along a powerful warrior like Bison Bildos, and even their secret weapon, the golem guard. The key is, they were all killed? I'm sure he'd be questioned. Furthermore, with the golem guard now exposed, the Empire will likely pay even more attention to the Church's activities. Perhaps a subsequent Imperial counterattack is already brewing. It's truly one troublesome situation after another. Raxel found it difficult to accept this answer for a moment. Yes, Lord Bloodburner, the Black Flame brother said, bowing slightly. I didn't believe it at first, but after using telepathy and truth serum on the two surviving Protestants in Welsh County, they found that their statements hadn't changed. So, Lord Bloodburner, although it's hard to believe, it seems to be true. The Black Flame monk who reported this was also shocked for a long time when he learned the news. After rereading the information several times, he immediately rushed to report. Lakshuar's heart was in turmoil. What the hell is going on? How could a count's daughter have such a powerful master guarding her? Imperial Royal Academy. That's right. Could it be that the young master is the legitimate son of a great noble in the imperial capital, pursuing this count's daughter, Clare? If so, everything makes sense. Lakshuar's face was suddenly enlightened. The background of the great nobles of the Dragon Empire is hard for ordinary people to imagine, so it's not surprising that they can cultivate such powerful young people. But if that were the case, things would become very difficult. Taking action personally wouldn't guarantee victory, and there was a high possibility of failure. Karam, by that count, they should have arrived in Meister by now, right? Yes, Lord Bloodburner. According to intelligence, the team escorting the Earl's daughter, Clare, just arrived in Meister County this afternoon. Also, I've assigned several insiders within Count Hapsburg's residence to quietly investigate their background. Yes, very good. Find out their background and report back to me immediately, said Raxel, nodding. As you command, sir. The Black Flame brother slowly retreated. However, a few minutes later, Black Flame brother Karam returned with a report. Sir, we've received a message from the Secret Snake Cult. Their special envoy for this connection. The Secret Snake Cult's High Priest, Gaan, has just entered the territory of Minster Province from Nam Province, and will arrive in Meister in approximately 2 days. The High Priest's position is similar to that of the Archbishop of the Goddess Church, responsible for church activities within a province, and a position of absolute authority. Oh! Will the Secret Snake Cult arrive in 2 days? And it's a High Priest? Laxel's face was thoughtful, a plan forming in his mind. It seems I need to find Lord Freeman. The Secret Snake Cult has arrived just in time. Laxel's expression seemed to have a sudden realization, and his previously serious expression suddenly relaxed. Meister County City. Inside Earl Hapsburg's mansion. With the cooperation of Viscount Seller, Ryan made preliminary arrangements for the Earl's mansion's defenses, and then headed to the indoor training room on the first floor of the main villa. As the highest administrative official in Meister County, Earl Hapsburg's mansion naturally had a training ground, 2 indoor training rooms, and what was arguably the largest outdoor training ground in the county. At this moment, Shadia, dressed in a black maid outfit, approached, holding a brown wooden box in her hands. She smiled and said, Master Ryan, this is a special potion I prepared for you before I went to the secret room. It's a secret strengthening potion. Normally, only the Earl consumes it in the mansion. It's very beneficial to the Grand Knight's training. Ryan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Clare to be so thoughtful. Miss Clare, won't you use it yourself? Ryan asked, looking at Shadia after accepting it. Miss, you're not a Grand Knight yet, so you can't use it yet. Besides, while the secret potion is precious and the stock in the mansion is very limited, it's more than enough for 2 or 3 Grand Knights to train with. Besides, the young lady also said that you are her guardian knight. The stronger you are, the safer she will be. So, please don't hesitate. Very well, thank you, Miss Clare, Ryan said with a smile. By the way, Master Ryan, is there anything else I can help you with? Ryan's face was thoughtful. After a moment's thought, he said, there is one thing indeed. Head maid Shadia, I might need you to send someone to my mansion to invite a young knight named Haas to come here. Knight Haas, huh? Okay, Master Ryan. Shadia slowly withdrew. When Ryan entered the training room on the first floor of the villa's main building, he discovered that it was stocked with nearly every weapon imaginable, swords, hammers, axes, shields, bows, and more. There were also various training dummies and archery targets. This training room was originally reserved for Count Hapsburg and Clare. Now, with one seriously injured and the other having achieved a breakthrough, neither could use it. Ryan didn't have to worry about anyone disturbing him. Besides, since last night, Ryan had been eager to test his newly learned Arcadian swordsmanship's elementary secret technique, Blade Storm. Now, he planned to put it to the test immediately. To test the effects of Blade Storm, Ryan first placed 4 ironwood dummies in front, behind, and to the sides of him, 4 or 5 meters away. He then placed another 4 dummies 10 meters away. Then, he moved to the center of the ironwood dummies and took a deep breath. Then, the hardened adamantium covering his knight's gauntlet instantly transformed into a 2-handed great sword. Blade Storm. Instantly, Ryan's 2-handed sword, swirling like a gyroscope, erupted in a powerful whirlwind, like an airburst, appearing out of thin air in the open space and rapidly sweeping across the surroundings in the form of a shockwave. Bang! Bang! Snap! Snap! A series of sounds echoed. Both the 4 ironwood dummies 5 meters away and the ones 10 meters away collapsed to the ground. A few seconds later, when the smoke and dust cleared, Ryan walked over to investigate. He saw that each of the 4 ironwood dummies 5 meters away had over a dozen horizontal sword cuts several inches deep. Ironwood possesses both hardness and toughness. If it could leave sword cuts several inches deep, even the most forged steel could achieve a similar effect. Ryan nodded slightly. He then examined the 4 ironwood dummies 10 meters away. However, the dummies only bore a dozen or so faint white streaks. Ryan frowned slightly at the sight. The damage to the ironwood dummies wasn't caused by the greatsword itself, but rather by the force of the sword, which affected the air at an incredibly fast speed, creating a high-speed airflow that sliced through them in an instant. Had the greatsword struck the dummies directly, they would undoubtedly have been chopped into several pieces. It's quite powerful, but the attack range doesn't seem as wide as I imagined. The effective attack radius is only about 5 meters, which is a bit too limited. But relying solely on high-speed airflow doesn't seem to be able to reach very far. Ryan immediately called up the system panel and focused his attention on the Blade Storm. If it's upgraded to the intermediate level, it should be significantly more powerful. To upgrade to the intermediate level, the breathing technique is already sufficient. You also need Arcadia Swordsmanship level 14 or higher, and 2 gold skill points. That totals to 3 gold skill points, which is just enough. After pondering for a moment, Ryan decided to test the effect. A few minutes later, Ryan looked at the multiple ironwood dummies lying around him, and nodded slightly. The damage radius has only expanded to about 7 meters, still much lower than expected. However, the lethality within the radius is indeed considerable. Ironwood dummies within a 3 to 5 meter radius were directly cut in half. Ryan pondered for a moment, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He focused his attention on the two-handed sword in his hand. The next second, square darts, similar to those used by ninjas in his past lives, appeared on the sword's surface. A very thin wire connected the square darts to the two-handed sword. Blade Storm. Instantly, Ryan's two-handed greatsword spun like a gyroscope, a powerful sonic boom sweeping across the surroundings, and specks of black matter lingered in the air currents. Swoosh. 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 With this strike, the 70 or 80 densely packed square darts on the greatsword, driven by the powerful inertia of the rotation, broke free from the metal wires on the blade's surface and shot rapidly in all directions. Ding ding dang dang. A dense, clattering sound like frying beans emanated from the distant ironwood dummies. When the dust cleared, Ryan approached again. This time, he discovered that 30 meters away, a circle of ironwood armored men leaning against the wall had been pierced with as many as 7 or 8, or as few as 3 or 4, of these square darts. Its depth also reached over 5 centimeters, achieving a similar cutting effect to the previous 6 or 7 meter range of high-speed airflow. In other words, after Ryan's modification, the attack range of Blade Storm had been increased from the original 6 or 7 meters to 30 to 50 meters. Seeing this effect, Ryan smiled. As for why he chose the four-cornered darts? That's because Ryan considered that the four-cornered darts' rotational stability was better than that of the kunai or willow leaf darts, allowing him to completely avoid the angle of the great sword when performing Blade Storm. The four-cornered darts could achieve a 360-degree, sweeping attack in all directions. Of course, this approach was not without its drawbacks. It consumed a lot of hardened adamantium. The 70 or 80 square-cornered darts fired were all deformed from hardened adamantium. Every time he performed Blade Storm, Ryan lost approximately 10 kilograms of hardened adamantium. It was quite expensive. Ryan adjusted the wire several times, getting the thickness just right, not too thick to break free from the spinning inertia, nor too thin to cause it to fall off upon spinning, thus lacking power. Half an hour later, Ryan finally smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! The intermediate ultimate skill, Blade Storm, and the innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration, have been successfully combined and improved, achieving the power of a high-level ultimate skill. Please name the new ultimate skill. Huh? That's even possible? Ryan's eyes lit up. As for the name, since it's an improvement, let's call it Blade Storm Revised. What a lazy way to name it. Ding! Blade Storm Revised has been named successfully, and the adjustments to the original Blade Storm's related ultimate skills have been completed simultaneously. Immediately, Ryan focused his attention on the Weapon Master, Legendary, class panel, examining it in detail. Blade Storm Modified, Advanced Secret Skill, Effect, based on Arc Slash, this skill. That's quite good. Conditions 2 and 3 are already met, so the stat points shouldn't be a big deal. This means that Blade Storm Modified can be upgraded to a top-level ultimate move with just 6 gold skill points. As a top-level area attack ultimate move, it costs 2 fewer gold skill points than Crushing Hammer. This is the benefit of combining it with the innate sorcery Metal Transfiguration Ryan used. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded outside the training room door. Come in. It was the head maid Shadia. She glanced curiously at the ironwood mannequins lying on the floor, covered in metal darts, and said, Lord Ryan, Nighthass is not at your residence, but he left a letter for you. The servants left behind at your residence said that Knight had just left this morning, and this letter was intended for Meister. The person I sent was quite clever and brought it directly to you." As Shadia spoke, she handed Ryan a letter. Left? Could it be because? Ryan raised an eyebrow and opened the envelope. "Ryan, Larchmont fishing port has been attacked by sea giants, and the situation is not good. Your family was at the mansion before, so I couldn't leave, but please forgive me now." "Has? It's human nature." Ryan nodded slightly. That was indeed the reason. Has' family was all at Larchmont fishing port, unlike himself, who had already sent his parents and sister to Meister. The next morning, the sword-bearer branch's messenger, the sturdy man in leather armor, arrived again. "Lord Ryan, both lords are deeply sorry. Lady Veronica cannot make it to your aid this time. She is currently serving as a communication channel between the Imperial coast and the Navy, and no suitable replacement can be found in the short term." Ryan nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. Indeed, Veronica, a disciple of Master Aeneas, the naval advisor, possesses a natural familiarity with naval communications. In large-scale battles, maintaining a smooth flow of information is crucial. You mentioned last time, Excellencies Angus and Very. They all sustained varying degrees of injuries during their previous mission and are currently recuperating. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a short time," the armored man said apologetically. Hearing this, Ryan frowned and asked, "So no one can arrive anytime soon?" "Not really," the armored man said after a moment's thought. Chapter 273. Hearing the other party's statement, Ryan couldn't help but become curious and looked up at him. As if trying to form his words, the messenger said, "Lord Ryan, it's like this. For the sake of confidentiality, I only know that a team of sword-bearers from other provinces is coming this time." A team of sword-bearers from other provinces? In addition, Masters Yumaz and Master Alina have also coordinated with other special departments. Ryan nodded and said, "Are they all reinforcements?" I'm not sure about that. Master Alina will come personally to coordinate this operation tomorrow. You can ask her then." "Tomorrow?" "Yes, Master Alina should be here by tomorrow afternoon," the messenger said. "In that case, I have no problem with that. We discuss the details when Master Alina arrives tomorrow," Ryan said. "Yes, Lord Ryan. By the way, Lady Alina asked me to ask you if there's anything else you need?" Ryan said thoughtfully. "Please give me 10 hardened adamantium ingots." "Hardened adamantium ingots?" Yes, no problem." Although the messenger was a little puzzled, he nodded in agreement. The next day, just after noon, Alina, the capable young woman who served as the deputy director of the sword-bearer branch's mission hall, arrived in Meister, in the Earl's living room. As soon as they met, the capable young woman smiled and said, "Lord Ryan, congratulations." Congratulations for what? Ryan looked puzzled. Could Alina be congratulating him on those 2 gold-level missions he completed while in Welsh County? Lord Ryan, you don't know yet? Indeed, you weren't in Meister before. The branch office discovered that you had sufficient merit, so they applied for your viscountship. The approval came down yesterday. Lord Viscount Ryan. Thank you. Ryan's face lit up with realization. He knew about this, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. It seems that Alyosha's father, Special Envoy Javier, must have accelerated things. It's true that having connections in the court makes things easier, and this applies even in other worlds. Knock, knock. At this moment, a servant announced, "Lord Ryan, a carriage has arrived. They say they're from the gnomes. It seems they've arrived. I go greet them." "Lord Ryan, are you coming with us?" Alina said, smiling, rising. "Okay." Ryan hadn't had time to ask Alina a few questions earlier. Besides, he was a little curious about the sword-bearing team from another province. As the two reached the door, the people in the luxurious carriage seemed to notice Alina and Ryan, and 3 of them emerged one after another. All 3 men came down. A tall, thin young man in leather armor came down, glanced around, and smiled at Ryan and Alina. Another young man in a long robe held a book with a gilded cover. He nodded to the 2, and then returned his attention to the book. The last to come down was a sturdy, middle-aged man wearing knight's armor and a long sword at his waist. His face was expressionless, and judging by his aura, he seemed a peak Grand Knight, likely the captain of this team. "This must be Captain Langer, right? I'm Alina, the Deputy Director of Mission Hall Affairs for the Meister Swordbearer Branch." "Hello," Alina said with a smile. "Hello," the sturdy middle-aged man named Langer nodded to Alina. Then he glanced at Ryan. Seemingly noticing Ryan's aura as barely advanced to the level of a senior Grand Knight, Langer glanced quickly, then looked away, looking around with a slightly disappointed expression. Captain Langer, this is Viscount Ryan also. Alina introduced. Langer waved his hand, his expression grim, and said, let's go to the conference room first. There's a lot of people here, and it's full of gossip. Well, Captain Langer, let's go to the conference room then. Alina glanced at Ryan, and saw no sign of anger on his face, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, young people tend to be hot-tempered. What a jerk this Captain Langer was. He didn't even let me finish my introduction. He doesn't look like he'd be easy to deal with. Alina thought to herself. Ryan nodded, saying nothing, but neither did he go up to Langer and say anything more. At this moment, the young man in leather armor, rather familiarly, approached Ryan and said with a grin, don't mind me, our captain is just like that. By the way, you look quite young, yet you're already a Viscount. What's your name here? Hapsburg? Count Hapsburg's son? No. Ryan shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. The captain of this team from Nam province was expressionless, and the other members were chatterboxes. The group entered the luxurious conference room of Count Hapsburg's mansion. Besides an oil painting, shields, axes, and other weapons hung on the walls on both sides. In the corners, for fully armed knight mannequins were placed, their silver armor polished to a gleaming shine. After glancing around, the burly man named Langer spoke up, a hint of displeasure. Sir Alina, where's your branch's team? Haven't they arrived yet? Well, let me introduce you. This Viscount Ryan represents our branch's team, Alina said quickly. At this moment, a question suddenly occurred to her. Although Ryan was the team leader, his other two members were not present. Ryan had come alone on the mission to Meister, having given his own approval. But the problem now was that this would give the gnome swordbearers a misunderstanding. Alina's words visibly startled the others. Besides this young man, where are the others? For example, the team leader? Langer glanced at Ryan, then turned to Alina. This? Alina's face was embarrassed, and she thought to herself, as expected, I'm the team leader. Currently, I'm the only one in our team who can participate in this mission, Ryan said. Langer and the other two looked at Ryan. Sir Alina, your branch is taking this mission very lightly. Sending just a small team of one? Langer said in a deep voice, a look of irritation on his face. Originally, this mission is within your province of Meister, and you should be in charge. But now it seems that this is a very dangerous matter. Mission control? Ryan didn't mind it, but the other parties seemed to be exaggerating a bit. At this time, the manservant came again and announced, Sir, outside. No need to announce. Hi. Sir Ryan, we meet again. A voice that Ryan seemed familiar was suddenly sounded at the door. Immediately afterwards, a female knight, clad in half armor, yet still revealing her impressive figure, entered with a slender waist and a smile on her face. Alexandra? Ryan was quite surprised. Yesterday, he'd heard from the messenger that someone from another special unit might also be arriving, but he hadn't expected it to be his old acquaintance, Alexandra. Yes, Your Excellency Ryan, don't you know that it's our cleft-toothed bear squad that's coming this time? Alexandra, with a fragrant aroma, plopped down beside Ryan and began chatting obliviously. Although not all of the other 4 members of the cleft-toothed bear squad had been rescued by Ryan that time, they naturally knew him well. They greeted him with a smile, and then sat down as well. Beautiful women always attract attention. The 3 swordsmen from Nam province exchanged glances, none of them quite understanding why this Earthshaker squad held this young man in such high regard. Hey, Lady Alina, now that everyone's here, shall we discuss the mission? Of course, Captain Langer, please. Let me first introduce the situation with the Secret Snake Cult. 2 people have come this time, High Priest Cannon and High Priest Haldane. Both are sorcerers, and we have almost no information on Cannon. However, Haldane is a sorcerer who has fused the essence of the Shadow Serpent, and can use its innate sorcery. He's very formidable. High Priest and High Priest. Ryan frowned slightly. The High Priest represents the head of a cult in a county. Even if the High Priest isn't the head of a province, he must be one of the top figures in that province. Such a prominent figure from the cult came to Meister? Were the conditions promised by the Black Flame cult sufficiently generous, or was there something about Meister that attracted them? Ryan speculated. Do we know their purpose now? Alina asked the question Ryan wanted to ask. It's unclear at the moment. It seems something the Secret Snake cult values is in Meister, which is why these 2 rushed here, Langer said, shaking his head slightly. After Langer finished his introduction, Alina took the lead. Everyone, let me brief you on the Black Flame cult in Meister. According to the latest intelligence, the Black Flame cult in Meister County is roughly divided into two groups. One group is led by Laxel, nicknamed the Bloodburner. This group has committed numerous atrocities in Meister, performing various blood sacrifices and prayer rituals. The other group's movements are more secretive, led by a man named Freeman. They also seem to be searching for something in Meister. According to our analysis, the Bloodburner Raxel is in the open, and everything they do seems to be an attempt to attract our attention. Freeman is in the dark, but we currently have no idea what they're looking for. However, we've roughly determined their area of activity, primarily around Wolf Hills and southwest of Goldhire. This means that what they're looking for is likely in this area. That's all the information we have. We need your suggestions on how to proceed. After Alina finished her presentation, many people looked thoughtful. Now that we've determined their approximate range of activity, my suggestion is to concentrate our elite forces and eliminate one of the enemies, the Black Flame cult, before the Secret Snake cult arrives. I suggest our Blade squad and the Earthshaker's Rift-Tooth Bear squad head directly for Wolf Hill. As for the Viscount, you can choose to remain here, Langer said, glancing at Ryan. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 members of the Earthshaker squad looked up in surprise, staring at the burly man named Langer as if he were an idiot. Including Alexandra, both of them had been rescued by Ryan from the blood-cursed Naga's cave, and they naturally knew the strength of the young Lord Ryan. He was a monster who could save them from the hands of the Tide Piercer, a knight of the same caliber. You're going to raid the enemy's lair, yet you leave such a formidable expert at home? Are you kidding me? What a lousy suggestion. Of course, the Earthshakers could all see that the burly man speaking was incredibly powerful and formidable. However, Alexandra wasn't going to let him down. She muttered, "What a joke. Leaving Lord Ryan behind? And then asking Lord Ryan to rescue us again?" The voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for everyone in the conference room to hear. Langer had initially felt uncomfortable being stared at by the Rift-Tooth Bears. Now, hearing the beautiful knight's words, he felt a surge of irritation. He suddenly stood up and walked over to the knight's armored dummy in the corner of the conference room. Swish. Clang. A crisscrossing silver light flashed, and the knight's dummy was instantly cut into 4 pieces, falling to the ground. At least mid-level ultimate swordsmanship. Add to that the strength of a peak Grand Knight, truly formidable. Suddenly, the members of the Rift-Tooth Bear squad stopped staring at each other, and began whispering among themselves. I think my plan should be fine. Langer retracted his knight's sword, glanced around, and said gravely. Ryan hadn't originally minded who would lead this mission. But when Blade Squad Captain Langer suggested it, he felt the need to speak up. Ryan considered the Black Flame cult difficult enough to handle, and now with the addition of the Secret Snake cult, he needed help. If this group acted rashly and resulted in heavy casualties, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. This bloodburner, Raxel, is likely much more powerful than an average high priest. Add to that the unpredictable Freeman, and I don't recommend this. It's very likely that the raid will fail and result in heavy casualties, Ryan said. How do you know this Raxel is so much stronger than the average high priest? Langer asked. Because the high priest of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County, whom I killed 2 days ago, was once this Raxel's deputy, but he's become very difficult to deal with. So, I believe this Raxel is very powerful. Langer was stunned. He looked at Ryan intently, seeming a little incredulous. Huh? You single-handedly killed the high priest of an entire county? How do you prove it? I can prove it to Viscount Ryan, said Alina, the capable young woman standing beside him, straightening her back. Despite Alina's words, the members of Team Blade, including Langer's, continued to look at Ryan with suspicion. This made Ryan quite annoyed. My kind warning was ignored. But despite his frustration, he still had to stop them. Ryan glanced at the knight dummy in the corner and thought, perhaps he should emulate Langer's display of strength to save himself a lot of trouble. Once a fight broke out, his strength would be exposed sooner or later. Rather than waiting, it would be better to show it now. Thinking of this, Ryan also stood up and walked over to the knight dummy in the other corner. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ryan with curiosity. Many people vaguely suspected. The next second, Ryan suddenly drew his skull hammer and, before everyone's horrified gaze, quickly struck the knight dummy. Buzz! A sharp, vibrating sound echoed. Then, with a crack, suddenly, the steel knight dummy shattered into tiny, fingernail-sized chunks, scattering across the floor. High-level secret technique. The talkative young man from the Blade squad stared at the scene in amazement. The young man, who had been holding the gilded book, also looked up and gazed intently at Ryan. Langer, on the other hand, stared at the scene in astonishment. He looked less than 20 years old, yet he had already mastered the advanced secret technique. Langer felt like he'd been living a dog's life. Ryan glanced at the pile of tiny steel chunks, thinking, I wonder if this knight dummy is an antique. 2 of them are already broken. I hope Clare will blame me when the time comes. Well, since Lord Ryan thinks it's inappropriate, let's put it aside for now, Langer said, forcing a smile. The meeting quickly concluded in a friendly atmosphere, ultimately agreeing to first investigate the enemy situation. Everyone left to rest in the pre-arranged guest rooms. The Earl's residence had more than enough. Alexandra deliberately walked ahead of Ryan, her slim waist and voluptuous hips swaying. As they reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned, saying, Sir Ryan, I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. How about coming to my room and sitting down? Alexandra said, licking her red lips with her tender pink tongue. Ryan was startled. Sit down? Perhaps we have sex. At this moment, Alexandra slowly reached out and placed her hand on Ryan's muscular chest, her beautiful brown eyes gazing at him intently. This immediately overwhelmed Ryan. Alexandra, what happened last time was what I should have done. At this moment, Ryan suddenly felt a gaze on him from the side, and he looked up. Shadia, dressed in a maid outfit, stood at the end of the corridor. She looked calmly at Ryan and Alexandra, then pursed her lips. Although she didn't say anything, Ryan still felt a little embarrassed to be seen by Shadia. Ahem, Alexandra, I'm going to the training room to practice my fighting skills now. We talk next time. Oh, Lord Ryan, you prefer the training room? That's no problem. Alexandra suddenly noticed the awkwardness on Ryan's face and followed his gaze. A dignified maid in her 30s or 40s stood at the end of the corridor. Alexandra glanced at Shadia, then at Ryan, and suddenly laughed. Huh? Lord Ryan, so you like this type of person? She looks like a nun on the outside, but when she gets up, she's crazy, isn't she? So you like contrast? I get it, sister. Alexandra didn't deliberately lower her voice, so Shadia naturally heard it clearly. Her previously calm face could no longer hold back, and her face flushed red. She turned and stumbled away quickly. Bah! This kind of slut must be dealt with by the young lady, Shadia said angrily. But for no reason, the head maid's mind drifted to the image of Ryan's young and muscular figure. That night, Meister County, southwest of Goldhire Town, LE Mine. A group of black-robed men gradually walked deeper into the mine. Soon, after passing a fork in the mine, several black-robed men stopped at a newly excavated area with a translucent amber wall in front. A gigantic creature could be faintly seen through the amber walls, seemingly sealed within by some powerful force, but over the years, the seal's energy had dissipated. The 2 members of the secret snake cult were immediately agitated, but High Priest Gaan quickly calmed his excitement, saying, This is undoubtedly an Serpent. Sir Raxel, may I ask what you need us to do? Raxel glanced at him approvingly, thinking to himself, as expected of an old man, he's really on the right track. Our mission this time is to destroy the Dragon Empire's rule in Meister. We currently have 2 matters where we could use your assistance. The first is a minor problem we've encountered. A senior Grand Knight named Ryan is guarding the Archon of Meister, Count Hapsburg and his descendants. I hope your cult can help resolve him. Just a senior Grand Knight? The High Priest and Haldane exchanged a look of disbelief. Such a simple exchange? My lords, do not underestimate him. Although he is merely a senior Grand Knight, he is a gold-rank sword-bearer captain, and his combat power cannot be underestimated. Raxel saw the expressions of the 2 men, thought for a moment, and decided to share all the information he had. After all, if these 2 members of the secret snake cult failed, it would not only be of no benefit to his side, but also would make the secret snake cult think he was setting them up. If he explained the situation clearly, he wouldn't have to bear the blame if they failed. A gold-rank swordsman? High Priest Gaan, still smiling, nodded and continued, How strong is he? A veteran Grand Knight, who has also mastered intermediate or advanced hammer-related secrets, making him extremely powerful. Furthermore, he appears to possess a natural talent for physical strength, capable of performing multiple secrets without exhaustion. As he spoke, Raxel relayed to them a portion of the information narrated by the 2 surviving initiates. It wasn't that Raxel was deliberately concealing anything, but the matter of the Golem Guards was a cult secret, and naturally couldn't be disclosed directly. However, he believed he had explained everything else clearly. Also, there was a thin mist in the woods at the time, and the 2 surviving initiates were most impressed by Ryan's repeated strikes against the Golem Guards, but they didn't quite catch a glimpse of him using a shield to block. Do you have a special talent, and have you mastered intermediate or even advanced secrets? That's a bit tricky indeed. I leave this to Haldane. The High Priest canon of the Secret Snake cult smile faded, and he turned to Haldane beside him. Chapter 274. No problem, High Priest, leave this to me, Haldane said with a faint smile, his face brimming with confidence. Forgive my indignation, but I feel I need to remind you. Your Excellency Haldane of the Secret Snake cult, please do not underestimate the enemy's fighting capabilities. Seeing the other party's confident expression, Raxel felt a sense of inexplicable worry. After all, the other party was completing a mission on their own territory, helping their own church. If it was completed successfully, everyone would be happy. But if something went wrong, it would likely affect the relationship between the two churches, as the Secret Snake Church would believe that we were undermining them. So, it was better to be frank. Don't worry. Haldane was gifted with the essence of the Shadow Serpent's bloodline, and assassination is his specialty. High Priest Gaan of the Secret Snake cult seemed to sense Raxel's concern and turned to him with a smile. Besides, if the situation truly becomes impossible, Haldane's escape will be no problem. Shadow Serpent? Raxel nodded. He had heard of this strange snake species, capable of controlling shadow power and possessing the innate ability to remain invisible in shadowy environments. It was also extremely venomous. If the other party truly had merged with the Shadow Serpent, then he was truly a natural assassin. This assassination should be a no-brainer. Well, don't worry. I'm a professional assassin. Lord Raxel, I set off now, Haldane said, bowing slightly to Raxel. So soon? That's good. The unexpected is most effective. Raxel thought for a moment, and nodded with a smile. By the way, Lord Haldane, we have spies in the Earl's mansion. I think he'd tell you exactly where this Ryan is. Meister County City. In a room in Earl Hapsburg's mansion. Suddenly, the lively, leather-armored young man from the Swordbearers branch of Nam Province entered, shouting, Captain, I've already checked with the beautiful young woman from the Munster branch. You won't believe this Viscount Ryan is just a newcomer. Because of the terrifying power of the hammer blow Ryan unleashed in the conference room, Langer and the other two were naturally curious about him. However, as the Swordbearers' captain, Langer, self-respecting, naturally hesitated to ask questions or pry into anything. But the young men were different. They had fewer reservations. Without Langer even having to initiate any arrangements, the curious Fry went and found out everything. Newcomer? The burly Langer looked at his teammate in surprise. Yes, absolutely. The young man in leather armor nodded confidently. Fry, your understanding of a newbie wouldn't mean anyone who joined the Swordbearers later than you would be considered a newbie, right? Another young man, clutching a gilded book, closed it, glanced up at his companion, and teased with a smile. Fry had been with the Swordbearers the shortest of the three, having only been there 2.5 years. Less than 2 months. Alex, are you saying he's a newbie? Fry blushed and stiffened his neck at the teasing. Huh? 2 months? Alex, usually composed, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? This is too much. Tell me more. Langer, increasingly shocked and curious, immediately asked Fry. Okay, Captain. Ryan, the captain of the gold-rank Swordbearers, nicknamed Meister Battering Ram, is also the captain of the Meister Battering Ram squad. At this point, Fry seemed to notice something was wrong and paused. Wait, why does that sound so awkward? My nickname is the squad's name. It seems the other squad members have absolute confidence in their captain's abilities. Captain Langer's perspective was completely different from Fry's. From the perspective of a captain and a team member, he quickly realized this. Fry, go on. After listening to Fry's story, Langer and Alex exchanged a look of bewilderment. They knew the young Viscount Ryan was powerful, but they hadn't expected him to be this formidable. But boss, don't underestimate yourself. Although Viscount Ryan appears to have mastered the advanced secrets of Hammerdom, making him a step above you. But don't forget, in addition to mastering the intermediate secrets of swordsmanship, you've also mastered the intermediate secrets of shield defense. Combined, your combat power is no less than that of this Viscount Ryan, Fry reassured his captain. Who's underestimating yourself, brat? Even though his strength is comparable to mine right now, don't you consider his age? He's the same age as you, and that's the most formidable aspect. Langer couldn't help but laugh. If we can make friends, we should. Alex agreed with Fry, a rare instance of agreement. But Fry does have a point. He's alone this time, after all, and you, boss, have my sorcery to bless you. Your overall combat power is still superior to that of Viscount Ryan. By the way, have you asked the Earthshakers? Why do they treat this Ryan with such respect? Alex asked, a sudden thought dawning on him. I did. This is even more unbelievable because Ryan saved 2 of their team members' lives. Fry's mouth was dry as he spoke, and he gulped down a large gulp of water. Talking about this, Fry became even more excited. After all, although Ryan was from the Munster Province Sword-Bearers branch, and they were from the Gnome Province Sword-Bearers branch, they were still sword-bearers. And the Earthshaker, by comparison, was an outsider. Fry felt a sense of honor that one of his own had saved an outsider. Just as the 3 members of the Gnome Province Sword-Bearers team were in their room, astonished by Ryan's record, Ryan was in his bedroom, preparing to take the secret strengthening potion that the head maid, Shadia, had given him. Because he had been alone guarding the Earl's mansion, Ryan felt that the time was not right to take the medicine. But now, things were different. With the entire 5-man Earthshaker team, plus the gnomish swordbearers, present, he could take it without worry. Ryan quickly opened the wooden box, revealing a transparent square glass bottle filled with blue liquid. However, the interior of the box held a different secret. The inner wall was adorned with a somewhat complex pattern, evidently some kind of array, presumably meant to preserve the secret fortification elixir. Ryan couldn't help but be curious about the well-packaged fortification elixir. He picked up the square glass bottle and examined it carefully. The bottle bore a prominent white label with black text, which read, Secret Fortification Elixir, a cultivation aid. Within 2 weeks of consumption, it will enhance the user's overall physical fitness to a certain extent. The degree of improvement varies from person to person, generally ranging from 50% to 10%. How to use? Precautions. Repeated use will diminish the effect. It's recommended to take it once every 1 to 3 months, depending on your individual constitution. Made by Austin of the Royal Apothecary Society. Is it for comprehensive enhancement? If it's comprehensive enhancement, then it's certainly a good thing. Besides, this is also produced by the Royal Apothecary Society. Austin must be the name of a master potion master, Ryan mused to himself. Without hesitation, Ryan uncorked the bottle, and immediately, a faint aroma, like stewed meat with star anise and cinnamon, wafted into the air. It smelled delicious, and even more appetizing. Having experience with other potions, Ryan immediately downed the fortifying elixir in one gulp. As soon as it took his first sip, Ryan's expression changed. This taste. Despite its pleasant aroma, the taste was a bit pungent once it hit his throat, like white wine mixed with a hint of mustard. A few seconds later, Ryan felt a tingling sensation in his stomach, and then his entire body began to heat up rapidly. Soon, beads of sweat began to form all over Ryan's body, and soon, he was drenched in sweat. He felt as if he had just been pulled out of a sauna. But after a while, Ryan felt a wave of relaxation all over his body. He felt completely refreshed. This process lasted for about half an hour, and the drug's effects began to gradually weaken, becoming more gradual and subtle. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has been improved. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has been improved. Huh? Constitution and Agility have both increased, but Strength hasn't. Is it because your Strength attribute is already strong? But it's quite good. This strengthening secret potion is even more effective than the powerful Strength potion I took before. Ryan checked his stats. Constitution, 39. Strength, 43. Agility, 36. Spirit, 52. Agility, which hadn't been improved in a while, and was arguably his weak point, increased from 35 to 36. Constance also increased from 38 to 39, almost reaching the 40 mark. Will it last for half a month? Then I can improve it further over the next period of time. Strengthening secret potion, quite good. Is this the legacy of the hereditary Earl family? It's even better than some of the potions from the Swordbearer branch. Indeed, the Swordbearer branch's potions are mass-produced, after all. This is evident in the signature. The Royal Apothecary Association, Munster branch, Ryan recalled. But this powerful secret medicine is signed, made by Austin of the Royal Apothecary Association. This Austin must be a master pharmacist, and this medicine must have been made by him personally. It seems the wealth of the Empire's nobles is truly not to be underestimated. Ryan thought to himself, glancing at the label on the bottle again. Ryan, reeking of sweat from the drug, naturally needed to rinse off. His bedroom had its own small bathtub. Ryan, stripping naked, was about to step into the bathtub, when he suddenly spotted the 10 hardened adamantium ingots Alina had brought him today, placed in a corner of the room. Instantly, an idea struck him. He walked over, transfigured them into a single metal ball weighing approximately 50 or 60 kilograms, and took them in his hand. After entering the bathtub, Ryan transformed it into a giant metal basin and scooped water from it. After a while, he transformed it into a large colander and placed it above his head to rinse, enjoying himself immensely. Meanwhile, Haldane, the head priest of the secret snake cult, had also arrived at Count Hapsburg's residence. He was standing in the shadows of a garden bush. Standing in the shadows, Haldane seemed to possess a special ability, making it impossible for the patrolling guards, who were nearby, to detect him even from a few meters away. Following the secret markings provided by the Black Flame Church, he calmly entered a room in the annex. "Which room is Ryan in?" Haldane's voice suddenly echoed from within the room. "Sir, you're here." The frightened insider turned around, and suddenly saw a figure in black robes standing in the shadows behind the door. How the other person had gotten in was unknown. Ryan is in the third south-facing room on the second floor of the main villa. The insider had already received notice that someone would be looking for him, so he calmed down relatively quickly and replied. Hearing this answer, Haldane nodded. This information was enough for him. He planned to finish his work quickly and return home early. Just as he was about to leave, the insider quickly added, however, "Sir, I can't guarantee that he is definitely in the room. He could also be in the training room, where he has been going quite frequently lately. By the way, the indoor training room is the first south-facing room on the first floor of the main villa. Also, there's the latest news. Quite a few powerful masters have arrived today." The next second, the black-robed figure vanished into the shadows. The insider rubbed his eyes. He stared at the doorway in disbelief. The other person had indeed vanished into the shadows. He'd already left before he'd even finished his words? What if the other person failed their mission? Would they vent their anger on him? In reality, this was the innate ability Haldane gained from the essence of the Shadow Serpent bloodline, Shadow's skin. It allowed him to merge himself with the shadows, making him invisible to the naked eye. It could be considered a shadow-based invisibility technique, except that it required a shadowy area to achieve the effect. It wasn't some fancy sorcery like short-range teleportation. In Haldane's opinion, as long as he knew Ryan's exact location, the rest would be easy. As for some expert, it didn't matter at all. Using Shadow Serpents, he could launch a surprise attack with a single strike, leaving the others with no time to react. By the time they did, he calmly retreated. High Priest Gaan could also begin the Earth Serpent control ritual earlier. Having made up his mind, Haldane quickly made his way under cover of darkness to the garden in front of the main villa. As for determining whether Ryan was in the room, Haldane had his own method. Instantly, Haldane's eyes transformed into the vertical pupils of a snake's, their pupils a dark yellow. Now, everything in Haldane's field of vision had turned red and blue, with high temperatures appearing red and low temperatures appearing blue. This was also a skill mastered by senior members of the secret snake cult after incorporating the essence of snakes, infrared vision. For a moment, Haldane could see every movement of people within the vast three-story villa with remarkable clarity. Someone showering in the third room on the second floor. It must be Ryan, no doubt. But what's he doing with those arms waving around? Haldane nodded, then a look of confusion crossed his face. Haha, this guy's showering. Isn't that the perfect opportunity? I was worried that if he was resting in special inner armor or something, the shadow snake might not be able to bite him right away. Haldane couldn't help but laugh, his mood brightening. There seems to be a woman in the fourth room on the second floor, also showering. Wow! What a stunning figure! While observing Ryan, Haldane glanced at the adjacent room. Even through infrared vision, he could see her curvaceous figure, and his gaze lingered for a few seconds. Judging from the figure of the last room on the second floor, it also seems to be a woman. Wow, she's actually so horny. This immediately made Haldane's heart ignite. Although their secret snake cult worships the devouring serpent, its teachings have nothing to do with reproduction or offspring. Unfortunately, they routinely infuse the essence of various exotic snakes into their bodies to enhance their strength. This, however, also led to an especially intense desire for that aspect. After absorbing the essence of snakes, followers of the secret snake cult naturally became influenced by some of their natural characteristics, a result of their control through various secret techniques. Haldane struggled to calm himself, thinking, let's get the job done first. He walked through the shadows of the garden, stopping in the shadowy corner of the villa's main wall. The next second, two small black snakes crawled out from his wide cuffs. These two snakes naturally possessed abilities similar to the shadow skin technique. After immersing themselves in the shadows, they vanished in a flash. Haldane's infrared vision clearly showed the two small shadow snakes still swiftly crawling toward their target. Why was Haldane so confident in his assassination? That was the reason. His shadow snakes possess two special talents, stealth and deadly poison. Late at night, a sneak attack would offer perfect concealment. Additionally, his target was a veteran Grand Knight. No matter how many secrets the opponent had mastered, a Grand Knight, even one at the pinnacle, would be fatal due to the venom of the shadow snakes. No matter how quick or cautious the opponent's reactions were, even a small bite would result in severe poisoning. At most, he could deliver a final blow. Unless the opponent was a full-fledged wizard, that would be much more difficult. With their innate magical defenses and exceptionally high perception, they would easily detect the approaching shadow snakes. Of course, if the enemy was a full-fledged wizard, Haldane wouldn't resort to the shadow snake's sneak attack. Inside the room. After finishing his bath, Ryan wiped himself off and prepared to exit the tub. Suddenly, he sensed something. Suddenly, a tiny black shadow, like lightning, bit at his calf. Ryan immediately launched himself into the air with a powerful kick. A second later, hardened adamantium transformed into spikes and pierced his head, pinning him to the wall. Almost instantly, another black shadow darted from behind and bit Ryan's other calf. Dang! The next second, the shadow jerked back, its two fangs shattered, and it writhed in agony on the ground. Ryan looked at his calf, only two white marks. Venomous snake fangs aren't particularly strong, as they're hollow inside to inject venom. Against Ryan's intermediate-grade steel frame, it was like biting into a steel plate. Ryan launched a powerful kick, striking the second shadow snake in the head with a powerful blast of air. Snap! Though the shadow snake wasn't shattered, the kick instantly rendered it a dead snake. Two snakes? No. This kind of snake. Ryan immediately realized something was wrong. The next second, Cookie, the Greyhound Warhound, soundly asleep on the first floor, awoke, and Bloodfeather, the Hippogriff, quickly took to the sky from the outdoor training grounds. In the garden, Haldane's mind stabbed. Huh? How could his body be so tough? Is it some kind of gift? Also, how could his perception be so sharp? Fuck. The Black Flame Church is such a piece of crap. What a bunch of crap intelligence. Something that was supposed to be foolproof, yet it failed. But without hesitation, Haldane turned and left in anger. Ryan immediately activated Beast Eye, surveying the entire Earl's mansion from the perspective of a blood-feathered hippogriff. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed across the garden. Ryan's eyes narrowed. Without the time to don his knight's armor, he grabbed a piece of hardened adamantium and transformed it into a half-plate similar to ancient Greek armor, shielding his vitals. Then, he grabbed his skull hammer and, with a bang, leaped out the window, swiftly pursuing the shadow. The noise of the broken window clearly alarmed the others nearby. Haldane turned around and sneered. Still trying to catch up with me? Oh, that's not right. Haldane looked back and saw Ryan, who should have been showering, now wearing a half-body armor. He cursed under his breath, fuck. Who wears half-body armor in the shower? That's bizarre. The next second, his figure disappeared into the shadows. Ryan, rapidly approaching, suddenly lost sight of him, causing him to stop and observe carefully. However, although Ryan stopped, Cookie, the Greyhound War dog, did not stop. After sniffing the ground, his eyes lit up, and he immediately looked in a certain direction and continued his rapid charge. Woof! Bang! Cookie was kicked away, but Haldane's form was once again exposed. Fuck! Damn dog! Swoosh! Ryan, who had been watching closely, immediately seized the opportunity and launched a powerful dart made of hardened adamantium. Facing the incoming dart, Haldane naturally chose not to resist and dodged, but this slowed him down even further. This caused the distance between the two to rapidly close. Following another interruption from Cookie, the Spirit Warhound, Ryan quickly bit Haldane. Then, the two figures engaged in a fierce exchange near the mansion's gate. Haldane wielded two metal spikes, over 30 centimeters long. These cone-shaped weapons were particularly adept at penetrating armor. Despite Ryan's gifted intermediate steel body, he was unwilling to risk the consequences of being stabbed. As the opponent wielded the metal spikes, a serpent-like black aura swirled around him. This possessed both defensive capabilities and, from time to time, a sudden, powerful black aura would strike at Ryan, unleashing a near-instantaneous surge of powerful black air. This fighting style was the first time Ryan had encountered it. Chapter 275. Alex, holding the gilded book, charged at the front, facing his captains, Langer and Fry, who were wielding swords and shields. He immediately released two streams of pale green air. As the pale green air swirled around Langer's legs, it became clear that Langer, clad in heavy knight armor, felt significantly lighter, his movement speed increasing by at least 10% to 20%. The pale green air's effect on Fry was even stronger. Clad in leather armor, Fry moved with remarkable speed, quickly surpassing Captain Langer, who had been running ahead of him. The two men simultaneously charged towards the direction of Ryan's battle, with Alex lagging slightly behind. Several members of the Earthshaker Ripper Bear squad reacted just as quickly, and had already rushed out of the room. But just as they were about to charge forward, they were stopped by Alex. "Everyone, there's only one enemy. I believe this Count Ryan and our captain are more than enough. To prevent a feint, I suggest you immediately protect the important individuals here." The members of the Riptooth Bear squad exchanged a quick glance and nodded slightly. It was undeniable that the swordsmen from Nam Province had a point. If Viscount Ryan and their powerful captain couldn't defeat the enemy, their presence would simply be a filler, meaningless. Furthermore, if the enemy truly was a feint, then rushing out in pursuit would be foolish. After all, their primary mission was to protect Count Hapsburg's residence, a point made clear at the afternoon meeting. At this thought, several people stopped in their tracks. However, at this moment, Alexandra, hastily donning half-armor, her hair still wet, ran out, hammer and shield in hand. She had just heard Alex's words, and now, glancing at her companions, said, "You stay here, I go take a look." With that, she strode forward with long legs, sprinting towards the direction where Ryan was fighting. This caused the members of the Rift-2 squad to exchange glances, some wanting to say, "Alexandra, aren't you from the Rift-2 squad? Our mission is to protect the mansion." But the words were on the tip of their tongues, and Alexandra was already almost out of sight. At this moment, the battle between Ryan and Haldane had already flown from the gate of Count Hapsburg's mansion into the street. The ground along the way was a mess, littered with potholes of all sizes. The beautiful iron hollow gate at the entrance to the mansion had twisted and fallen to one side, like a twisted dough stick. The guards were powerless. First, they couldn't catch up, and second, even if they did, they wouldn't be able to offer much help. Without a Grand Knight, it would be difficult for them to intervene in a battle of this magnitude. Haldane's black robe had long since ripped, revealing large expanses of skin resembling snake scales. This was a secret technique of the secret snake cult that enhanced close combat, but even so, he was still somewhat vulnerable to Ryan's attacks. Although the intelligence provided by the Black Flame Church was a load of crap, there was one thing they were not wrong about. Ryan was highly skilled in close combat. Haldane was fighting, while rapidly retreating. But he found the enemy's dog truly abominable. Every time he used the shadows of the street to disappear into the shadows, the dog would sniff him out, which infuriated him greatly. At this moment, the battle between him and Ryan was at a stalemate, but the enemy's reinforcements were rapidly rushing towards him. It was likely that the enemy would join the fray in less than 10 seconds. The situation was dire at this point. "But this Ryan? Do you think you can defeat me?" Seeing that the others were at least several hundred meters behind him, Haldane gritted his teeth and decided to use his ultimate move to give it a try. Maybe he could turn the tables. Even if not, he could use the gap between his ultimate moves to retreat calmly. Otherwise, the current situation would be extremely unfavorable for him. "Great devouring serpent, please listen to your servant," Haldane said solemnly while sprinting. The next second, Haldane was enveloped by a vast black mist, which then filled the air. This caused Ryan to stop immediately, avoiding a sudden plunge into the mist. In an instant, a massive black snake, its head larger than a millstone, burst forth from the black fog. Standing upright, it stood at least 2 or 3 stories tall, its body at least 1.5 meters in diameter. A pair of enormous, tawny pupils glared at Ryan, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. Fortunately, as a full-fledged wizard, Ryan's mental power had already surpassed 50 points. Although he was momentarily startled by the sudden pressure, he quickly regained his composure. At that very moment, the snake opened its massive, bloody maw and pounced down upon Ryan from above. From the looks of it, it could swallow even a sturdy warhorse in one gulp. Faced with the massive black snake's ferocious attack, Ryan, unsure whether it was an illusion, an energy form, or a real entity, cautiously transformed his two-handed warhammer into a tower shield, holding it before him. Suddenly, a massive, upright black snake appeared in midair. Langer, rapidly pursuing from behind, paled with fear. He exclaimed, "This is the snake cult serpent transformation magic. A secret technique usually mastered only by the chief priest. Oh no! It's the shadow serpent. The other party is Haldane." Based on the massive black snake's appearance, Langer, with his extensive combat experience against the snake cult, immediately understood the other party's origins. He hadn't expected the snake cult to launch a surprise attack the same night his team arrived in Meister. For a moment, Langer thought of something else. While Ryan was formidable, he had never fought against the snake cult before, and he was likely to suffer a heavy loss against this move. The other party's transformation magic was extremely powerful, and it wasn't just a physical attack. It was also mixed with intense pressure and the invasion of shadow energy. Without experience, it would be extremely difficult to resist. Fry, standing nearby, gazed at the enormous black snake with horror. If it were him, he would surely be unable to block this attack. Even for Lord Ryan, without mastering the secrets of defense, it would be nearly impossible to withstand this physical and energy-blending attack. One can only hope he doesn't get hurt too badly. Iron wall. Ryan roared, his muscles bulging. Bang! The massive snake's head collided violently with Ryan's tower shield. Ryan felt an immense force collide with his shield, and the veins in his arms bulged, trembling like tiny snakes. His entire lower body instantly sank half a meter into the ground, nearly reaching his knees. Is this a physical attack? Ryan's eyes flickered. But immediately, he felt something strange coming from his side. No! Several serpent-like black auras surrounded him, bypassing the shield's frontal defense and attacking from both sides. Transform. The shield in Ryan's hand immediately began to expand and encircle, quickly transforming into a circular shield, blocking all attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, the black aura dissipated, and the opponent's giant black snake retreated once again into the vast black fog. Then, the black fog condensed rapidly, revealing Haldane in human form. Haldane stared at the shield in Ryan's hand with a look of astonishment. Just now, he had clearly seen the weapon, originally a two-handed warhammer, transform into a tower shield in an instant. And now, the circular shield in Ryan's hand transformed once again into a kite-shaped shield. The answer was self-evident. You're a wizard. At that moment, Haldane no longer had any desire to fight. It was only then that Haldane realized that the man he was trying to assassinate, Ryan, was not only a great knight who had mastered the secrets of the art, but also a wizard. In an instant, Haldane understood a lot. No wonder his shadow snake had been discovered so early. Why was the opponent so unaffected by the pressure of his ultimate weapon? This was drastically different from the information provided by the Black Flame Church. The Black Flame Church, how dare you trick me? Haldane cursed inwardly as he retreated. Not far away, the pursuing Blade squad members, Langer and Fry, had just witnessed the shield transforming in Ryan's hand from afar. They unconsciously slowed their pace and exchanged glances in bewilderment. Both men saw surprise in each other's eyes. Isn't he a senior Grand Knight? A wizard, and a rare metal wizard at that. Langer recalled the scene in the conference room where Ryan had smashed the knight dummy into shattered steel with a single hammer blow, and was momentarily stunned. Alex and Alexandra, following closely behind the two men, hadn't seen this, but simply found it odd that the two men ahead had suddenly slowed down. Could it be that Sir Ryan had met with an unfortunate accident? Alexandra thought about it, but it seemed impossible. Sir Ryan was someone who could escape the might of a title knight. At the very least, he should have no problem protecting himself. Alexandra immediately increased her speed. At this moment, Haldane had already scurried into the vast green woodlands of the noble quarter. He tore off the remnants of his black robe and tossed it aside. The next second, he vanished, the mottled shadows of the trees in the moonlight providing his perfect cover. This is why the Snake Cult's Archbishop, Gaan, was so certain that even if Haldane couldn't complete his mission, he would be able to escape unscathed. Amidst the hazy shadows, even the Greyhound war dog, Cookie, was unable to locate Haldane's path due to the odor of the tattered black robe fragments. At this moment, Haldane finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, a look of horror crossed his face. Ryan, undeterred, rushed into the woods right after him. The weapon in his hand instantly transformed into a strange greatsword. The broad blade was densely covered with tiny objects, and his entire body spun at high speed, like a top. In an instant, an incredibly violent whirlwind swept all around. Most importantly, a dense swarm of four-cornered darts, accompanied by sharp crackling sounds, simultaneously struck in all directions. Haldane's innate ability, Shadow Skin, derived from the Shadow Serpent, is a sorcery that allows near invisibility in shadowy areas, rather than vanishing from the current plane or simply teleporting away. So, faced with a dense, almost airtight, high-speed swarm of four-cornered darts, Haldane could only unleash multiple streams of that black, python-like airflow around himself for protection. While this move could block the incoming four-cornered darts, the consequences were also obvious. His position was suddenly exposed. Even in the shadows, the python-like black airflow was highly conspicuous. Just as Haldane blocked the four-cornered darts, his eyes widened in the next second. Suddenly, a powerful figure burst forth from the thick cloud of dust. The two-handed warhammer in Ryan's hand had transformed into a shield with sharp horns. Like a raging bull, he charged straight at him. Puff! The attack was too sudden. Using the force of the sharp horns, Ryan instantly pierced the black airflow. Haldane was unable to dodge, and was sent flying over 10 meters. Though he twisted his waist at the critical moment to avoid the hard attack, the sharp horns still punctured a fist-sized bloody hole in his chest, instantly slowing him down. Just as Haldane was about to contract his muscles to control the bleeding, Ryan had already closed in. At this moment, the ramming shield in his hand had transformed into a two-handed greatsword, slashing down at Haldane. Haldane, startled, quickly retreated, his right hand unconsciously shielding his forehead. But the next second, he felt his body suddenly lighten. His sturdy right arm, covered in snake scales, was slashed off by Ryan's suddenly lengthened sword. Blood spurted from the perfectly smooth cut. Haldane's loss of his right arm immediately threw him off balance, and his entire body slowed down even further. Swish! Ryan leaped past him in a single stride, and swung his sword twice more. A flash of brilliant black light flashed by. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Plop! Haldane fell to the ground, his hands and right leg severed by Ryan. The excruciating pain made him twitch uncontrollably, but he didn't know if it was the defeat or the injury that had caused his mental balance to shatter. At this moment, Haldane laughed heartily, hissing a little manically, "Hey, you think you've won? You're dead. My sister will avenge me." Unnoticed by anyone, a tiny shadow snake slipped from his trouser leg and swiftly disappeared into the shadows nearby. Stubborn! Ryan punched the man in the forehead, knocking Haldane unconscious. When Langer, Fry, Alexandra, and the others arrived, they all gasped. Hiss! Ryan, clutching Haldane's head with one hand, emerged from the shadowy woods as if dragging a dead snake. The cool moonlight shone on Ryan's sweat-covered bronze skin, reflecting a chilling chill. Everyone paused for a moment before stepping forward to offer a round of greetings and concern. Alexandra warmly supported Ryan's side, occasionally rubbing her large chest against his sturdy arm. A small, fair hand caressed Ryan's muscular frame with concern, repeatedly asking, "Sir Ryan, are you okay? Let me take a look." Alexandra had just showered, her hair still damp, and she exuded a mature, feminine scent that made Ryan's stomach warm. Furthermore, her hands seemed to be moving lower and lower. Ryan blushed slightly at Alexandra's enthusiasm, and immediately grabbed the hand that was still sliding downward, saying, "Hey, Alexandra, don't worry, I'm fine." "That's good." Alexandra smiled sweetly. "Sir Ryan, this guy is Haldane, the High Priest of the secret snake cult, whom I mentioned during today's meeting. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly, and to attack you," Langer introduced. "So he's the High Priest of the secret snake cult?" Ryan nodded. No wonder. The methods they employed were incredibly cryptic, blending combat techniques, sorcery, and pet snakes. This was Ryan's first encounter, and he nearly suffered a heavy loss. Fortunately, Sir Ryan is formidable. Otherwise, even a peak Grand Knight would have been killed or wounded by this guy's sneak attack. "Viscount Ryan, Captain, let's go back first," Alex said with a smile. Yes. Yes. There are too many people here, and they're all talking too much." "Let's go," Langer said with a smile. Ryan glanced curiously at Alex, whose legs were swirling with pale green air currents. He thought to himself, I didn't expect him to be a rare third-level wind wizard apprentice. Count Hapsburg's mansion. When the insider saw Ryan carrying Haldane like a dead snake, along with Langer, Fry, and the others, through the dilapidated gate into the mansion, he trembled slightly. "I told you, a group of experts are coming. You left without even listening. You deserve this." Immediately, taking advantage of the slight chaos in the mansion, the insider described the situation, focusing on the fact that this lord was so arrogant that he didn't listen to his intelligence. He wrote a few words in bold and eloquently, then quickly passed the message on. Meanwhile, deep in the Alim mine, Raxel was chatting with the snake cult's Archbishop Gaan, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Thanks to Haldane's efficient actions, Laxel had a favorable impression of the secret snake cult, and naturally, his words became more polite. He smiled and said to Gaan, "Sir Gaan, if you're short of any materials for the ritual, we can prepare them for you." "Thank you, that's not necessary. I've already brought all the materials. By the way, Sir Laxel, what's the second thing your cult needs our help with?" That requires the use of earth snakes. We want to open up a place in." Time ticked by, and the two of them had already refilled their bottles of Jotun black tea several times. Logically, after several hours, even if Haldane was slow, he should have received the news half an hour ago. After all, the Alim mine wasn't far from the county town. This caused Archbishop Gaan of the secret snake cult to frown slightly, wondering, is this Ryan really that difficult to deal with? But at most, he can make Haldane return empty-handed, and there's no way he can keep him alive. And Laxell's expression began to darken. It was the same question again. If something happened to Lord Haldane of the secret snake cult, as it happened on their own territory, it would naturally be criticized by the secret snake cult. At this moment, a black flame monk entered and respectfully reported, Lord Bloodburner, the latest news from the county capital. After speaking, the black flame monk presented a small bamboo tube for communication. He immediately opened the note from his accomplice, and Laxell's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, with a rather displeased expression, he handed it to Canon, the high priest of the secret snake cult, standing nearby. He said, Sir Canon, please take a look at this. This is the latest news from our accomplice in the Earl's mansion. Canon took it, glanced at it, and his expression changed. What? Haldane was captured alive. Besides, I find the scenario described above unlikely. Haldane isn't that kind of person. Sir Canon, the problem now is that because of the arrogance of your cult's Lord Haldane, not only was he captured alive, but he also alerted the enemy. This will obviously increase their vigilance. This puts us in a very vulnerable position. Canon remained silent. He was surprised that Haldane hadn't returned. But regardless, the Black Flame cult was right about one thing. The mission was definitely not completed. However, at this moment, Gaenon's eyebrows suddenly raised, and he glanced towards the corner of the room. From the shadows of the room, a slender black snake suddenly appeared and slithered towards Gaan. Haldane Shadow's snake. Gaenon's face lit up with joy, and he immediately scooped up the small black snake. He stared into the shadow snake's eyes for a moment. With a hissing breath, Gaenon's face darkened. He turned to look at Raxel beside him, and said, Hey, now I understand why Haldane failed. The intelligence you gave me is completely wrong. This young man named Ryan is actually a rare metal wizard, not just the great knight you're talking about. What? Raxel froze in his tracks, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. How is that possible? I don't know if it's possible, but Haldane personally fought him, and it's undeniable. Gaan glanced at Raxel sinisterly and continued, Also, the responsibility for this failure lies with your church. And because of your church's erroneous intelligence, one of our secret snake cult's high priests was captured alive. What do you think we should do? Well, this time, it was Raxel's turn to pause. If what they said was true, then the responsibility for this incident undoubtedly lay with their own church's intelligence. As for the other party's arrogance, it was merely a minor issue. Furthermore, the other party was communicating through the shadow Serpent, so its accuracy was likely even higher than that of their own church's internal agents, so it was likely true. After a while, Raxel said to Gaan, Master Gaan, how about this? We will hand over the Serpent to you immediately, and you can perform the ceremony immediately. Also, the second request is waived. But as for Ryan, who captured Master Haldane of your church alive, he can now be said to be a common enemy of our two churches. So, I hope we can work together to eliminate this threatening Ryan. Hearing Raxel's words, Gaenon's expression immediately softened. His primary mission in Meister this time was to deal with the ancient creature, the Serpent. Since the other party admitted that the problem lay on their side, and agreed to let him perform the ruling ceremony now, there was no point in pursuing some matters further. After a moment's thought, Gaan nodded and said, Lord Laxell, you're right. This Ryan was severely injured and captured Haldane alive. Therefore, he must pay the price. How about this? I perform the ritual now. Perhaps then, we can harness the power of the earth snakes and destroy them all. Chapter 276. When Ryan carried Haldane and several others back to the Earl's mansion, another person, like the guards, waited anxiously. Seeing Ryan's safe return, the head maid, Shadia, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing the curvaceous figure of the great knight Alexandra clinging to Ryan's side, Shadia couldn't help but look down at herself, realizing she was at least 2 sizes off. She muttered in frustration, slutty. But then, as if a thought occurred to her, she fell silent. Her fair face quickly flushed, and she glanced around nervously. Soon, she hurried back to her room and began washing a small piece of cotton and linen fabric with ties on the sides. A closer look revealed it was lace. This sultry style formed a sharp contrast with Shadia's conservative black maid outfit. No wonder Shadia fled in panic after Alexandra's words that day, They were so pointed. The Earl's guards, though they only caught a fleeting glimpse of the chase between Ryan and the enemy, the intensity of the battle could be easily judged from the pits in the ground and the twisted iron gate, which resembled a twisted rope. Now, seeing their Lord Ryan return victorious, they couldn't help but cheer. Ryan waved his hand, smiled, and greeted everyone. Then, carrying Haldane, he walked into the main building of the villa. At this moment, the Blade squad leader, Langer, who had been holding back for a long time, spoke. "Sir Ryan, I didn't expect you to be a wizard." At Langer's words, Alex and Alexandra were stunned. Both men looked at Langer blankly, as if asking, "Wait? What was that question just now?" Ryan, however, was quite calm about Langer's question. He had long anticipated this situation. As he continued to participate in battles, he naturally couldn't keep his little secrets secret forever. Small secrets were bound to be revealed. It was only a matter of time. Of course, big secrets had to remain secret. So, without further hesitation, Ryan nodded, confirming Langer's suspicions, and said with a smile, "Yes, Captain Langer, I am indeed a wizard, but because I have so few metal-based sorceries, I currently prefer to resolve battles using the methods of a knight." As expected? Langer nodded, a look of sudden realization on his face. "Ryan? A wizard?" Alexandra shuddered upon hearing this news. Her hands, which had been supporting Ryan, now hugged him tightly. She practically lay beside him, gazing at him with admiration. Alex's scalp felt as if it were electrifying upon hearing this answer. He stared at Ryan in disbelief. He was a third-level wizard apprentice, about to take the atomized potion and become a full-fledged wizard, yet he hadn't realized that Ryan, standing right next to him, was a full-fledged wizard. And how old was he? Not only was he a great knight who had mastered the secrets, but he was also a wizard. After carefully examining Ryan, Alex realized that he was indeed a wizard. The powerful mental shielding of a full-fledged wizard was the best proof of this. "Viscount Ryan, are you a wizard specializing in the metal element?" Alex, having calmed down from his shock, spoke, his tone even more respectful than when addressing his own captain, Langer. "Yes, Sir Alex, when you have time, we can exchange ideas on sorcery," Ryan said with a smile. "Of course, it's not really an exchange, but rather a request for your advice. There are indeed very few extant sorceries in the metal element. No wonder you mostly fight with the methods of a knight." At this moment, Alina also emerged from the room, bleary-eyed, just in time to overhear what Alex had said. The capable young woman immediately rubbed her face, her eyes wide, and her ears perked up. "Huh? Oh my god! Ryan is actually a wizard? And a rare metal wizard?" Instantly, a series of questions flooded her mind. When did Ryan become a wizard? Before or after joining the Swordbearers? Which school did he join before? And so on. But one thing was certain, Ryan had no intention of concealing his thoughts, otherwise, they wouldn't have been exposed. But these questions were quite private, so Alina paused, intending to ask Ryan in detail when there were fewer people around. At this moment, Alex glanced at the Haldane in Ryan's hand and continued, "Viscount Ryan, I can set up a formation to isolate Haldane from the surrounding mystical forces. This way, not only will he be unable to cast spells, but even if he prays, he won't be able to contact any evil gods or heretics." Ryan had just been considering whether to torture him. However, judging from what had just happened, Haldane, as the head priest of the secret snake cult, was clearly a die-hard member of the sect. Therefore, Ryan wasn't optimistic about extracting any useful information from him. Instead of doing that, to prevent him from escaping or unleashing his secrets, which could lead to unforeseen consequences, he considered simply killing him. However, since Alex was able to control him, he could be detained first. Yes, Alex is quite adept at this. He's also adept at punishing cultists, added Langer, the leader of the Blade squad. Ryan glanced at the handsome Alex with some surprise, thinking to himself that this seemingly quiet young man was actually a master of torture. "That's great. Thank you for your hard work, Alex." Ryan nodded to Alex. "You're too polite, Viscount Ryan. I'm only doing my bit." "By comparison, you're the one who's working the hardest," Alex said, bowing to Ryan. Clearly, the fierce battle between Ryan and Haldane had completely overwhelmed the 3 members of the Blade squad from Nome province. While Count Hapsburg's mansion didn't have a large detention facility, it did have 3 dedicated holding cells. 2 of them were located in the basement, near the main building. So, after Haldane was handed over to the Blade squad, Ryan and Alexandra were the only ones left in the hallway. "Sir Ryan, would you like to stay in my room? Or should I go to yours?" Alexandra looked at Ryan with a flickering gaze that seemed to pull out a thread. However, As if feeling that this was a bit too straightforward, she added delicately, I'd like to ask you for advice on hammermanship. Your hammermanship is incredibly powerful. Could you please teach me? I also practice hammermanship, you see? Alexandra patted the one-handed hammer at her waist as she spoke. Well, it would be a lie to say that Ryan wasn't tempted by such a gracious invitation from such a stunningly beautiful female knight. After all, it's perfectly normal for him to offer guidance to a colleague. It's just that this place doesn't seem quite right. Ryan thought about what would happen if Clare, having successfully ascended to Grand Knight, suddenly knocked on his door while he and Alexandra were deep in conversation. He felt like he'd been caught cheating. At that moment, Alina stepped forward and said, Sir Ryan, would you mind chatting? This is the first time I've heard you're a wizard. Perhaps I could master metal magic. Here, Alina paused, glanced at Alexandra, and smoothed her hair by her ear. Metal magic? Ryan's eyes narrowed. Ryan naturally understood the capable young woman's intentions. This likely involved a secret within the sword-bearer community. Turning apologetically, he said to Alexandra, I'm sorry, Alexandra. It seems we only discuss hammer magic next time. Okay, Master Ryan, let's talk about it tomorrow. Alexandra looked regretful, but she had also heard Alina's words, and knew that metal magic must hold considerable significance for Master Ryan. Sir Ryan, would you like to sit in my room? Alina said, turning to Ryan after watching Alexandra leave. But the next second, she seemed to realize something, her face flushing. A proper sit. This made Ryan look at the capable young woman with a strange expression. He said, Sir Alina, I'm fine with anything. Sir Ryan, may I ask, when did you become a formal wizard? And what school do you belong to? Alina thought for a moment before saying, I don't see any relevant information in your profile. According to the sword-bearer's rules, this is actually required information to be reported upon joining the sword-bearer. Huh? Reporting upon joining? And the point is, no one asked me. Ryan asked in confusion. He thought back. Since he took the sword-bearer exam, although he hadn't proactively reported that he was a wizard apprentice, the main reason was that no one had ever asked him. In other words, he couldn't take the blame for deliberately concealing it. Didn't anyone ask you? Didn't you use any witchcraft during the test? Alina asked, puzzled. No. I just used my ultimate skill, swung my hammer and I passed. By the way, I didn't have to take the retest, Ryan explained. Alina was stunned by Ryan's earnest explanation. Then she remembered the origin of Ryan's nickname, Meister Battering Ram. Yes. He passed both the test and the retest with just one blow. No one even thought to ask Ryan. The person in charge of the test was truly negligent. But if you put yourself in his shoes, would you, even if you were the one in charge of the assessment, ask if a Grand Knight capable of performing intermediate or advanced mysteries was a wizard or a wizard's apprentice? Alina thought about it, and decided not to. Well, besides, I became a full-fledged wizard after joining the sword-bearers. As for the school of thought behind me? Sir Alina, I don't have any school of thought behind me, Ryan answered truthfully. Since he hadn't hidden anything from Langer and the others, there was no need to hide it from Alina either. What? The capable young woman's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open as she stared at Ryan in astonishment. How is that possible? No. No. I mean, how did you choose your gifted magic, and how did you obtain the atomizer? Didn't anyone guide you along the way? I exchanged my merits for the atomizer. As for my gifted magic, please forgive me for keeping it secret for now. I just happened to come across a book on basic meditation techniques, which led me to the path of a wizard. As for guidance, no one has ever taught me anything about magic, Ryan shrugged. Alina, stunned for a long moment after hearing what Ryan said, looked as if she had seen a ghost. She sighed, Sir Ryan, if you had known you had such exceptional wizarding talent, you should have informed the sword-bearer branch earlier. That way, you would have had someone to mentor you when you were promoted to a full wizard. Also, if you succeed, you would have received gold-level sword-bearer status. Isn't that what I am now? Ryan didn't seem particularly concerned. Ryan's words left Alina at a loss for words. It seems to be the case, and it's likely that before long, this person will advance even further and receive diamond-level status. By the way, Lady Alina, what about the metal magic you just mentioned? Oh, that's right. While the sword-bearers have agreements with most wizard schools within the Empire, and the schools will provide a significant amount of magic to the sword-bearers, this obviously isn't all they offer. Ryan nodded. He understood. No wizard school could possibly hand over its entire fortune to the Empire. There would inevitably be some reservations. This is also the basis for cooperation. To do otherwise wouldn't be cooperation, it would be annexation by the Empire. If you wish to learn more about metal magic, my suggestion is that you join the Bishio Constructor School. This school specializes in earth and metal magic, and most importantly, it has a strong relationship with the sword bearers. Basically, with a letter of introduction from the sword bearers, you'll be granted the opportunity to join. Of course, joining doesn't change your status. It simply adds another school identity. Ryan nodded. He understood Alina's meaning. Simply put, it's dual training, like being accepted into the Air Force before the college entrance exam in a previous life, but then getting into Tsinghua University. It means dual enrollment and dual training. Deep within the Alim mine. Clean this area up, expand this area a bit. Raxel was directing his men to clear a flat area within the mine. Gaan, the high priest of the secret snake cult, was pulling out rare ritual materials from a bag: crystal spider venom sacs, petrified lizard eyes, the shrunken brain of a mist gorilla, and so on. Each item was taken from a powerful, ferocious beast, and each was extremely rare. The demon eye, placed in the center of the sorcery formation, in particular, was said to be from a genuine demon's eyeball. Even within the ancient secret snake cult, only a handful of such eyes remain intact. Watching this, Raxel marveled at the secret snake cult's profound heritage and, at the same time, grew even more wary of it. However, recalling his discussion with Freeman that day, a smile crept across his lips. So what if their heritage was profound? This time, they had still taken full advantage. In reality, this massive earth snake held little value to their own church. It was even a nuisance. After all, their target was the area behind the earth snake, their true target. They had learned from a secret source that the secret snake cult possessed related secret techniques, and was searching for unusual snakes, including earth snakes, in various locations. Therefore, they secretly leaked the news to the secret snake cult. In other words, it wasn't the secret snake cult that needed them, but rather the Black Flame cult. However, this information asymmetry made the secret snake cult willing to pay a price for the opportunity to rule the Earth Serpents. In fact, the Black Flame cult was even more anxious than the secret snake cult. Great Devouring Serpent, your humble servant requests. As the prayer of the secret snake cult's high priest, Gaan, grew louder and louder, the entire sorcery formation emanated a powerful energy wave. The next second, an extremely dense black mist appeared in the center of the sorcery formation, over 5 meters in diameter. The black mist swirled up and down, like boiling water. In an instant, a strange, vertical pupil, over 2 meters tall, suddenly emerged from the swirling black mist. Its cold, merciless gaze first glanced at Gaan, who was casting the spell, but then quickly passed by. Then, the huge black pupil focused its attention on the massive earth snake sealed in the amber. A flicker of light flashed across the cold pupil. Whoosh! The strange pupil vanished. And the vast black mist, ignoring the amber barrier, rushed straight into the massive earth snake. It lasted a full 4 or 5 seconds before the black mist within the sorceress formation had completely flowed in. Instantly, the entire scene fell eerily silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The earth shook. The Black Flame cultists not far away were filled with panic, and Raxel was also horrified. Facing this behemoth, a beast that, at its very essence, was poised to crush humanity, it would be a lie to say he wasn't terrified. As an ancient creature, a 100-meter-long earth snake is a true behemoth. It's completely different from those ferocious beasts that exceed 10 meters in length. Although those are collectively referred to as behemoths, that's not actually accurate, it's the current term. According to the classification system in ancient texts, combat effectiveness isn't assessed by size. Rather, they're categorized into ferocious, transcendent, legendary, and epic types. Earth snakes are truly legendary behemoths. At the same time, Ryan, who had just returned to his room, was stunned. He had just felt the ground shaking. Although it didn't last long, the vibrations weren't the irregular ones of an earthquake. The fluctuations seemed quite steady. This gave him a bad feeling. Shaking his head, Ryan decided to put all this aside for now. He recalled the recent battle. Haldane's transformation into a giant black snake had left a deep impression on Ryan. If his mental fortitude hadn't been strong enough at the time, the sheer pressure of the giant black snake's appearance would have briefly overwhelmed him, potentially changing the outcome of the entire battle. Furthermore, the energy attack from the black mist python, which could circling the opponent's sides and back, was also very difficult to deal with. It was arguably quite difficult to defend against even for a peak-level Great Knight. The secret snake cult? Something, Ryan thought to himself. This filled Ryan with a sense of crisis. After all, the Sword-Bearers branch in Nam province had provided accurate information. 2 members of the secret snake cult had arrived in Meister. Haldane was merely the chief priest, while the other, named Gaan, was the high priest. In terms of strength, they might even be significantly stronger. Furthermore, if we consider the Black Flame cult, which could attack at any moment, even with the Blade Squad and the Rift-Tooth Bear Squad, the situation isn't exactly promising. Of course, another factor is that the enemy is in the dark, while we're in the light, so defense is always relatively passive. But considering the timeline, Clare should be able to successfully attack the Grand Knight tomorrow, right? Active attack? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. But he quickly realized that the enemy was very powerful, so whether passively defending or actively attacking, he seemed to be facing a tough battle. It seems I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Remembering he hadn't checked the post-battle system notifications, Ryan called up the system. You fought a battle, wizard, legend, experience points increased by 1591. You fought a battle, weapon master, legend, experience points increased by 577. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and gained 1 gold skill point. Congratulations, your wizard, legend, class level has increased. The wizard, legend, class level has increased by 1, reaching level 6, 31/3000. This grants Ryan another attribute point and 1 skill point, bringing his remaining attribute points to 9, skill points to 1, and gold skill point to 1. Although he still had 9 attribute points, Ryan was using them to restore his health, so he couldn't use them now. And with only 1 skill point and 1 gold skill point, it didn't seem like they would bring much improvement in the short term. It seems I have to move up my class change a bit, Ryan muttered after a moment's thought. Originally, he'd planned to upgrade the wizard, legendary, class to level 7 or 8, and then switch to Warhammer Wizard when the upgrades became too slow. But now, with so many powerful enemies around, it seemed safer to switch classes as soon as possible to maximize his combat power. Besides, the difference between level 6 and level 7 was only 1 attribute point and 1 skill point, a small gap. But changing classes was different. It could potentially bring about some kind of qualitative change. So, having made up his mind, Ryan picked up the skull hammer again. The system notification rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the rare item skull hammer, triggering a special class change. Warhammer Wizard, legendary. The prerequisites for the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, class change are 1. Be a full-fledged wizard of any class. 2. Have any hammer-type extraordinary artifact. 3. Have any Warhammer-type extraordinary combat skill at level 12 or higher. 4. Have your physical strength break the limit by 30% or more at level 2. The current conditions are met. Do you want to change to the Warhammer Wizard, legendary class? Note, after changing to the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, class, the Wizard, legendary, class panel will be overwritten. Without hesitation, Ryan silently said yes. Starting the class change. Ding! Class change to Warhammer Wizard, legendary successful. Strength plus 3, Spirit plus 3. Gain the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, core skill, Soul Smashing Hammer, active, on the system panel. The original Wizard, legendary, panel had disappeared, replaced by the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, class panel. The entire panel glowed with an extremely strong blue light, more dazzling and intense than the blue of the previous Wizard, legendary, class panel and the current Weapon Master, legendary, class panel. This seemed to indicate that even among legendary classes, the Warhammer Wizard, legend, was at the top of the heap. Huh? Core skill? Ryan noticed the change immediately. Both strength and spirit increased by 3, not much, but understandable. After all, it was a legendary class switching to a legendary class, so the advancement wasn't huge. However, he hadn't expected that, given the same legendary class panel, the wizard's transformation into a Warhammer Wizard would actually add a core skill. This made Ryan curious and began to examine it. Chapter 277. Core skill. Soul Crushing Hammer, active. Soul Crushing Hammer, active. Effect. Enemies killed by your hammer will have a portion of their soul energy absorbed by the hammer. This soul energy grants you a special buff. The buff lasts for 1 minute and can be stacked up to 10 times. Also, when 10 souls have been absorbed, you can control and release them all at once, creating a soul-crushing blast. Note, soul-crushing blast deals true damage and cannot be blocked by physical or elemental energy. Note, the stronger the enemy's soul, the greater the buff. Enemies below 9th level cannot extract soul energy. Hammer wizards do not kill unknown individuals. Although it's just a core skill, the textual description is quite lengthy. After reading the above content over and over again, Ryan fell into deep thought. First, the keyword stackable. Does this mean that if I kill 10 enemies in a row, it stacks 10 times? Any buff, even something like increasing strength by 1, if it stacks 10 times, that's a 10 strength increase. That's a powerful effect, a powerful weapon for group fights. Second, the keyword true damage. This is the first time I've seen that term. Could it be that all my damage before was just fake damage? However, Ryan quickly noticed the note that said it couldn't be blocked by physical or elemental energy. It seems that soul-shattering blast's effect is somewhat similar to some kind of sorcery that directly attacks the soul? That's probably it. Ryan nodded secretly. Also, soul energy can't be extracted from those below the 9th level? Could it be because they're not transcendent, and their souls aren't strong enough? Ryan had originally thought if killing 10 fire ants would count. Now, it seemed clearly not. Unless these fire ants were transcendent, equivalent to the 9th level. However, to see if it's really as I thought, I'd better test it myself. Ryan crossed one arm over his chest, stroking his chin with the other, a thoughtful look on his face. At that moment, Ryan desperately hoped the enemy would sneak up on him again. An instant, a thought struck Ryan, his eyes brightening, but the next second, he shook his head slightly. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. At this hour, that guy is probably still being interrogated. Meanwhile, deep within the Alim mine. At this moment, the enormous legendary species, the Serpent, had awakened. Compared to its 100-meter-long serpentine body, its eyes were not particularly large, barely the size of an adult's head. However, its vertical pupils were framed by a unique triple-layered eyelid structure. Normal, they would have 2 layers, upper and lower, but the Serpent, seemingly to block the shattered dirt and dust from drilling, had an additional eyelid that slid horizontally from left to right. Furthermore, a closer look at its pupils revealed a lingering black aura, identical to the black mist that had previously emerged from the sorceress array cast by the secret snake cult's high priest, Gaan. Seeing the success, Gaanon's face, which had remained sullen since Haldane's capture, finally thawed, and he beamed, clearly in high spirits. After a moment's thought, he took the initiative and addressed Raxel. Sir Raxel, I have successfully subdued the Serpents. I thank the Black Flame Church for their cooperation. This has shown me their sincerity. Regarding your earlier statement about eliminating that Ryan, I think we could expand the scope a bit. I heard your church's goal this time is to overthrow the Dragon Empire's rule in Meister. Therefore, I believe the most effective approach is to eliminate all of the Empire's top forces, including this Ryan. My idea is that your church can gather its elite forces, and I will control the Serpents to dig a tunnel from here directly beneath Count Hapsburg's residence. Then, in the dead of night, launch a surprise attack. With a surprise attack, and the power of the ancient legendary Serpents, I believe we can easily eliminate the Empire's top forces in Meister. Sir Raxel, what do you think of my plan? Gaan said with a smile. Gaanon's words naturally delighted Raxel. Originally, he was still considering how to communicate with the high priest of the secret snake cult. After all, the Serpent was already in his possession, and if he were to flee, he wouldn't have much of a solution. That possibility wasn't out of the question. But now, the plan proposed by the other party clearly exceeded his expectations, and was also very feasible. In this case, he only needed to gather the elite of the church and join forces with the high priest canon of the secret snake cult, the legendary Serpent. It would be highly possible to wipe out the Empire's top forces, including Archon Hapsburg of Meister, Ryan, and others. Besides, once the snakes begin digging, Lord Freeman will be able to proceed with his task with ease. Sir Gaan, I completely agree with your plan. Raxel bowed slightly in gratitude. Then I trouble you to control the snakes and start digging. Well, don't worry. Based on the snakes' digging speed, they reach the designated location in about a day and a half at the latest. Let me calculate, it's probably around the latter half of tomorrow night, which is the perfect time to attack. Gaan smiled and nodded. Now that the snakes have been successfully controlled, if Haldane can be rescued, then of course he must. That way, this trip will be a complete success, Gaan thought. Indeed, the early morning hours are when a person is most tired, and it's also the best time to launch an attack, Raxel said. In addition, I will immediately summon the elite troops within Meister County and contact spies in the county capital and accomplices within Count Hapsburg's residence to thoroughly investigate the strength of the opposing forces. Excellent. Lord Laxel is cautious, and I fully appreciate that. Then I will set the Serpent in motion. Cannon muttered something under his breath, then waved his snake-headed staff. The massive Serpent's mouth blossomed like a flower, revealing its ferocious mouthparts, its sharp, densely packed teeth, short and sturdy. The next second, a crackling sound of drilling echoed. The incredibly hard underground rock was like tofu in the Serpent's mouthparts. Eatable and inedible, soil, rock fragments, and underground creatures were all minced into a fine powder and swallowed into the Serpent's massive mouth. It was then rapidly digested through its nearly 100-meter-long intestine and expelled from its posterior cavity. The ground shook slightly as the snake dug deeper. Observing the behemoth's breakneck speed, Gaan and Laxel exchanged a knowing smile. An hour later, when Gaan, Laxel, and the others had already advanced several kilometers with the snake, a black-robed figure with a black hood, accompanied by a group of black flame monks, quietly entered the area where the snake had previously been located. The snake was so massive that the amber passage that had once imprisoned it was now easily accessible to several people, though the ground was littered with broken, irregular amber fragments. Lord Freeman, according to the historical records, the ancient temple of my sect and a legendary snake were both enchanted by an amber barrier. Now that the legendary snake has been found, the temple of my sect should be nearby. My sect's ancient hero, Mung, slumbers within. Once we find the ancient temple, we be able to awaken him. The black flame monk seemed excited at the mention of the ancient hero Mung. You know, this ancient hero, Mung, was a prominent figure of the ancient Black Flame Church, nicknamed the Evil Flame King, whose deeds were hailed from generation to generation within the church. He had always believed that the ancient heroes had long since vanished into the vast river of history, but he had never imagined that one still existed. I think I've found it. A deep voice echoed from beneath the hood. Not far away, behind a translucent amber wall, several stone pillars resembling Doric columns emerged, forming a corner of the ancient temple. The next morning, it was just getting light. Ryan arrived at the holding cell next to the cellar on the first floor below ground. The 4 guards at the door saluted upon seeing Ryan approaching, saying, "Master Ryan, Master Alex has been interrogating you all night." "Yes." "Open the door, I go in and take a look." Ryan nodded. Alex was quite capable, so dedicated. While a full night without sleep wasn't a big deal for a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, it was certainly quite strenuous. "As you command, sir." Upon entering the holding cell, Ryan saw Haldane hanging from a cross-like structure. The wounds on his arms and legs had been staunchly healed. Since Ryan had severed the man's forearms and legs, his hands could still be separated, and his legs tied together. He was surrounded by a formation Alex had set up, emitting a magical aura. At this moment, Alex's face looked a little tired. "Victoire Ryan, you're up so early?" Alex was clearly a bit surprised to see Ryan arrive so early. Hearing Alex's words, Haldane, his hair disheveled, raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him with a look of resentment. "You woke up because you couldn't sleep. So, did Haldane reveal any useful information?" "No, this guy is a sorcerer, and my methods aren't very effective." Alex shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he wasn't trying hard, but the other party was a sorcerer with immense mental power. It was almost impossible to force him to mentally collapse and confess. Ryan nodded and said, "Does that mean this guy is useless? Then leave it to me." Ryan immediately smiled. He'd been waiting all night. Alex didn't quite understand what Ryan meant by this. Could it be that Lord Ryan was also skilled in torture? But the next second, he understood. Snap! A sound like a watermelon being smashed by an iron rod rang out. As Haldane stared in disbelief, his skull was instantly shattered by Ryan's white bone hammer, his brain splattering. Haldane's eyes bulged, his face agape as he died. His final thought was, "This guy Ryan actually killed me? Shouldn't he have kept me alive, interrogated me, and tried to extract some information?" Alex also watched this scene in astonishment. At that moment, his respect for Ryan grew even greater. Before, it was about Ryan's strength, but this time, it was about his decisive killing. Yes. If he didn't kill such a stubborn cult member, would he still be alive for the Harvest Festival? Of course, he hadn't expected Ryan to kill Haldane so decisively. In fact, he mainly wanted to test his newly acquired core skill, the soul-crushing hammer. Just as Alex was about to say something, he suddenly shuddered. A translucent shadow emerged from the recently deceased Haldane's body, a look of pain on its face. Then, like a comet, the transparent shadow, with a long tail, struggled to circle around Ryan several times. Instantly, it was quickly absorbed by the miniature white skull hammer in Ryan's hand. Ryan hadn't expected the soul-crushing hammer to be so impressive. Sometimes, he still wanted to be a little more low-key. He also distinctly felt a strange heat flow from the skull hammer to his right arm, which held it. It seemed like he had gained even more strength. Ryan glanced at his stats. Constitution, 39. Strength, 46, plus 5. Agility, 36. Spirit, 55. The plus 5 in the brackets was flashing, and Ryan knew it meant a buff. It wouldn't last forever. One buff would add plus 5 to strength. Obviously, 10 buffs would add plus 50 to strength. This effect is incredible. Although it only has one more core skill than the wizard, legendary, if used well, the combat effectiveness boost is significant. True to being a top-tier legendary class, Warhammer Wizard. Of course, this was also due to the enemy's strength. An ordinary Black Flame Monk would likely only have gained plus 2 or, at most, plus 3 to strength. However, Ryan glanced at the stunned Alex, wondering how he should explain this to him. Hey, Lord Ryan, is that hammer in your hand a rare artifact? Its ability to absorb enemy souls is truly rare, Alex exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed at the hammer in Ryan's hand. Oh yes, it's a trophy of mine. It's said to be a sacrificial vessel from a primitive tribe. I stumbled upon it by chance after killing an enemy, Ryan said with a smile. He hadn't expected Alex to have already figured it all out. In that case, he could simply attribute the special soul-draining effect to the skull hammer. In reality, it was a core skill of the Warhammer Wizard class. But if he didn't tell me, who would know? What a rare and wonderful item. I've heard of items that can extract souls, but this is the first time I've seen one in the flesh. Alex couldn't help but marvel at it. By the way, Alex, let's keep this guy's death a secret for now. Perhaps we can just wait and see. Ryan seemed to have a thought and turned to Alex. Alex's face dawned with realization, and he nodded. Viscount Ryan, I understand what you mean. I also cast the forgetfulness spell on the guards at the door. Also, I seal this place off. Leaving the holding cell, Ryan thought for a moment before heading back to the training room. Warhammer Wizard, the profession truly lives up to its name, with the Warhammer at the front. Ryan muttered to himself, glancing at the skull Warhammer in his hand. It seems my next priority is to upgrade my advanced skill, Crushing Hammer, to a top-level skill. After all, the new core skill, Soul-Shattering Hammer, requires the enemy to be killed by the hammer in order to activate Soul-Shattering Blast. In other words, death by sword or axe doesn't count and won't trigger Soul-Shattering Hammer's special effect. But then, if I want to trigger it, I can't switch weapons freely. But fortunately, I have Metal Transfiguration, which allows me to increase or decrease the length of the skull hammer's handle, turning it from a one-handed hammer into a two-handed one. This will allow me to surprise the enemy in battle. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Sir Ryan, you're here indeed? You're so diligent. With your talent and diligence, it's no wonder our strength is widening. Alexandra walked in with a smile. Today, Alexandra wore the lower garments of a noble hunting suit and a custom-made knight's breastplate. The rest of her body was unarmored, seemingly to allow for greater ease and speed. This was understandable. Women aren't as strong as men, and even for a knight of the same caliber, their load-bearing capacity is significantly lower. It's better to streamline equipment and maximize their mobility. However, the lower garments Alexandra wore were slightly slim-fitting, stretchy trousers. While not as good as the women's yoga pants Ryan wore in his previous life, they still flattered her figure, perfectly framing Alexandra's rounded buttocks, with the lacing of her underwear faintly visible. The custom-made knight's breastplate, on the other hand, featured two bulging, curved metal protrusions. Not only is her figure perfectly curvaceous, but her outfit also feels quite thoughtful. Ryan thought about it, and realized that the only person who could rival Alexandra was Clare. The others were either a size off in the upper or lower body. Alexandra, good morning. Sir Ryan, you must teach me about hammering today. Alexandra approached, her beautiful eyes glistening as she looked at him. Well, okay. Ryan thought about it, and realized there wasn't really any reason to refuse her today. Besides, she was simply asking about hammering, and as a dedicated colleague, he certainly owed her some pointers. It was just that her lips seemed to be smeared with something red, a vibrant, translucent red that made one want to kiss her. Hey, Alexandra, first demonstrate your hammer technique. Ryan calmed his slightly agitated heart. Okay, Your Excellency Ryan. Alexandra, holding her hammer and shield, swiftly began to perform in the center of the arena. While not as skilled as Ryan, she was no mediocre among the Grand Knights, her skill still very good, approaching the level of a seasoned Grand Knight. Not bad, very good. Ryan's eyes lit up as he nodded. Alexandra's strength was far greater than he had expected. However, your attack wasn't decisive enough with that hammer strike just now. Ryan approached and pointed out Alexandra's minor flaws one by one. Your Excellency Ryan, is that so? Alexandra assumed a stance, shield in her left hand, hammer in her right, swinging downwards. Ryan glanced at the woman's round, perky buttocks, then quickly looked away. Don't lift your hips so high. When exerting force, you need to coordinate with the force within you. Push your legs, twist your hips, and use the force when swinging the hammer. Sir Ryan, how do you twist your hips? Is this how you do it? Alexandra smiled at Ryan and wiggled her hips, her tight, plump bottom trembling slightly. This scene made Ryan glance over, his expression a little unnatural. Twisting your hips? You don't know how to do it? Normally, a quasi-knight, should be very proficient at this kind of force. Almost. Sir Ryan, almost isn't enough. You need to point out my strength errors. Can you place your hands on my sides? I want you to feel my strength. Alexandra blinked and pointed to her slim waist. Is it okay to touch a woman's waist? But the other person's words seemed to make sense. Improper strength could potentially affect the outcome of a fight. Ryan thought about it and decided to go up and give her some proper guidance. Just as Ryan was about to place his large hand on Alexandra's incredibly elastic waist, the training room door suddenly opened again. This sent a shockwave through Ryan, and he immediately retracted his hand, feeling a little annoyed. Who is this? Didn't they know to knock? But turning around, Ryan was startled. Huh? It was faster than expected. A familiar, beautiful figure appeared at the door. It was Clare. Clare's beautiful eyes smiled as she glanced at Ryan, then at Alexandra, seemingly oblivious to their recent intimacy. She said, Ryan, I've been promoted to Grand Knight. Congratulations, Miss Clare. That's wonderful. Ryan immediately walked over with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Clare, daughter of Count Hapsburg, and a student at the Imperial Royal Academy. This is Alexandra from the Earthshaker Crimson Bear Squad. Hello, Miss Alexandra. You are very beautiful, and a female Grand Knight, that's rare. Clare's beautiful eyes surveyed Alexandra, and she spoke politely. Miss Clare, you're so kind. Count Hapsburg has such a beautiful daughter. No wonder Lord Ryan guards the mansion so diligently. Miss Alexandra, are you practicing hammer magic? It just so happens that I've just become a Grand Knight, and I'd like to ask you for some advice. Is that possible? Very good. Miss Clare, I couldn't be happier. I rarely meet female Grand Knights. The two women were so smiling at first. How did the competition suddenly begin? This left Ryan a bit stunned. Chapter 278. Clang. Clang. The two women engaged in a fierce exchange in the center of the training room. Ryan was slightly startled. Because Alexandra looked fierce at that moment, and her power wasn't even a little off. Her one-handed hammer swung with astonishing force. And although Clare had just ascended to the rank of Grand Knight, her Arcadian swordsmanship had also reached a higher level. Therefore, she faced the challenge without a trace of panic. Ryan keenly noticed that Clare's Arcadian swordsmanship differed slightly from his own. It seemed that her sword strikes were more precise and powerful. After a moment's reflection, Ryan felt that this was probably due to the fusion of the two swordsmanship, with Arcadian swordsmanship absorbing the strengths of Giant Bear swordsmanship and improving upon them. However, this improvement, or difference, wasn't significant, it was only a minor difference. Blade Storm. Clare spun like a top, a powerful whirlwind sweeping around her. Ryan hadn't expected Clare to unleash the ultimate Arcadian sword technique, Blade Storm. Dang! Although Alexandra blocked the blow with her shield, she was still knocked back 4 or 5 steps. Just as Ryan was considering halting their fight, Clare smiled and said, Ms. Alexandra, thank you for your guidance. Ms. Clare is truly worthy of being a top student at the Imperial Royal Academy. She's only just become a Grand Knight, yet she's already mastered the ultimate technique. Alexandra's expression faltered. Soon, the two women resumed their lively conversation. Ryan was stunned. The relationship between these women was truly incomprehensible. In fact, if Shadia had been nearby, she would have immediately discerned her young lady's intentions, an expression of strength, a declaration of sovereignty. At that moment, a strange vibration echoed through the air, as if it were the aftermath of some powerful energy shockwave. Ryan frowned, then suddenly realized what was happening. He quickly scurried to the window and looked eastward. In the distance, a slender beam of light shot straight into the sky. This direction. Towards Fishing Port Town. Could it be that gate? Ryan muttered to himself. Ryan's unusual behavior naturally piqued the curiosity of the two women, and they followed his gaze. Even the usually calm Clare was immediately horrified. At that moment, a low, yet terrifying roar echoed from the direction of the beam of light. Although the sound wasn't loud due to the distance, it was remarkably clear. That's over at Fishing Harbor Town, Lord Ryan. Could something have happened there? Alexandra suddenly thought, and turned to Ryan. Ryan shook his head, saying, I don't know. It's possible. But I think we know soon. Clare quickly regained her composure and said, Don't worry. The Empire has stood strong for so many years. It's not without support. Ryan nodded. Clare's words made sense. She had studied at the Imperial Academy, and must have learned a great deal about the Empire's secrets. However, Ryan trusted his own strength above all else. To have such a powerful force at such a distance was beyond Ryan's comprehension. At least, up to this point, he had never seen such powerful sorcery, black magic, or divine arts. While Tide Piercer Rulgatz is powerful, it's still far inferior to the power of this beam of light. It's practically on a completely different level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return that time. I hope the Sea Tribe didn't gain the upper hand. It seems I still need to find a way to improve my strength. Ryan thought to himself. A few minutes later, Langer of the Blade Squad and Deputy Minister Alina all approached Ryan. Less than half an hour later, a Griffin Knight landed in the garden and revealed the answer. Sir Alina, according to Admiral Forbes' orders, the previously seconded Earthshaker Rip-2's squad must immediately rendezvous to the front lines in Fishing Harbor Town. Has anything happened on the front lines? Alina asked, a look of concern on her face. The Great Knight glanced around, seemingly out of secrecy or perhaps some other concern, and simply said, the losses on the front lines are significant, but the losses among the Sea Tribe are even greater. Though the Griffin Knight didn't say it explicitly, everyone at least breathed a sigh of relief. After watching the Crimson Bear team, including Alexandra, leave, Alina turned and said apologetically, Excuse me, Master Ryan, Miss Clare. This situation. It's okay, Master Ryan. The front lines are naturally more important, Ryan said, waving his hand. But in this case, arrangements will have to be adjusted. Deep within the Alim mine. In front of the ancient temple. Sir, the ancient temple is still sealed. How do you think we can shatter this amber wall? A black flame monk who stepped forward to investigate replied, frowning. He had just attempted several attacks, but neither the black flame fireballs nor the mace could cause significant damage to the amber wall. Freeman's sharp eyes scanned the amber wall, rapidly pondering a solution. Unlike the sealed earth snakes, after awakening, they could effectively destroy the amber barrier, whose energy had been nearly depleted, from within, making it much easier. But here, the amber barrier needed to be shattered from the outside, a task far more challenging. Use the focusing magic array. Yes, Master Freeman. Several black flame monks beamed with joy. Their master's words clearly indicated a certain degree of confidence. The focusing magic array could infuse the black flame power of the remaining individuals into a single attack, greatly increasing the power of the attack. They quickly cleared the ground and began drawing the magic array patterns, arranging items, and so on. A few minutes later, 5 black flame monks, including Freeman, stood at the 5 corners of the inverted pentagram magic formation. Freeman was at the front, closest to the amber wall. The next second, several of them chanted a spell simultaneously. The remaining 4 black flame monks stretched their hands upward, and a fist-sized ball of black flame materialized out of thin air. Freeman raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Half a meter above his fingertip, a giant black flame python grew larger and circled in midair. In an instant, the black flame fireballs at the 4 points rose into the air, and the giant black flame python swallowed them one by one. The python's entire body expanded at a visible speed, radiating a powerful wave of energy. Go! Freeman shouted calmly, pointing his right index finger at the amber wall. A massive black flame python, as thick as a bucket, slammed into the amber wall. Bang! The translucent amber wall shattered instantly. A large hole, wide enough for one person to pass through, was revealed. The remaining amber surrounding the hole continued to erode and expand as the black flames eroded it. The black flame monks, including Freeman, smiled and eagerly entered. The empty temple hall still retained the scene of an ancient amber barrier. The panicked black flame monks kept running, shouting, and praying, all wrapped in amber. Although each face looked lifelike, Freeman knew they were beyond saving. If they shattered the amber, their opponents would be shattered instantly as well. The only person who could possibly be alive was the one within the blood-red, ellipsoidal egg, approximately 3 meters in diameter, on the altar ahead. Freeman and the other Black Flame monks observed it for a moment before focusing their attention on the egg. A Black Flame monk excitedly asked, "Master Freeman, is the ancient hero, Master Mung, in this egg?" "Yes, according to the divine whispers during the Black Flame prayer ceremony, it should be here," Freeman nodded. During the previous Black Flame prayer ceremony, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the great god of the hunt had given him a hint of additional information, a divine whisper about the resurrection of the ancient hero, the Serpent. He immediately understood. This location must be within the province of Munster. Otherwise, the god of the hunt would not have passed on this information to him. After nearly a month of searching and consulting ancient texts, he luckily found this place. But the entrance was blocked by an earth snake. If the amber barrier was breached, the earth snake would likely awaken. Not to mention whether they could defeat the legendary earth snake. If it went berserk, it could damage the nearby ancient temple, leading to unpredictable consequences. After careful consideration, Freeman decided to spread the news of the legendary earth snake to the secret snake cult. It seemed that everything was proceeding according to his plan. A smile played on Freeman's lips at the thought. "Arrange the blood ritual to awaken the ancient hero, Lord Mung." "As you command?" This blood ritual was far more complex than the previous focus sorcery array. The Black Flame monk spent several hours to complete it. At the apex of each pentagram was a bone staff over half a meter long. At the tip of the staff was a diamond-shaped crystal of an extremely rich blood color. Each crystal contained 1,000 units of human blood essence, the fruit of the recent blood sacrifices performed by Raxel and his men. The resting place of the great hunting god, the ancient hero Mung. As Freeman intoned softly, instantly, the 5 diamond-shaped crystals erupted with dazzling blood-red light. The next second, 5 blood-red beams poured into the giant egg at the center of the ritual. Instantly, the egg underwent a strange transformation. Its formerly wrinkled surface became incredibly round, and an eerie, sucking sound surfaced in everyone's heart. A terrifying aura suddenly permeated the air, and in an instant, the suction accelerated. 5 diamond-shaped crystals suddenly exploded. A vast amount of blood was instantly absorbed by the giant egg, followed by the sound of a strong and powerful pulse. Crack! A withered, corpse-like hand stretched out from the egg. This scene naturally filled the faces of the surrounding Black Flame monks with surprise. After all, if the ancient hero Munger were converted to current combat power, he would be a formidable force above the titled knight. With his joining the church, the entire situation would undergo a profound transformation. Blood, ancient common language, a muffled voice, as if speaking from within the blood egg, emanated from it. This made Freeman frown. Isn't 5,000 units of blood essence enough? Or is it mostly ordinary blood too low quality? He immediately turned to a Black Flame brother and said, "Blanchard, go forward and check it out." "Yes, sir." The Black Flame brother named Blanchard, excited at the moment, stepped forward without a second's thought. As he drew closer, the next second, the withered arm suddenly stretched nearly twice its length and, with lightning speed, pierced Blanchard's heart. "Master Freeman, save me." Before he could even finish the last word, Blanchard, a knight of full rank, expired. In just a few seconds, Blanchard's youthful face had become utterly withered, his entire body resembling a corpse. Dozens of bloodlines appeared on the withered arm, channeling Blanchard's blood essence to his torso. This scene naturally horrified the other Black Flame monks, who quickly stepped back. "Lord Mung, we are not enemies. We are also followers of the great hunting god." Freeman, his face thoughtful, shouted rapidly in the ancient common tongue. The withered arm paused for a moment, and a moment later, a towering figure, over 2.5 meters tall, emerged from the dome. The man wore a metal mask, obscuring his features. The skin on his limbs was withered, revealing powerful, brushed muscles and tendons. What caught his eye was his lion-like red hair, and the massive warhammer he wielded in his right hand. The hammerhead was a square, rectangular piece of metal, blue on both sides, and intricate blue and white stripes on the handle. "Is this the holy artifact? The Skybreaker?" Freeman muttered, gazing at the warhammer. Meanwhile, at the end of a newly excavated tunnel underground, Laxel had gathered nearly 20 Black Flame monks, and about 10 Black Flame guardians. Along with the high priest of the secret snake cult, Gaan, they followed the giant earth snake as it continued to dig. "Lord Gaan, it seems the progress is faster than expected." "Yes, we expect to reach the designated location before 2 p.m., nearly 12 hours faster than previously estimated." Gaan was also surprised by the earth snake's excavation ability, which was even faster than he had expected. At this time, a black flame monk hurried in, reporting, "Lord Bloodburner, we've received news from our spies and collaborators in Meister County City." "Well, how is the investigation going?" The spies said that the Imperial Griffin Squadron patrols over the county city every hour. According to insiders, Count Hapsburg's mansion is currently the enemy's focal point of defense. Including that Ryan, there are a total of 9 Grand Knights, all of whom appear to be from special Imperial departments. But because they're deliberately concealing their identities, it's impossible to determine their origins. After hearing this, Raxel nodded and said, "So, if we time our attack on the mansion appropriately, the enemy's fastest reinforcements will arrive in an hour." "Yes, sir." Both of them naturally ignored ordinary forces like the security guards, night watchmen, and city guards, as they were simply too weak. At this point, Canon, the high priest of the secret snake cult, said, "Anyone without the strength of a titled knight will have little significance against the ancient legendary serpents. In that case, perhaps we can adjust our plans slightly." Raxel's eyes flickered, as if a thought occurred to him. He continued, "For example, at noon, before everyone's eyes, we could eliminate all the high-ranking Imperial forces in Count Hapsburg's mansion. That way, perhaps we could even win the faith of many nobles and commoners," Laxel said with a smile. "I don't have any problem with that." Gaan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such a plan. But it didn't make much difference to him. Besides, launching the attack earlier would prevent any accidents. If Haldane were executed in the afternoon, and we launched the attack in the evening, it would be a real shame. "Then I trouble you, Lord Gaan," Laxel couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the Black Flame Monk who had just reported returned and said, "Lord Bloodburner, 5 of the enemy's great knights have left the Earl's residence and appear to be heading for Fishing Port Town. It seems the pressure on the Imperial front is intense, and they've mobilized these 5 to provide support." Laxel hadn't expected such a turn of events. "What a pity. They've escaped," Gaan said regretfully. "Yeah, that's a bit boring now." "It's become a crushing defeat," Laxel said with equal regret. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Count Hapsburg's residence. Suddenly, Cookie, the greyhound war dog, napping on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide, straightened his body, and began barking furiously. Cookie's barking naturally alerted Ryan, who was in the training room. Ryan immediately emerged and stood at the entrance to the main building of the villa. Soon, he felt the entire main villa tremble slightly, and the vibrations grew increasingly intense. Ryan peered through the gate, and saw a massive bulge suddenly rising from the ground in the garden, 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Dozens of guards, swords and shields in hand, quickly surrounded it. But the next second, boom! A resounding explosion erupted. Dozens of tons of earth erupted, and a massive monster, resembling an earthworm but hundreds of times larger, burrowed out of the ground, its maw monstrous. The dozens of guards surrounding them were like being struck by a mudslide, instantly sent flying or buried. All the windows of the 3-story main villa were instantly shattered by the powerful airflow. Ryan narrowed his eyes, extended his left hand, and instantly transformed the hardened adamantine into a towering shield, blocking the incoming mud. When the smoke and dust cleared, a large hole, 4 or 5 meters in diameter, lay visible in the ground. The monster had vanished, seemingly retreating underground. Before him appeared dozens of black-robed monks, streaming out of the underground passage. Taking advantage of the guards' momentary daze, they launched an immediate attack. These black flame monks, at the lowest, were at the level of knights, capable of casting black flame fireballs. Once engaged, most were instantly defeated, save for a few skilled guards, who could withstand a few attacks. Ryan's gaze fixed on 2 of them. One held a snake staff, and had a metal snake ring embedded in his lip. Judging by his appearance, he was clearly a member of the secret snake cult. This must be Gaan, the high priest of the secret snake cult. The other, with a blood-red flame mark on his forehead, was most likely the Black Flame cult's blood burner, Raxel. The respectful attitude of the other Black Flame monks towards them, as well as their positions, indicated that they were both essential figures. Just as he'd predicted, the 2 cults were colluding. Raxel had originally wanted Gaan to control the earth snakes, burrowing from beneath the villa and destroying the main building of Count Hapsburg's residence, but Gaan refused. After all, Haldane was likely imprisoned in the main building, so Gaan still wanted to rescue him. Such a commotion naturally alerted everyone in the mansion. Clare and the 3 members of the Blade Squad, as previously agreed with Ryan, quickly guarded the door to Count Hapsburg's room. What just happened? For I was still stunned, recalling the giant creature. If I'm not mistaken, It should be the ancient legendary earth snake, Clare said, her face grim. Wasn't it said to be extinct? How could such a thing still exist? Alex, seemingly familiar with earth snakes, asked in surprise. Perhaps you should focus on those two first, Captain Langer said gravely. Both Gaan and Laxel were mindful of their status, and wouldn't rush into action immediately. In addition, they also needed to assess the combat effectiveness of Ryan's men to avoid any setbacks. Among the Black Flame monks were some Grand Knight-level Black Flame guardians. Upon seeing Ryan at the villa's gate, several of them immediately rushed forward, unleashing several Black Flame fireballs. Faced with the incoming Black Flame, Ryan moved his feet slightly and easily dodged. Immediately, Ryan's chest bulged like a balloon, the veins on his neck bulging. The next second, his mouth dropped open. Roar! A deafening wave of sound, mixed with white air, swept around like a tsunami. Instantly, the 4 Black Flame guardians within 20 or 30 meters of Ryan froze in shock, their spells half-recited abandoned. Not only were their faces severely deformed by the shockwave, but their eardrums ruptured instantly, their heads felt like they were being hammered. Snap! Snap! Before they could react, they felt darkness descend, and they lost consciousness. But from the perspective of Clare and the others, they saw it clearly. After launching his sonic attack, Ryan rushed towards the 4 men, smashing their heads with his warhammers in the space of a second. On the field, a series of nearly transparent humanoid figures emerged from the body of the recently deceased Black Flame Guardian, faces etched with pain. Followed by this, for transparent shadows, like rivers flowing into the sea, dragged long, struggling shadows around Ryan several times before plunging into the miniature white skull hammer in his hand. For a moment, this bizarre scene astonished both sides of the battle, and many paused in their movements. Huh? Wasn't it said to be a metal wizard? Why does it look like necromancy? The scene had both of them momentarily lost in thought. However, the sight of the surrounding dead souls was too striking, and after recovering, the high priest of the secret snake cult, Gaan, could not help but ask in surprise. This? Raxel was also silent for a moment. Chapter 279. He hadn't expected this Ryan to be so troublesome. Previously, both the internal spies within his own church and the Black Snake message from Haldane of the secret Serpent cult had suggested that Ryan possessed some kind of physical talent, excelled in close combat, and was also a rare metal wizard. But now, not only was he adept at close combat, but judging by the power of his sonic secrets, he seemed equally capable at ranged combat. Additionally, there was the soul-draining effect he was experiencing. I wonder if it was some kind of sorcery he possessed, or perhaps something strange about his hammer. The 4 Black Flame Guardians were all comparable to Grand Knights, yet they hadn't even fully grasped their abilities. But overall, this was a bit of a problem. Of course, it was just a problem. Because his combat power surpassed that of a typical peak Grand Knight, an ordinary wizard, he was only a small step away from becoming a Title Knight. The Title Knight also had another designation, a legendary powerhouse. In other words, Raxel could be called a quasi-legend. Furthermore, while he excels at general shadow spells like weakness and slowness, he also specializes in lesser-known blood-manipulating spells, like Blood Boil and Vampire. While these spells fall under the broader shadow category, very few people master them. This means that enemies attempting to rush him in close combat will be severely disadvantaged, not only affected by weakness and slowness, but also disrupted by blood-related spells. This is why, despite seeing Ryan's immense combat prowess, Raxel still believes he can defeat him. Ryan glanced at the skull hammer in his hand and silently muttered, "For soul fragments." Just after killing the first Black Flame Guardian, Ryan quickly glanced at his stat panel. His strength was 46 plus 4. As he expected, different enemies had different corresponding increases. After all, when he killed Haldane previously, he had gained a plus 5 buff. Now, these 4 soul fragments gave Ryan a total of plus 16 strength buff. Ryan was filled with power, feeling like he couldn't stop smashing. In the main building of the villa, Fry excitedly said to Captain Langer, "Captain, do you think we can wipe out the enemy here? Will we wipe them out?" Fry's words immediately startled Langer. When the enemy first appeared, Langer's thoughts were simply about how to hold off their attacks for a while longer. And if he couldn't hold them off, which route would allow him to quickly retreat with his team and count Hapsburg and the others. But now, are we already considering annihilating the enemy? That's a long way to go. Langer glanced at the excited Fry, thought for a moment, and decided not to dampen the young man's fighting spirit. He said, "That depends on how Lord Ryan performs." "Captain, shouldn't we rush out to help Lord Ryan?" Fry asked eagerly. Because Ryan's move just now was not only impressive, but it also really boosted morale. It's not that we won't help, but we'd be more useful if we stay here. Think about it, they have the legendary Earth Snake. Why don't they just destroy the villa building? Alex interrupted. They want to capture Count Hapsburg alive? No, haven't you seen Count Hapsburg's injuries? They're desperate to take his life, Alex said, shaking his head. I see. They want to rescue Haldane? Fry's eyes lit up. Indeed, the one controlling the Earth Snakes is Gaan, the high priest of the secret snake cult. Naturally, his first priority is to rescue Haldane, a fellow secret snake cultist. This is the most likely scenario, Alex explained. This is also why Ryan told him to suppress this information, to prevent the enemy from making a move. Yes, Alex's analysis is correct. Langer nodded in agreement. As they discussed this, the situation shifted again. Gaan, the high priest of the secret snake cult, smiled faintly and said, Lord Laxel, do you need me to help your church deal with this, Ryan? Thank you, Lord Gaan. I believe I can handle it. By the way, you should go check on Lord Haldane. After rescuing Lord Haldane, this mansion will be unnecessary. Please use your Earth Snakes to destroy it then, Laxel said. For Black Flame Guardians had been killed right before his eyes. If he couldn't redeem himself at this point, and instead asked the secret snake cult to intervene, not to mention how Gaan would react. Even his own subordinates would be suspicious, and his prestige would be greatly diminished. This was naturally something Laxel could not tolerate. Of course, I go check on Haldane first. Gaan nodded, pulled out something, examined it, and then turned, bypassing Ryan and heading towards the main building of the villa. Just as Ryan was about to intercept the snake cult's Gaan, Raxel, standing opposite him, suddenly took a step forward. Instantly, a powerful aura locked onto Ryan. This caused Ryan's gaze to focus, his attention fixed on Raxel. This was the second time Ryan had encountered such a physical gaze, the first being when he encountered Tide Piercer Rolgatz. Of course, by comparison, Raxel's gaze posed far less pressure on Ryan. At this moment, in the main building of the villa, Langer stared intently at the calmly approaching High Priest Gaan of the Snake Cult. His expression grave, he said, Here we are, Fry. You and Miss Clare remain here. Alex and I will intercept them. Captain Langer, please allow Lord Fry to join you. You're a small team, and the three of you will be the most effective together. Clare disagreed. This? Langer hesitated. I'm already a Grand Knight. Protecting my father won't be a problem. Besides, the later they discover Haldane's death, the safer we be. Clare glanced at the hesitant Langer and continued. Okay. Miss Clare, be careful then. This Gaan is incredibly difficult to deal with. We might not have time to spare for you. Langer's expression darkened. At this moment, Alina and the head maid, Shadia, also ran breathlessly to Clare's side. Instantly drawn to Clare's focused gaze, they followed her gaze towards the devastated center of the garden. Raxel, who was facing off against Ryan, suddenly appeared as a shield glowing blood red. Judging by the instantaneous nature of the attack, this must be his innate sorcery. But it wasn't over yet. He muttered something, and the next second, a black film appeared around him. Finally, with a wave of Raxel's hand, black flames, like vines, entwined themselves around him. Ryan was familiar with this. It was probably the Black Flame cult's unique sorcery, Black Flame Protection. Clearly, Raxel was wary of the power of Raxel's ultimate attack. His surface alone had a triple defense against sorcery or sorcery. Galena must have died at your hands, right? Raxel asked, as if a thought struck him. You're talking about that woman with the illusionist spell, right? She did die at my hands. I heard you planned and carried out the tragedy in Goldhire? Raxel nodded in acknowledgement, then asked. Indeed. What? Did your family die there? Raxel glanced at him, a look of realization on his face, and he smiled. This time, Raxel didn't answer Raxel's question. Now that he knew who the murderer was, he could naturally strike. Besides, Ryan was now blessed with the soul-crushing hammer buff, which increased his strength by 16, so he naturally wouldn't waste any time. Whoosh! He tapped the ground with his toes, the earth shattering, and he shot straight at Raxel like an arrow. Faced with Ryan's attack, Raxel showed no sign of panic. His face remained calm. He quickly raised his finger, and silently chanted. The next second, 3 black flame balls, the size of a baby's head, appeared out of thin air in front of his finger. Swish, swish, swish. The black flame balls hurtled straight at Ryan. Ryan dodged to the side, but he noticed that the 3 black flame balls, like a thorn in his flesh, were chasing him, quickly turning and continuing their attack. This made Ryan's eyes focus, and the hardened adamantium attached to the knight's gauntlet instantly transformed into a tower shield. Iron wall. Boom, boom, boom. 3 black flame fireballs struck Ryan almost simultaneously, exploding in succession, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. But in less than half a second, a familiar figure, unharmed, emerged from the smoke and dust, continuing its charge towards Raxel. Huh? This is a sorcery attack with an angle exceeding 35 degrees, and it was blocked so easily. Raxel thought to himself, his eyes filled with amazement. But despite his surprise, his movements were unwavering. A cloud of black mist quickly formed from his fingertips, and then shot straight at Ryan. Ryan knew that the opponent possessed a special sorcery similar to that of spiritual guidance. Simply dodging wouldn't ward off his attacks, so he continued forward without slowing down. Only when he saw the black mist approaching did he swing his shield to block it. However, the mist dissipated upon contact with the shield, and a chilling force suddenly spread, leaving Ryan feeling faintly weak. Weakness. Ryan immediately understood what the opponent had cast. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the attribute panel. He saw that his strength, stamina, and agility had all been reduced by approximately 20%. The reduction in agility caused Ryan's speed to stagnate. At this, Raxel's face lit up with joy. He quickly muttered a command, then pointed at Ryan again. This time, a cloud of blood-colored mist rushed towards Ryan, instantly hitting him. Suddenly, Ryan felt as if the blood in his body was strangely affected, its flow speed fluctuating. Although the fluctuation was not significant, it was extremely uncomfortable, and he quickly stopped. At this moment, the remaining Black Flame Guardians glanced at each other, their faces lit up, seeing this as a good opportunity to attack, and immediately surrounded him. But they were also quite wary of Ryan's previous sonic attack, so they didn't get too close. After rushing forward for 20 or 30 meters, they quickly stopped and turned to controlling the Black Flame. Laxel, observing the situation, smiled and pulled out a black and red bottle from his arms. He quickly uncorked the bottle, muttering a spell. Blood, resembling rotting blood, began to flow out, constantly changing shape in midair, and a strong, fishy smell spread. Taking this opportunity, Laxel began to cast a more powerful spell, Corrupted Blood. Struck by 2 negative spells, and facing the simultaneous onslaught of 4 Black Flame Guardians, Ryan remained calm and quietly added a point to his agility. As his remaining attribute points dropped from 9 to 8 and his agility went from 36 to 37, a warm current surged from his heart throughout his body. Instantly, the blood pulsing throughout Ryan's body subsided. Good. Ryan smiled faintly. As expected, this abnormality affecting his internal condition could be eliminated by adding points. Then the next step would be easy. Ryan turned the skull hammer upside down, the hammerhead facing downward, and the end of the hammer handle facing upward. The hardened adamantium covering the plate armor gauntlet rapidly extended upward from the end of the hammer handle. In an instant, a 2-handed great sword with a skull hammer, as its hilt appeared before everyone. But that wasn't the end yet. The smooth blade of the great sword suddenly sprouted with 4-pointed darts, a sight that startled several Black Flame Guardians. What was this operation? Because they had never seen such a trick before. Corrupted Blood. Raxel, feeling a sense of unease, immediately pointed the completed sorcery at Ryan. A ball of blood, emitting a foul odor, suddenly rushed towards Ryan. Over 10 meters away, it suddenly exploded and splattered, with blood droplets so dense it resembled raindrops. This corrupted blood was highly corrosive and toxic. In Raxel's opinion, even if Ryan could deform metal to resist, he would inevitably suffer some damage. But the next second, Raxel's expression froze. Ryan, clutching a strange great sword, suddenly began to spin at high speed like a top, sending air surging violently through the air, accompanied by sharp hissing sounds as it sliced through the air. Nearly 100 4-cornered darts shot out in all directions. At the same time, a powerful tornado-like blast of air, carrying large swathes of earth, instantly extinguished the rain of corrupted blood. Ryan, using a combination of metal transfiguration and his advanced swordsmanship technique, Blade Storm, modified, instantly transformed defense into offense. Ah! Ah! The 3 Black Flame Guardians, who had been eager to fight, were now howling in agony from the wounds inflicted by the 4-cornered darts. Though they had not resisted, the sheer number and power of the 4-cornered darts meant that many of them penetrated the Black Flame's defenses and directly damaged their bodies. Some struck their eyes, others their necks, but their immense vitality preserved their wounds. Even in front of Laxel, there were 6 square-shaped darts, 1 meter above his body, spinning at high speed. The 4-cornered dart had already broken through his outermost layer of vine-like black flames, and was now rubbing fiercely against the black membrane. This kind of power. It's already at the level of a high-level secret technique. Raxel muttered to himself, his eyes narrowed. The hammer technique, the sonic technique, and now the sword technique. Raxel looked toward the dusty area, his face serious. Suddenly, within the smoke, a series of crisp, cracking melon sounds echoed. Followed by this, a figure slowly emerged, wielding a white skull hammer. 3 translucent, narrow, human-shaped air currents swirled around them, each bearing a grimace of pain. Raxel's eyes twitched as he watched this scene. Of course he understood that his 3 men had already been slain. Ryan, using the 4-cornered dart's attack as cover, quickly followed suit, dispatching them one by one. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, the 3 black flame guardians had already been reduced to headless corpses, lying in a pool of blood. Ryan, who had just finished killing the black flame guardians, quickly glanced at his stat panel. Strength, 46, plus 27, strength had reached a staggering 73. Huh, shouldn't 47 be 28? Why only 27? It seems there's a fake one here, just filling in the gaps. Ryan's mind suddenly dawned on him. Also, crucially, he had discovered a trick to extend the soul-crushing hammer's buff. As soon as he killed the 7th enemy, the 27 strength buff began to reset, or in other words, its duration was refreshed by 1 minute. Ryan instantly thought of the best way to utilize the soul-shattering hammer's buff. That was to hit the last few seconds after the 10th level, and then kill another enemy that could provide soul fragments to refresh the buff. 8, Ryan said softly. 8? What do you mean by 8? Raxel looked puzzled. You don't understand. Ryan shook his head. Actually, I'm quite happy to see you today. Huh? Why? Raxel asked cooperatively, a faint smile on his face. With a swift swish, Ryan spun around and struck the empty space behind him with a backhanded hammer strike. Pa! A transparent figure suddenly appeared in the empty space, swaying like ripples on water. As the invisibility effect quickly faded, a black flame guardian was revealed, ready to attack Ryan from behind. At this moment, the opponent still held his scythe high, slashing downward with all his might, his face gazing at Ryan with astonishment. However, at this moment, the man's crown had been completely shattered by Ryan's hammer. This made Raxel's mouth twitch. Not only had the sneak attack failed, but the black flame guardians he had brought with him were now nearly wiped out. Because I can avenge my friend. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan rushed towards Raxel, skull hammer in hand, leaving a silver shadow in his wake. Raxel's pupils constricted, his lips twitching rapidly. When Ryan was still 4 or 5 meters away, a cloud of blood-red mist materialized and rushed towards him. But the next second, his expression changed. At such close range, the blood-boiling spell had no effect. How could this be possible? With a little more agility, Ryan's blood immediately calmed, and his speed even increased slightly. Instantly, Ryan grasped the skull hammer with both hands. His muscles swelled, and the hardened adamantium covering the knight's gauntlet rapidly coalesced around the hammer's handle, stretching and transforming into a hilt. Ryan grasped the over 3-meter-long skull hammer and thrust it hard. Pop! Pop! The miniature white skull shattered 2 layers of shields, stopping at the 3rd blood-red shield. But now, the blood-red shield had been dented, a basin-sized dent in it, almost on the verge of collapse. The white skull hammer was mere centimeters from Raxel's eyes. At that moment, Raxel could clearly see the texture of the miniature skull. This horrified Raxel. The triple shield, combined, can withstand at least 50 attacks, and it was nearly shattered by this Ryan's hammer. What the hell? The next second, Raxel quickly retreated, pulling out a blood-red crystal ball and crushing it. As the immense energy within the crystal ball poured into the blood-red shield, the blood-red glow, which had dimmed considerably after resisting Ryan's hammer, now became much richer and denser. At the same time, Raxel slashed his wrist with a dagger, chanting a spell rapidly. As his face paled, a stream of crimson blood gushed out from the wound, forming a sharp, prismatic spike emitting a hazy bloody glow. A surge of energy surged forth. Blood-burning strike. Such a powerful energy surge immediately captured the attention of everyone present. At this moment, Canon, the high priest of the secret snake cult, had arrived at the entrance to the holding cell in the main building of the villa. Langer and Fry were in grave condition. Langer's heavy metal shield was shattered, his left arm was fractured, and a noticeable dent was visible on the thick knight's plate armor on his chest. Fry was twitching uncontrollably, his head tilted to one side. His neck was broken. His immense vitality prevented him from dying immediately, but he was clearly completely depleted of his fighting ability. Alex was the only one still standing, gasping for breath and gazing at Cannon with a look of terror on his face. At this moment, Cannon, confident of victory, looked out the window in surprise and said, "Such a powerful energy surge?" Alex followed his gaze. The center of the field. The hardened adamantium in Ryan's hand quickly transformed into a kite-shaped shield. A cylindrical section quickly rose from its surface, like a sesame blossom, forming another kite-shaped shield, and finally, another. In an instant, 3 kite-shaped shields formed from hardened adamantium blocked a pyramid emitting a rich bloody glow. Bang! The first shield shattered instantly. Though the blood-red energy storm had weakened considerably, it still charged towards Ryan. The second shield shattered shortly thereafter. The shockwave weakened further, and Ryan's muscles clenched. His plate boots plowed 2 nearly meter-deep furrows into the ground. Iron wall. The third shield twisted and deformed, but it finally blocked the attack. What Raxel hadn't anticipated was that, due to the explosion's proximity to him, he also bore the blast wave, nearly as strong as Ryan's. At that moment, the rich, blood-red shield, freshly infused with energy, dimmed like a leaf swaying in the wind and rain. Pop! The blood-red shield burst like a bubble. Raxel's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the front, and he froze for a moment. His forehead made close contact with a white bone hammer. Ninth. A familiar voice rang out. Chapter 280. Gaenon's eyes narrowed, staring blankly at the scene. Were all the Black Flame Church's top fighters, and Raxel dead? Although he and Raxel belonged to different sects, they had enjoyed their collaboration over the past 2 days. He recognized Raxel's strength, which was only slightly weaker than his. But he hadn't been apart from him for less than a minute, hadn't he? And they were all killed by this Ryan. Sure enough, Raxel's fighting style, which relies too much on sorcery and favors long-range attacks, is still too easy to target. If he encounters someone whose sorcery can't immediately defeat or control him, he'd be at a disadvantage, Ganon reasoned. But the current situation was giving him a headache. 99% of the personnel for this raid were from the Black Flame Church, with only him from the Secret Snake Cult. Now that Raxel, the leader of the Black Flame Church, was dead, most of his top fighters were also dead. Although there were still over 30 people on the scene, they were all like frightened birds. If no one stabilized the situation, they would surely scatter. But he hadn't yet rescued Haldane, who was imprisoned in the room. Although the 3 sword-wielding warriors before him weren't particularly strong, they had held him back for almost a minute. At this moment, the 20 or 30 Black Flame monks on the field had stopped their movements, their faces filled with fear. They exchanged glances, as if waiting for someone to flee first. Then, they would all retreat immediately. The first one to flee would be held accountable, and sentenced to death. Those who escaped later would face much less responsibility. At most, they would be punished, but that was better than losing their lives. The main issue was that the current situation was vastly different from what Lord Laxel had described. According to the plan, this battle was supposed to be a crushing defeat, with them responsible for eliminating the minions, while the masters would be responsible for eliminating the enemy's high-level forces. But now, it was their own masters who were being eliminated, and even Lord Laxel had followed suit. In the main building of the villa, Lord Ryan is truly formidable. Even the capable young woman, Alina, was stunned. This Laxel, with his displayed strength, should have been near legendary. I didn't expect him to die at Lord Ryan's hands. Near legendary? Clare nodded. No wonder his gaze seemed so tangible when she looked at him. A wizard about to enter the liquefied stage? So, it seemed Ryan was quite formidable. Clare was naturally overjoyed to see her guardian knight so formidable. But Clare also felt a tinge of disappointment. She had thought that her advancement to Grand Knight would narrow the gap in combat power between her and Ryan, but now it seemed to have widened. But it should be soon. Clare reflected on the abnormalities she'd experienced since becoming a Grand Knight. They were likely the initial stages of her bloodline awakening. Alec, standing at the door of the holding cell, naturally witnessed this scene and was overcome with joy. Just now, he had been astonished by the immense combat power of the High Priest Gaan of the Secret Snake Cult and felt that this was a dangerous situation. But Ryan had unexpectedly eliminated the main force of the Black Flame Church in such a short time. Alex tore the gilded book in his hand with force. With a powerful surge of energy, the magical aura of the cell's defensive formation was significantly intensified. Alex wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Saving your companions is unlikely. I've strengthened the defensive formation again." As if sensing the intense energy surge, Ryan turned, peering through the window, his skull hammer pointed directly at Gaan. Cannon also looked at Ryan, his eyes narrowed. Self-destructing magical artifacts strengthen defenses? Haha, what a pity, your own defenses aren't strengthened. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept through, leaving a trail of afterimages. The next second, Gaan suddenly appeared in front of Alex, still swinging a punch. Alex's eyes bulged, his mouth dropped open. He was folded in half, a noticeable bulge the size of a bowl on his back. Bang! Alex was completely embedded in the corridor wall. With a single punch, Gaan shattered Alex's protective spell, rendering him incapable of combat. Provocation requires strength. Otherwise, there's a price to pay. Cannon said this calmly, then turned and walked away, heading towards Ryan in the center of the arena. Because Ryan's actions were also a provocation. In Gaanon's opinion, Ryan's provocation was a bit presumptuous. He wasn't someone like Laxel, who relied on magic and favored long-range attacks. In Gaanon's view, relying solely on long-range attacks without matching close combat capabilities was a form of partiality. Sometimes, being overly particular can be fatal. Lax's just now was a prime example. But if it had been him just now, he wouldn't have been afraid of Ryan's approach. As Gaan walked out of the villa, Ryan fixed his gaze firmly on Gaan. Before the battle, he had a vague sense that the high priest of the secret snake cult was even more powerful than Lax's. However, the current situation was much better than he had anticipated. The worst-case scenario at the beginning was that the two of them would attack him together, but each, mindful of their status, refrained from a coordinated attack, giving him the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Suddenly, Gaan vanished from everyone's sight. Just as everyone was stunned, Ryan's pupils shrank sharply, his inner sense of danger blazing with alarm. Iron wall. A fist covered in snake scales, shrouded in a halo of black air, slammed heavily into Ryan's kite-shaped shield made of hardened adamantium. Bang! Even with the strength of hardened adamantium, Gaanon's fist instantly left a faint mark. Suddenly, although Ryan managed to resist, the alarm in his heart intensified, causing him to narrow his eyes and become even more vigilant. Swish! A red figure unexpectedly bypassed the shield and, from above, suddenly spewed something at Ryan's head. In a flash, Ryan raised the skull hammer in his right hand. The hammer suddenly lengthened and pressed against the red figure's chin. This blow caused the opponent's charged breath to pass directly over Ryan's head and spray onto the bushes behind him. In an instant, the flowers were reduced to charcoal by the flames. Only then did everyone see clearly that it was a long snake covered in red scales. It had just emerged from behind Gaanon's collar, its body, as thick as an adult's wrist, and attacked Ryan. That attack was a brilliant display of coordination between man and snake. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Langer, after being treated by Clare, struggled to his feet and shouted to Ryan outside the window, "Sir Ryan, be careful of the other party." But the next second, he couldn't finish his words. For Langer saw that the red snake was now standing tall, its tongue spitting out. Clearly, the other party had already used this move, and it seemed to have no effect on Ryan. After all, it was because of the red snake that Langer had just suffered a great loss. Huh? You actually blocked it. Good reaction, but too slow. Gaanon's voice was erratic. He missed his strike, but didn't stop. Instead, he took a step back, then another diagonally, but his speed was so swift that it seemed to leave behind 7 or 8 shadows in the blink of an eye, yet he was already more than 10 meters away. Ryan naturally wouldn't let his opponent distance himself. Judging from what had just happened, Gaan excelled at close-quarters attacks, and with the support of the red snake, he could also unleash powerful sorceress attacks. Two blurry figures engaged in a rapid exchange. From midair, one could see a black and silver line in the garden, sometimes intersecting and sometimes dodging at breakneck speed. Bang! Snap! Ding ding dang dang. The sounds of intense combat continued. But only the sounds were heard, not the figures. Instantly, several pits appeared on the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing. In just 10 seconds, dozens of holes of varying sizes appeared in the garden. Cannon, being a bit faster, now had the upper hand. Ryan, alternating between iron wall, flash cut, and crushing hammer, was able to maintain a level of engagement with Gaan. But this process was extremely draining on his stamina. Ryan had already added another point to his agility, successfully raising his agility stat to 39, and his stamina had returned to peak levels. Bang! After another intense clash, the two quickly launched themselves apart, both standing still. Sure enough, you possess some kind of physical talent. Otherwise, you would have already given up by now, Gaan said, taking a deep breath and squinting at Ryan. Gaan was actually feeling quite uncomfortable by now. Although he had known in advance that Ryan possessed a physical talent or specialty, but he had never imagined Ryan's physical strength could be this strong. During their battle, Ryan would employ a special move almost every 2 or 3 moves, shield-related special moves for defense, and axe or hammer special moves for offense. The power of these special moves was immense. They weren't just new to the art of mastery, but at least at the intermediate level. Furthermore, Ryan's strength was immense, even surpassing his own. Combined with these two factors, Gaan didn't dare rely on the snake-scale defense of his skin or his divine arts to withstand Ryan's special attacks. It was a bit like an adult facing a 12 or 13-year-old child wielding a sharp knife. If he couldn't wrest the knife away, the adult could be injured at any moment. Ryan's eyes blazed as he stared at Gaan, with intense concentration, remaining silent. Up to this point in the battle, he felt nothing but exhilaration. At the same time, Ryan also felt the benefits of mastering multiple secret techniques. He could employ different tactics when facing different enemies. Gaan was extremely difficult to deal with. Not only was he incredibly fast, but his short attacks were surprisingly powerful, and his moves seemed to possess some kind of special enhancement, making him extremely difficult to counter. Furthermore, the opponent's red snake was extremely formidable, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, constantly spitting at him from various angles. Thankfully, he could transform his weapon at any time, lengthening it or forming a shield, allowing him to deflect or block the snake's spit before it could strike. Unlike when he only had two-handed weapons, he could only resort to attacking with attack. Especially this time, with the enemy's speed surpassing his own, even trading injury for injury proved difficult. The two paused for a few seconds before quickly engaging in another exchange. After another 20 or 30 seconds, Gaan felt a little irritated. He hadn't expected Ryan to become more energetic as the fight went on. Furthermore, his opponent's speed had actually increased even more than at the beginning. He was quite certain that this wasn't due to his own stamina declining, but rather to his opponent's genuine speed increase. This was evident in the way he dodged the red snake's attacks with increasing ease. But this puzzled him. Aren't you good at stamina? Isn't stamina about endurance? But why was his speed increasing as the fight went on? This made Gaan feel as if the young man before him was shrouded in a mist, a strangeness that shone through him. He wasn't going to fight any longer. He planned to pay a small price to end this battle immediately. He still had to break the formation and rescue Haldane. After that, he would still control the earth snakes to leave, so he tried not to delay too long. Suddenly, Gaan's snake-scaled arm stretched by about 10 centimeters, and then his normal-sized palm suddenly expanded to the size of a wash basin. He caught Ryan's elbow, which was about to chop with his axe, and used his entire palm to lift it. But Ryan was currently performing the axe-related ultimate move, Flash Cut, with immense force, and it was not so easy to resist. Ryan's right axe blade continued to strike hard at Gaan's shoulder. At the same time, Gaan's shoulder muscles tensed and trembled violently, his deltoid muscles expanded, and the snake scales on his body vibrated violently. Bang! A dull slicing sound echoed. After Gaan's palm lifted the force, and the shoulder muscles used their secret technique to absorb the force, Ryan's intermediate ultimate move, Flash Cut, failed to sever Gaan's right arm outright. Instead, it penetrated the shoulder 3 or 4 centimeters before becoming lodged in the muscles. At this moment, Gaan, whose left hand had been supporting Ryan's forearm, began exerting force. He quickly leaned toward Ryan, and once again seized his shield-holding arm with his right hand. This time, the red snake didn't breathe fire. Instead, it darted downward, aiming for Ryan's neck with a lightning-fast bite. In a split second, Ryan had only time to shift his body slightly, allowing the red snake's attack to shift from his neck to his shoulder. Gaan, observing this, smiled. His red snake was incredibly venomous. But in an instant, Gaan's smile froze. The sound of bones cracking echoed. The red snake opened its mouth in agony, hissing as its tongue lashed out. Both of its fangs were now completely broken. This truly shocked Gaan. How could this be possible? The red snake had already bitten 2 large holes in the water-film steel shoulder armor on Ryan's shoulders, but no blood had flowed. Instead, it had broken both of the red snake's fangs? He didn't sense any magical energy fluctuations at all. Could it be that Ryan possessed some kind of bloodline gift, like a body of stone? Or was he wearing some strange inner armor? Unfortunate events continued one after another. At this point, Gaan no longer cared about saving face. After the battle had reached this point, he felt he had lost enough face. So, he planned to resolve the battle through crushing defeat. Gaan's hands loosened, his left foot slamming heavily onto Ryan's shield, and he quickly flew backwards. Just as Ryan was absorbing the force and trying to catch up, he suddenly felt the gravel on the ground tremble slightly. Immediately, Ryan realized something and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Beneath the ground where he had been standing, an enormous earth snake thrust out its hideous, petal-shaped mouthparts. This time, after the attack, the snake didn't dive back underground. Instead, like a cobra, it reared up a small portion of its body. Even then, it was still more than 2 stories high, and the shadow cast by the sunlight enveloped Ryan's entire body. A figure suddenly appeared above the earth snake's head. It was none other than Gaan, the high priest of the secret snake cult. Gaan looked down at Ryan with a smile on his face, commenting, "You have impressive strength. Judging by your age, you're not that old. If you had more time to grow, I might not even be your match. But unfortunately, your life's journey ends here. To die at the hands of a legendary Earth Serpent is an honor, isn't it?" At this moment, upon seeing the giant Earth Serpent appear, the remaining Black Flame monks exchanged glances before gathering at the entrance of the tunnel the Earth Serpent had previously dug and departing. For them, Gaan, while an ally, was an outsider, with no subordinate relationship. Furthermore, their staying wouldn't be of much use now. They couldn't intervene in the battle at all, and would likely become cannon fodder. So, they decided it was best to retreat. As a legendary Earth Serpent, its pressure was tangible. Ryan felt as if he were mired in a viscous mass, as if the air resistance had suddenly increased by more than double. In this situation, battling ancient legendary creatures brought on a surge of pressure. This feeling. Ryan couldn't help but recall the time he faced the high priest from Mayes County, who had ascended through the use of a sorcery array. Ryan glanced around. He had originally thought that if he could kill just one more night-level Black Flame monk, and once he had 10, he could test out the special effects of his newly acquired core skill, Soul-Shattering Impact. But alas, these so-called elite members of the Black Flame Church had all fled. If that was the case, then the only solution seemed to be to use that object. Ryan quickly pulled out the replica Imperial Scepter from his waist and threw it forward. Instantly, a white meteor shot straight at the massive Earth Snake. At the same time, an Imperial aura, representing humanity's supreme power, instantly dissipated the legendary pressure that was, by comparison, a mere firefly. Ah! A deafening scream rang out. At this moment, the platinum-colored replica of the Imperial Scepter easily struck the Earth Snake's massive form. Instantly, a hole the size of a bucket was created. Although, considering its size, this wound was insignificant compared to the snake's massive form, it seemed the Imperial power contained within the scepter inflicted excruciating pain. The Earth Snake writhed in agony, its surroundings resembling a landslide. Then, the snake quickly retreated underground and fled. The secret snake cult's high priest, Gaan, also scrambled to his feet. In this situation, his commanding techniques were no longer effective. Moreover, he understood that the Imperial power contained within the scepter had clashed head-on with the divine power within the Earth Serpent, significantly weakening its control. It would likely be difficult to recover in the short term. This caused Gaan's gaze towards Ryan to suddenly flare with anger. He hadn't expected Ryan to possess such a thing. Now, his plan to control the Earth Serpent and return to Nam Province had been shattered. And Haldane hadn't been able to rescue it. And the cause and culprit of this was this young man before him. "Go to hell. Great devouring serpent, please listen to your servant," Gaan's deep voice boomed. Snake transformation? Ryan's eyes narrowed. He had experienced this move with Haldane before, and the aura Gaan displayed now was far more powerful than Haldane's. However, this should also be the opponent's ultimate move. Because performing this move seems to have adverse effects or after effects on the caster, both of them used it last. In that case, Ryan glanced at his stat panel. Constitution, 39. Strength, 46. Agility, 40. Spirit, 55. Remaining attribute points, 5. Instantly, his remaining attribute points went from 5 to 1, while his agility skyrocketed to 44. Ryan's speed suddenly increased, and a white arc slammed down towards Gaan from top to bottom. At this moment, Gaan, who was already multitasking, chanted the spell while concentrating on watching the weapon in Ryan's hand to see if it would transform. He had never expected Ryan's speed to suddenly increase again. Faced with Ryan's sudden high-level ultimate technique, Crushing Hammer, he could only instinctively cross his arms and block it. But with no time to gather his strength, the consequence of facing Ryan's attack was boom! Both his arms exploded instantly at the wrist. The moment the excruciating pain hit him, broken bones, rotten flesh, and blood slammed into Gaan's face at high speed, burning with pain. His eyes were bloodshot, blinding him. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Gaanon's soul was trembling, and this was the only thought in his mind. Saving people, the Earth Snake, he had already forgotten. But with his wrists bleeding and his vision completely lost, how fast could he retreat? A silver arc of light flashed horizontally. Plop! The sound of something heavy falling resounded. Cannon's legs were severed at the knees. Still lying on the ground, Cannon was still desperately trying to escape. His legs, now missing their calves, were still flailing like a fish on a chopping block. At this moment, Ryan had paused, as if thinking of something. He slowly walked over and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I killed Haldane a long time ago." Although the holding cell was enchanted, there was only his body inside. Hearing this, Cannon's eyes widened instantly, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Snap! A sound similar to a watermelon breaking was heard. The 10th portion is here. Chapter 281. However, at this moment, Ryan looked up and around, then walked over to the large pits in the ground to check, only to discover that the legendary Earth Snake had already vanished without a trace. Ryan casually picked up the fallen replica Imperial Scepter. After this depletion, the Imperial power contained within it was almost gone. Clearly, if he wanted to use it again, he would have to return to the Sword-Bearer branch to recharge. He hesitated, unsure whether to pursue the legendary Earth Snake while it was injured, or stay and protect Clare and the others. Of course, although the Earth Snake had been injured by the replica Imperial Scepter, its injuries were not serious. Furthermore, as an ancient legendary species, the Earth Snake's strength surpassed his own. Even if Ryan pursued it, he had little confidence that he could kill it with a single blow using the Soul-Shattering Hammer's special effect, Soul-Shattering Impact. At this moment, Clare, Alina, and the others also approached Ryan, who was standing at the cave entrance. Along the way, they were deeply shocked by the numerous potholes and devastation that covered the garden ground. "Ryan, your strength is growing stronger." Clare walked over to Ryan, looking sideways at him. "You defeated 2 quasi-legendary warriors, one after another. Especially this cannon of the Secret Snake Cult. I feel he's only one step away from becoming a legend." "He's indeed difficult to deal with," Ryan nodded. Just as Ryan was about to ask Clare about the quasi-legendary, Alina approached him and said with a smile, "Yes, Lord Ryan, you killed Raxel. I will report this to the Sword-Bearer's branch immediately. Furthermore, the opponent's strength exceeded expectations. I think the 3.5-star mission rating is unfair. I will recommend to Lord Humaz that it be upgraded to 4-star gold. TSK, this is Raxel, the man responsible for the massacres in several small towns in Meister. His death at the hands of Meister's battering ram is a fitting end." Alina smiled. "By the way, Lord Ryan, you also killed Gaan, the High Priest of the Secret Snake Cult. However, as this is a mission for the Swordbearer's branch of Nam Province, I still need to discuss the reward with him." Alina glanced at the 3 members of the Blade Squad who were receiving treatment. "Thank you, Lord Alina. As for the credit for killing Gaan, the Blade Squad deserves it," said Ryan. "Yes, I understand what Lord Ryan means. I will discuss this with Captain Langer first." Alina nodded. At that moment, Clare noticed Ryan staring blankly at the vast tunnel above. A thought struck her, and she asked, "Ryan, are you planning to pursue that legendary Earth Snake?" "Yes, I'm worried about it. If we don't eliminate it, it might come for revenge at any moment." Ryan frowned slightly and nodded. Alina glanced at Gaanon's headless corpse on the ground, then turned to Ryan and said, "Sir Ryan, this legendary Earth Snake isn't Gaanon's pet. It's probably being controlled by some kind of sorcery. Now that Gaan is dead and the Earth Snake is free, it should have left on its own. It's highly likely it won't bother us again." "Oh, is that so?" Ryan's face was thoughtful. If that were the case, then there really was no need to risk entering the tunnel and attempting to kill the enemy. It was a pity. The effectiveness of soul-shattering shock hadn't been tested. After all, if the enemy was too weak, its power couldn't be tested. If he had known earlier, he should have killed an extra Black Flame monk and used soul-shattering shock directly on Gaan, the High Priest of the Secret Snake Cult. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but glance at Gaanon's headless corpse with a touch of regret. At this moment, the head maid, Shadia, stood calmly behind her mistress, Clare. She remained silent, her eyes occasionally fixed on Ryan in a daze. However, the way she squeezed and gently rubbed her legs together seemed to indicate that her inner feelings weren't as calm as her expression, revealing a hint of inner turmoil. As a common person, Shadia barely saw the entire battle between Ryan, Raxel, and the Snake Cult's Gaan. After all, the speed of the action was beyond her visual range. All the head maid saw were blurry shadows, splattered dirt, holes in the ground, flying sparks, whirlwinds, and flames. To her perception, it was like a battle between gods. But the head maid was aware of one thing: Ryan's stamina was truly exceptional. This was easily proven by the fact that after 2 battles, Ryan's face remained completely free of fatigue. Additionally, what Gaan, the manipulator of the earth snakes, said also confirmed that Ryan possessed some kind of physical talent. This made the head maid glance at Ryan again. A slightly shy thought crossed his mind, wondering if besides his physical prowess, Ryan might also possess other strengths. While Clare and the others were talking to Ryan, the guards nearby began helping their companions up and tidying up the garden. However, when they saw the corpses of the Black Flame Guardians, most of whom had their heads blown off, as well as the bodies of Laxel and the snake cult's Gaan, many guards whispered, "Hey, Lord Ryan, why do you like to blow your enemies' heads off so much with your warhammer? It leaves a mess of blood and white, and it's disgusting to watch. Are you scared? You're right to be. Lord Ryan must be trying to intimidate the enemy with this fighting style," a young guard said with a knowing expression. The other guards exchanged glances, their expressions of sudden realization etched on their faces. That's right. That should be it. But, in that case, I don't think your former nickname, Meister Battering Ram, is quite fitting. By the way, what do you think of calling your Excellency Skull Crusher? That's appropriate, fine. A guard nodded in agreement. Okay. At this moment, Langer also approached, dragging his injured body. He first looked at Gaanon's corpse in shock, then at Ryan, and exclaimed, "Sir Ryan, your strength truly is this." Langer gave a thumbs up as he spoke. Just now, the 3 members of their Blade squad had teamed up to fight this Gaan, but in less than a minute, they were completely defeated. But when Gaan and Lord Ryan clashed, it also took about a minute to become a headless corpse. Langer was momentarily at a loss for words. Both were gold-rank swordbearer captains, yet the disparity was truly enormous. This comparison, conducted under nearly identical conditions, yielded a stark and clear conclusion. Of course, Langer's compliments weren't meant to imply flattery, but rather that while swordbearers enjoyed excellent treatment in all aspects, there was a prerequisite: returning alive from missions. Thus, swordbearers held powerful companions in high esteem. Because sometimes, a helping hand from a powerful companion could mean the difference between life and death. Captain Langer, you're flattering me. Without the intervention of the 3 of you, Gaan would likely have discovered Haldane's death and ordered the earth snakes to destroy the villa. Hearing Ryan's words, Langer's heart was filled with joy. Langer knew exactly what was happening to the 3 of them. Even with all his might, he was still beaten to a pulp by Gaan. But Lord Ryan's words conveyed a full-scale blockade, which was profoundly significant. Listen, that's emotional intelligence. By the way, Captain Langer, I'd like to ask you a question. What's the biggest difference between a quasi-legendary, or even a legend, and a Grand Knight like us? Lord Ryan, haven't you heard of this? Langer glanced at Ryan in surprise. In his opinion, someone like Ryan, who was about to reach the quasi-legendary level, should have a more comprehensive and profound understanding of this subject than he did. But in reality, Ryan had only been a Grand Knight for a little over 2 months, so naturally, he hadn't studied the relevant content. Well, for a Grand Knight, fully comprehending the radiance of will and reaching the level of titled knight is considered a legendary power. Langell thought for a moment and spoke succinctly. If one has only comprehended a hint, or even a small part, then one is a quasi-legendary power. Radiance of will? Ryan asked, frowning slightly. This seemed to be the second time he had heard this term. The last time was probably when Master Gunther vaguely mentioned it. Yes, that's right. Simply put, the pressure you just felt during your battle with these 2 was the entry-level influence of will, Langell said, pointing to the bodies of Gaan and the others. If you master the elementary use of this radiance of will, you have reached the quasi-legendary level. However, as Langell spoke, he felt something a little awkward. He soon realized what the awkwardness was. This was because, while to him, these 2 men were quasi-legends of a higher level, to Ryan, they were defeated. Now, he wanted Ryan to learn from them. That kind of pressure? Ryan nodded. As a wizard, he possessed a sharper perception than Langer. So, Ryan could sense that this pressure was a display of some kind of mental power. Captain Langer is correct, but Ryan, you're still a wizard. For wizards, the classification of quasi-legendary is simpler. That's when their mental power liquefies, becoming a second-level wizard. Legendary, on the other hand, is when their mental power crystallizes, Clare said beside him. If mental power is likened to a multifaceted crystal, then perception is one facet, an outward manifestation of mental power. And the radiance of will is another facet of this crystal, another outward manifestation of mental power. These are the exact words I heard from Lady Sephiroth, the Ranger King known as Windrunner, when I was at the Royal Academy. She also traverses the paths of both wizard and knight. I think her words might be helpful to you, Clare said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan. Two sides of the same coin? Ryan nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Clare. Lady Sephiroth's words are very inspiring to me." But Ryan also knew that this was a concise summary. For him, if he wanted to master the radiance of will, he had to start from the first step. "Everyone, I trouble you here. I'd like to go back and think about this." "Of course, Lord Ryan." Returning to his room, Ryan thought for a moment before checking the system notifications. You fought a battle, Warhammer Wizard, Legend, experience points increased by 2491. You fought a battle, Weapon Master, Legend, experience points increased by 1387. Note: the above skill experience points have been enhanced by the exclusive talent, Primary Transcendental Enlightenment, by 30%. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 3 gold skill points. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 4 gold skill points. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class level has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class level has increased. The Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class level has increased 4 levels from level 1 when you first changed classes, reaching level 5, 591/2000. Since the Weapon Master, Legendary, class had already reached level 8, on the verge of a potential upgrade, after gaining a significant amount of experience, he also advanced 1 level, reaching level 9, 198/10,000. This was quite a surprise. This happened to satisfy the first prerequisite for the Epic class. The Lord of Thousand Blades, Epic Weapon Master level 9 or higher. In addition, Ryan gained another 5 attribute points and 5 skill points, plus 7 gold skill points. A truly bountiful harvest. Adding to his original remaining points, Ryan now had 6 attribute points, 6 skill points, and 8 gold skill points. This meant that Ryan could now upgrade either of the 2 advanced techniques, Crushing Hammer or Blazestorm, modified, to the top level. Also, regarding willpower, Ryan had a vague grasp of the key. Immediately, Ryan folded his arms across his chest, his chin resting on his other, and paced back and forth across the room, pondering. Several hours later, the 20 or so black flame monks who had fled saw a familiar group of figures emerge from the other end of the tunnel. Leading them was none other than Lord Freeman, another elder from their church. However, beside him stood a stranger, towering like a small giant. In the dim torchlight, the man's hair was disheveled, his features unclear. He wore an unusually old bronze breastplate, and his exposed skin was a grayish-white, wrinkled, and not as supple as a normal person's. Even more fearful for the black flame monks was the captivating aura he exuded, making them completely afraid to approach. "Lord Freeman, this is bad. Lord Raxel was killed by Ryan." "Huh? Raxel is dead?" Freeman's previously cheerful mood was clouded by a cloud. "So, the plan to attack Count Hapsburg's residence has also failed?" "Well," the black flame monks exchanged glances. "It can't be said to be a complete failure. Lord Gaan of the Secret Snake Cult is still fighting." "Huh? So you're running away? A bunch of losers." Freeman's eyes twitched, his heart raging with rage. Puff! The ancient hero Mung, who had advanced several meters without anyone noticing, pierced the chest of a fleeing black flame monk with an arm so gaunt yet, with visible muscle fibers, and a massive skeleton. The black flame monk was also stunned. He had never expected to be attacked in the midst of his own church. At this moment, he was like a chicken, lifted up by the chest-piercing arm. Red blood streaks began to appear on his arm, and the black flame monk opened his mouth wide, as if about to scream, but his entire body began to hunch over at a visible rate, shrinking and dehydrating. Soon, his limbs turned a grayish-white, like a mummy, and drooped naturally, his neck slumped to the side. The thick arm, now noticeably redder, casually tossed the corpse aside, as if discarding a piece of trash. "Since it's trash, it's useless." Ancient common language, a low, hoarse voice emanated from the ancient hero Munger, as if he had just killed a chicken instead of a human. Such a cold tone frightened the fleeing black flame monks into a pale state. "Well, Lord Mung, although these are trash, they are, after all, loyal members of the church, ancient common language, so they can still be put to good use," Freeman, standing by, quickly explained. At the same time, he cursed himself. How could he have forgotten this gentleman was beside him? I had just mentioned the word trash, and this gentleman had taken it to heart. Of course, the key point is that many words in ancient common language and modern common language share the same pronunciation, including trash. Sir, I will take you to a place where there are plenty of powerful warriors for you to recover. Not just trash. Of course not. Those are the elite of the Dragon Empire. Freeman was stunned, then gave a dry laugh. At the same time, Meister, sword-bearer branch, top floor of the administration building. In Admiral Edward's office. A middle-aged man in an army uniform, his shoulder epaulets adorned with a pair of golden branches and 4 crescent moons, respectfully reported, Admiral, I've just received urgent military intelligence from Meister. The Forbidden Gate was opened by the combined efforts of the Sea Clan and the Sea God cult. However, unexpectedly, what was sealed within was a 3-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail. Imperial Guardian, your carelessness allowed it to escape into the deep sea. I didn't expect it to be a 3-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail. Huh? Escaped? Admiral Edward, dressed in a general's uniform, raised an eyebrow, a bit unconvinced. He knew that the Imperial High Command should have some knowledge of what might be sealed within the Forbidden Gate. Furthermore, ever since the news of the Forbidden Gate was reported, the Empire was said to have begun preparations and dispatched the Imperial Guardian. But surprisingly, he still let the other party escape. Which Imperial Guardian is coming this time? It's Lady Dragon Knight Menia. Huh? It's Her Excellency the Red Queen. I didn't expect even she couldn't capture this 3-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail. As an Imperial Admiral, Edward naturally knew Menia's background. She was the aunt of the current Emperor. The dragon she rode was a mature female red dragon, all fiery red. And because of Menia's royal status, she was honored as the Red Queen. Among the Imperial Guardians, she was considered one of the most powerful. To my surprise, even she failed. Yes, it's said that this 3-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail possesses a hint of divinity. It must be favored by a certain evil god, so... Colonel Stanley explained. A divine creature? No wonder. Admiral Edward's expression showed understanding, but the crow's feet around his eyes deepened. Yes, my lord. These are turbulent times, Edward sighed. This suggests that the current situation facing the Empire is gradually slipping out of its control. Otherwise, even if this 3-headed dragon, even if it were a divine creature, would not have been able to escape. Have Duke Meister and Archbishop Gomez been informed of this? Duke Meister should be aware, but Archbishop Gomez probably isn't. Yes, inform Archbishop Gomez and have them be on high alert. As you command, my lord. By the way, what did they say? They want us to branch out and assign more missions to the Sea People and the Poseidon cult to assist the Imperial Navy and Army. Well, follow my orders. Meister County. The gardens of Earl Hapsburg's mansion. The Black Flame cult's operative planted within Earl Hapsburg's mansion was now shoveling dirt into the large pit dug by the legendary ground-farming snake. After over an hour, beads of sweat already covered his forehead. Hey, Arya, you've been working so hard today, you haven't rested at all. The operative, using the alias Arya, clearly ignored the teasing of his fellow guards. Because at that moment, he was devastated. He hadn't imagined that the attack, so carefully planned by the cult, would end this way. And he, upon witnessing Raxel's death at Ryan's hands, felt cold all over. Luckily, he hadn't immediately defected when the attack occurred. Otherwise, he would be lying on the ground now. He resolved to remain silent for a while, and not pass on any more information or intelligence to the cult. After Raxel and another Black Flame Guardian perished at Ryan's hands, the remaining elite members of the church were unaware of his true identity. After much painstaking effort, the massive hole was finally nearly filled. Arya wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling quite pleased at the fruits of his labor. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. The ground he had just leveled seemed to tremble slightly beneath his feet. Could it be the Earth Serpent again? Don't look for me, look for Ryan. Arya's expression changed, and he turned to leave the cave. But then, something unexpected happened. Soft earth splattered, and a thick, grayish-white, withered arm suddenly emerged from the earth and grabbed his ankle. Instantly, Arya felt a piercing chill run from his tailbone to the back of his head. Swish. In the next second, Arya vanished from the spot. Elia was dragged down into the ground by a powerful force. A small hole, less than a meter in diameter, suddenly appeared in the landfill. The guards' expressions changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 282. 2 hours ago. In a room on the second floor of Earl Hapsburg's mansion. After pondering for a while, Ryan decided to first upgrade his advanced skill, Crushing Hammer, to a top-level skill. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the soul-crushing hammer of the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, required the enemy to die under the hammer in order to trigger its buff, according to the system description. Clearly, the more powerful the hammer technique, the stronger the enemies the hammer could kill, and the greater the buff. Second, as Langer had said before, the key for a Grand Knight to reach legendary status lies in mastering the Radiance of Will. Meanwhile, Bladestorm, modified, also a high-level skill, combines innate sorcery with a skill. It cannot be considered a pure swordsmanship skill. Ryan had a vague feeling that if he wanted to comprehend the Radiance of Will, pure hammering or swordsmanship, without the addition of sorcery, might be more effective. Having made up his mind, Ryan once again looked at the requirements for advancing Crushing Hammer to the top level. 1. Any Transcendent Hammer technique at level 18 or higher. 2. Bear King Breathing technique at level 18 or higher. 3. Strength 45, Agility 38, and Constitution 40 or higher. 4. Consume 4 gold skill points. He checked his stats again. Constitution, 39. Strength, 46. Agility, 44. Spirit, 55. Ryan discovered that he only needed 1 point in Constitution to meet all the requirements. Naturally, there was no need to hesitate, and Ryan quickly added 1 point to his Constitution. With his Constitution reaching the 40 mark, Ryan had completely met the requirements for the top-level technique. Next, he spent 4 gold skill points to upgrade both Hammer and Bear King Breathing to level 18, then chose Advance. Instantly, a torrent of memories from training with Crushing Hammer flooded into Ryan's mind. In some mysterious dimension, it seemed as if Ryan, alone and single-mindedly, had practiced the advanced hammer technique, Crushing Hammer, for 30 or 40 years, and at some point, achieved a breakthrough. The system notification reappeared. Congratulations, you've mastered the ultimate hammer technique, Hammer of Annihilation. Hammer of Annihilation? Has the name changed? However, seeing the words ultimate technique, a smile played across Ryan's lips. Finally, he'd mastered the ultimate technique. On the Weapon Master, Legend, panel, the hammer technique, Crushing Hammer, had also been renamed Hammer of Annihilation. The icon had also undergone a significant change. The image transformed into a dark hammer swung downward, its head surrounded by ripples that spread outward. Unlike the previous vivid depiction of shattering boulders, this one looked more like an abstract painting. After all, the sheer power of these ripples was unknown. The small text in the lower right corner of the icon also changed. Hammer of Annihilation Top Secret. Effect. Utilizes a force-combined vibration technique, enhanced by a trace of willpower, to deliver a powerful blow capable of annihilating both visible and invisible forms. Note: to upgrade the Hammer of Annihilation to a primary annihilation field, the following conditions must be met. 1. Strength 60, Agility 50, Constitution 55, and Willpower 3 or higher. 2. Consumes 8 gold skill points. This is Force Field? Has it begun to transcend the boundaries of a particular technique? Ryan keenly noticed the keyword Force Field in the notes. Although the description only mentioned a basic Annihilation Force Field, it was clear that the power of this Annihilation Force Field surpassed that of a top-level ultimate technique. At the same time, Ryan instantly thought of the introductory fire technique he had previously learned, High Temperature Force Field, which also mentioned Force Field. But there was clearly a huge difference between the two. Furthermore, Ryan discovered that the subsequent advancement of the top-level ultimate technique, Hammer of Annihilation, had transcended the requirements of hammer technique and even the breathing technique. There were only 2 prerequisites displayed: attribute points and gold skill points. It felt like a simplification from complexity. Willpower 3. Ryan quickly noticed the newly appeared attribute. But I don't have willpower. Ryan frowned slightly, and immediately called up his attribute panel. His eyes suddenly widened, as a new will attribute appeared on the dashboard. Constitution, 40. Strength, 46. Agility, 44. Spirit, 55. Will, hidden attribute 1. Note: will is a hidden attribute and cannot be increased by adding attribute points. How did I suddenly gain this will? Ryan pondered. Could this point of will be due to my recent upgrade of my advanced secret art, Hammer of Crushing, to the ultimate secret art, Hammer of Annihilation? That seems to be the only explanation. Just as Ryan was pondering this question, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ryan? Claire's familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Ryan opened the door and saw Clare standing there, holding an ancient parchment scroll, smiling. Miss Clare, please come in. Clare nodded and walked into the room. Ryan, There's something I'd like to discuss with you. But before that, I'd like to give you something that might help you understand the will. This is a manuscript written by an ancestor of our Hapsburg family, based on his own experiences, describing how he realized the brilliance of the will," Clare said, handing the parchment scroll to Ryan. "Miss Clare, isn't it too valuable?" Claire's smile grew even brighter. "Ryan, don't forget, you're my guardian knight now. The stronger you are, the safer I am, isn't it? Before, I was still a peak knight, and I couldn't quite give you some of the family's things. But things are different now. After my promotion to Grand Knight, according to the agreement between my father and the family elders, I'm now the first in line to inherit the Hapsburg family, and my authority is much greater than before. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to give you this manuscript." "Thank you, Miss Clare." Ryan took the manuscript and bowed slightly. Now that he had 1 point of willpower, a reference to a manuscript of someone who had comprehended willpower would be extremely helpful. It would likely greatly accelerate his subsequent understanding and application of willpower. "Also, I've told my father about you. He's both happy and amazed at your growth. He'd like to talk to you later, once he's feeling better." "Of course, anytime. Miss Clare, please tell Count Hapsburg he hopes for a speedy recovery." At this point, Claire's face darkened. "Ryan, as a wizard, haven't you noticed anything's wrong lately?" Something wrong?" Ryan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Well, for example, regarding the concentration of the mysterious energy particles you sensed, perhaps you could try to recall what it was like a month ago, and what it was like now." Clare looked at Ryan with a puzzled expression. Ryan sensed it carefully. It seemed like the energy particles around him were becoming easier to mobilize. But the problem was, his mental power a month ago was at least 10 points lower than it was now. Ryan suddenly realized it. He understood. The incredibly rapid increase in mental power had left him no time to register the changes in the mysterious energy particles around him. He had always instinctively assumed that the increased power of his sorcery was entirely due to his own increased strength. In reality, a small part of the reason was the change in energy particle concentration that Clare mentioned. "Miss Clare, are you saying that the mysterious energy particles are becoming increasingly dense for some unknown reason?" "Yes, although I'm a knight, my mental strength is not weak. I've been able to sense this change for the past 6 months, not to mention the wizards themselves. Also, don't you find it strange that the legendary ground snake, an ancient creature, has suddenly appeared?" I thought it was a coincidence." "So, it's not a coincidence?" "It's not a coincidence. When I was at the Imperial Academy in the Imperial capital, reports of the resurrection of giant beasts came in from across the vast empire. Even many of the descendants of the great nobles were discussing this issue," Clare said, her face grim. "Or a resurrection?" A term from a past life inexplicably popped up in Ryan's mind. Of course, it was just a metaphor. The real reason behind this might be far more complex, but regardless, based on the current situation, the increase in energy particle concentration seems to be leading to a phenomenon similar to the gradual resurrection of giant beasts. Although he's making rapid progress, he still lags far behind the legendary land snake. The problem is, besides the giant beasts, there are also those active cults behind. This made Ryan frown, a sense of urgency rising. "Isn't there a solution being discussed in the Empire?" Ryan asked. "I haven't accessed any Imperial-level response plans yet. According to a saying within the Royal Academy, opportunities and challenges coexist. The increased concentration of energy particles will not only directly enhance the wizard's combat effectiveness, but will also subtly reduce the difficulty of our knight's subsequent advancement. In other words, breakthroughs will become easier. Many people believe that experts on the Imperial side will also emerge like mushrooms after rain. Is that so?" Ryan pondered. This wasn't a bad thing. At least he had a good explanation for his rapid improvement. After Clare left, Ryan flipped through the manuscript written by Mikhail Hapsburg, Clare's ancestor. The other party was one of the few outstanding individuals in the history of the Hapsburg family who had realized the radiance of will. In fact, the manuscript didn't contain much information on how to realize the radiance of will, just a few words. "Understand why you fight, understand the direction of the sword in your hand." After chewing on this sentence several times, it seemed that Ryan had already gained a little will. For a moment, Ryan had a slight understanding. He stretched out his right hand, channeling the force, and his palm began to emit a faint white glow. But the next second, an invisible mental force fell into his hand. The light of the force suddenly changed. It was not a change in quantity, but like the previously chaotic force molecule suddenly becoming orderly. It was as if the force had a leader, a soul. Was the force soulless before? to explain it using an example from Ryan's past life. It was as if the force before was the arrangement of carbon atoms in graphite, but now, with the addition of will, it became the arrangement of carbon atoms in diamond. Carbon was still carbon. But a qualitative change had occurred. Ryan swung his hand, radiating the force, in a knife-like motion, gently across the corner of the wooden table. Pa! The heavy wooden corner fell to the ground, the cut perfectly smooth. This? Ryan's face was thoughtful. Clearly, the previous force infusion couldn't achieve this effect. Suddenly, bang! A loud noise echoed from the window. Ryan immediately went to the window to investigate. The previously filled tunnel entrance was instantly torn open by the flying dirt. The Earth Serpent is back again? Ryan's first thought was that the legendary Earth Serpent had returned. That's good. It's a good time to test the Warhammer Wizard's core skill, soul-shattering impact, and experience what real damage is. However, to Ryan's surprise, his keen eyesight detected an unusually burly figure slowly emerging from the dust. The figure had wild, red hair like a lion's mane and wore a remarkably ancient bronze breastplate. The design resembled the muscle-like armor worn by the Spartacus warriors in Ryan's past life, composed of 2 bronze plates, front and back. In his right hand, he held a massive, cube-shaped warhammer. The hammer's design was equally ancient, with a square head, a single rectangular piece of metal. Its left and right sides were blue, and the handle also had some kind of blue and white stripes. Dozens of guards, stunned, immediately surrounded the figure. But the next second, all the guards seemed frozen in place by some invisible force, unable to move even a finger. In the blink of an eye, the other party was beside a guard. Puff! He plunged his hand directly into the guard's heart. As strands of red blood spread along his thick, withered arm, the other party tilted his head slightly, and said in a muffled voice, drawn from his chest and abdomen, "Freeman, you're lying to me. These aren't the Empire's elite." Only then did Ryan see a group of black flame monks filing out of the tunnel. Langer, Fry, and Adels all quickly rushed over from the side. But the first sight of the ancient hero Munger froze them in shock. This kind of pressure. Freeman quickly pointed at Langer and the others, immediately explaining Munger's words. "No, no, Lord Munger, those are the Empire's elite." Instantly, as Munger's gaze fell on Langer and the others, their hair stood on end, and a chill ran from their tailbone to their skulls. Instantly, they felt as if they were being targeted by a natural enemy. Langer, the peak-level knight, showed despair and said to the 2 team members beside him, "You two, run away immediately separate. I hold them off." "Captain, is the enemy so strong?" Fry couldn't help but panic. This was the first time he had seen his captain act like this, giving up hope of victory before even engaging the enemy. "Captain, even with Lord Ryan, it's still impossible?" Fry pursed his lips, unwilling to give in. "No! There's no way we can win. The enemy is a true legendary, perhaps even more powerful." Langer shook his head, his face pale. At this moment, Clare also walked behind Langer. Followed by, it was Ryan. Why don't they split up? Freeman, watching this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in joy. "Come on! Come on! More elite troops of the Dragon Empire, so Lord Mung can quickly recover his peak strength." The ancient hero Mung had slumbered for too long. Although enchanted by the Amber Barrier, his life force was fading slowly. His life force would still weaken with the passage of time. The blood-colored crystal used in the previous blood ritual, though refined, was merely a 1,000-unit batch of ordinary people mixed with a few knights. For a formidable being of Mung's level, it was too much. It's far from enough, and most of it is just dregs. After absorbing it, he can only barely awaken. The ancient hero Munger's strength is now reduced to a mere tenth of what it once was. From his former epic-level powerhouse, he's now barely on the threshold of a legendary powerhouse. Munger needs to absorb the essence and blood of as many powerful beings as possible to quickly recover his strength. For example, if he had one legendary powerhouse to absorb right now, he should be able to recover a small portion of his strength. With 10 legendary powerhouses, he would basically be able to recover the strength of an epic powerhouse. Just as Munger was about to launch an attack, he suddenly glanced sideways at the sky. 2 Griffin Knights were making their routine flight from the fishing port town to Meister County City. They were almost there when they suddenly saw a large cloud of dust rising from the city's noble quarters. This caused the 2 Griffin Knights to exchange glances, and they immediately became alert. The view from midair was so clear that it was obvious that the area of dust on the ground was quite large. "Fisher, let's go down and take a look." This Count Felker, that looks like Count Hapsburg's residence. Could it have been attacked? Soon, 2 Griffin Knights, maneuvering their griffins, flew rapidly towards the source of the dust. It's the Black Flame Cult. Viscount Felker immediately spotted the unmistakable black-robed figures, and the towering hammer-wielding figure standing in front. At this moment, from the perspective of the people underground, suddenly, a high-pitched and majestic cry echoed from the sky. A powerful creature with a lion-like body and a griffin, with a vast wingspan, swooped down from midair, its razor-sharp claws clawing directly at the red-haired monster. Bang! A translucent shockwave erupted from the square hammer. With just one blow, the griffin, at least 4 meters long, was severely wounded. Like a crashing plane, it crashed into a nearby annex, collapsing several walls. The other griffin's anthropomorphic eyes flashed with fear, and it quickly rose. With a single blow, he dispatched a griffin. The red-haired freak's terrifying attack power momentarily made everyone afraid to move forward. Sir Ryan, Miss Clare, the opponent is a true legendary. Leave now, Langer said anxiously. Hiss. Legendary? Everyone's eyes were now more or less fixed on Ryan. As a fellow hammer wielder, and having just earned the title of Skull Crusher, Ryan seemed their only hope of defeating him. But the problem was, the opponent was simply too strong. A legendary. Not a near-legendary like Laxel or Gaan, but a true legend. A Black Flame monk stepped forward and whispered something to Freeman. Freeman fixed his gaze on Ryan, grinning sinisterly. Are you Ryan? Since you killed Raxel, you must be the first to die. It is your honor to die at the hands of the ancient hero, Lord Munder. Ryan's attention was now completely focused on the ancient hero Munder. Having just grasped a glimmer of the radiant will, he could see more than anyone else. Amid Munder's towering figure, a chaotic field filled the air. Ryan had never seen this field before in anyone, a field similar to the human magnetic field. It was almost visible to the naked eye. This field was like a constantly radiating, intense magnetic field, or like a dense, multicolored ribbon fluttering in the wind. When the other's eyes fixed upon Ryan, he suddenly felt a jolt, as if a mighty bell were ringing in his ears. This was a pressure from a higher level of life, far more intense than when he faced the legendary ground snake. This was an absolutely powerful being. But Ryan knew he had no escape at this point. Not to mention that he was Clare's guardian knight. Judging by the speed the other had just displayed, it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to escape. Since this was the case, there seemed to be only one choice. Life and death were indifferent. If I didn't accept it, I would fight. Ryan tightened his grip on the skull hammer. And he wasn't without a trump card. Instantly. Boom! The towering figure across from him tapped his toes, and the earth exploded. Leaving behind a gray afterimage, he wielded a massive blue and white warhammer and charged at Ryan. His speed was so great that a distinct white aura could be seen all around him. Ryan's pupil shrank. His sense of danger had never been so acute. Facing a life-or-death crisis. Instantly, Ryan felt a tingling sensation in his scalp, as if he had been electrocuted. At this moment, he felt no pressure from the opponent. In the eyes of the others, Ryan suddenly charged towards the opponent, leaving a silver line in his wake. Ordinarily, if the opponent dodged, Ryan's hammer would have been difficult to strike. But perhaps in the eyes of the ancient hero Munger, Ryan was merely a stronger ant. Just imagine, faced with the provocation of an ant, a normal person would certainly not retreat or dodge. He would simply step down with a little more force. Perhaps, his feet would even grind back and forth. Bang! And then, in an instant, the two hammers, one large and one small, collided fiercely. A visible, powerful blast of air, originating at the point of collision, rapidly expanded in all directions, comparable to the muzzle blast of a 406mm battleship's main gun. Instantly, Ryan was sent flying backwards at a speed even faster than when he arrived. The white skull hammer in his hand seemed to have weathered, crumbling into fine sand from end to end. But what worried everyone even more was that the muscles in Ryan's right arm exploded inch by inch, and blood splattered as he flew backward. And the Black Flame monks, including Freeman, watched this scene with sneers on their faces. At the same time, for words popped into their minds. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you challenge the ancient hero, Lord Mung? Who do you think you are? An Imperial Dragon Knight? You must be kidding. But the next second, the sneers on their faces froze. Chapter 283. The ancient hero Mung, who had been unharmed, suddenly roared in pain. Directly behind his towering figure, a solid, lifelike transparent shadow was blasted out of his body by Ryan's hammer, now at least a meter away. Not only that. In an instant, the transparent shadow, which had left its body, suddenly developed fist-sized holes in dozens of places. Then, the shadow, now much dimmer, was quickly drawn back into the body of the ancient hero Meng, as if by some kind of gravitational force. Although the transparent shadow had returned to his body, the ancient hero Munger was still vomiting copious amounts of dark red blood. He knelt on one knee, struggling to support himself with his warhammer, trembling with pain. Freeman and the others watched the scene with expressions of shock. For according to the records in the church's texts, this ancient hero Munger was no ordinary legendary powerhouse, but a powerhouse of epic caliber from their own ancient church. Even though he was far from recovered, his strength was barely 1/10 of what it was. But even 1/10 of the remaining strength of an epic powerhouse would definitely reach the level of a legendary powerhouse. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. So, they never imagined that such a top ancient powerhouse from their own church would be injured by a young man from the Empire, who was clearly not even a legendary. The problem was, the injury looked quite serious. Clare had initially seen Ryan's arm muscles burst, her brows furrowed slightly, and she was deeply worried, but she hadn't expected the situation to change so quickly. The enemy, who was obviously at least legendary level, was actually seriously injured. No, he was even more seriously injured. The shadowy figure seemed to be a soul, and direct damage to the soul is obviously more difficult to recover from than damage to Ryan's body. In the arena, Fry showed surprise and immediately turned to his captain, Langer, and said, "Captain, I told you. With Lord Ryan's help, we can still fight." Langer's head was buzzing. He couldn't understand why such a legendary, and clearly not just any legendary, could be beaten so badly by a single blow from Ryan. Could Ryan also be a legendary? But that was impossible. The battle between Ryan and Gaan of the Secret Snake Cult went on for a long time. In terms of strength, Ryan was still some distance away from being a quasi-legendary. His victory over Gaan of the Secret Snake Cult was largely due to his gift of extraordinary physical strength. How on earth had Ryan managed to do it? Langer truly couldn't figure it out. Sizzle! Ryan's legs kicked forward and backward, muscles flexing as he plowed 2 furrows over 10 meters long and nearly half a meter deep into the garden floor. Finally, he stood still. His right hand throbbed with pain, but Ryan's eyes were fixed on the ancient hero Meng, unblinking. When he saw the other man, his transparent phantom blasted out, clearly severely injured. A hint of a smile crossed his face. True damage. So it's a direct effect on the soul? It seems this battle is still going on. Ryan could clearly sense that not only was the other man's aura rapidly declining, but the once tight, seamless surrounding field was now weakened. It was like a streamer, once flowing in a uniform pattern, now disorganized and scattering in all directions, leaving many gaps in between. But I need to heal my injuries first. Adding attribute points only restores stamina, not injuries. Ryan quickly glanced at the Beast Priest, Legendary, panel and focused on the core skill, Beast Vitality. Previously, in order to quickly improve the combat power of Weapon Master, Legendary, he had used most of his skill points on extraordinary combat skills, so the core skill, Beast Vitality, was still at level 1. Of course, another reason was that Ryan believed level 1 was sufficient at the time. But today, the situation was different. There were no large, ferocious beasts nearby for him to draw on. To heal his injuries, he could only rely on drawing on his 3 pets. Without hesitation, Ryan added 2 skill points to Beast Vitality level 1, active. The icon also subtly changed, from a palm pressing on the head of a crouching beast to a state where 3 beasts were surrounding it. The small text in the lower right corner of the icon changed to the following: Beast Vitality level 3, active. As a beast sacrificer descended from the ancient trolls, you can rapidly drain the vitality and energy of beasts or contracted pets within a certain distance to heal your own injuries and restore your energy. Note: you can use this skill on 3 beasts or contracted pets at once. But the maximum limit cannot exceed 30% of their maximum vitality. Note: draining a beast will negatively affect you, but the contracted pet will not. Ryan immediately noticed the changes in the skill upgrade and added a few keywords. Within a certain distance, simultaneously, and 3. As Ryan's mind moved, a pony-sized dog suddenly leaped out, quickly crouching beside him. From the other direction, a tall, powerful black wildebeest charged. Just as everyone thought Ryan was about to mount his horse and retreat, a majestic, exotic bird of prey swooped down from above him. Instantly, 3 visible streams of green air, pulsing like high-voltage currents, emanated from the bodies of the 3 ferocious, transcendent beasts and flowed into Ryan's body. Suddenly, Ryan felt 3 surging currents of heat emanating from his 3 war pets. This heat had the special effect of restoring energy and healing injuries. Ryan half closed his eyes, feeling the 3 currents swiftly flowing through his severely injured right arm. He could feel a tingling sensation in his right arm. The injured muscles were rapidly repairing, and the skin began to heal rapidly. Although the maximum amount of life and vitality Ryan could absorb was only 30% of his pet's total, the ferocious beasts were already very resilient, and there were 3 of them. So, the injury on his right arm healed in just a few seconds. However, the expressions of the 3 pets looked quite dejected, clearly bearing an unbearable burden for their masters. When Ryan stood up again, he was full of energy. Freeman and the other Black Flame monks, who witnessed this scene, cried out inwardly, "Hack you!" Because Ryan's actions just now felt even more like a cult than theirs. That green light was supposed to be draining life force, right? Is this something a decent person would do? Go help Master Mung to our feet. We retreat immediately. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Freeman quickly made a decision. As you command, sir. Several Black Flame monks immediately ran to the kneeling ancient hero Mung, intending to help their church's ancient powerhouses evacuate quickly. Suddenly, puff! 2 Black Flame monks screamed in agony. The ancient hero Mung plunged his hands into the chest and abdomen of a Black Flame monk each, and dense red lines from his arms began to flow towards his body. He was actually using his church's Black Flame monks as nourishment for recovery. As his essence and blood were absorbed, his head, which had been lowered, suddenly rose. His blood-red eyes glared at Ryan, filled with rage. This ant-like bastard had actually used that magical weapon to damage his soul essence. His combat power, already at a mere 10th of its original strength, was now even less. Ants must die. Mung cast the 2 hunched corpses aside and gripped his warhammer. The next second, a deep crater suddenly appeared in the ground beneath his feet. The ancient hero Mung drew a straight gray line and rushed towards Ryan. The air around him rippled like water. Everywhere he passed, it was like a Force 19 typhoon, breaking grass and trees, and billowing smoke and dust. Ryan's pupils shrank, and his mind focused intensely. He keenly noticed that this time, the opponent's speed did not exceed the sound barrier. He could barely grasp his every move. Clearly, this also proved that the opponent's injuries must be serious. In his rage, his fighting power was not as strong as before. Confidence soared. Ryan roared suddenly, and instantly transformed the hardened adamantium covering his plate armor gauntlet into a dark 2-handed warhammer, charging towards Mung. Clang! Sparks flew. This time, the blue and white warhammer and the dark black warhammer clashed fiercely once again. The sharp sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the arena, and the shockwave created a trembling atmosphere that sent the surrounding guards and Black Flame monks flying over 10 meters away. This sent the others tumbling and scrambling, panicking as they quickly retreated away from the 2 humanoid beasts. Ryan's hands trembled violently, his knuckles cracked slightly, and he retreated 3 steps. Facing this attack from the ancient hero Mung, although still at a disadvantage, Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to before, the situation was completely different. This proves my earlier intuition was correct. My hammer of annihilation, combined with soul-shattering shock, inflicted some kind of damage, at least extremely difficult to recover from in a short period of time, especially the true damage of soul-shattering shock. The enemy's combat power has now dropped by at least 2 levels compared to the opening moments. From being nearly impossible to contend with, now I'm only slightly at a disadvantage. If just now, Ryan had already made up his mind to fight to the death, now it had transformed into an eagerness to defeat his formidable foe. Because, if such a powerful being, at least at the legendary level, had his sights on him, Ryan would be constantly on the line, not only protecting Clare's safety, but even his own life would hang by a thread. And what if he could kill a former cult legend? Ryan's blood boiled. This battle could be fought. It must be fought. The ancient hero Munger was also knocked back a step by the immense backlash. Knocked back a step by an ant? Munger began to realize how much his strength had been reduced by the soul damage he had just suffered. At this moment, a battle was also taking place not far from them. Ryan could sense from the aura that his own forces, led by Langer and his 3 companions, were engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Flame monks, led by Freeman. Of course, both sides deliberately avoided the area where he and the ancient hero Munger were. Freeman's strength was no less than Laxel's, perhaps even more than half a level, making it extremely difficult for Langer and his 3 companions to deal with him. Clare, to avoid a diversionary attack, did not join the battle, but remained stationed near the villa entrance, primarily to protect her father, Count Hapsburg. Just as Ryan was beginning to feel a little worried about the current situation, the fallen Griffin Knight, this Count Felker, suddenly emerged from the rubble. His griffin had been severely damaged, but he himself was largely unscathed. He looked up and shouted to his Griffin Knight subordinate, Fisher, who was dodging in fear in midair, "Quick! Fisher, go inform Master Menia. A powerful cult legend has appeared in Meister County." Thierk was certain that anyone who could severely injure his griffin with a single blow must be a legendary figure. And, most likely, no ordinary legendary figure. Then, it seemed, the only one who could absolutely defeat him was the Red Queen, the Dragon Knight Master Menia. Fier's face lit up when he saw his superior was alright. Upon hearing Fisher's call, he immediately reacted, controlling his griffin and soaring into the sky, rapidly flying eastward toward the fishing port town. Seeing Fisher go and inform him, Thulker finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then, he took a closer look at the scene, his eyes suddenly widening. He saw that the legendary cult leader, who had severely injured his griffin, was now being held back by a young man, Ryan, whom he had met once before. The two were locked in a fierce battle. At the same time, he also saw Langer and his three companions, who were at a disadvantage. After a moment's thought, Thulker rushed into the battle between Langer and his companions. After all, he knew it would be difficult for him to intervene in the fight between the two. Since Thulker was also a master of the Peak Grand Knight's power, his presence immediately eased the situation for Langer and his three companions, gradually stabilizing it. Freeman wasn't panicking at this moment. Although the situation was tense, he knew that even the severely injured ancient hero, Lord Munger, was far more powerful than he thought. Ryan was certainly no match for Lord Munger. Then, for our side, we only need to maintain our undefeated status. Once Lord Munger wins, we have the freedom to deal with all these people. Ryan used all his might in every blow, but he was still being beaten back by the ancient hero Munger. The power gap between the two, though now close, was still not easily bridged. Each hammer blow from the opponent was imbued with will, the force, strength, and a certain special energy. This meant that Ryan needed to use his ultimate technique, Hammer of Annihilation, to barely withstand it. If it were any other great knight who hadn't mastered the ultimate technique, they would have struggled to withstand even a single blow. But Ryan's eyes grew brighter with each blow. Ryan was acutely aware that this battle felt completely different from his previous enemies. This time, every blow from his opponent required his complete concentration, and every block required him to consciously or unconsciously exert his mental strength. It was as if he were walking a tightrope on a precipice. Ryan had a feeling. It was as if he were a piece of raw iron, fresh from the furnace, undergoing the inexhaustible hammering of a skilled blacksmith. By battling such a powerful opponent, Ryan could vaguely sense that every second was a testament to his spirit, benefiting his willpower. Instantly, he seemed to understand how to improve his new attribute, willpower. However, Ryan also understood that he couldn't retreat forever. Defending too long would lead to loss. Offense is the best defense. Although Ryan still had 5 attribute points remaining, he needed to use them to recover his stamina. Therefore, he couldn't devote all of them to strength or agility at this moment to narrow the gap in combat power with his opponent. But to further narrow the power gap, Ryan had other solutions. Ryan quickly invested 2 skill points in the Beast's sturdiness icon in the Beast Priest legendary panel. The icon remained unchanged, still depicting Ryan's 3 pets, an eagle, a dog, and a horse. Only the small text in the lower right corner had changed. Beast Sturdiness Level 3, passive. As a Beast Priest descended from the ancient trolls, you naturally possess the ability to draw vitality from your contracted pet, thereby enhancing your own physical fitness and resistance. Note: at level 3, you can simultaneously gain the benefits of 3 pets under your command. Note: this skill has a range limit. It only works when your pet is near you. The effective range is proportional to your spirit stat. Previously, level 1 only granted 1 pet benefit, but now level 3 grants 3, with a noticeable reminder. As Ryan silently chanted Beast Strength, instantly, he felt a change in himself. On his stat panel, Ryan saw 3 additional buffs: Dog's Swiftness, Horse's Endurance, and Hippogriff's Strength. Furthermore, since the Dark Horse evolved into the Grunt, and the Bloodfeather Hippogriff had grown somewhat, all 3 buffs now reached a value of +3. Strength, Stamina, and Agility all increased by 3 points, which is nearly a full 100% improvement in combat power. The counterattack began immediately. As soon as they clashed again, the ancient hero Mung noticed something was off about Ryan's condition. He felt as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline, and his strength had increased slightly. This filled Munger's eyes with rage, now tinged with other emotions. For the first time, Munger took a slightly more serious look at the young Imperial man he was fighting. The battle had originally been one-sided, with Ryan having almost no chance to counterattack, forced to passively parry and block. But now, the situation was different. Ryan occasionally launched effective counterattacks, forcing Munder to parry or block. Because both men wielded heavy warhammers, their power was unmatched, and each clash resounded like the resounding sound of a mighty bell. The intense energy of each clash sent shockwaves so powerful that the ground at the battle site sank several centimeters, sending clouds of dust soaring. If someone unfortunate enough got close, the lucky ones would be stunned by the sound waves, then blown away by the blast the next second. The unlucky ones would be left incomplete. Real incompleteness. Missing a few arms and legs would be the least of their problems. They could even lose their head or half their body. At this moment, one unlucky individual was struck by Ryan's hammer. Huh? Ryan was surprised to find that a transparent, comet-like shadow had been absorbed into his now hardened, adamantine hammer. The scene flashed through Ryan's mind like a flash of lightning. He quickly glanced at the description of the soul-smashing hammer. Sure enough, it didn't specify a specific artifact hammer. It simply said Warhammer. In other words, unlike the requirement for a specific artifact hammer as a medium for class advancement, the soul-smashing hammer is a core skill of the top legendary class, the Warhammer Wizard, and not a specific hammer-specific skill. But it seems that a rare item-level Warhammer has a slight power boost. Instantly, several thoughts flashed through Ryan's mind. He gazed at the blue and white Warhammer in the hands of the ancient hero Munder, his eyes blazing. In that case, then... The next second, Ryan delivered a powerful blow, forcing Munder to block. Then, with a flash of his hand, he charged towards the dozens of black flame monks. Seeing Ryan charging, Freeman, who was engaged in a battle with Langer and Felker, felt his eyelids twitch. He cursed inwardly, "Fuck. You can't defeat Lord Munder, so you rush here to make a name for yourself? Shameless." Ryan swung his hammer, wreaking havoc among the black flame monks, dispatching 3 of them in the blink of an eye. Adding in the unfortunate individual, who had been fatally struck by the hammer at the beginning, Ryan had now accumulated 4 layers of the buff. Although each layer only increased strength by 2, that was 4 times. In such a short period of time, Ryan had suddenly gained 8 points of strength. When Munder rushed over, he saw 3 long, transparent shadows lingering around the hammer in Ryan's hand, and his expression changed again. In their renewed clash, these 8 points of strength allowed Ryan to finally outperform the defense, turning the tide. More importantly, knowing that the Warhammer Wizard's core skill, Soul-Shattering Hammer, wasn't tied to the artifact hammer, Ryan would find an opportunity every few seconds to sneak up on a black flame monk and take him away. Finally, when Ryan reached the 9th layer, Munder's expression changed drastically. He knew he couldn't continue like this. The young Imperial before him was too strange. His stamina was like a perpetual motion machine, capable of continuously unleashing his ultimate power, and his strength grew with each attack. Munder decided that even if he fell asleep again, he would kill the young man before him. Suddenly, a strange energy wave emanated from the blue-white hammer in Munder's hand. Ryan spun around, dispatched another black flame monk, and finally reached the 10th level. Instantly, their gazes met for a moment. They seemed to understand something. Almost simultaneously, the earth beneath their feet suddenly exploded. 2 figures, one gray and one silver, each struck out in a straight line, charging at each other at high speed. Clang! In an instant, the 2 hammers, each of different styles, collided heavily once again. Chapter 284. The sparks and shockwaves from the collision of the 2 hammers created a violent hammer storm, sending the 6 or 7 nearby black flame monks and guards flying into the air. The ground instantly sank nearly 10 centimeters under the immense force of the impact, and the dirt splattered like a tornado. Instantly, a large, concave crater formed within a few meters around Ryan and the ancient hero Mung. At the moment of the collision, the ancient hero Mung's expression changed instantly, becoming filled with horror. He had always believed that the opponent's special power, capable of damaging the soul, came from the skull hammer that had just been shattered into dust. Because he could sense the hammer alone, it was a ritual implement. During the long ritual, it was possible that the ability to damage the soul could be accidentally acquired. But Munder truly hadn't anticipated that the young Imperial youth named Ryan, this time without the skull hammer in hand, would still unleash a blow capable of damaging the soul. Instantly, a somewhat tattered transparent shadow behind Munder's towering figure was once again knocked away by Ryan's blow. The same scene repeated itself. The shadow, nearly a meter away from Munder's body, suddenly became riddled with dozens of fist-sized holes. This time, the transparent shadow became incredibly shattered, like a candle swaying in the wind and rain. If you didn't look closely, You could barely make out its human form. When the shadow returned to the ancient hero Munder's body, this time, Munder stumbled back 5 or 6 steps. Finally, with a thud, the man collapsed to the ground, losing his balance. Ryan, on his side, was in equally bad shape. The warhammer in his hand, even though it was made of hardened adamantium, couldn't withstand the intensity of the collision. At this moment, it broke directly at the thinner handle, and the hammerhead was completely blown off, leaving only a headless hammer in Ryan's hand. At the same time, Munder's blow was accompanied by a strange dark red flame and a kind of transparent energy shockwave. Ryan's right hand was nearly fractured, and his entire body was faintly burning with this dark red flame, causing him excruciating pain. But Ryan still endured the pain, took a quick step forward, and the hardened adamantium in his hand instantly transformed into a warhammer again, bringing down a heavy blow on Munder's head. As if sensing the imminence of death, in an instant, the nearly dying Munder's eyes widened as he looked at Ryan. The next second, he blocked Ryan's blow with his graying arm. Bang! A sensation like hitting thick leather armor passed from the hammer handle to Ryan's hand. Though his skin was wrinkled and mummy-like, the underlying muscle fibers were like steel, offering immense defensive strength. Even compared to Ryan, who possessed an intermediate-level steel body, he was no less formidable. The blow only damaged the muscle tissue in Munder's arm, not shattering his bones. Whether it was a last-ditch effort or some other hidden technique, the exhausted Munder roared, hurled himself into Ryan's arms, and charged forward. Bang! After knocking down several stone walls, the two men rushed directly into the nearby villa's annex, where they engaged in close combat. But Mung's condition was truly devastating, and seconds later, Ryan seized his opportunity. Puff! The ancient hero Mung's eyes widened, his entire body trembling. A pointed hammer pierced his brain from the top of his head. Then, he seemed to raise his arm to strike back, but his entire body suddenly twitched, and his massive arm, raised, naturally fell back, his lion-like head finally drooping helplessly. Ryan drew his pointed hammer and gazed at the towering figure collapsing to the ground. A moment of silence. With the death of the ancient hero Mung, a unique aura suddenly emanated from his majestic corpse. This aura was imbued with a grand and immense meaning. Ryan felt Mung's death was a bit like a whale fall. After his death, it seemed as if some fundamental power within his body had dissipated, hence the emanation of this majestic aura. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Detection detected unknown high-quality absorbable energy. Yes/no? Note, this high-quality energy can be directly converted into talent points after absorption. Huh? Looking at the system prompt, Ryan was slightly startled. This was truly a bit unexpected. Ever since the last time he killed the ascended Black Flame cult leader, he had encountered a situation where talent points could be converted. Ryan had always believed that only enemies with even a slight connection to the gods could yield talent points. Unexpectedly, killing the ancient hero Mung would also present an opportunity to gain talent points. Faced with this choice, Ryan naturally had no hesitation and immediately chose yes. Instantly, the strange aura emanating from Munder's majestic corpse, which had been gradually dissipating, was absorbed by Ryan's body like a river flowing into the sea. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Convert 2 talent points. Please select the talent to upgrade. Primary Weapon Mastery, Passive, Primary Supernatural Comprehension, Passive, Intermediate Steel Body, Passive, or Intermediate Massive Strength, Active. Seeing this system notification, Ryan's smile widened even more. 2 talent points. This meant that even intermediate talents could be upgraded this time. But now was not the time to consider adding points. At this moment, his physical condition was also a little off. The opponent's evil flames, like a thorn in his flesh, were still inflicting continuous damage. So, Ryan could only let his 3 pets bear another wave of unbearable pressure. As the eagle, dog, and horse rushed into the ruins, Ryan finally felt better after using his level 3 beast vitality. At this moment, Ryan noticed something, and his eyebrows raised. He stepped forward and grasped the blue and white hammer that had once belonged to Munder. Besides the hammer's heaviness, Ryan could also sense a distinct resistance. It was as if the hammer in his hand was alive, possessing its own consciousness, and disapproving of its new owner. Ryan raised the hammer horizontally to his chest and examined it carefully. The handle was covered in an intricate blue and white pattern, seemingly a pattern that held some special purpose. As for the hammerhead, there were no distinctive markings. It was square in shape, its left and right sides blue, the remaining 4 sides silver-white. Its only tang was its exceptional solidity and heaviness. Thinking for a moment, Ryan attempted to cast his innate magic, Metal Transfiguration, but the hammer clearly emitted a faint blue-white glow, isolating the metallic energy particles. Transfiguration failed. This intrigued Ryan even more. Clearly, this hammer was no ordinary object. It felt far superior to his own shattered skull hammer. Although he couldn't yet decipher the hammer's secrets, Ryan wasn't worried. Because someone within the vast sword wielder's organization was bound to be able to solve this problem. Thinking for a moment, Ryan gripped the blue-white hammer in his right hand, lifted Munger's ankle with his left, and dragged the tall, heavy body out of the ruins of the villa's annex. When Ryan emerged, everyone present involuntarily paused their battles, from the Black Flame cult led by Freeman to the guards led by Viscounts Langer and Felker. At that moment, the eyes looking at Ryan were filled with disbelief and shock. Freeman and the other Black Flame monks stared wide-eyed, repeatedly examining the massive corpse Ryan was dragging. It was undoubtedly the ancient hero Munger. But how the hell could this be possible? This was a figure of epic power rarely seen in the history of the church. To have died at the hands of an imperial youth. Even a troubadour's fairy tale wouldn't dare write something like this. In Dragon Quest, the hero must have extraordinary achievements, right? Otherwise, a story about a peasant slaying a dragon with a pitchfork would be met with a bard of rotten eggs. But in the minds of the Black Flame Church, what difference was there between Ryan and the ancient hero Munger and peasants and dragons? Langer and Viscount Felker also watched this scene in shock. Though they didn't want Ryan to lose, to be honest, they hadn't even considered him victorious. After all, in their view, the possibility was incredibly small. Their greatest hope for Ryan was that he could hold off the Black Flame cult's ancient legendary warrior for as long as possible. If he could hold out until Imperial reinforcements arrived, that would be even better. But even that, in their view, was a luxury. In other words, they had never even considered Ryan victorious. But now, the developments were far beyond their expectations. He actually won? Langer remembered clearly that Fry had told him yesterday that, although Ryan was a gold-rank swordbearer captain, he had only been a member of the Munster Province swordbearer branch for less than 2 months. Yet, a novice like him had killed a legendary ancient cult figure. This was no longer the case of this boy will become a great man in the future. It should be said, this boy has already become a great man. Clare, guarding the villa's entrance, looked at Ryan with her mouth slightly open, her beautiful eyes wide, looking at him, at a loss for words. 2 hours ago, she had just given Ryan a manuscript written by her ancestor on how to comprehend the radiance of will, and now Ryan had killed a legendary cult figure. Clare felt her mind boggling. The guards in Earl Hapsburg's mansion now looked at Ryan, with a mixture of respect and a hint of fear. Their attitude towards Ryan was a stark contrast from the beginning, when he had just taken charge of the mansion's security. Many guards blushed slightly, as they recalled their doubts. Now, looking at this familiar figure, they felt an indescribable sense of security. Suddenly, Freeman, who was in the field, shuddered, realizing something. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to escape. He shouted, "Retreat!" and quickly crushed something, causing a thick cloud of fog to form. Many of the Black Flame monks, now devoid of fighting spirit, immediately pulled out what looked like smoke bombs and threw them to the ground. Instantly, the garden was filled with smoke. But faintly, one could make out the surviving Black Flame monks, swarming towards the tunnel entrance previously dug by the Serpent. Just as Ryan set down the body of the ancient hero Mung and prepared to pursue, Langer, Fry, and the others stepped forward and said, "Sir Ryan, please spare us the trouble. Leave it to us." Ryan thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Very well." Ryan sat down on a broken stone, slowly calmed his breath, and began to recall the battle. At this moment, seeing the young man sitting quietly on the stone, no one, whether familiar with Ryan or not, dared to disturb him for a moment. Thus, a strange scene unfolded throughout the garden. A young man, seemingly cut off from the world, sat on the stone, a massive blue and white warhammer in his hand, lost in thought. The others, meanwhile, were busy with their own business. A group of people were chasing into the tunnel, while others surrounded the young man, fanning out and keeping vigil. Originally, Alina had spotted Ryan sitting alone on the stone slab, and was about to go over and offer some words of praise. But seeing Ryan in deep thought, she somehow felt the urge to interrupt. As the deputy director of the Swordbearer Mission Hall, Alina naturally understood the magnitude of Ryan's contribution this time. Even for her vast experience, this was the first time she had witnessed a legendary enemy warrior being slain by her own side. Alina, timid yet overcome with excitement, suddenly brightened her eyes, as if a thought had struck her. She immediately took out a quill and began to scribble. Her handwriting was a bit sloppy due to her excitement. Soon, Alina crumpled the paper in her hand and discarded it, then took out a fresh sheet. This time, she let out a long sigh, calming herself before resuming her writing. Seeing Alina writing so earnestly, the head maid stepped forward curiously to examine the paper. She saw the following neatly written words. The Hapsburg Count's residence suffered a second surprise attack from the Black Flame cult. This time, the enemy deployed a powerful ancient legend whose strength had not yet fully recovered. The cultists call him the Ancient Hero Monger. Our gold-rank swordbearer captain, Lord Ryan, killed the Ancient Hero Monger in a one-on-one fight. After some thought, Alina decided to include the other situation as well. Although the Blade Squad wasn't affiliated with the Munster Swordbearer branch, and the Griffin Knights certainly weren't either, the remaining enemy personnel were also defeated by the combined efforts of the Blade Squad and the Griffin Knights. Looking at the completed situation report, Alina nodded in satisfaction. This is well written. It seems to highlight Lord Ryan's excellence. Ryan then remembered that he hadn't checked the system prompts yet. Sure enough, the prompts flashed across the screen. You fought a battle and gained 7847 Weapon Master, Legendary, experience points. You fought a battle and gained 3991 Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, experience points. You fought a battle and gained 1387 Beast Priest, Legendary, experience points. Note: the above skill experience points have been enhanced by the exclusive talent, Primary Transcendental Enlightenment, by 30%. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 11 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class level has been increased. Congratulations, your Beast Priest, Legendary, class level has been increased. The Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, which had just recently reached level 5, had risen another level to level 6, 2611/3000. Although the Weapon Master, Legendary, class level didn't increase, after gaining a large amount of experience, the progress bar had already reached almost halfway, reaching level 9, 8074/10000. What surprised Ryan slightly was that the Beast Priest, Legendary, class leveled up twice, reaching level 5, 49/2000. This was quite a pleasant surprise. The upgrades to the Warhammer Wizard and Beast Priest Legendary classes also allowed Ryan to gain another 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Adding to his original remaining points, Ryan now had 5 remaining attribute points, 5 remaining skill points, and 11 gold skill points. Huh? Willpower also increased by 1 point. Ryan checked his stat panel. Willpower, a hidden attribute, had now reached 2 points. Constitution, 43, 3 points added in combat. Strength, 46. Agility, 44. Spirit, 55. Willpower, hidden attribute 2. Intense combat seems to be the best way to hone one's willpower. Undoubtedly, this enemy, the Ancient Hero Monger, was the most formidable foe Ryan had ever faced. If he hadn't caught him off guard at the start and hit him with his most powerful move, Soul-Shattering Blast, the rest of the battle would have been impossible. In fact, the primary factor in his ability to kill him was the true damage of the second Soul-Shattering Blast. With just his current true attack power, breaking through the opponent's physical defenses and inflicting heavy damage would still be a very difficult task. This is the power of the core skills of the top legendary class, the Warhammer Wizard. Ryan exclaimed in awe. If I hadn't changed my class to Warhammer Wizard, I'm afraid this battle wouldn't have been a comeback. The best outcome would have been a quick escape with my wildebeest trotting. But then, I still need to improve my strength. Ryan immediately thought of the 2 talent points he had just acquired. After a moment's thought, he figured it out. Now, he had 3 basic options. The first option was to upgrade the talent to intermediate strength, active. This increased explosive power meant his attack power could be boosted to another level, which was crucial in combat. The second option was to upgrade the talent to intermediate steel body, passive. The reason was simple, but also crucial. Stacking armor never goes out of style. The third option is to split the 2 talent points, adding them to primary weapon mastery, passive, and primary supernatural comprehension, passive. Upgrading both of these primary talents to intermediate talents. The advantage of this is that, with the exception of the Warhammer, the power of the ultimate abilities of all weapons will be increased. Also, supernatural comprehension can further accelerate the training of subsequent supernatural combat skills. All 3 options have their merits. Which one should I choose? Ryan couldn't help but ponder again. Suddenly, Ryan sensed something and looked up at the eastern sky. 2 teams of Griffin Knights were rapidly approaching from the distant sky. They flew in 2 straight lines, leaving a large gap between them, as if they were guarding something. But to the naked eye, there was nothing in between. Hey, the Griffin Squadron is here. Wow, there are quite a few Griffin Knights this time. Many guards exclaimed in amazement. One of the two teams of Griffin Knights was none other than Fisher, who had just gone to deliver the message. Seeing the apparently calm Count Hapsburg's mansion, he suddenly realized something. He froze, his expression awash in grief, as if believing that everyone, including his superior, Viscount Felker, had perished. But then, Fisher's slightly reddened eyes blinked. Looking closely, he saw that the men currently on guard in the mansion's garden were all dressed in guard uniforms. This delighted Fisher greatly. However, this also left him perplexed. Didn't Viscount Felker say that the man was at least a legendary? Did he retreat of his own accord? But why would they retreat when they have the upper hand? I can't understand. Fisher shook his head. He couldn't immediately grasp what was going on. As for the thought of the cult's legendary warrior being killed hadn't crossed his mind at all. After all, the scene of the other party paralyzing the Griffin with a single hammer strike was still vivid in his mind. As the two teams of Griffin Knights gradually approached, Ryan soon sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere, and a wave of anxiety welled up within him. Huh? How could this powerful aura be related to the ancient hero Mung? A flash of lightning flashed through Ryan's mind, and then, a sudden thought struck him, and he looked up. Amid the hovering Griffin Knights, the previously empty air began to shimmer, as if light were refracting through glass. Then, perhaps some strange invisibility effect, abruptly vanished. A majestic, graceful, and slender creature appeared before Ryan. This shocked him as much as when he first met the ancient hero Mung. For before him was a true dragon, crimson in color, covered in dense, thick scales, each larger than an adult's hand. Its limbs, covered in crimson scales, were muscular, and each claw on the end was as sharp as a knight's sword. On either side of the dragon's head was a slightly curved horn, and in the center, 4 smaller horns stood in a row. From a close distance, its pair of fleshy wings could almost block out the sun. The wingspan was estimated to be at least 20 or 30 meters, but it was clear that the faint surging wind energy particles around it were the reason for its swift flight. But the terrifying thing wasn't just its size. For if size alone were the only factor, the offshore plesiosaurs Ryan had killed weren't much smaller than the red dragon before him. Even the legendary earth snakes were larger than the red dragon. The most moving thing was the opponent's aura. That fiery, vast aura made the guards, who hadn't yet reached the transcendental realm, tremble in fear. Though they knew this wasn't an enemy, but a legendary dragon knight of the Empire, this crushing power, coming from a life-level perspective, still made them tremble. The red dragon first lowered its head to sniff the corpse of the ancient hero Mung on the ground, then, with its huge golden pupils, gazed at the blue and white warhammer in Ryan's hand. A highly anthropomorphic curiosity, confusion, and surprise emanated from its eyes. At this moment, an elegant and magnetic female voice rang out from the red dragon's back. Chapter 285. It really is the ancient legend of the cult. Thassa can smell the scent of her decaying soul. Ryan looked up at the voice, and saw a woman in a dark red wizard robe floating down from the back of a red dragon. The robe seemed specially tailored, with a wide neckline that squeezed a pair of white, towering weapons, giving the impression that they were about to burst out. In contrast, her waist was much thinner. The hem of the wizard robe was long, reaching all the way to her heels, but the slit was extremely high, almost reaching her thighs. I wonder if it was for the convenience of riding the dragon. This bold yet slightly subtle style of dress made Ryan unable to help but scrutinize the woman's face. She had a high nose bridge, and her blue-violet eyes were extremely deep, bright, and even a hint of charm, as if a single glance would make him fall in love. A subtle, small hairpin adorned each side of her light red hair, 2 strands of hair tied back, while the rest of her hair flowed naturally behind her. Overall, besides her beauty, Ryan felt it was difficult to judge her age. 20 or so was a safe bet, 30 was no problem, and 40 was a possibility. At this moment, Viscount Felk, the vice-captain of the Munster Province Griffin Squadron, clad in pale gold armor, immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Highness Minia, Felk Finch, greets you. Oh, you are the youngest son of the Finch family. I remember holding you in my arms when you were little." Minia glanced at Viscount Felk, a look of realization on her face. Felk blushed slightly at this and said, "Yes, Your Highness." But Minia's focus this time wasn't on Felk. She simply said, "You must have killed this ancient cult legend, right? A true hero emerges from youth." As Minia spoke this, a look of admiration crossed her face, and at the same time, her penetrating gaze fixed on Ryan. "Your Highness, I greet you," Ryan said, bowing slightly. Yes, Your Highness, this is Lord Ryan of the Munster Swordbearers. He was the one who killed this cult legend. Clare stepped forward and curtsied. Minia glanced at Clare and nodded. Hello, scion of the Hapsburg family. Huh? Minia, still gazing at Ryan curiously, suddenly asked with a look of surprise. Ryan, perhaps you haven't realized it yet, but you've been cursed by this cult legend. Huh? Curse? Ryan was startled and immediately opened the attribute panel to check. Sure enough, the first line read, Ryan Kalin, Mark of the Evil Flame. He'd been focusing on the remaining attribute points at the bottom of the panel, so he hadn't noticed. No wonder, even though he just used the Beast Priest's special ability to recover from his injuries, he still felt something was amiss. However, the wording on the attribute panel was Mark, not Curse. Ryan wondered if this was simply a discrepancy in the system's description. Excuse me, sir, is there any way to remove this curse? Ryan asked, his expression slightly grim. Curse removal isn't my specialty. Generally, the Goddess Church can help you remove it. However, Minia thought for a moment and changed her tune, saying, Never mind, let me do it. I can still lift a legendary curse. The Great Fire Spirit chanted softly, Minia brandishing her staff, inlaid with fiery red crystals. As Minia pointed her staff, a red ring of fire suddenly ignited around Ryan. But strangely, the next second, the ring of fire suddenly shattered and vanished into thin air. Minia's beautiful eyes widened, her cherry lips slightly parted, as she stared in astonishment at her ineffective curse-lifting spell. How could this be? How is this possible? Could it be? Minia trotted quickly to the side of the deceased ancient hero, Mung. Her high-slit wizard robes revealed a faint glimpse of the enchanting beauty beneath as she walked. As Minia crouched to examine him, her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio was fully displayed. Minia's brows furrowed slightly as she turned to Ryan and said, Young man, it seems I can't help you resolve your problem. It's not a curse, but a mark. This means this is actually a powerful being of epic caliber. What? This Count Felker's eyes bulged in surprise as he stared at Ryan with a look of astonishment. An epic caliber? Clare's mouth dropped open, her beautiful eyes wide, in complete shock. Oh my god! Deputy Minister Alina followed behind, her hand covering her mouth, a stunned expression on her face. Minia's words stirred a furor, while the surrounding guards were left even more bewildered. What does an epic caliber mean? Clearly, this is a common blind spot. Because I'd never heard of it. Including Ryan, everyone looked confused. Didn't I kill a legendary? How did it become an epic? The mark can only be cast by an epic-level powerhouse, so the opponent's true strength must be epic. However, it's likely that the opponent's strength has been greatly reduced due to being sealed for so long. Your Highness Minia, is there any way to remove the mark on me? Of course, you can go to the Imperial capital. Many Imperial Guardians can remove this curse from you. Only by going to the Imperial capital? Ryan frowned slightly. That's not the case. Perhaps you could try to contact the Archbishop of Munster and see if he can use a prayer ritual to remove the mark. By the way, Ryan, don't worry too much. I sense a violent, restless force within this mark. The effect of this mark will likely make your temper increasingly volatile and ultimately completely lose yourself. However, due to the opponent's significant loss of strength, the mark on you isn't very strong. It's more of a subtle influence, and it will take at least several months or even half a year to slowly change your temperament. Ryan nodded. What a sinister mark. This kind of mark is much harder to defend against than a typical curse that reduces physical fitness. If he didn't have the system panel, he wouldn't even know he was struck. However, if it's only a few months, there's no need to worry. What a lucky young man, Minia said, looking at the warhammer in Ryan's hand. Then this warhammer in your hand must be the opponent's titled holy weapon. A titled holy relic? Ryan asked doubtfully. He simply felt the weapon was extraordinary, but he had no idea of its exact rank. Well, it's a blue and white square warhammer. It's quite unique in design. Perhaps you could look up the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church. They should have relevant information. Minia nodded. Ryan, you look like you're under 20, right? You're truly an exceptional young man. You've already begun to experience the radiance of will, a rare occurrence even in the entire Empire. Perhaps you could consider joining the Royal Griffin Guard. If you're interested, take Thas's scale and go to General Clifford in the Imperial capital, Minia said, pulling out a red dragon scale. Ryan took the floating red dragon scale, but his entire body froze slightly. Then he said, Thank you, Your Highness Minia. Well, since there's no problem here, I must return to the front lines. Minia nodded to the others, then cast another levitation spell, slowly flying onto the red dragon's back. The enormous red dragon then spread its broad fleshy wings and flapped its way skyward. Soon, its massive form began to reflect light like transparent glass, appearing and disappearing. The next second, it suddenly vanished into thin air. This is the effect of the invisibility spell. There are more dragon knights in the Imperial capital, but to prevent the massive dragons from disturbing the civilian population, and to prevent potential enemies from learning too much about the Imperial Dragon Knight's whereabouts. Basically, every Dragon Knight conceals himself and his dragons, Clare explained to Ryan. Miss Clare is well informed, indeed. This Count Felk smiled at Ryan and nodded. Alina, standing beside him, looked at Ryan with a look of worry. She wasn't worried about the mark Ryan had been struck with, as His Highness Menia had just explained the issue clearly. While even His Highness Menia couldn't remove it for the time being, both the Imperial Guardians and His Excellency the Archbishop of Munster were capable of doing so. Alina was worried about His Highness Menia recruiting Ryan. After all, the Munster swordbearers had finally found a talent like Ryan, a top-tier talent even at the Imperial level. If he were poached like that, Admiral Edward would be deeply disappointed. No! She had to report this immediately, and advise the higher-ups to ensure that all benefits and incentives were fully maximized. Sir Ryan, you won't choose to join the Royal Griffin Guard, will you? Alina stepped forward and asked him, a little anxiously. Sir Alina, isn't the Royal Griffin Guard good enough? Ryan, still staring at the red dragon scale, couldn't help but feel puzzled by Alina's question. Well, Alina wanted to say, of course not, but glancing at Viscount Felker, the Griffin Knight, she was momentarily unsure what to say. At this moment, Ryan's mind wasn't on whether to join the Royal Griffin Guard or not. Because just now, when he touched the red dragon scale, he received a system notification, ding, detected that the host has touched the dragon scale, triggering a special advanced class change. Dragon Knight Epic. The prerequisites for the Dragon Knight Epic class advancement are 1. Contract any dragon. 2. Behemoth Knight level 5 or higher. Current conditions not met. The Dragon Knight Epic class advancement failed. At this moment, Langer, Fry, and the others rushed out of the tunnel, their faces covered in dust and looking rather grimy. The guards nearby were also somewhat dejected. Sir Ryan, I'm truly sorry. Freeman was severely injured by us, but the enemy inside the tunnel cast a powerful spell, collapsing it. We were at our wits' end, Langer said, blushing. As a gold-rank swordbearer captain, he had made promises before the chase, but now, he still hadn't defeated the enemy. It's okay, Captain Langer. You've worked hard, too. Get some rest. Ryan was unfazed. As soon as the enemy rushed into the tunnel, Ryan realized it would be difficult to stop them. First, due to the tunnel's unique topography, if it collapsed, reopening it would require the assistance of an earth wizard, otherwise, the situation would be catastrophic, and the enemy would have already vanished. Second, this Black Flame Church Freeman was even more powerful than Raxel. Although he had lost all fighting spirit, killing him would still be a challenge. Especially if he was determined to escape, even if he personally pursued him, he wouldn't necessarily succeed. Dealing severely with him was already a very good victory. After greeting everyone, Ryan returned to his room. Ryan began to reflect on what Menia had just said. Becoming a member of the Royal Griffin Guard, with its combination of honor and opportunity, was considered the best possible choice by most knights. But Ryan knew full well that his rapid improvement in strength was largely due to the various missions undertaken by the sword bearers. Without the constant battles, his rapid improvement wouldn't have been possible. Ryan was quite enjoying his current status with the sword bearers. The initiative for missions was largely his own. While he was assigned, they were infrequent, less than once a month. Furthermore, he had only just joined the Munster sword bearers branch, and was new to many things. Therefore, he likely wouldn't consider heading to the Imperial capital anytime soon. But speaking of which, he did want to return to Munster as soon as possible. First, of course, we must eliminate the mark of the evil flame. Otherwise, it will always be a hidden danger. However, with the golden conch medal, I wonder if Archbishop Gomez of the Goddess Church can help me remove the curse. I think it shouldn't be a problem. If that doesn't work, we can always ask the sword-bearer branch for help. Also, after returning to the branch, he'd see if there were any quasi-legendary instructors who had mastered the will. If so, Ryan planned to consult them, even if it would cost him a considerable amount of merit points. Although he now knew a way to master the radiance of will through combat, Ryan had a feeling that his predecessors might have some method to expedite the process. Finally, after submitting this mission, he should have a sufficient number of mission evaluation medals and points. He could consider hiring some Grand Knight instructors as sparring partners to hone his newly acquired extraordinary combat skills. After witnessing the power of the core skills of the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, profession, Ryan felt that he should meet the promotion requirements for the only epic profession at present, the Lord of 1,000 Blades, as soon as possible. Now, Prerequisite 1, Weapon Mastery Level 9 or higher, has been achieved. Next comes Prerequisite 2, Mastering 9 different mysteries. This one will take quite a while to improve. This is why Ryan had previously hesitated about talent points. If both Primary Weapon Mastery, passive, and Primary Transcendent Comprehension, passive, were upgraded to intermediate talents, then not only would the power of the mysteries unleashed by other weapons be increased, but the speed of cultivating transcendent combat techniques would also be further accelerated. Simply put, the requirements for the epic class, Lord of 1,000 Blades, could be met in a much shorter time. But you only have one life. Ryan thought about the mark he had received. But if something unexpected happens during this time, improving defense and combat power is paramount. After a moment's deliberation, Ryan decided to upgrade Intermediate Steel Body passive. He had previously speculated that upgrading his steel body from the primary to the intermediate level would also increase his affinity for metal. You have to remember that for ordinary wizards, elemental affinity is determined at birth. However, he could improve his affinity by upgrading his talents. This meant that once his steel body reached the advanced level, his affinity for metal would be further enhanced, thus increasing the power of his metal-based spells. From this perspective, adding points to his steel body not only improved his defense, but also his attack power. After making up his mind, Ryan silently recited the points for the intermediate steel body, passive, level. Instantly, a strange heat flowed through his body. Ryan extended his right hand and looked down, only to see the skin suddenly illuminated with a rich, silver-gray metallic glow. This glow rippled like water, and after a few seconds, it gradually faded. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, your talent, Intermediate Steel Body, passive, has been upgraded to Advanced Steel Body, passive. Seeing the newly generated first advanced talent on the attribute panel, Ryan couldn't help but smile brightly. That night in Munster, in the brightly lit Intelligence Hall beneath the Sword-Bearer branch. Due to the recent turmoil in the Empire, the hall was bustling with activity, with dozens of staff members rushing back and forth, practically swamped. Tonight, the duty officer in the Intelligence Hall was once again the bald, middle-aged deputy minister with a small belly. Colin. He leaned back against a soft, spacious suede chair, legs crossed on his desk, leisurely sipping his Jotun tea, his expression akin to taking a break from his busy schedule. Knock, knock, knock. Sir Colin, here's an urgent report from Ms. Alina, Vice Minister of Mission Hall Affairs. A charming female staff member hurried to the door, knocked, and reported in a slightly hurried voice. From Ms. Alina? Read. Colin frowned, taking another sip of his Jotun tea. He had no idea how Alina could have such urgent information. Besides, as Vice Minister of Mission Hall Affairs, shouldn't Ms. Alina be staying in the Sword-Bearer branch, honestly handling official business? Why did he go outside? It seems the Mission Hall is truly relaxing. Meister, Count Hapsburg's residence has been attacked by the ancient hero Munger, a powerful ancient figure from the Black Flame cult whose powers have yet to fully recover. Our gold-rank swordsman captain, Lord Ryan, slew the ancient hero Munger in a one-on-one fight. Poof! Colin sprayed the Jotun tea from his mouth all over the young, pretty female staff member in front of him. The woman's chest was particularly wet, but Colin didn't take the opportunity to wipe it off. Instead, he froze in place. When Colin heard the first part about the legendary cult figure, his face changed. He expected a report of the number of casualties, perhaps even news of Count Hapsburg's misfortune, or even a tragic report of the entire Count's residence, with no survivors. But who knew the next sentence would suddenly take a dramatic turn, saying Ryan had killed a cult legend on the spot. Wait! Ryan? The newcomer Ryan, the one who had joined the branch less than 2 months earlier. You just mentioned Ryan? The one nicknamed Meister Battering Ram? Ever since Ryan took out Delina, the Black Flame cult's head priestess in Welsh County, and destroyed a golem guard, Colin has remembered Ryan's name. The pretty female employee took out a tissue, and wiped the red tea foam from her white weapon. She glanced at her boss, and said with a hint of irritation, "Yes, Master Colin? A legendary warrior? Seriously injured? Yes. That's impressive. Absolutely impressive. It hasn't been long since you joined the Sword Bearers, and you've already become this powerful? Truly. Your future is limitless." Deputy Colin sighed, stroking his bare bald pubic area. Just then, there was another knock on the door, and another female staff member was waiting anxiously at the door. "Come in. What's the matter? Tell me." Lord Colin, this can't be said. This is urgent information from Deputy Alina in the mission hall. It's marked confidential. Currently, only you have permission to view it in the entire intelligence hall, the female staff member said, glancing around. Classified information is not accessible to ordinary staff in the intelligence hall. According to regulations, only Deputy Collins and above can view it. Huh? Alina again? Colin was stunned. After accepting it, Colin waved his hand, asking the two female staff members to step aside. He first checked the red wax for integrity, as required, and then checked the seal ring on it to see if it matched the cinders. Only then did he open the envelope. A few seconds later, having read the confidential information, Colin was utterly shocked, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open. The two female employees, seeing their boss's expression, exchanged glances, wondering, could something major have happened in Meister? Is the cult so powerful? Colin's mind was buzzing. Several key words lingered in his mind. His Highness Mania, the Imperial Dragon Knight, epic power, titled Sacred Artifact. Each of these terms should be extremely distant from a new swordsman. But now, they were all centered around this newcomer. Sir Colin? Sir? According to regulations, confidential information must be reported immediately. Have you forgotten? The female employee asked cautiously. Oh, right. Colin, having finally come to his senses, patted his shiny forehead and said, I go see Admiral Edward and be right back. Okay, Lord Colin. Colin swiftly moved his slightly bloated frame and trotted out of the intelligence hall. Chapter 286. Colonel Stanley, is Admiral Edward here? I have something important to report, Colin said, about to knock on the door. Wait. Colin, you're already in your 40s. Why are you still so unsteady? Colonel Stanley looked up at Colin, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and said calmly, as Admiral Edward's secretary, he couldn't go back to rest if the Admiral didn't rest. That's the downside of being Admiral Edward's secretary. It's usually quite tiring, but normally, hard work pays off. Being Admiral Edward's secretary is a fast track to promotion. Colonel Stanley, I've received an urgent and confidential report from Alina. According to regulations, I need to notify Admiral Edward immediately. Colin put his hand down awkwardly. As the Undersecretary of State for Intelligence, he was nearly 2 levels below Colonel Stanley, so he was naturally more reserved when speaking. Admiral Edward has an important visitor. What exactly is it? Stanley said, not intending to embarrass Colin. Archbishop Gomez happened to be arriving that evening. As the head of the Goddess Church in the Munster province, he must have something important to discuss with Admiral Edward. If it wasn't a critical matter, he could wait until the Archbishop left to report. It would be the same. Colin thought again. According to regulations, Stanley, as Admiral Edward's secretary, was authorized to access classified information. Colonel Stanley, please take a look at this. Content yourself. This? Colin was unsure how to react to this information. So, he handed Stanley the original letter Alina had sent. Stanley glanced at Colin suspiciously, unsure of what Colin was up to. He immediately opened the letter, and began to read it at a glance. What? Stanley exclaimed. Just a few seconds later, his eyes widened, and he stared at the letter in his hands, with an expression of disbelief. This? Stanley looked at the letter, then at Colin, as if seeking confirmation. Originally, he wanted to say, how is this possible? But the problem was, the letter clearly stated that the recognition of Mung, the ancient hero of the Black Flame cult, as an epic-level powerhouse, was not made by Alina, but by Her Highness Mania, the Imperial Dragon Rider known as the Red Queen. How could Her Highness Mania, one of the Imperial Guardians, make a mistake? The possibility of that happening was almost impossible. Then, there was only one truth. This was most likely true. Although I found it hard to believe when I received the intelligence, I trust Her Highness Minia's judgment, and I also believe that Lady Alina would not report this matter to Admiral Edward without certainty. Colin saw Colonel Stanley's expression of shock, yet his reluctance to believe it, and he smiled inwardly, thinking, well, you're in your 40s too, and still unstable. Stanley listened and nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. After some thought, Stanley felt it would be best to inform Admiral Edward immediately. After all, this involved information concerning Her Highness Dragon Knight Mania, and Admiral Edward would surely not blame him for it. Meanwhile, in Admiral Edward's office, Archbishop Gomez and Admiral Edward sat across from each other, discussing something with a serious expression. Old friend, according to the information you relayed last time, our operatives in Welsh County have, over the past 2 days, completely eradicated the Black Flame cult there. After interrogation, we've obtained quite a bit of useful intelligence. One piece of information I'm sure you'd be interested in is the reason, or purpose, behind the Black Flame cult's recent activity in Mayes County. At this point, Gomez paused. Old friend, I think you might want to request the Imperial Guardian's intervention, Archbishop Gomez said, his face grave. Is it so serious? Do we need the Imperial Guardian's intervention? Edward's face hardened. I think so. The Black Flame cult's ultimate goal is likely to resurrect a powerful ancient cult figure. While the specific figure remains unknown, it's believed to be somewhere underground in Mayes County. Ancient cult figure? Admiral Edward looked puzzled. After so much time has passed, even if resurrection were possible, the weakening of the soul's essence is inevitable, right? How strong can it be? Indeed, but even if it is weakened, it will still be at least at the legendary level. Otherwise, the Black Flame cult wouldn't have had to make such a fuss, Gomez explained. Legendary? That's a real problem, Admiral Edward said, his face grim. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded untimely. Admiral Edward frowned, and with a hint of displeasure he said, "Come in." Colonel Stanley stepped forward respectfully and said, "My lords, please excuse my interruption. This is an urgent and confidential letter from Her Excellency Alina, Deputy Minister of Mission Affairs, in Meister. My lords, I believe you must take a look at it immediately." Admiral Edward glanced at his secretary, Stanley. He knew he was always reserved. He knew Archbishop Gomez, an important guest, was in his room, yet he still disturbed him. There must be a reason. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I take a look." Hearing that it came from Meister, Archbishop Gomez's attention was drawn to him. After all, the topic he had just discussed was the Black Flame cult in Meister. Admiral Edward took the letter, opened it, and was startled, unable to conceal his shock. This made Archbishop Gomez look worried. It was rare for an old friend to lose his composure like this. Could it be that I'm too late? Has the Black Flame cult already found and resurrected that ancient powerhouse? Archbishop Gomez wondered. The next second, Admiral Edward muttered, "An epic powerhouse?" This? Even though Admiral Edward had been a seasoned warrior, this was the first time he'd heard of a sword-bearer under his command killing an epic powerhouse. You have to remember, he'd been the head of the Munster sword-bearer branch for 8 full years. During his tenure, killing enemy legendary powerhouses was extremely rare, perhaps even once a year. Most of them were at the quasi-legendary level. But this time, with the sudden news of an epic powerhouse being killed, it's no wonder he'd lost his composure. "Sir Edward, could it be that you have already received accurate information? The Black Flame cult is resurrecting an epic warrior this time." Archbishop Gomez couldn't contain himself, interrupting the stunned Admiral Edward and asking, "Archbishop Gomez, you should read it yourself." After a moment's thought, Edward handed the letter to Gomez. His mind was suddenly a bit confused, unsure how to explain this matter to Gomez. The best approach, naturally, was to let him read it himself. Although this was confidential information from the sword-bearer branch, since it involved a cult, the sword-bearers would typically share information with the Goddess Church. Furthermore, as the head of the Munster sword-bearer branch, Edward naturally had the right to decide whether to share relevant information with the Church. At this moment, Edward was pondering the name of a person, Ryan. He certainly had an impression of this new young man, ever since he had defeated the obsidian giant with a single blow. Furthermore, the remains of the Golem Guard from 2 days ago had left him with another shock. But what he hadn't expected was that, in just a few days, the other party had accomplished another major feat, a truly earth-shattering one, the slaying of an epic warrior. Although it had to be suffixed with greatly weakened. But regardless of the prefix, it was still epic. What? Killed? Archbishop Gomez's eyes, which had been half-lidded, suddenly widened as he stared at the letter, his face filled with shock. Indeed, and it was personally confirmed by His Highness Menia, one of the Imperial Guardians. I believe the result should be correct. Edward nodded, understanding his old friend's shock. He hadn't expected that while they were discussing how to deal with this problem, it would already be solved. "Old friend, I have a favor to ask of you," Edward said. "It's about this swordsman, Ryan, who killed the ancient cult hero Mung. You saw what the letter said. He's been marked with some kind of mark, and I'd like you to find a way to remove it. This isn't me trying to shirk responsibility. I've never encountered the mark of an epic powerhouse, so I can't guarantee success." Archbishop Gomez, regaining his composure, thought for a moment, but hesitated to agree. "But This young man, Ryan, must be one of your favorites. I do my best for this matter. Besides, I'd love to meet this young man. The letter doesn't mention how he killed an epic cult hero, and I'm genuinely curious. Haha, old friend, I have the same question. I think we find out in a couple of days. Admiral Edward couldn't help but laugh at Gomez's doubts. At the same time, in the training room on the first floor of Count Hapsburg's mansion in Meister County, Ryan was currently manipulating his innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration, to continuously transform the hardened adamantium in his hands, sometimes into a two-handed great sword, sometimes into a two-handed warhammer. The main purpose, naturally, was to test the difference from previous attempts. Ryan remembered it clearly. When he was still at the intermediate steel body level, it took him about 0.3 seconds to transform approximately 50 kilograms of hardened adamantium into a pseudo-pig-headed hammer. But now, after nearly 10 attempts, he averaged around 0.18 seconds, a 40% reduction in time. This improvement is truly significant. Clearly, after upgrading from intermediate steel body to advanced steel body, his affinity for metal elements also increased significantly. Otherwise, such a significant effect would be impossible. Don't underestimate this small improvement in time. From another perspective, in the same amount of time as before, Ryan can transform more metals for both offense and defense. For example, in the time it took to transform 3 kite shields, Ryan can now transform 4 for defense, an immediate improvement in defense. In the time it took to transform a 2-meter-long sword, he can now transform a 3-meter-long one. While not 40 meters, it can still provide a surprising effect in battle. Most importantly, the increase in affinity for metal elements boosts not only the power of innate sorcery, but all metal-based sorcery. With a low incantation, Ryan cast a sharpening spell on the newly transformed two-handed greatsword. The pale silver light was even more intense than before. This also means that the sharpness technique is even more effective. Looks like the next step is to search for more metal-related sorcery, Ryan thought to himself. At this moment, Ryan suddenly looked up and gazed towards the training room door. A familiar, graceful figure caught his eye. It was Clare. As expected of someone who has slain an epic warrior, Ryan. Your perception is truly sharp. You noticed me the moment I walked in, Clare teased with a smile. But Ryan could sense a hint of fatigue on her beautiful face. Miss Clare, are you done? Yes, for now. I've just finished cleaning up after the injured and fallen guards. I've also arranged for people to fill in the 2 tunnel entrances in the garden overnight. I've also coordinated with the Griffin Squadron in Fishing Harbor. I hope they can increase their air patrols. Clare briefly recounted the tasks she had just handled. Ryan nodded frequently. Clare usually handles a lot of trivial matters, and after this battle, she's been even busier. Because Count Hapsburg, the supreme governor of Meister, was seriously injured, Clare not only had to manage family affairs, but also the administration of the entire Meister County. Thankfully, Clare had been trained in government affairs since childhood, so she wasn't overwhelmed when she took over. Ryan, you just went through such an intense battle today. Aren't you going to take a break? No wonder, Ryan. You've made such great progress in such a short time. Talent is a prerequisite, but your diligence is beyond the reach of most people, Clare sighed. Although she still had many questions, such as the sorcery Ryan used to absorb souls, and the sorcery Ryan used to drain the vitality of his pets to heal their injuries. Where did Ryan learn all this? It didn't look like the kind of sorcery you'd learn among swordsmen. Perhaps there was another adventure. Thank you, Miss Clare, but I'm not as diligent as you think. Ryan smiled. By the way, Ryan, from now on, just call me Clare. And that mark on your body that Her Highness Mia mentioned, do you feel any discomfort? Clare approached, glanced at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, and said apologetically, Don't worry, Clare. After I return to Munster, I visit Monsoon and the Goddess Church. I think it shouldn't be a problem. Well, Ryan, thanks to your bravery, the Hapsburg family survived. Without you, this time, not only my father, but I'm afraid I too. This is a superior level breathing technique. Besides the Hapsburg family bloodline breathing technique, it's the only superior level breathing technique in my collection, the fire iguana breathing technique. I'm not asking you to change your breathing technique. The cost is too high, and the risks are immense. I want you to take a look. Perhaps with your exceptional knightly talent, it might be a little enlightening. If I had known you had such a strong talent, I shouldn't have taught you the giant bear breathing technique. It's such a waste of your knightly talent. I don't want your breathing technique to become a weakness on your path to legend. Clare said, pulling out a pale yellow parchment scroll from her bosom and handing it to Ryan. Well? Okay, thank you. Ryan thought for a moment before accepting the parchment scroll containing the fire iguana breathing technique. Ryan was no longer a rookie, so he naturally understood the numerous issues involved in changing his breathing technique. The biggest issue was that his body had already become accustomed to the previous breathing technique, and he had already taken the corresponding advanced potion to reach the transcendent stage. Switching to a new technique at this point would present challenges with adaptability. For those who were lucky, or whose bodies could withstand the change, they could still have a chance to try again after wasting a few years. But more often than not, they would fail, leading to a significant decline in their strength. However, he had previously considered searching for advanced-level breathing techniques in the Sword-Bearer branch for reference, but the exchange of sorcery delayed his efforts. Unexpectedly, Clare prepared a copy for him this time. Also, he was deeply grateful that Clare had taught him the giant bear breathing technique when Ryan was still a child servant. Furthermore, it was through the use of the giant bear breathing technique that Ryan, with the help of the Iron Maned Bear King's giant bear paw advanced potion, awakened two extraordinary traits, great strength and iron skin. This was also the precursor to his current talents, intermediate great strength and advanced steel body. Ryan, the moon is beautiful tonight. Clare walked to the training room window and looked up at the night sky. It's indeed beautiful. Ryan suddenly realized that in all his time in this world, he had never properly seen the moon. The moon in this world was larger than in his previous life, but, seemingly due to the distance, there were no spots on the stars, making the moon even brighter. Neither of them spoke much, but quietly gazed at the night sky. The next morning, the dawn broke. Through the window, Ryan could see that the garden, dented by yesterday's battle, had been smoothed out. Although it hadn't yet been replanted with flowers and shrubs, the row of trees in the corner still looked lush and green. It must have rained lightly late last night. The leaves were still damp, with water droplets clinging to their tips. In the morning light, they reflected a faint golden glow. Ryan thought for a moment, then returned to the training room. He had originally intended to test the effects of the advanced steel last night, but this thought was interrupted by Clare's sudden appearance. As for the fire iguana breathing technique, he planned to delve into it later. So, Ryan skipped breakfast and headed to the training room alone. With metal transfiguration, the hardened adamantium in his hand quickly transformed into a two-handed great sword. Simultaneously, square-pointed darts emerged from the broad blade. Blade storm. In an instant, Ryan spun the two-handed great sword like a gyroscope. As an incredibly powerful whirlwind swept around, the square-pointed darts also spun at high speed, accompanied by powerful air currents, impacting in all directions. Ding! Ding! Clang! 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 If you listen closely, you can hear the clash of metal this time, much more frequent than when Ryan previously performed Blade Storm. The reason is that previously, Ryan could only generate 70 or 80 square-pointed darts in a short period of time. To generate more would take longer, resulting in noticeable pauses in his movements. This was quite lethal in combat. Now, with Ryan's increased affinity for metal elements, within the same time frame, his number of four-pointed darts had reached approximately 120, stacked on his two-handed greatsword. After the dust cleared, Ryan stepped forward to investigate. Sure enough, this time, he discovered that the ironwood dummies, within a circle of about 30 meters, were covered with as many as 12 or 13 four-pointed darts, and as few as 6 or 7. From this perspective, his advanced ultimate, Blade Storm, modified, was also benefiting from the advanced steel body talent. The power had increased by approximately 20 to 30%. It just consumes more hardened adamantium. So, it seems I can only use it 3 times at most. A 4th time might not be enough to harden the adamantium. A thought suddenly struck Ryan, and his expression turned slightly grim. After some thought, Ryan couldn't immediately come up with any particularly good way to remedy this shortcoming. However, in a single battle, it's probably quite rare to encounter a situation where I'd need to use Blade Storm 3 times in a row, right? Besides, for the gifted advanced steel body, its primary purpose is naturally defense. Ryan instantly conjured a dagger, and slashed his arm with it at 50% strength. Instantly, a faint silver-gray glow flickered across the skin, leaving no white mark. This immediately delighted Ryan. This level of defense seems much stronger than my original intermediate steel body. Next, Ryan continuously increased the force of each dagger stroke. Finally, even at 100% strength, he only left a white scratch on the skin, still no break. This surprised and delighted Ryan. After a moment's thought, Ryan began applying sharpness to the dagger, gradually increasing his force. This time, the hardened adamantine dagger, aided by sharpness and 70% of his strength, only managed to slightly nick his skin. So, if measured by degrees, my advanced steel body's defense is roughly 15 to 20. I have to wait until I return to the Swordbearer branch for testing to find out the exact value. But, generally speaking, even an ordinary Grand Knight, even if they activate limit breaking, would probably have a hard time damaging me. I wonder if my defense will change against sorcery attacks. If I can still defend against energy attacks at my current strength, then I can basically withstand entry-level sorcery attacks. At this thought, Ryan's eyes lit up. After testing the impact of his advanced steel body talent on his combat effectiveness, Ryan returned to his room. After a short rest, he opened the parchment scroll that Clare had given him last night, which contained the fire iguana breathing technique. Chapter 287. This was Ryan's first time reviewing a breathwork of excellent quality. His previous giant bear breathing technique was merely average, even after incorporating the internal breathing techniques he learned from Master Gunther. However, in terms of level or quality, it was only a superior quality. It was still a whole level short of excellent quality. On the other hand, Ryan gradually realized that his current Bear King breathing technique seemed to have significant limitations in developing various aspects of his body. Before reaching the Grand Knight level, this wasn't obvious. That was because he had brought the Bear King breathing technique to a very high level, so the improvements it offered to various physical attributes were quite noticeable. But once Ryan reached the Grand Knight level, and especially after becoming a senior Grand Knight, his breathwork's weaknesses in this area gradually became apparent. Otherwise, Ryan wouldn't have proactively asked the instructors of the Swordbearer division about the breathwork. Although Clare's words last night were filled with apologies, implying she hadn't anticipated Ryan's exceptional talent and apologized for not teaching him a better breathing technique initially, Ryan didn't take it seriously. Back when he was still a servant, Clare had already shown him a valuable mentor by teaching him a standard giant bear breathing technique. How could he possibly blame her for the subpar quality of the breathing technique? Besides, Clare's judgment was not wrong. The problem lay with him. He had a cheat, not exceptional talent. While he was indeed exceptionally talented now, that was only possible after he had activated the cheat. Furthermore, Ryan's current physical development relies primarily on supplements and the frequent use of potions, so his progress is still very rapid and isn't significantly affected by the breathing technique. However, if he could gain some insights and experience from this excellent breathing technique, that would naturally be a wonderful thing, and Ryan couldn't resist. Huh? There are actually 21 movements. Placing the parchment scroll of the fire iguana breathing technique on his desk, Ryan was shocked to discover that it contained diagrams of 21 different training positions. That's 3 times the 7 movements of the giant bear breathing technique. Ryan exclaimed in amazement. Just from the sheer number of movements, Ryan felt the difference between the two was far greater than he had imagined. This made Ryan's face grow serious, and he began to study it carefully. Although Clare had suggested it as a reference, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. After all, the previous movements seemed basic and wouldn't cause any problems with practice. Furthermore, he was now at the level of a senior Grand Knight. If he felt any discomfort during practice, he could stop at any time. The first movement of the fire iguana breathing technique was quite challenging, similar to the reverse head-to-knee pose from Ryan's previous life's yoga, requiring considerable flexibility. Of course, this was compared to the giant bear breathing technique and beginners. For Ryan's current Grand Knight level physique, this movement was naturally effortless. After a few seconds, Ryan was in the reverse head-to-knee pose, slowly exhaling and breathing in rhythm. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. You have practiced the fire iguana breathing technique, and your understanding of it has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Fire iguana breathing technique. Your fire iguana breathing skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. It has been detected that the host is practicing the Bear King breathing technique, a similar breathing technique. Fusion is being determined. Fusion has failed. The fire iguana breathing technique does not meet the minimum fusion requirements. Seeing this series of prompts, Ryan carefully read them several times, feeling a surge of joy. According to the last prompt, it was clear that the excellent fire iguana breathing technique and the fine Bear King breathing technique could be merged. However, the fusion required certain conditions to be met. Ryan immediately recalled the similar process of integrating the internal breathing techniques he had practiced with Master Gunther. It wasn't that once one had mastered the internal breathing techniques, one could integrate and elevate the giant bear breathing technique. The fusion was successful only after the conditions were met. Remember that time? It seemed like the inner breathing technique had reached level 3? Or was it based on the feeling I had at that moment? That subtle interaction between the inner breathing technique and the giant bear breathing technique, Ryan pondered. After some thought, Ryan decided to practice all 21 moves of the fire iguana breathing technique first. Perhaps this was a prerequisite for integration. So, Ryan immediately began practicing the second move. He also mastered it in less than half a minute. Next, the third move. After half an hour, Ryan had already practiced the 17th move. About the 8th move, Ryan began to feel a slight discomfort in his body. Now, after the 17th movement, this feeling became more pronounced. It felt as if certain hidden muscle groups and fascia in the body were being stretched repeatedly, a sensation not felt in previous Bear King breathing techniques. In addition, certain muscle groups strengthened by the Bear King breathing technique seemed to feel subtly incompatible with the current fire iguana breathing techniques. Of course, this wasn't to say Ryan couldn't perform the entire set of movements. With Ryan's physique, as a seasoned Grand Knight, he could certainly perform the entire set. It was just awkward, and Ryan could vaguely sense that the set wasn't improving his body, but rather causing minor damage. Ryan's mind began to understand. This must be what the swordsman instructor had said before, because the body had long since adapted to the initial breathing technique, changing and adapting to it, and it had basically settled into a fixed form. A sudden change in breathing technique would not only cause strength to stagnate for several years, but also, if the body didn't adapt to the new breathing technique, after a few years, strength would decline, and the body would suffer serious damage. However, Ryan's goal wasn't to change his breathing technique. Another half hour passed, and Ryan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had finally completed all 21 exercises. He glanced at the Fire Iguana breathing technique level 2, 2/300, displayed on the system panel. He hadn't expected to reach level 2 so quickly. Back then, it had taken him 4 or 5 days to reach level 2 with the giant bear breathing technique. Now, in just 1 hour, he had reached level 2, and it was a breathwork of excellent quality. But this is normal. After all, for a veteran Grand Knight to practice this breathing method is a dimensionality reduction attack. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The host's Fire Iguana breathing method has reached the minimum level for integration with the Bear King breathing method. The current conditions are met, and it can be merged into a new breathing method. This fusion requires 4 gold skill points. Do you want to merge? Note: after the fusion, the Bear King breathing method will no longer be displayed on the panel, but the host can still use related secret techniques and derive secrets. Note: after the fusion, the new breathing method will combine the advantages of the Fire Iguana breathing method and the Bear King breathing method and improve them. The host's experience points in the Bear King breathing method will be converted into experience points for the improved new breathing method at a certain ratio. This immediately made Ryan overjoyed. He hadn't expected the fusion prompt to appear so soon. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Huh? Why is someone here so early in the morning? Ryan frowned slightly. He was just about to merge the breathing methods, and was naturally annoyed to be interrupted. Ryan opened the door and saw Alina, a capable young woman. Good morning, Lord Ryan. I just heard from the guards that you've been to the training room. I just realized you're up now. You're truly diligent, Alina greeted with a smile. As one shouldn't offend a smiling person, Ryan nodded, forcing a smile. Lord Alina, good morning. What's going on? Well, Lord Ryan, I received a letter from Admiral Edward last night. The Admiral hopes that once you concluded your business here, you return to the Swordbearer branch as soon as possible. He's very interested in your journey in defeating the epic warrior. Well, okay, I get it. Ryan frowned slightly. This matter was actually quite troublesome. Ryan had already thought of several explanations for how to conceal his use of the Warhammer Wizard's core ability, Soul-Shattering Hammer. However, in the eyes of a shrew like Admiral Edward, it wouldn't be so easy to get away with it. Ryan's initial idea was to attribute this ability to the Skull Hammer. And as the Skull Hammer shattered, he somehow gained this strange ability. As for whether to believe it or not, that was none of his business. That was the good thing about the supernatural world. Strange phenomena would occasionally occur, and his wasn't particularly exaggerated. Plus, as a wizard, he had a natural advantage in explaining mysterious things. By the way, there's one more thing. The Admiral wants the body of the epic called Meister, the ancient hero monger, sent to Munster as soon as possible. The Admiral will contact Archbishop Gomez of the Goddess Church to quickly investigate his origins. After all, even in ancient times, epic masters were well-known figures, and their origins can generally be found in ancient texts. This will be of great help in removing the mark from you later, Alina explained. Ryan nodded, his brows relaxed. Of course, he said. I trouble you, Your Excellency Alina, to convey my gratitude to Admiral Edward. This was a good thing. He hadn't expected Admiral Edward to take his mark so seriously. It's no problem, Your Excellency Ryan. It's my honor. If the people in the branch knew I was returning with the body of an epic master, I wonder how many would envy me. Alina brushed her hair away from her ear and chuckled softly. She continued, then I contact the Griffin Knights for escort and return to Munster by military airship. Well, I stay for 2 more days. If the situation stabilizes, I return to Munster as soon as possible. Ryan nodded. Although from a mission perspective, the 3 gold-level missions, killing the Bloodburner Raxel, investigating the truth behind the Meister attack, and protecting the Meister County Governor, had been successfully completed, from a personal perspective, he was now Clare's guardian knight, and couldn't just walk away. He needed to observe for at least 2 days, to confirm that everything was fine before returning to Munster. Okay, Lord Ryan, excuse me for bothering you then. Bon voyage. Munster, 3rd floor of the Axon auction house. In a magnificent study, Viscount Fabian and Asani welcomed a distinguished guest from the imperial capital, Marquis Oren's younger brother, Draco Orens. His arrival naturally caught them both by surprise. Fabian had originally assumed that the head office would send someone to apologize to Ryan, but he hadn't expected someone like him to arrive. Someone who clearly wasn't there to apologize. The ancient troll tusk held special significance for Marquis Orens. It seemed it would be difficult to purchase elsewhere anytime soon, hence Draco Oren's visit. Sir Fabian, please deliver this invitation to an old friend of mine at the Munster Swordbearers branch. A middle-aged man in aristocratic hunting attire smiled, as he handed Viscount Fabian a magnificent invitation. Of course, Lord Draco, I go there myself. Fabian took it, and immediately left the room, and boarded the carriage. Curious, he glanced at the invitation's letterhead, Dear Stanley. Stanley? I've heard of this guy. He seems to be a high-ranking member of the Swordbearers branch. Half an hour later. Draco is in Munster? Colonel Stanley, upon receiving the invitation, frowned slightly. He and Draco had a good relationship, but not so close that he'd come all the way to Munster to see him. They were former classmates at the Imperial Royal Academy. If he wasn't just passing by, he probably had something to ask me. But how could I possibly help him? The Swordbearers were mostly official business, and all missions came through official channels. Soon the two met. After some pleasantries, Draco smiled and said, Stanley, I have a small favor to ask of you, my old classmate. Draco, given your current position and status, if you can't handle it, how can I possibly help? Stanley smiled as well. Haha, this matter falls squarely within your purview, so... Oh! Within my purview? The Munster Swordbearers branch? Stanley's smile faded. He hadn't expected that his old classmate, Draco, actually needed his help. Yes. It's going to happen in the next few days. It could be today, or even tomorrow. One of the Swordbearers of the Munster branch may have died in an accident, but I need you to keep this matter under control to prevent it from spreading. Draco said cryptically. Stanley's face darkened. After a moment's thought, he said, Is there no possibility of communication? Almost no possibility. Besides, this isn't my idea. It's my brother, Marquis Orenzi. My old classmate, please. Marquis Orenzi? Stanley pondered for a moment. Naturally, he didn't want to do something like this. But sometimes, there's no other way. It's like the imperial nobility, a privileged class compared to the common people. But in reality, the nobility is divided into different levels. At the top, the great nobles with a long and rich heritage are the most privileged of the privileged. Hereditary dukes and marquises are at the very top. Then you must make the necessary compensation. Stanley sighed and nodded reluctantly. Of course. I won't embarrass you, my old classmate, on this point. Draco smiled and nodded when he saw Stanley agreed. Suddenly, Stanley thought of something. He asked, by the way, old classmate, what's the name of that swordsman? Don't worry, he's not one of those senior, influential types. He's a newcomer, but I hear he's quite capable, Draco said nonchalantly. Stanley's face changed. Newcomer? The word immediately brought to mind a certain person. Relatively capable? Stanley's eyes twitched slightly. Could it be? Draco. How did you know? Draco was stunned. He immediately assumed that Stanley had recruited this new swordsman, perhaps as a follower or something. Fuck. Stanley's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up abruptly, swearing. It had been a long time since he became Admiral Edward's secretary. Draco. Do you know what the hell you're doing? Meanwhile, in Meister County, at Count Hapsburg's residence. In Clare's study. Clare, I have something to ask you about bloodline breathing. Is there any difference between bloodline breathing and other breathing techniques? Ryan decided to ask more about the fusion of breathing techniques before proceeding. He still had no idea about it. After all, he had enough gold skill points, and could perform a fusion at any time. Of course about. Just as Clare began to speak, Ryan suddenly interrupted her. Clare, I suddenly remembered that Count Hapsburg seemed to have sent someone looking for you. Why don't you go check on him first? We can talk again when he's free. Clare glanced at Ryan in confusion, but then seemed to understand something. She nodded and left the room. Who's eavesdropping there? Ryan's eyes sharpened as he glanced towards a dark corner of the room. Ever since he entered the room, he'd sensed a faint presence there. At first, he thought it was some kind of secret guard from the Hapsburg family. But after careful consideration, he realized it wasn't. After all the intense fighting over the past 2 days, he hadn't seen any such shadow guards. In other words, even if there were, their number would likely be extremely limited, likely guarding the severely injured Count Hapsburg. Very perceptive. Grant's death at your hands wasn't accidental. A voice echoed from within the room. However, this voice was like surround sound, as if it were coming from several corners, making it impossible to determine the other party's location. Grant? Ryan instantly realized the other party's origin. He had thought they were members of the Black Flame cult. But now it seemed they weren't, but rather someone sent by the Axon headquarters. Of course, they could also be friends of Grant, the Icebringer. Are you from the Axon auction house headquarters in the Imperial capital? Ryan asked gravely. Whether you are or not, it doesn't matter much to you. I give you a chance. Hand over the ancient troll tusk voluntarily, and I make your death more comfortable. Looking for death. Maybe it was the influence of the mark, but Ryan felt a surge of anger at the man threatening him. A dangerous aura began to emanate from Ryan. You're looking for death? Then I teach you a lesson first, Elihu said, his eyes narrowed. He had read the intelligence and knew Ryan had killed Grant in 3 moves, but he figured he could have done the same with a sneak attack. His rare item dagger had the remarkable ability to pierce elemental shields. After reading some of Ryan's experiences, Elihu was certain his judgment was correct. The opponent's weapon must be similarly unique, like his own. It was precisely this element of surprise that had enabled the opponent to kill Grant in 3 moves. Swish. A dagger-like throwing weapon darted from the corner, swiftly hurling toward Ryan. Due to the close proximity and lightning-fast speed, Ryan had little room to dodge. But Elihu's smiling face froze. He saw Ryan, instead of dodging, suddenly spin like a top. Instantly, a whirlwind erupted in the room, interspersed with sharp whistling sounds. Clearly, Elihu hadn't expected Ryan to not dodge his thrown weapon, but instead immediately launch a counterattack. Instantly, a dense barrage of 4-pointed darts forced him to reveal himself. Ding ding dang dang. A slender man in a hood and dark leather armor emerged from the shadows, wielding 2 daggers with incredible force, sending over a dozen incoming 4-pointed darts flying in all directions. Got you, little rat. No sooner had he finished speaking than Elihu felt his alarm bells ring. A gust of wind blew across his face, and a dark shadow slashed down from above. In a flash, Elihu crossed his daggers, holding them above his head, attempting to block Ryan's blow. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the next second, he screamed in agony. He was struck directly in the center of his head by a sword. If he hadn't instinctively pulled his neck back at that critical moment, his head would have been split in 2. Elihu was completely stunned. What had he just seen? The greatsword in Ryan's hand was actually bent. And not just any bend, but a nearly 90-degree bend. Critically wounded by a single blow, Elihu knew that if he didn't fight hard today, he would be left here. In an instant, his expression darkened, and instead of retreating, he advanced, stabbing Ryan with his hands dozens of times. A dense stream of dagger shadows pierced Ryan's vital points. Dang! 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 After just one thrust, Elihu sensed something was amiss. His rare item dagger, after piercing the opponent's armor, could no longer penetrate. The resistance was immense. That's it? Ryan sneered. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, Elihu's body was covered in dozens of bloody wounds, all inflicted by the sharp knuckles that Ryan's hands had instantly transformed into. Instantly, Elihu's eyes widened, and his entire body shook like a sieve. Puff! For more bloody holes appeared on his forehead, and he died instantly. Ryan had only used 2 moves, Blade Storm and Heavy Punch combo. 1 move less than Icebringer Grant. At this moment, the guards heard the commotion inside the room and rushed in. Seeing the debris filling the room, the densely packed walls with 4-pointed darts, and Ryan clutching the skinny, leather-armored man with a crooked neck, they were stunned. Lord Ryan, you. The guard stared at the scene in astonishment. I'm fine. Please clean up here. Yes, Lord Ryan. At this moment, Clare also hurried over. Seeing the scene, she asked, Ryan, are you okay? Is this the Black Flame cult? No, Ryan shook his head. It's just a little problem of my own, Clare. I might have to go back to Munster first. Chapter 288. Not only was Ryan worried about the safety of his family in Munster, but he also felt the impact of the unholy fire mark on him personally. During the previous battle, a surge of rage suddenly surged within him, a desire to rip the enemy to pieces. Thankfully, it didn't last long. He reacted quickly and controlled the impulse. Thus, Ryan had used a flurry of heavy punches instead of rapid cuts. Otherwise, the man before him would have been reduced to the raw material of a meat slice. But it was still a little too late. The leather-armored man before him, who was either an assassin or a spy, had been killed on the spot. Ordinarily, he should have kept him alive and interrogated him before making any further decisions. What also alarmed Ryan from this incident was that the mark's influence on his inner self seemed even stronger than Princess Minia had claimed. It had only been a day, and yet it had already had such a profound impact. Ryan knew that the negative impact of this mark would likely grow stronger over time. It would be best to eliminate it quickly, so he had to return to Munster as soon as possible. Clare, captivated by Ryan's solemn expression, frowned slightly and asked, Ryan, do you need any help? The family has some shops and staff in Munster, and you can transfer them at will. This is the seal ring representing the direct line of the Hapsburg family, and it serves as proof. Clare pulled out a round, golden seal ring of the Calibert family and handed it to Ryan. Thank you. Ryan thought for a moment, then accepted it without refusing. By the way, there's no airship to Munster tonight, Ryan. Why don't you leave early tomorrow morning? That's fine. Ryan nodded. If there weren't any military airships, even if he rode a trotting wildebeest, it would still take half a day to travel quickly, which would be almost the same time as leaving early tomorrow morning. Shadia, go check what time the earliest Imperial military airship to Munster leaves tomorrow? Yes, Miss Clare. The maid-dressed woman beside her bowed slightly and hurried away. At this moment, Clare bent down, and the curve of her taut, round and plump hips made Ryan stunned. Run, their weapon is no ordinary item. It appears to be a dagger of the rarest level. Look at the inscription on it. Clare spoke for a long time, but did not receive a response from Ryan. This intrigued Clare, and with her beautiful eyes, she glanced back to see Ryan staring blankly at her raised buttocks. Clare's face immediately flushed. As the daughter of a hereditary earl, she was more mature in love than most, but having never experienced true love, shyness remained a girl's instinct. Clare suddenly straightened up, and Ryan finally came to his senses. Clare's face flushed slightly as she handed him a pair of daggers. Daggers? Ryan felt a little embarrassed. But then Ryan thought about it, and realized that his impulsiveness just now seemed to be influenced by the evil flame mark. After accepting the daggers from the leather-armored man, Ryan began to examine them carefully. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. The daggers seemed to be mixed with mithril, and the intricate yet orderly lines and symbols on them made a flash of light in Ryan's mind. He immediately thought of something, the mithril carved plate armor. It was also the final set of plate armor in Crowley's Armorsmithing Compendium, Volume 2, which he hadn't yet crafted. It possessed the special effect of slightly amplifying sorcery power. Clare, you just mentioned inscriptions. Do you know anything about them? Ryan looked at Clare with a burning gaze. For Ryan, crafting the mithril carved plate armor wasn't just about the equipment itself. In fact, it might be related to his subsequent job promotion to armorsmith. To Ryan's disappointment, Clare simply shook her head and said, I don't understand the inscriptions. I can only make out a few things. Clare, naturally noticing Ryan's interest in the inscriptions, added a comment. But, from what I understand, there are several inscription masters in Munster. While their skills may not be very high, if you, Ryan, just want a basic understanding of inscription, they should be enough. There are in Munster? Ryan's eyes lit up upon hearing this news. Of course, the difficulty of learning inscription lies in the high mental effort required. So, if you want to learn advanced inscription techniques, you have to go to a wizard school. Typically, those who master advanced inscription techniques are full-fledged wizards from various wizard schools. Hearing this, Ryan suddenly understood something. His search for an inscription master in the blacksmith shop was like looking for fish in a tree. He had been looking in the wrong direction. After returning to his room, Ryan suddenly remembered. Because of the recent incident, he hadn't had time to ask Clare about the blood-breathing technique. But after a moment's reflection, he decided that the bloodline breathing technique wouldn't affect the fusion of the two existing breathing techniques. The reason was simple. If the two techniques didn't work well after fusion, or even conflicted with each other, then there would be no point in learning bloodline breathing technique. If it worked well, he could delve deeper into it later. In other words, this fusion could serve as an experiment. Having made up his mind, Ryan called up the system prompt, took another look, and quickly selected yes. Immediately, on the Weapon Master, Legend, panel, the level 18 Bear King breathing technique flashed a few times before disappearing, replaced by the words Unknown Breathing Technique. The level number behind it began to jump wildly. Soon, the number froze at level 15. After the transformation, the level 18 Bear King breathing technique had dropped a full 3 levels. After all, these 3 levels required 3 gold skill points to reach. This caused Ryan to feel a slight pain in his flesh. But with a quick reaction, Ryan knew this was probably a good thing. Because he didn't feel the same awkward sensation he felt that morning when practicing the fire iguana breathing technique. Instead, he felt a faint warmth in certain parts of his body. These areas were mostly concentrated in the small muscle groups and fascia of his calves, and parts of his waist. At the same time, a flood of memories of practicing an unknown breathing technique began to flood Ryan's mind, making his head feel a little swollen. For a moment, Ryan felt as if he had been practicing an unknown breathing technique for decades in some mysterious dimension. After he absorbed this memory, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to rename the new breathing method? After some thought, Ryan chose yes. Fire Bear breathing method. Since it's a fusion of the Fire Iguana breathing method and the Bear King breathing method, let's take the first character of each and rename it. After all, this new breathing method is completely different from the original Fire Iguana breathing method and the Bear King breathing method. But naming is a minor matter. Ryan's greater concern is naturally the effect. This system fusion seems to be leveraging strengths and overcoming weaknesses. Not only does it retain the strength and physique benefits of the Bear King breathing method, but it also incorporates the Fire Iguana breathing method's agility enhancements and the induction of certain supernatural qualities. Ryan reviewed the movements of the new breathing method in his mind. The total now stands at 24. A close examination of these movements reveals traces of both the Fire Iguana and Bear King breathing methods. A few minutes later, 2 more system notifications quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has been improved. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has been improved. Huh? Ryan's eyes lit up. The effect is so fast? So, if we incorporate other breathing techniques, is it possible? However, we should first choose to incorporate advanced level breathing techniques. Perhaps the improvement will be more noticeable. After all, it consumes 4 gold skill points at a time, which is no small amount. As for advanced level breathing techniques, although Clare doesn't have any, the sword wielders must have some. Meister. In a noble mansion. Stanley, even if this Ryan is one of yours, wasn't your attitude just now a bit excessive? Draco couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. At the same time, his inner suspicion became more and more certain. This new swordbearer, Ryan, may have already accepted the offer from his old classmate. My man? Stanley suddenly laughed in anger. Haha, Draco, I can only tell you that this Ryan is a rising star in the Munster swordbearer branch. Even Admiral Edward admires him very much. Admiral Edward? Draco's face froze, and he immediately pondered. No one would offend an Imperial Admiral for no reason. It would be both troublesome and foolish. But the problem was that his nephew, Melward, urgently needed the pair of ancient troll fangs for his upcoming bloodline awakening ceremony. Moreover, his brother, Marquis Awakens, had already consulted numerous people over the past few days, but none of them had been able to find a pair of ancient troll tusks that met his requirements quickly. So, even if it meant offending Admiral Edward, there was nothing he could do. After weighing the pros and cons, Draco looked up at Stanley and said firmly, Stanley, honestly, my brother, Marquis Awakens, takes this matter very seriously. Before I came to Munster, he made it clear to me that this matter must be resolved. So, even if it means offending Admiral Edward, I think I have to proceed, Draco said gravely. Foolish. Why don't you ask why Ryan is so highly regarded by Admiral Edward? Stanley grew even more furious, a rage that smacked of disappointment. Hearing this, Draco was stunned. After a moment's thought, he asked, Why? I can't tell you that. Stanley, on the verge of saying this, suddenly shook his head. Because Stanley remembered that this matter was confidential, the specific details couldn't be disclosed. Stanley, are you kidding me? No, It's because the details are confidential. Well, let me tell you what I can, and you understand. Stanley thought for a moment and said, You know Her Highness Menia, the Dragon Knight, the Imperial Guardian, right? Get to the point, Stanley. Do you think I don't know Her Highness Menia? Don't tell me this Ryan is Her Highness Menia's illegitimate son. Draco glanced at Stanley with annoyance. He had already read Ryan's resume. Born in the small town of Meister in the Munster province, he had nothing in common with Her Highness Menia, the so-called Red Queen. He just couldn't believe that the two could be related. Her Highness Menia gave Ryan a red dragon scale. I don't need to explain the rest, Stanley said calmly, gazing at Draco. What? Draco was startled and stood up abruptly. Her Highness Menia didn't just give out red dragon scales. Only those she admired could receive them. Across the Empire, only a handful of young people could hold this honor, and most of them were descendants of the royal family or relatives of the royal family. Now, if he killed Ryan, and word reached Her Highness Menia, I'm afraid the Orion's family would be reduced to ash by a puff of dragon's breath. The next second, he shouted out the door, Griffith, stop Griffith immediately. An elderly man dressed in a black tuxedo, resembling a butler, hurried in and asked, puzzled, Lord Draco, Lord Griffith left for Mace half a day ago. He should have arrived by now, and has likely already begun his operation. Quick! Contact him immediately and have him stop. Stop? The butler was even more confused. Yes. Go. As you wish, Lord Draco. Seeing his master's grim expression, the butler, knowing the gravity of the situation, hurried away with a hint of panic. Draco, have you sent someone? Stanley's expression was also extremely grim. Then prepare to collect your men's bodies. Stanley, are you so confident in this Ryan? Draco asked, puzzled, noting that Stanley didn't seem concerned for Ryan's life or death. Of course, I believe nothing will happen to Lord Ryan. But you might be in big trouble. Old classmate, I suggest you prepare a generous compensation immediately. Otherwise, not only you, but also your brother, Marquis Orenzi, could be in serious trouble in the future. Think about it carefully. I'm leaving now. By the way, I wasn't here tonight. With that, Stanley hurried away. He didn't intend to get involved in this matter. He couldn't wait to befriend Ryan. Draco pondered for a moment, then quickly picked up paper and quill and began writing. He needed to tell his brother about this immediately. Near the provincial capital of Munster, there was a small town called Barrington. In the center of town, a gentle-looking middle-aged man in a gray robe walked down the main street, a book in hand, and a smile on his face. Clerk Ixter, you're still busy so late? A plump woman greeted enthusiastically. Hello, Clerk Ixter, a child said respectfully. Yes, I just finished. Ixter smiled, then turned to the little boy beside him, and said, Hello, little Joey. The middle-aged man named Ixter was the clerk of Barrington. The clerk was the head of the staff, who assisted the mayor with clerical work. Generally, a town had only one mayor, but there were 4 or 5 clerks. The clerk was responsible for managing these 4 or 5 clerks. When Ixter returned to the house in the north corner of town, his face froze. He said, Freeman, didn't I tell you? Don't come to my place before midnight. Your Excellency, our mission has failed. From the shadows of the unlit room, a slightly disheveled figure emerged. It was Freeman, who had hurriedly fled from Meister. At this moment, bloodstains covered his eyes and forehead. His black robe was tattered, and his arm was bandaged, faintly oozing blood. He looked nothing like the high-spirited man he had been when he awakened the ancient hero Mung. He looked more like a lost dog. Ixter was startled by Freeman's bewildered state. He no longer held his deputy accountable for violating their agreement, and arrived at his residence in Barrington before midnight. Black tea or Bordeaux? Ixter said, motioning Freeman to sit down, as he walked towards the wine cabinet. The mission failed? Freeman, which mission are you talking about? All failed. Laxell is dead too, Freeman said rather dejectedly. Ixter's hand trembled slightly at this, and a little of the amber Bordeaux liquid in his hand spilled onto the table next to the glass. The secret snake cult didn't come? Ixter placed the Bordeaux in front of Freeman, and sat down on the sheepskin chair nearby. No, they did. The legendary land snake was successfully controlled, and they helped us dig an underground tunnel leading to the center of Meister County. Freeman knew what his high priest wanted to know. If the mission had been successful, he wouldn't have bothered to come to his church as high priest. Years ago, the other party hadn't been involved in the affairs of the church within the province of Munster, delegating most of the church's duties to him and another person. The other party spent most of his time in the small town of Barrington, working as a clerk. At first, he thought the other party's decision was completely inconceivable. But it wasn't until the other party's anger, the vast spiritual power, that made Freeman realize it. The other party was striving for a higher level. Because, with the current power of the great hunting god, it rarely directly enhances the strength of his followers. Especially if one wishes to appease the god through sacrifice, and thus reach the legendary level, the required sacrificial ritual would inevitably be earth-shattering. As time passes, and the situation in the Empire becomes more volatile, perhaps it will be possible. But for now, it still wasn't working. And the man before him, seemingly aiming to reach the third level of crystallized wizardry through his own strength, was truly unsure what to say. "Don't resist." Before Freeman could react, Ixter suddenly pointed at him. Dark healing. A black aura suddenly enveloped Freeman, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, his wounds were completely healed, leaving no trace. Almost instantaneous first-level shadow magic. "High Priest," Freeman said, his face vacant and astonished. "Yes, I just successfully reached the crystallized wizardry level a few days ago." Seeing his own High Priest truly reach legendary status through his own strength, Freeman was at a loss for words. And at the same time, a deep sense of discouragement washed over him. He had once considered replacing the other man, but now it seemed like a joke. The other man simply didn't consider him a match. After a moment's thought, Freeman recounted his encounter in detail to Ixter. "What? The ancient hero Munder is dead, slain by a young Imperial swordsman?" Ixter, upon hearing the reason for his defeat, was also shocked. He knew all too well the ancient hero Munder's strength. He was one of 7 ancient heroes throughout the thousands of years of the Black Flame Church's history. Even if his strength had been severely damaged, falling from the epic level, still, legendary strength was common. "What do you think of this Ryan's strength?" Ixter asked, frowning. "He's a Grand Knight, and a first-class wizard, but the strength he displayed has reached the quasi-legendary level," Freeman said confidently. "Perhaps this Ryan is the illegitimate son of a great noble in the Empire," Ixter said. "Do you mean he possesses a certain bloodline? Is he the offspring of a noble bloodline?" "Well, judging from what you just said about his enlarged body, at least 3 noble bloodlines in the Empire exhibit this characteristic when their bloodline talents unleash." Freeman looked surprised, but soon nodded, a look of sudden realization on his face. "No wonder. This explains why this Ryan is so powerful. As for the ability you mentioned to harm souls, I suspect it's the special effect of some kind of sorcery scroll. You know, the offspring of such nobles always have some hidden tricks up their sleeves." Ixter pondered for a moment and said, "It's very likely, High Priest. What should we do next?" The death of the ancient hero Munger affected a series of subsequent events in the church. As an ally, Freeman, I have to trouble you to communicate with the secret snake cult and inform them of the cause of the deaths of their 2 emissaries. Also, while the situation in Munster is volatile, Freeman, you should quickly conduct a blood sacrifice to collect blood crystals. The day of enthronement is approaching." "The day of enthronement?" Freeman was stunned. He understood the first half of the sentence, but not the second. What did the day of enthronement have to do with them? On the last Sunday of the green grass moon every year, newly minted barons and viscounts from across Munster will come to the provincial capital for their formal enthronement. At that time, I would like to hold a high-quality sacrifice ceremony, Ixter said slowly, smiling. Freeman stared at his high priest in shock. Only then did he realize the extent of his other party's ambition. Is he trying to please the gods and advance to the next level? Chapter 289. Ixter knew it all. After reaching the level of crystallized wizard, further advancement would be extremely difficult. At this point, the only way to further improve his strength was to find a way to please the great god of hunting, and pray for divine blessings. And unless he sacrificed ordinary people in the hundreds of thousands, the corresponding blessings would not be enough for him to advance to the next level. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "What a coincidence, Freeman, Briggs has just returned," Ixter said with a smile. "Briggs?" Freeman's face froze at the name. Like him, the other party was Ixter's deputy. The two had engaged in a fierce internal conflict, while Ixter had been hiding behind the scenes. When Ixter opened the door, Freeman saw a familiar figure. However, this time, the other party was holding something resembling a picture frame. Because the object was covered by a black cloth, Freeman could only roughly guess. "Your Excellency, High Priest, hey, Freeman's here too." Clearly, Briggs hadn't expected Freeman to be here today. He simply grinned and greeted Freeman. It looks like the mission went smoothly. After closing the door, Ixter focused his attention on the black cloth frame in Briggs's hand. This intrigued Freeman, and he immediately focused his attention on the object as well. A lucky win. Briggs didn't keep the secret, and immediately removed the black cloth. As Freeman had suspected, it was a painting. When Briggs held the painting face up towards them, Freeman's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was filled with shock. Immediately, a thought struck him, and he blurted out, "Your Excellency, is this the painting from church history known as the Gazing Eyes?" "Indeed, Freeman. It seems you've been spending some time studying the ancient texts of the church lately." Ixter smiled faintly. The scene in the painting was simple. A boy of 7 or 8 years old was holding a girl puppet, standing in front of a glass-paneled door. Inside the panes of glass, handprints resembling childish scribbles were painted. The handprints were small, likely children's, except for the inconsistent orientation of the palms. But if one peered closely inside the glass door, one could vaguely see several small, transparent figures. The most eerie aspect of the painting was that the girl puppet's eyes were completely black, as were the boys'. Both were slightly turned to the side, gazing in a single direction. Although their faces were turned to the side, anyone looking at the painting felt a chilling sense of being stared at. At the same time, in Meister County, at Count Hapsburg's residence, I didn't expect the fusion of the breathing technique to have such a positive effect on further improving physical fitness. Ryan's eyes lit up slightly. But then, Ryan thought of something else. Now that the fusion of the fire iguana breathing technique is so effective, what about the bloodline breathing technique? First, could he practice it? If so, would the effects of the fusion be even better? Thinking of this, Ryan felt a faint excitement, and all sleepiness disappeared. After a moment's thought, Ryan left the bedroom and headed towards Clare's room. Knock, knock, knock. Who? A woman's voice, faintly wary, rang out. It's me, Ryan. Ryan could clearly sense Clare's breathing ease. Footsteps echoed from inside, and soon the door opened. Clare was wearing a low-cut, cut-out white silk nightgown, revealing a large expanse of delicate white skin. A matching drawstring cinched her waist. The drawstring slightly tightened her narrow, elastic waist, highlighting the height of Clare's bust and the voluptuous, perky hips below. Clare had never expected Ryan to visit her so late. She had already changed into her pajamas and rested. Only when the door opened did she notice Ryan's gaze lingering for a moment. Clare realized that her pajamas were not only cut out in many places, but also that the silk was so thin it was almost translucent. Her fair face immediately flushed. Ryan, you. Clare's heart was pounding. Ryan had come to her at this hour. Couldn't he be thinking? Ahem, Clare, I'd like to ask if blood breathing can only be practiced by those with a specific bloodline? Hearing Ryan's question, Clare's beautiful eyes fixed on him with a strange look, as if to say, you woke me up in the middle of the night just to ask this? Of course. Actually, it's not just ordinary people who can't practice it. If the bloodline of an offspring isn't concentrated enough, they can't fully cultivate blood breathing either. After hearing Clare's answer, Ryan nodded. He wasn't surprised by this conclusion. However, Ryan was different from the others in one respect. He had a system. So, whether it worked or not, he had to try it out to see. Ryan had just thought about this question. If he could also practice the blood breathing technique, then the question arose. Where could he get a copy of the blood breathing technique? The answer was obvious. The most likely source was the Hapsburg family. Clare, could you let me take a look at the Hapsburg family's blood breathing technique? Of course, if it's top secret or difficult, then forget it. Ryan considered his words, speaking as tactfully as possible. Of course. To Ryan's surprise, Clare agreed readily. She immediately turned around, pulled a parchment scroll from the bedroom cabinet, and handed it to him. Thank you. Surprised, Ryan immediately opened it and began to read. He soon discovered the difference between bloodline breathing and ordinary breathing techniques. The annotations to the movements and postures for bloodline breathing included specific sensing instructions. For example, the first movement required sensing a specific rhythmic movement in a certain part of the body to complete. This made Ryan's face contemplate, and soon, regardless of Clare's presence, he immediately began the first movement in Clare's room. Clare watched Ryan with interest, feeling both happy and a little disappointed. It was naturally a good thing that her guardian knight was so motivated. But coming to her so late at night, truly just to practice, was a bit disappointing. Ryan repeated the first movement several times. He was certain there was no problem with the form, but he couldn't feel the rhythm of his shoulder blades at all. According to the requirements of the bloodline breathing technique, only by sensing this rhythm can the technique be considered complete. Clare, do you know anything about the bloodline breathing techniques of other families? Do they also require this special induction? Yes, this is a special effect only achieved by those who bear the bloodline and practice the corresponding bloodline breathing technique. Clare nodded. Ryan nodded. It seemed that he truly could not practice the bloodline breathing technique. This made him feel a little regretful. For him, as long as he could get started, he could directly improve and integrate the bloodline breathing technique through system points. But unfortunately, the bloodline breathing technique seemed to be out of his reach. It seems I have to go back to the branch office and exchange for a superior level of breathing technique to try it out, Ryan thought to himself. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and dew still clung to the lush green leaves of the garden. Ryan was already mounted on the trotting wildebeest, Blackie, with Clare and the others at his side, seeing him off. Langer and the other two had already returned to Nam Province ahead of Ryan. Ryan, if you need anything else in Meister, feel free to contact me directly. I'd probably be there for the next month or two, Clare said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan. Without Ryan, the situation facing Meister would have destroyed the centuries-old legacy of the Hapsburg family. Especially since the Black Flame cult's ultimate weapon was the resurrection of an ancient, epic figure. If Ryan hadn't held off the enemy, even if His Highness the Dragon Knight Menia had rushed to their aid, the Hapsburg family would have been left with nothing but corpses by the time they arrived. Well, there's one thing I've been meaning to do. I'd like to find time to go there myself. Clare, the family of Lord Hamilton, the deceased sheriff of Goldhire, should be in the county town. I'd like you to help take care of them. Of course, Shadia. Please help me find out where Hamilton's widow lives. I go there myself. Clare turned to the head maid beside her. Yes, Miss Clare, the head maid said, bowing slightly. After saying goodbye, Ryan's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the road. The head maid felt a sense of loss at Ryan's departure and asked, Miss, why didn't you let Lord Ryan stay? I can see you still have a good impression of Lord Ryan, and Lord Ryan likes you back. Clare shook her head, blushing slightly, but she didn't deny it. Now's not the right time. I have matters with Meister, my father, and my family. I need to deal with them first. Besides, I'm about to awaken. What You're about to awaken? The head maid covered her mouth lightly, her eyes widening. As Clare's personal maid since childhood, Shadia naturally knew more than anyone else. As a bloodline aristocracy, the Hapsburg family, due to the lack of purity in their offspring's bloodline, not everyone in each generation could awaken. For example, in the previous generation, Clare's father's generation, no one was able to awaken their bloodline talent. On the military airship, Ryan frowned slightly as he watched the wounded being brought in. These wounded were often quite capable, either full knights or veteran knights. Judging by their epaulets, they were at least captains or majors, but they were often missing limbs. Several other seriously injured soldiers, their lower bodies severed by some immense force, had survived and were being transported to the rear for treatment. Logically, with Imperial Guardians like His Highness the Dragon Knight Menia taking action, the battlefront should be unstoppable. Why do casualties still seem so high? Ryan was about to stop a colonel transporting the wounded to ask for information, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure aboard the airship. Instantly, he changed his mind and stepped forward, saying, You're from the Raptor squad? Oh, Sir Ryan. I didn't expect to see you here. My name is Odins. A member of the Raptor squad, named Odins, was pleasantly surprised to see Ryan and greeted him warmly. Odins was one of the men Ryan had rescued from the blood-cursed Naga cave that time, a member of the Earthshaker Raptor squad. Odins, would you mind chatting for a moment? Meeting someone familiar was naturally a blessing, Ryan said with a smile. Of course. The two then arrived at Ryan's private cabin. Is the fighting still intense on the front lines of Fishing Harbor Town? Hasn't Her Royal Highness Red Queen Menia already taken action? Ryan asked as he brewed some Jotun tea. Huh? Lord Ryan, how did you know this? This is classified information, Odins asked with surprise. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, Odins continued, Indeed, the commotion that day was so loud that most people on the front line saw it. It's not surprising that some people spread the news. That day? Yes, Lord Ryan. Didn't you see the Pillar of Light that day? Odins looked puzzled, as if Lord Ryan's source of information wasn't what he guessed. Is Her Highness Menia engaging the enemy? This? Odins looked troubled. Ryan immediately understood. This was probably confidential information, and according to regulations, Odins could not disclose it. However, after a moment's thought, Ryan pulled out a red dragon scale, slightly larger than an adult's palm, and displayed it, saying, This is the red dragon scale Her Highness Menia gave me, so... What? Odin's eyes widened in shock. He was still debating whether to break the rules and share some confidential information with His Highness, Ryan, who had rescued him. But upon seeing the red dragon scale, Odins knew his worries and hesitations were unnecessary. He immediately unloaded the entire situation on Ryan. The Forbidden Gate was opened by the combined efforts of the Sea Clan and the Poseidon cult. The demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon is said to be a divine creature. Her Highness, Red Queen Menia, was unable to successfully slay it, allowing it to escape into the deep sea. Sir Ryan, you are familiar with the Forbidden Gate, right? It's said that the ancient human kingdom, where the true god's cult, sealed certain intractable evils within. Ryan nodded, his brow furrowed. So behind that Forbidden Gate lies the demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon. Yes, Sir Ryan, you didn't see its might. It was terrifying. A massive figure 30 or 40 meters tall, stirring up monstrous waves. Facing the demonic-tailed three-headed sea dragon, even a knight like me trembled, let alone the ordinary soldiers. I happened to be there at the time. The Red Queen used a sacred artifact to severely injure it, turning the tide. Odin's, are there many of these forbidden gates within the Empire? That? I'm not entirely sure, but this kind of information should be top secret. Ryan nodded. Indeed, it should be. Even Admiral Edward, the head of the Munster Swordbearers, might not know this kind of information, let alone Odin's. He was being overly anxious. After Odin's left, Ryan folded his arms and paced back and forth in the cabin. Why does this world feel increasingly dangerous? Or has it always been this dangerous, and I was just too low level before, so I didn't have the channels to learn about it? Forbidden gates? Could the ancient hero Munger have been rescued from one of these gates by the Black Flame Church? And there are divine beings. Those with the word God in their name are likely to be formidable, and should be much stronger than the ancient hero Munger. After pondering for a long time, Ryan sighed. Ever since his transformation into a Warhammer wizard, Ryan had been secretly delighted with his recent progress. With the support of the Empire, Ryan felt he had the strength to protect himself in this otherworldly world. But now it seemed, his strength was still not strong enough. Her Majesty the Red Queen Menia possessed unfathomable power, something Ryan had personally experienced that day. But the fact that they couldn't even defeat the long-imprisoned, severely weakened demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon spoke volumes about their enemy's strength. No wonder we can only gain a certain advantage on the front line, but can't completely destroy or repel the enemy. At this moment, a system notification quietly arrived. Congratulations. Your constitution attribute has been improved. Is the effect of the fused breathing technique so pronounced? Ryan raised an eyebrow. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. Constitution, 45. Strength, 46. Agility, 45. Spirit, 55. Willpower, hidden attribute 2. Indeed, the original Bear King breathing technique was barely considered advanced. After all, it was a fusion of the ordinary giant bear breathing technique and an improvement of the internal breathing technique, and it only had 7 movements. And the current fire bear breathing technique has 24 movements. Even for my current senior knight level physique, it has a significant beneficial effect. Ryan could feel a steady, subtle warmth in the small muscle groups of his calves and waist. It was as if something was slowly nourishing those small muscle groups and fascia. I remember this feeling being most pronounced this morning after he had practiced all 24 movements. A slight warmth in the waist? Are your waist and kidneys feeling better? So your physical condition has improved? Also, Ryan seemed to have a feeling that his sensitivity to the surrounding flame energy particles had become slightly stronger. But the change was very subtle. If he hadn't used his full wizard-level mind, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. But he wasn't sure if it was a natural increase in the concentration of the surrounding energy particles, as Clare had mentioned. Measured numerically, it was a change in the decimal places. This made Ryan ponder. During the night stage, the combination of the giant bear breathing technique and the Iron Mane Bear King's advanced potion ultimately led to a certain evolution, or mutation, in his body, which gave him his extraordinary characteristics. Then, with advancement to Grand Knight, the extraordinary traits are further strengthened, becoming a talent. It seems, as Ryan pondered, he seemed to grasp a clue. Breathing techniques, primarily, actually change a person's physical qualities. At the same time, there's a small chance of a mutation, giving rise to extraordinary traits. For ordinary people, this process ends there. But because I have the system, I can further amplify this mutation and turn it into a talent. So, in other words, if I... At this thought, Ryan's eyes sparkled. Not long after, the military airship arrived in Munster after several hours of flight. Since he was carrying the wildebeest and greyhound war dogs, Ryan naturally returned home first. His mother, Emma, his father, old Ryan, and his sister, Mint, were all there, but Jennifer and Jenny were not. After a little inquiry, Ryan learned that they had both gone to explore new trade opportunities. The reason was the turbulent situation in Meister. The overseas routes that had originally docked at the fishing port had been completely cut off due to the increasingly intense fighting between the Empire and the Sea People. As a result, the newly established Chamber of Commerce, having just made its first fortune, was nearly extinguished. The Chamber of Commerce employed a large number of people. It couldn't afford to sit back and enjoy the fruits of its labor. Ryan nodded, his heart sinking slightly. He didn't stay long. After greeting his family, he quickly made his way to the Swordbearer branch. After some thought, Ryan decided to head to the mission hall first. First, to turn in the mission, and second, to meet with Alina and ask when Admiral Edward would be available. However, as soon as Ryan arrived at the mission hall, he noticed that there seemed to be significantly more people there than usual. Some of them seemed unfamiliar, which made him slightly curious. So bustling? That's quite unusual. But if he had to wait in line, it would probably take at least half an hour. After a moment's thought, Ryan walked over to the information desk and said to a uniformed girl, "Is Vice Minister Alina here?" "Yes, but, sir, Vice Minister Alina has been busy these past few days and may not have time to see you. Tell Ms. Alina that Ryan is back." "Well?" The female employee looked embarrassed. Couldn't this sword-wielding lord understand? He had already politely explained that Ms. Alina was very busy. "Why aren't you there yet?" Ryan glanced at her in surprise. Ryan's glance gave the female employee a sense of pressure, and she immediately said, "Very well, sir. I go and report now. However, Deputy Minister Alina may not be available, so you can rest on the sofa for a while." "Yes." A moment later, Ryan saw the capable young woman, Alina, trotting out of her office and waving enthusiastically at him. The female employee, who had gone to report, looked on in surprise. Her boss had specifically instructed her not to be disturbed early this morning, so why was she? Furthermore, why was her boss so deliberately trying to please her? This was the first time she had seen such a thing. In Alina's office. "Sir Ryan, I didn't expect you to be back just a day later than me," Alina said with a smile. "Yes, Master Alina, I'd like to hand in a few of the missions I'm assigned this time," Ryan said, pulling out the gold-level sword-bearer badge from his pocket. "Of course, you go and complete all 3 of Master Ryan's missions," Alina said to the young staff member beside her. "Oh, okay, Master Alina." The female staff member respectfully took Ryan's badge and quickly left. As she placed the badge into the slot, the tasks clattered onto the wisdom slate, instantly causing her eyes to widen and her mouth to drop open. Completed 5 gold-level missions. No, one of them is even a diamond-level mission. The pretty female clerk, stunned, checked the lines one by one. Killing Galena is a 1-star gold mission. Investigating the Golem Guard is a 2-star gold mission. No, it's been upgraded to 3 stars. Killing Bloodburner Raxel is also upgraded to 3.5 stars. Protecting the governor of Meister County is a 1-star gold mission. Investigating the truth behind the Meister attack is a diamond, and 3 diamonds at that. Oh my god! She finally understood why her boss, Alina, had such a respectful and fawning expression when she saw the young man again. This Lord Ryan is truly amazing. Chapter 290. Lady Alina, Lord Ryan's exchange has been completed. 5 missions have earned a total of 3 diamonds, 8 golds, and 2 silver mission evaluation medals, plus 29,500 merit points. The pretty female clerk, with a look of astonishment on her face, fluently recited a series of figures. Yes, not bad. By the way, have you upgraded Lord Ryan's emblem? Alina, having already anticipated this, wasn't particularly surprised. It's already been updated, Lord Alina. The female clerk respectfully handed Ryan a transparent crystal emblem. Thank you. Ryan took it, examined it briefly, and then put it away. By the way, could you please ask the office if Admiral Edward is in right now? Alina asked, turning her head to the female clerk. Yes, sir. After the female staff member left, Alina spoke to Ryan. Sir Ryan, after you killed the ancient hero Hog, the mission to investigate the truth behind the Meister attack could have been rated as magic iron. But Admiral Edward stated that you'd only just joined the Swordbearer division and didn't yet understand certain things. You'd need more time to familiarize yourself and grow. Therefore, the magic iron rank was adjusted to diamond, and to protect you, the reward was increased to 3 diamonds. Oh! Is there something special about that? Ryan raised an eyebrow. And the magic iron rank, is it above diamond? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Well, if this mission, Sir Ryan, were rated as 1-star magic iron, your swordbearer rank would have been adjusted to magic iron. In that case, Your subsequent arrangements and management authority will be transferred to Swordbearer headquarters. Simply put, you most likely have to leave Munster. Secondly, the difficulty of the missions you face will primarily be at the semi-legendary and legendary levels. Ryan frowned. Leaving Munster? That, of course, wasn't what he wanted. How long had he been in Munster? He hadn't yet learned much about the Swordbearer branch, and he hadn't used all the training equipment. Going to headquarters now would be a bit of a hassle. Then, there were the missions. He was well aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. To deal with a semi-legendary enemy, he'd basically have to give it his all. And to successfully defeat a legendary enemy, he'd need to stack 10 levels of the soul-crushing hammer's special effects. The key is, not every enemy will give him this opportunity. He's going to go head-to-head with a legend? Isn't that too much luck? Diamond Stars are different. Management authority still lies with the Munster Swordbearer branch. While theoretically, a 3 Diamond Star can apply to become a Magic Iron rank, the branch can put this process on hold and report to headquarters when the time is right. Alina smiled and added. Ryan suddenly understood. This involves a game of power within the same department, between the local and headquarters, much like the game between local and central finances in his past life. Thank Admiral Edward for me. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the female clerk replied, Lady Alina, the office said Admiral Edward went to the Goddess Church this morning. He won't be back until the afternoon at the earliest. It seems we have to wait until this afternoon. Lord Ryan, you should be in Munster these past 2 days, right? Alina asked, a hint of regret in her voice. I've been in Munster these past 2 days, either at the Swordbearer branch or at home. Ryan understood Alina's meaning. It would be best if he wasn't out in Munster these days. That's great, Lord Ryan. I contact you as soon as Admiral Edward is free. Yes, Lord Alina, Ryan nodded. In fact, the mark hadn't been removed, and he had no plans to leave Munster for the time being. Besides, he happened to have a few things on hand. After leaving Alina's office, Ryan headed to the exchange hall. He had gained a lot of mission evaluation medals and merit points this time, but these things were only truly useful if they could be converted into combat power. Otherwise, they were just a string of numbers. And Ryan's first order of business was to go to the exchange hall and redeem a high-quality breathing technique. The exchange hall was slightly less crowded than the quest hall. It wasn't long before it was Ryan's turn. As Ryan entered the booth, a young female staff member stood up and bowed, saying, Hello, sir, how may I help you? I'd like to inquire about breathing techniques. Yes, sir. Please show me your emblem. Ryan nodded and handed the newly minted Diamond Star emblem to the other person. The female staff member's eyes widened. Shoo! A Diamond Star, sir. This is rare. There aren't many Diamond Star sirs in the entire Sword Wielder branch. The female staff member couldn't help but show even more respect. After taking it with both hands, she placed the emblem in a specially designed groove. Sir, do you have any requirements for the level of breathing techniques? Is the highest level the excellent level? Yes, sir. Is there a bloodline breathing technique? Ryan thought for a moment and asked again. Sir, that's not the case, the female staff member replied after carefully checking and looking up. Well then, let's list all the excellent level breathing techniques. Soon, rows of white text appeared on the black wisdom slate in front of Ryan. Frostblade Panther breathing technique, excellent quality, focuses on improving agility and strength. When combined with certain advanced potions, there's a small chance of awakening the extraordinary traits. Frostblade Swiftness. Exchange price. 1 gold medal plus 1500 merit points. Moonfury Tiger breathing technique, excellent quality, balances strength, constitution, and agility. When combined with certain advanced potions, there's a small chance of awakening the extraordinary traits. Moonfury Swiftness. Exchange price. 1 gold medal plus 2200 merit points. Firewing Serpent breathing technique, excellent quality, focuses on improving agility. When combined with certain advanced potions, there's a small chance of awakening the extraordinary traits. Swiftness, Firewing. Exchange price. 1 gold medal plus 2000 merit points. There aren't many excellent level breathing techniques in the Sword Wielders division. There are only 6 in total. Ryan pondered the description of the breathing technique, silent and silent. Although I gained a good amount of gold skill points this time, 11 in total, after using up 4, I only have 7 left. Considering that fusing the Fire Iguana breathing technique already uses up 4 points, and assuming fusing another one also requires 4 points, that leaves only 3. But we still have to consider upgrading the secrets of other transcendental combat skills. I'm still a bit short on gold skill points. Let's try exchanging for one first. After a moment's thought, Ryan said, please exchange for the Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique. Yes, sir. The female staff member quickly began to work. As for why Ryan chose this breathwork, there was a reason. The Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique is similar to the Fire Iguana breathing technique in that both have a small chance of awakening fire-related transcendental traits. So, Ryan wanted to see if the effect would be more pronounced after fusing. After obtaining the Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique, Ryan returned to his long-missed dormitory. He stored the blue and white Sky Smasher and the pair of rare item-level daggers in his closet. Inside the cabinet was the crystal staff he'd used to slay Grant, the Icebringer, and the blood-red halo dagger from the Shadow Assassin. Now, it was completely packed. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. If I had more, I'd have no place. Besides, it's funny to think I'm already at the Diamond Star level, and I'm still living in the bridal dorm. However, Ryan didn't mind. After a brief tidying, Ryan sat down at his desk, opened the scroll containing the Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique, and began to peruse it carefully. About half an hour later, Ryan put the scroll down and squinted his eyes and thought. This Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique has a total of 23 moves, 2 more than the original Fire Iguana breathing technique's 21, which seems to indicate a higher quality. Of course, it's still not as good as the new Fire Bear breathing technique's 24 moves, but the difference isn't that significant. Ryan then naturally began practicing the Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique. The first move of the Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique was strange, somewhat counterintuitive to normal human posture, similar to a variation of the upward-facing dog pose from Ryan's previous life's yoga. Of course, for Ryan, it was still no problem. After a few seconds, Ryan completed the first move. Then came the second. In less than an hour, Ryan had successfully completed all 23 moves of the Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, ding! The host's Fire-Winged Serpent breathing technique has reached the minimum level of integration with the Fire Bear breathing technique. The current conditions are met for integration into a new breathwork technique. This fusion requires 2 gold skill points. Do you want to choose the fusion? Note: after the fusion, the Fire Bear breathing technique will no longer be displayed on the panel, but the host will still be able to use related secret techniques and derive secrets. Note: after the fusion, the experience points will be converted into the improved new breathing technique at a certain ratio. Huh, only 2 gold skill points? That's half as much as last time. Ryan was delighted. Just as he was about to choose the fusion, Ryan raised his brow. He suddenly remembered something he had forgotten to do. He put away the scroll, stood up, and left the dormitory. A moment later, Ryan arrived at the testing room on the 3rd floor of the training hall with familiarity. At this moment, the young woman in the room, noticing someone entering, quickly stood up and asked in a clear voice, "Sir, how may I help you?" "I'd like to perform an elemental affinity test." "Yes, sir. According to regulations, this service will cost you 5 merit points. Is that acceptable to you?" "Yes, but I don't want anyone present during the test." "Well, according to regulations," the young woman said, looking embarrassed. Just as she was about to politely decline, she was taken aback. Then, her eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly, changing her tone. "Yes, sir." The young woman saw the transparent swordsman emblem that Ryan handed her. She respectfully accepted it, and immediately stopped talking. Although regulations required her to be present, but a diamond level, sir. Even if they had to demolish the testing room, they could afford the compensation. But if she offended a diamond level, sir, she feared the officer would immediately fire her. The girl closed the door and retreated. Ryan walked around the 2-meter-tall crystal prism, looking around. After confirming there were no hidden recording devices, he nodded slightly. He gripped the crystal prism with both hands, closed his eyes, and concentrated, beginning the test. As his mental energy was infused, the prism quickly emanated a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, the previously transparent prism gradually began to surge with a variety of colors. When the light gradually stabilized, Ryan slowly opened his eyes and carefully examined the scale. A long silver mist stretched across the upper layer of the crystal. Ryan simply calculated the difference between the top and the bottom, and it was a staggering 93.6. This was a significant increase from the original 84.2. But this was within Ryan's expectations. Because his steel body talent had risen from an intermediate talent to an advanced talent, his affinity for metal, which should have remained unchanged, had increased again. However, Ryan was more concerned and curious about the length of the long red mist in the middle. The value at the top of the red mist is 80, and the value at the end is 2, a difference of 72. My fire affinity was originally 71.8, an increase of 0.2. It really does have an improvement effect. The level 15 fire bear breathing technique only increases my fire affinity by 0.2. I guess this is why our predecessors never discovered it, or rather, why they didn't pay attention to it. However, I'm still missing a key link to my goal, but that's okay. I can start practicing. After returning to the dormitory from the training hall, Ryan didn't hesitate and immediately chose the fusion breathing technique. Immediately, on the Weapon Master, Legendary, panel, the LV-15 Fire Bear breathing technique flickered a few times before disappearing, replaced by the words Unknown breathing technique. Soon, the number froze at LV-14. Huh? Only downgraded by 1 level this time? You see, the Bear King breathing technique, originally LV-18, had been downgraded by 3 levels after the transformation. Ryan was slightly surprised, but soon realized something. Perhaps the Fire Bear breathing technique's quality was already quite high, so the downgrade after this fusion was much smaller. At the same time, a vast torrent of memories about breathing techniques began to flood into Ryan's mind. After he absorbed these memories, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to rename the new breathing technique? This made Ryan frown slightly. If we take the first character of each breathing technique, this new breathing technique can't be called Fire Bear breathing technique, right? Then it's called Flame Bear breathing technique? What about incorporating other breathing techniques that begin with the character Fire? Flame Bear breathing technique? Okay, but that's just Heat Bear breathing technique, and no more. Ryan felt his obsessive-compulsive disorder kicking in. Forget it, let's just go with something more elegant and call it Fire Dragon breathing technique. It's a one-shot deal, and no matter what other breathing techniques we incorporate into it, we stick with it. After witnessing the red dragon of the Imperial Dragon Knight Menia, Ryan found its mighty and slender appearance quite fitting his aesthetic. As the renaming was complete, Ryan reviewed the Fire Dragon breathing technique's movements in his mind and discovered that the total number had reached an unprecedented 29. This is probably the most advanced breathing technique among the elite levels, right? Just as Ryan was about to head to the exchange hall again, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ryan opened the door and saw a guard from the Sword-Bearer branch. He bowed and said respectfully, Lord Ryan, there's a man outside claiming to be Viscount Fabian of the Axon Auction House. He wishes to meet with you. Axon Auction House? Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of anger rose in his heart, along with a hint of wariness. Clare had previously revealed that the Axon Auction House was a shareholder-based system, with each shareholder either a duke or a marquis, and possessing extensive influence within the empire. Furthermore, it was rumored to have the support of the second prince of the empire. Thus, this was why Ryan, attacked and killed in the street by the Icespringer Grant, did not immediately retaliate. But this time, at Count Hapsburg's residence, he was attacked again. Even clay figures can still be angry. Ryan was already considering whether to take the initiative. Although the imperial capital was far away, Munster also had a branch of the Axon Auction House. Okay, go tell them first, I'd be right there, Ryan said to the guards, making up his mind. As you command, Lord Ryan. In the waters of Meister, the Imperial Navy had assembled over 100 warships, large and small, engaging in sporadic battles with the Sea Tribe. In midair, Menia rode a slender crimson dragon, searching for the traces of the three-headed sea dragon with a demonic tail. At that moment, the small magic circle on the chest of her red wizard robe suddenly flickered. Menia pointed with her fair fingers, and soon, the small magic circle flashed with white light. A slightly aged voice rang out, Menia, your majesty will attempt to attain demigodhood on the last Sunday of the grass moon. Please return to the imperial capital within 3 days. This was a communication magic circle, similar to a message. Hearing this news, Menia's brows furrowed, a look of worry on her face. She murmured, so soon? Is the situation so critical? Your majesty, why don't you wait? Thinking for a moment, Menia silently chanted a spell, her fingers dancing a complex mystical symbol, and then said, I will return on time. Immediately, the small magic circle on his chest flashed white again, engulfing the mysterious symbol. Thusa, it seems we need to return. Menia patted the scales of the red dragon beneath him. The red dragon, named Thassa, roared, then immediately did a 180-degree turn, sprinting towards the fleet. A moment later, Menia piloted the dragon and landed on a massive 5-masted warship. The stern had been specially modified to include a platform for dragon riders to take off and land. In the captain's cabin of the dreadnought, Campbell, retract the fleet and return, Menia said to an elderly man in a general's uniform upon entering the captain's cabin. On the shoulder straps of the elderly man's uniform were 3 circular golden emblems representing the sun. He was Admiral Campbell, commander of the South China Sea Fleet. Hearing Minia's words, Campbell was stunned. With a hint of disbelief he said, "Your Highness, we now have the upper hand. The sea creatures are being driven back by us. Moreover, after searching for a while, we've basically discovered the hiding place of the demonic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon. Why? I need to return to the Imperial capital." Minia waved her hand, sighed, and said, "There are more important matters." Admiral Campbell's confusion deepened upon hearing the answer. He wondered what else could be more important than the present. After all, with Your Highness Minia gone, there would be no one left to confront the demonic-tailed 3-headed sea dragon head-on. This is just a temporary retreat. If all goes well, I'll be back in half a month. Minia calculated the time. There were only 9 days left until the last Sunday of the green grass moon. Admiral Campbell glanced at Minia's beautiful face, lost in thought. He knew the Emperor's aunt must have received some special order, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to leave at this time. And in the entire Empire, besides the Senate, the only person who could mobilize Minia, the Royal Dragon Knight, was that person. A direct order from the Emperor, so there was nothing much to say. Messenger, inform the fleets to converge. The first squadron moves toward the fishing port. The second squadron. Admiral Campbell's orders flowed out in a measured and orderly manner. Meanwhile, in the upper town of Münster, inside a wealthy merchant's villa, an exhibition by master painter Franco van Cleef was in full swing in the villa's long corridor. The scene was bustling with the comings and goings of not only beautifully dressed young ladies and noblewomen, but also many well-dressed gentlemen. This renowned oil painting master of the Empire was exceptionally skilled in portraits, and each of his paintings fetched anywhere from hundreds to thousands of imperial gold coins. At this moment, a tall, thin man in a black robe and a hood, holding a frame-like object covered by a black cloth, slowly approached the villa's main entrance. "Sir, if you wish to attend the exhibition, please present your invitation," the guard at the gate inquired, noticing the hooded man approaching. The black-robed man raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of deep eyes beneath his hood, eyes that seemed capable of instantly captivating. The guards, upon catching sight of the man's eyes, froze, their eyes unfocused, and they moved away from their blocking positions. The black-robed man smiled faintly, and slowly entered the villa. After a moment, the confusion in the guards' eyes faded. However, none of them seemed to have any recollection of what had just happened. And at the corner of the gallery, the black-robed man replaced one of the paintings on the wall with his own. The entire action was done with complete formality, yet the dozen or so people around him seemed oblivious. Soon after, someone noticed the painting on the wall and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this painting is so unique. It doesn't look like it's by Master Franco." Chapter 291. When Ryan arrived at the entrance of the Swordbearer branch, he saw a luxurious carriage parked. A middle-aged man in a mustache and hunting attire had been waiting by the carriage. Seeing Ryan emerge, Fabian smiled, took 2 steps forward, and said enthusiastically, "Sir Ryan, excuse me for interrupting. I'm Fabian from the Axon Auction House. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding between you and us earlier." "Oh, twice you've tried to kill me. Is that what Sir Fabian meant? Can a simple misunderstanding clear it up?" Ryan waved his hand, interrupting him. Fabian, embarrassed by Ryan's words, quickly explained his purpose. "Well, precisely because of this, the higher-ups attach great importance to you. Lord Drake even came all the way from the Imperial capital. He's at the Mona Cafe next door. Would you mind a chat?" Following Fabian's direction, Ryan looked up and saw a cafe not far ahead. "All right," Ryan nodded. At first, Ryan thought he was talking to Viscount Fabian, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Since Admiral Edward might find time to meet with him this afternoon, Ryan had considered it on the way here and decided not to engage in a lengthy discussion. Since the other party had arranged the meeting at the gate of the Swordbearer's branch, it saved him a considerable amount of travel time. Also, the other party probably had security concerns. If it were a private residence, he wouldn't necessarily agree. So, the arrangement did seem to be a bit sincere. So, accompanied by Fabian, Ryan walked towards the coffee shop about 20 or 30 meters away. The entire coffee shop had been booked out, and 2 guards, clearly knights, stood guard at the entrance. Entering the coffee shop, he saw a somewhat wealthy middle-aged man with a meticulously slicked back hair waiting in a booth. The surroundings were spacious and bright, offering no room for an ambush. Seeing Ryan enter, the man smiled, stood up, and greeted, "Sir Ryan, nice to meet you. I'm Drake Orens." "Hello, Sir Drake," Ryan nodded. Seeing Ryan's displeasure, The other party offered a smile and said, "Sir Ryan, your time is valuable, so I get straight to the point. On behalf of Marquis Warrens, I apologize for what happened earlier. In response, the Marquis is willing to compensate you with 2% of the shares in the Münster branch of the Axon auction house." Here, Ryan nodded, but remained silent. He understood the other party's general meaning. He felt he had some talent, and the price of killing him was too high, so he was using a tactic of co-optation? Also, how much profit would a 2% stake actually bring in? Seeing Ryan's silent, pensive expression, Fabian, standing beside him, could no longer contain himself. He glanced at Drake, and after receiving his instructions, he said, "Sir Ryan, perhaps you're not aware, but even with a 2% dividend, the Münster branch of the auction house still generates around 20,000 to 30,000 Imperial gold coins annually. That's no small sum, and, importantly, there's a steady flow of income. I think this fully demonstrates Marquis Warren's sincerity, and his sincere apology to you." "Huh? 20 to 30,000 Imperial gold coins a year? That's certainly not a small sum. The Hammer and Rose Merchant Guild, headed by the beautiful woman Jennifer, has only earned this much in the past 6 months." "Oh, then what's the price I have to pay?" Ryan said with a smile. "All I need is for Sir Ryan to stop worrying about the previous misunderstanding. Also, if the Münster auction house branch encounters any problems, Sir Ryan will be able to help resolve them." Draco smiled and waved his hand. "Is it that easy?" "That easy. Does Sir Ryan agree?" Draco's smile widened. "Well, if that's the case, I agree." Ryan nodded. The offer wasn't too bad, but rather too generous. Ryan had a vague feeling that the other party might have a backup plan. Sure enough, after he agreed, Draco continued, "By the way, Lord Ryan, there's one more thing. Those ancient troll tusks hold special significance for Marquis Warrens. So, would you mind letting us purchase them? Before, our men weren't very understanding. Your trophies, of course, belong to you, but this time, we're purchasing them." "I'm sorry, but I used those ancient troll tusks?" "What? Used?" Draco stared at Ryan in disbelief, abruptly standing up. This wasn't the original plan. Ever since he contacted the Imperial capital regarding Ryan's acquisition of the Red Dragon scales gifted by His Highness Menia, his brother, Marquis Warrens, decided to make some concessions. The reply suggested that they could offer some of the shares of the Münster branch of the Axon auction house, originally owned by the Warrens family, as compensation to Ryan. At the same time, they could also offer to repurchase the ancient troll tusk. With this set of procedures, the other party would most likely not refuse. But now, Drake hadn't expected Ryan to use the troll tusk. So, he was a little unsure how to handle the current situation. "What, is there a problem?" Ryan gave him a half smile. No, Mr. Ryan, the transfer of our shares will take a few days. This is because the Axon auction house has a regulation from its inception that requires the consent of the majority shareholder for any share transaction. So how about 3 days from now?" Drake said, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Of course, I hope everything goes well then." Ryan smiled and stood up. Smoothly, Drake said, a little stiffly. He felt that what Ryan said was 80% true. Besides, whether the item was there or not was easily determined by a diviner above the level of a formal wizard. But the question was, if the item truly was gone, would his brother, Marquis Warrens, still agree to give Ryan shares? You know, his brother, Marquis Warrens, was not a very prudent person. Ryan immediately returned to the Swordbearer branch. After some communication, he had a basic understanding of the other party's attitude and intentions. They are very interested in the ancient troll Fong. To this end, they would rather give up 2% of the Münster branch's shares in exchange for the opportunity to trade peacefully with me. But unfortunately, the troll tusk has already been used. This 2% stake in the Münster branch is compensation for my mental damage. I hope they won't try anything else. Otherwise. That afternoon, just as Ryan was about to visit the exchange hall again, Alina hurried to his dormitory. "Sir Ryan, Admiral Edward has returned. If you're free, would you please come with me?" "Of course." Soon, accompanied by the capable young woman Alina, Ryan arrived at Admiral Edward's office on the top floor of the administration building. This was Ryan's first encounter with the sword bearer, the head of the Münster branch. He was an elderly man in a general's uniform, his eyes piercing with a fierce gaze. Though there were a few crow's feet around his eyes, they didn't diminish his majestic demeanor at all, instead lending him the air of someone with extensive experience. "Good day, Admiral Edward," Ryan bowed respectfully. "Hello, Viscount Ryan. Please take a seat." Admiral Edward smiled affably, his gaze surveying Ryan. Strictly speaking, this was his second time meeting Ryan. The first encounter was, however, one-sided. Back then, Ryan had struck down the obsidian giant with a single blow, leaving a deep impression on him. "Ryan, I saw your performance on the mission a while ago, and I was truly astonished. Especially your achievement in killing the ancient hero Mung, which exceeded my expectations." "Thank you, Admiral, for your compliments." Ryan bowed slightly, smiling. "I asked you to come this time because, first, I wanted to see you, and second, I have a few things to discuss with you. First, regarding the mark on you. I've already spoken with Archbishop Gomez of the Munster Goddess Church. He will personally help you resolve it. However, you need to make time to visit him within the next 2 days. Archbishop Gomez needs to first understand the strength of your mark." "Thank you for your concern, Admiral." Ryan bowed again. "Second, I hope you won't leave the Munster Swordbearers branch so soon. You've only just joined, and I think you can settle in here. Of course, don't worry. For now, I haven't considered leaving the Swordbearers branch," Ryan said with a smile. "Very good, Viscount Ryan. I heard from Alina that you're a rare metal wizard?" "Yes, my lord." Ryan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There was no need to deny this. Many within the branch already knew it. "Then I have something I think you'd be very interested in." Admiral Edward smiled mysteriously, then pulled an old parchment scroll from a drawer and handed it to Ryan. Ryan took it with a puzzled look, then glanced at Edward. The man smiled and extended his hand, motioning for Ryan to open it. Without hesitation, Ryan untied the string around the parchment scroll and examined it carefully. Metal barrier. Ryan's eyes widened in shock. A first-level defensive metal spell. This is incredibly rare. Ryan searched for a long time, but couldn't find any metal-based defensive spells. This was why he had chosen Metal Transfiguration as his innate spell, even though it seemed to be working very well. He hadn't expected to obtain a rare, first-level defensive metal spell at this very moment. At the same time, Ryan was a little puzzled. He was certain that this spell wasn't in the branch's exchange catalog, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Metal Transfiguration. Although you probably already have a defensive metal spell, this one is one of the best options I can help you obtain from Swordbearer headquarters. An extra defensive spell isn't a bad thing. You're so young and have a bright future. Surviving battle is the most important thing, Admiral Edward explained. "Thank you very much for your help." Ryan stood up and bowed. Only Ryan knew that he didn't have any defensive metal spells as a natural talent. The metal barrier before him was his first. However, even I can't weigh the required exchange metals and merit points, Admiral Edward said with a smile, waving his hand. "Well, Sir Ryan, according to regulations, this item can only be redeemed at Swordbearer headquarters after reaching the magic iron level. However, as you know, due to this mission, the Admiral has personally contacted the headquarters," Alina said at the right moment. Ryan nodded. "I see. Knock, knock." At this moment, Colonel Stanley, whom Ryan had met several times, walked in with a serious expression, holding a document. He said, "Sir, perhaps you would like to review this first?" Admiral Edward took the document, glanced at it casually, his expression immediately becoming serious. He stood up and said, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I've checked with the South Sea Fleet," Colonel Stanley said. "Excuse me, Ryan. I need to go to the Duke of Munster right away. It seems we have to talk next time." Admiral Edward apologized. "Okay, Your Excellency," Ryan said with a smile. "But did Admiral Edward just mention the South Sea Fleet? Could something have happened there? I remember Her Highness the Red Queen Menia is over there. Logically, nothing should have happened. Perhaps I should contact Veronica." Returning to the dormitory, Ryan could hardly conceal his excitement. Immediately, Ryan eagerly opened the scroll and began to read, his delight growing. Witchcraft, metal barrier effect. A certain amount of metal flakes floats within 2 meters of the caster, blocking any attack intended to harm them. Required materials, any metal flakes. Because Ryan discovered that this wasn't just a defensive metal spell, but also a force field spell. Although the metal barrier spell arrived a little late, it was indeed what he desperately needed. At his current level, the enemies he could consider serious opponents were all very strong, either with few weaknesses or specialized in a particular area, like Galena, making them difficult to deal with. And his water membrane steel knight suit was increasingly unable to keep up with the intensity of the current battle. Ryan's current defense relied primarily on his innate advanced steel body. If he could quickly bring the metal barrier spell into combat, it would be like adding a powerful layer of defense. In battle, he couldn't claim to be invincible, but at least his safety was definitely greatly enhanced. However, The complexity of the metal barrier spell model far surpassed that of metal transfiguration. Ryan knew this was due to the complexity of force field spells. Previously, the fire spell of the same level, high temperature force field, was much more difficult than Scorching Touch. But no matter how difficult it was, as long as he succeeded once, it would be engraved on the Warhammer Wizard's panel, allowing him to quickly improve through subsequent point increases. Don't forget, he had sheets. But, metal sheets? A certain amount of metal sheets? Does this expression mean it can be multiple pieces? Also, does the certain amount refer to the total volume, or does the total mass not exceed a certain limit? After carefully reading the description of metal barrier, Ryan crossed his arms, stroking his chin with the other, and began to pace around the room, thinking. Let's try it first. Ryan immediately used his innate magical power, metal transfiguration, to quickly form the hardened adamantium in his hand into a kite-shaped shield. A metal shield formed in one piece should also be considered a metal sheet. After all, to be precise, it's just a metal sheet that looks like a shield. Ryan looked at the kite shield in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and immediately began to experiment. After failing over 20 times, Ryan finally succeeded. The thick kite shield was hovering over a meter in the air beside Ryan, facing outward, slowly circling. Are you using the shield for defense? But why is it moving so slowly? Ryan frowned. However, as he subconsciously accelerated the shield, a whoosh pierced the air. The kite shield left a trail of shadows before rapidly stopping directly in front of him. Huh? This immediately filled Ryan's face with surprise. He had a glimmer of understanding. This was a continuously channeled sorcery. When he wasn't under attack, the metal piece, the shield, would slowly linger around him, a state of free movement. Once attacked, the metal piece would follow his consciousness, rapidly moving to the direction of the incoming attack to block it. Also, Ryan could sense that this free movement didn't consume much mental energy. However, when the shield moved at high speed, following his consciousness, the mental energy consumption began to increase significantly. What if I could use both pieces together? Ryan immediately thought of another question. And so, almost instantly, Ryan had another kite shield made of hardened adamantium in his hand. This time, when Ryan cast the metal barrier spell again, two kite-shaped shields, one in front and one behind, began to slowly rotate around him. It was as if he were the sun, and the two metal shields were Mars and Mercury. At the same time, Ryan could manipulate them with his mind, for example, making the two shields hover around him in the same direction. This scene made Ryan even more delighted. Two shields naturally offer more defensive power than one. And it seems there's still power left. What about three? Instantly, Ryan transformed another kite-shaped shield. Now, the 50 kilograms of hardened adamantium in his hands had essentially transformed into 3 kite shields. Although the spell was successful, Ryan felt a faint sense of heaviness creeping into his mind. The 3 kite shields, though only slowly drifting, were causing his mental energy consumption to skyrocket. It seems the total quantity has exceeded the upper limit. I need to reduce it slightly. Soon, after repeated attempts, Ryan found the critical point. In addition, Ryan confirmed that the certain quantity in the spell description refers to the total weight of the metal pieces, not their volume. At this moment, a system notification appeared. You have learned Metal Barrier, and your comprehension has improved. You have learned a new skill. Metal Barrier. Your Metal Barrier skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 3. At the same time, a new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legend panel. The icon depicted a hooded, gray-robed figure holding a short staff, surrounded by shield-like metal pieces. It was much smaller than Ryan's kite shield, about the size of a palm. Below the icon was a small line of text. Metal Barrier Level 1, 1/100, Metal Barrier Level 1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental power to propel a certain amount of metal pieces using a specific sorcery model. These pieces float within a 2-meter radius around the caster, blocking any attacks intended to harm them. Note: requires materials, metal pieces of any material. Note: the spell lasts 3 seconds, proportional to the caster's mental power, and can be cancelled. 3 seconds is too long. If you want to quickly build combat power, you need to increase your skill points and shorten the spell time, Ryan said thoughtfully. After all, a metal barrier with a 3-second casting time is completely ineffective. No enemy will wait for you to finish casting it for 3 seconds before attacking you. But if that's the case, my subsequent skill allocation plan will have to change significantly. Originally, Ryan planned to use gold skill points on breathing techniques to quickly improve various physical attributes, and ordinary skill points on improving extraordinary combat skills. because one of the prerequisites for the epic class, Lord of Thousand Blades, requires 9 secrets. But now it seems that these can be put on hold. He can consider using both skill points and gold skill points on Metal Barrier to quickly build up combat effectiveness. Also, although I've initially mastered Metal Barrier, I still need to test the true defensive strength of this sorcery. Before a real battle, it is imperative to understand the upper limit of Metal Barrier's defense and have a clear understanding of it. Unlike the advanced steel body, Ryan could test his skin's defensive power with a dagger himself. But the new sorcery, Metal Barrier, still required external force to test. After some thought, Ryan decided to go to the training hall. Meanwhile, in a wealthy merchant's villa in the upper town of Münster, Brno, a young woman in a white cashmere dress sat in her bedroom, staring blankly out the window. This morning, she had visited an exhibition by the master painter Franco van Cleef. There, she seemed to see a slightly strange painting. At least, she had never seen Franco paint anything like it before. The style was completely different. The painting itself was also subtly eerie, depicting a little boy holding a female doll, their gaze gazing into the distance. But when Brino thought of the painting, she couldn't help but think of the person's eyes. They were pure black, with no whites. Although the other person's gaze seemed to be sideways, Briner felt as if he were looking at her, and it gave her a chill. Then, she seemed to have forgotten what happened next. How strange. How could this be? Briner shook her head. She planned to go for a walk in the garden to relax. But as soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. At the end of the corridor, she suddenly saw the boy, still holding the female puppet in his hand, his black eyes staring straight at her. Briner's heart skipped a beat, but she still thought she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and looked closely. Ah! Bang! Briner screamed and slammed the door shut. Her chest heaved violently, her breathing quickened. For, the moment she rubbed her eyes, the boy from the painting had suddenly appeared from the end of the corridor, just a few meters in front of her, staring blankly at her. Chapter 292. But what frightened Briner even more was this. Logically, her scream should have quickly attracted the attention of her family and servants. But so far, she hadn't heard a single sound or movement. This made her increasingly uneasy. Briner planned to escape through the window. If she simply opened it, she could. But the next moment, she froze. Because she had just looked up at the window. She saw the boy, who should have been in the hallway outside, sitting on the windowsill, still holding the female puppet in his hand, staring blankly at her. Ah! At the same time. Sword-bearer division. Ryan quickly calculated in his mind as he walked. If you had points to the new spell, Metal Barrier, and upgraded directly to level 2, the casting time should be reduced by about 20%, from 3 seconds to 2.4 seconds. But 2.4 seconds is still too slow. Add 2 skill points to reach level 3, and the casting time will be further reduced from 2.4 seconds to 1.9 seconds. Add 3 skill points to level 4, with a casting time of about 1.5 seconds. Add all 5 skill points to level 6, with a casting time of 1 second. It can be further improved. So, if you practice and first upgrade Metal Barrier to level 2, then add 5 skill points, you reach level 7, meaning a casting time of only 0.8 seconds. Ryan raised his eyebrows. This casting time is practically guaranteed, considering it's under a second. For an average wizard or apprentice, achieving this level of proficiency would likely require 6 or 7 years of diligent training, including syllable compression exercises. Of course, it would be best to further reduce the timeline. But this will require at least 5 more skill points. Ryan glanced at the combat classes listed on the system panel. Neither the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, nor the Weapon Master, Legendary, were rapidly leveling up. It seems I have to seek a class change to quickly gain skill points. Inscription? 2 words flashed through Ryan's mind. Ever since Clare mentioned it to him, he decided to learn inscriptions, and quickly seek out an inscriptionist for a preliminary session. It's very likely that inscriptions will be crucial for the subsequent class change to Armorsmith. Thinking, Ryan quickly arrived at the training hall. He remembered clearly that the proactive receptionist had explained that the 3rd floor had a witchcraft testing room, while the attack power testing room on the 2nd floor he had visited earlier was primarily for testing extraordinary combat skills. Ryan soon arrived at the 3rd floor, where a sign read Witchcraft Power Testing Room. The door was open, revealing something resembling an indoor training room, approximately 400 to 500 square meters in size, though far fewer people were present than in the attack power testing room on the 2nd floor. Also, judging by the time Ryan joined the sword-bearer assessment, pure wizard apprentices accounted for less than 1/10 of the total number. Even including those pursuing the night path, the total number was estimated to be no more than 1/5. Relatively speaking, within the Dragon Empire, those with wizarding talent are far fewer than those with decent knightly talents. As for the swordbearers and certain special departments, why are there so many wizard apprentices and sorcerers? It's because, after undergoing multiple rounds of selection across the Empire, those with such talent are concentrated together. It's similar to how, in Ryan's previous life, there were virtually no graduates below a master's degree. There were 7 or 8 swordbearers in various wizard robes, conducting tests inside. Seeing the young Ryan standing at the door, they couldn't help but glance back. Ryan simply glanced around and walked out again. He didn't really want to reveal his exceptional affinity for metal. When he was in the testing room earlier, he had looked at the standard rating posted on the wall. Anything over 90 was considered exceptional. An affinity that was extremely rare even in the largest fire and water elements, let alone among the tiny metal elements. Testing the power of a spell is likely to reveal the tester's qualifications. After all, if the power of the same spell differs significantly under similar mental strength, it's simply a difference in qualifications. Ryan approached the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, do you have a single room for the spell testing?" "Yes, sir, but there's an additional energy charge." "Is that acceptable?" "Yes," Ryan nodded. Although he didn't know what energy charges meant, he was confident he could afford them. At the same time, Ryan handed over his crystal badge. The young staff member opened her mouth slightly in surprise at the sight. She immediately took it respectfully, saying, "Sir, please follow me." Ryan soon followed the young staff member to a room on the left side of the third-floor corridor, near the back. The young staff member said, "Sir, this is it." As the young staff member opened the door, Ryan saw a room of approximately 100 square meters filled with several uniquely designed devices. From left to right, there were 2 Gatling gun-like devices with multiple barrels, while the one in the center resembled a tennis ball launcher from a previous life. The one on the far right was a similar attack power tester to the one on the second floor, except it was painted bright silver. "Sir, this is probably your first time here, right? Would you like me to introduce you?" "Okay. Sir, these 2 are defense testing devices, a flamethrower and a torrent jet. They can spray flames and torrents, respectively. The power of a single hole is approximately 10 degrees, and the maximum power tested is 80 degrees. The girl pointed to the Gatling gun on the far left. Ryan looked at it and asked, "Are there no other elemental damage, such as frost?" Sorry, sir. There are only these 2 types in the branch." Ryan nodded. They were similar. "Well, what about this one?" Ryan pointed to the device in the middle. "This is a short spear thrower, with 3 speed settings, fast, medium, and slow," the girl explained. "A short spear? That's for testing physical attack power. By the way, sir, when you test your witchcraft defense, please proceed step by step. At the same time, you need to pay attention to safety, and do not point your vital parts at the transmitter. This is reminded on the nameplate on the device," the girl added. Ryan nodded and said, "The last one tests the attack power of sorcery, right?" "Yes, sir. If you've been to the attack power testing room on the second floor, you have noticed that this one is very similar to the one downstairs, except it's coated with this enchanted thorium that significantly reduces energy damage." "Enchanted thorium?" "Yes, sir. It's said to be a special metal that significantly weakens energy attacks, but I'm not entirely sure," the girl explained. Ryan nodded, memorizing the term. He planned to go to the library later to research related information. "Okay, go do your work." "Thank you." "You're welcome, sir. Stay safe. Call me anytime." The girl bowed respectfully and left. After a moment's thought, Ryan began testing the first device. Ryan first adjusted the flamethrower. He planned to conduct a 2-hole, approximately 20-degree flame attack test. The red light on the flamethrower's countdown turned on. 3, 2, 1. Bang! 2 jets of flame erupted from it, directly impacting Ryan's kite shield, formed from hardened adamantium. Ryan steadily withstood the 20-degree sorcery attack. Then 3 holes, 4 holes, and finally 5 holes. At the 5th hole, even though Ryan had all 3 kite shields directly in front of him, they began to melt within seconds, clearly reaching the upper limit of their flame defense. About 40% fire defense. Immediately, Ryan began experimenting with the Riptide throttle. Just now it was fire, but this is a simulated water spell Torrent Impact. This time, Ryan opened 3 holes directly for testing. Next 4 holes. 5 holes. It can actually withstand it. After several attempts, Ryan was pleasantly surprised. It turns out that the defensive power of this spell metal barrier, is related to the resistance of the metal itself. Hardened adamantine is average against fire, but quite resistant to water impact. Therefore, the difference in defense between the two is nearly 10. In that case, Ryan seemed to have a thought, his eyes slightly lighting up. Swordbearer Branch, Mission Hall? Among the group waiting to turn in their missions, the red-haired Evelyn was still beautiful, but the fatigue on her face was hard to conceal. She had just returned from Rosby County to submit her newbie mission. The situation in Rosby County was even worse than she had expected. Her family, the Normans, as the long-established Viscounts of Rosby, had suffered significant losses during this turmoil. In fact, the situation in Rosby County was nearly identical to that in Meister. The attacks of the Sea Giants, coupled with the covert instigation of the Black Flame cult, had caused Rosby County's living conditions to plummet. This time, she had already taken her mother, and some of the Normans' young elite to the provincial capital, Munster. This was the Normans' last-ditch preparation to prevent the situation from further deteriorating, to prepare for the worst-case scenario. However, she was still very worried about her father. As a landed noble, Viscount Norman naturally could not leave Rosby County. At this moment, Evelyn's line reached her. "Hello, how may I help you?" the young staff member said, smiling as she stood up. "Hello, please complete the bronze-level quest, Rosby City's transport route," Evelyn said, handing over the swarthy black iron badge. "Yes, sir." Although it was only the lowest-level black iron badge, the young staff member didn't hesitate in the slightest. After all, while the black iron badge might be low-level, it still belonged to a transcendent, a sword-bearer. The difference between them and ordinary people was as vast as a chasm. "All right, sir, the bronze-level quest, Rosby City's transport route, has been completed, and the 150 merit points have been credited to your badge." Evelyn nodded, a look of relief on her face. "Finally, I completed the rookie mission." These 150 merit points were not easy to earn. Many new sword-bearers were injured during this rookie mission. She was lucky, as a peak knight and a level 2 wizard apprentice, she often cast spells to assist, making the situation relatively less dangerous. The Sea God cult was much more difficult to deal with than she had expected. If this hadn't been a rookie mission, with an instructor leading the team, the losses would have been even greater. From this rookie mission, Evelyn discovered that while sword-bearers enjoyed excellent treatment, the risks were also considerable. Although most missions were evaluated, they were often subject to change. The skill requirements for continued successful completion were almost unbearable. For example, Nerio, standing behind her, performed quite well, killing a Sea God cult deacon during this rookie mission. According to the instructor, they should receive an additional reward of 3 bronze mission evaluation medals. This means they can directly advance to silver-level sword-bearer, with a qualitative improvement in all aspects of their treatment and the variety of items they can redeem. "Sir, could you please wait a moment while I replace your badge?" "Yes, thank you." This rookie mission was successfully completed. Besides the 150 merit points, the most important thing was that they were promoted from reserve sword-bearer to full-fledged sword-bearer, which could be redeemed for a bronze badge. This effectively means they've escaped the status of a rookie sword-bearer. However, it's only a status change. They still have 1,000 points left for the loan from the financial aid department. "Sir, here you go, your gold badge." The female staff member respectfully handed Evelyn a large, gleaming golden badge with both hands. Evelyn's eyes widened, her hands waving as she firmly denied, "No, no. Are you mistaken? I should be holding a bronze badge. What does gold rank mean? That's the most elite group in the entire sword-bearer branch. Most of the sword-bearers who'd been in the branch for a year or two were silver rank, with gold rank accounting for less than a third." Seeing Evelyn's vehement denial didn't seem fake, the female professional looked puzzled. She glanced again at the name displayed on the badge and confirmed, "Excuse me, you are Lady Evelyn Norman from Rosby County, correct?" "Yes," Evelyn nodded. "That's correct. But how could it be a gold badge?" Evelyn's mind was still frozen, completely lost. "Well, the records show that you're a regular member of the Meister battering ram squadron. Captain Ryan awarded you 3 silver medals and 2,000 merit points upon completing the team's mission. So that's right. You can be promoted to gold rank." "What?" Evelyn was completely stunned. What mission had Ryan completed? And why was he awarding her so many? Evelyn felt completely overwhelmed. In fact, when Ryan was turning in his mission yesterday, the female staff member asked him how to divide the mission evaluation medals and merit points. After some thought, he casually awarded Evelyn a few of his currently less used silver medals. In Ryan's view, since they were all part of the same team, it was a simple matter, so he'd help out if necessary. He remembered Evelyn seemingly borrowing 1,000 merit points that time, so he just offered a helping hand. As for the twin-tailed girl, Veronica, Ryan naturally gave her even more, since they were much closer. He casually awarded her a gold rating medal and 5,000 merit points. Nerio and another new sword-bearer, standing in line behind Evelyn, stared blankly with wide eyes. They were only 4 or 5 meters away from Evelyn. When Evelyn looked shocked, the two listened intently from the sidelines. When they heard with their own eyes that the mission rating medal Ryan had allocated to Evelyn had been upgraded to gold level, they were astonished. That meant Ryan was at least a gold-level sword-bearer captain. Oh my god! This news quickly spread among the new sword-bearers. On the second floor of the training building, in the attack power testing room, many Grand Knight-level swordsmen were testing themselves in groups of 3 or 4. Captain Angus, have you heard? Lord Ryan has been promoted to gold-level swordsman captain? Very, who had just recovered from his injuries and was undergoing rehabilitation training, asked Angus beside him. What? Gold level? The stern-faced, dark-faced man asked in surprise. Very, how did you know? I heard about it from a fellow member of the Stone Squad, also from Bobigny County, named Ramil. He just reached the full wizard level 2 days ago. I heard about it at a dinner party. So, Captain, tell me, should we ask Lord Ryan for help in avenging Chris and the other two? The thought of his fallen comrades filled Very with rage. Since the 5 of them had all been members of the military, they had extensive combat experience. Therefore, unlike Evelyn and the other new recruits, they were once again seconded by the military, primarily responsible for securing the supply line from Welsh County to Meister. During one of their escort missions, they were ambushed by the Black Flame Church in Welsh County. Although they successfully evacuated the convoy, they were nearly unable to return. Chris and his 3 companions were killed by the enemy's masters. One was called Bison Biddles, whose knight armor was distinctive, with 2 sharp metal ramming horns on each shoulder. The other, whose name is unknown, was skilled in sorcery arrays. 5 black flame fireballs killed one of their men in the opening moments. The enemy is very powerful. Even if Lord Ryan can defeat them, I'm afraid it will be a significant risk. And asking Lord Ryan for help, Very, have you considered the price? If Lord Ryan is willing to take on these 2 men, Captain Angus, I am willing to become Lord Ryan's follower. Very said in a deep voice. He and Chris were very close, and Chris's death this time was largely to save him. So, if there was a chance for revenge, he wouldn't wait even a moment. Angus fell silent upon hearing Very's words. He had never imagined Very would be willing to pay such a price. After all, Knight Very was exceptionally talented. If he were to become a follower, I'm sure the Imperial Marquis wouldn't refuse. Munster, inside the Ryan mansion. Lord Ryan is back? Ginny returned, and upon hearing men happily discussing this, her face lit up with surprise. She turned to her mother, Jennifer, and said, Mother, the problem you're facing this time is perfect for Lord Ryan to help you solve. Yes. The beautiful woman, who had been wearing a hint of worry, was pleasantly surprised to hear Ryan had returned. Due to the turmoil in Meister, the sea trade routes from the Eagle Federation to the fishing port town were almost completely severed. This forced Jennifer, the beautiful woman who heads the Chamber of Commerce, to explore new business channels. The problem she faced wasn't a commercial one. Although Jennifer had taken the first step through Ryan's introduction last time, the expansion of her business had recently led her to contact several larger chambers of commerce. Communication with the presidents of these chambers of commerce had been difficult, with each one hinting, either explicitly or implicitly, about cooperation. Yes. It just requires a thorough discussion between the beautiful woman and them before they can truly cooperate. Of course, they've also heard that, although this beautiful woman is a minor baroness relocated from Meister, she seems to have the backing of an imperial sword-bearer. But unlike other county towns, Munster is the provincial capital, and the seat of the Munster branch of the sword-bearers. Sword-bearers are not uncommon, and they all have powerful backers, so they aren't particularly intimidated by them. Of course, they won't resort to force. Intimidation and inducement will suffice. Thus, the beautiful woman's efforts over this period have only yielded some minor progress, but any further progress would be daunting. After all, business competition in Munster is fierce. Lucrative industries are already dominated by established players and forces. If you want to join in and grab a piece of the pie, it's like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Without a certain level of strength, success is nearly impossible. At this moment, Ginny seemed to have thought of something and jokingly said, Mother, it seems Agatha and I should go out for some fun tonight. What time do you think we should be back? Ginny blinked. The beautiful woman immediately understood her daughter's joke. Instantly, 2 blushes crossed her fair face. Jennifer gently patted Jenny and shyly chided her. "You're even joking with your mother. That's too much." Soon, Jenny approached Agatha and said, "Agatha, let me go out with you tonight." "Huh?" "Jenny, isn't Lord Ryan coming back today? How come you have time?" "Lord Ryan just returned, so he probably has a lot to do. By the way, didn't you say a few days ago that a Viscount's eldest son was pursuing you? Would you like me to help screen him?" Jenny changed the subject at the right moment. Speaking of this, Agatha blushed slightly, her attention focused on the Viscount's eldest son's pursuit of her. She said, "It's not a formal invitation. He invited me to an art exhibition these past few days. I think it's by the oil painting master Franco Van Cleef, but I've been holding off." "An exhibition by the oil painting master Franco Van Cleef?" Jenny piqued her interest. As a descendant of aristocracy, Jenny had studied painting since childhood and loved it. It would be perfect if she could see a master's exhibition while accompanying her best friend. "Yes, but you've been busy the past 2 days, and I don't think it would be proper for me to go alone. Jenny, are you interested in the exhibition? How about I ask him to go tonight? I heard the exhibition lasts a week, with dinners every day. Well, the paintings of master painter Franco Van Cleef are famous throughout the Empire, so we could go and admire them." Jenny nodded. "Great. I send someone to contact them right away, Jenny. I love you so much," Agatha said, hugging Jenny excitedly. Chapter 293. After a moment's thought, Ryan walked over to the middle machine, the spear thrower, and adjusted the knob to high. Steel spears, one after another, shot out of the firing port like a rapid-fire cannon. Ding ding dang dang. They struck Ryan's floating kite-shaped shield, sending sparks flying. A truly spectacular sight. After several tests, Ryan smiled. Hardened adamantine excels at physical defense. Against physical attacks, it boasts a defense rating of nearly 55. After a moment's thought, Ryan casually grabbed a nearby steel shield and activated metal barrier. The test's power quickly diminished. The high-speed, dense barrage of spears pierced and shattered the steel shield. If it were an ordinary steel shield, using metal barrier would only give a defense rating of around 39, a 10-point drop. Next, Ryan approached the magical attack power test device coated in enchanted thorium. Another massive metal cylinder, resting horizontally on a railroad-like track, its circular section facing the viewer, though the color was different, a dark silver metallic sheen. Ryan simply tested it with blazing light, an entry-level fire spell. The surface of the enchanted thorium was virtually unscathed. As the young staff member said, enchanted thorium appears to possess extremely high resistance to energy damage. In that case, my previous idea should be feasible. Perhaps I could prepare several metals with high resistance. It doesn't have to be much, just a dozen kilograms, capable of transforming into the size of a kite shield. When facing enemies with different specializations, you can use targeted metals to counter them. So it seems I stumbled upon metal transfiguration as my innate magic, and it's yielded unexpected benefits. Ryan's eyes lit up. Other wizards, even if they also specialize in metal, wouldn't be able to use Ryan's method if their innate magic wasn't metal transfiguration. Without an innate magic, it's nearly impossible to achieve near-instantaneous effects while minimizing mental effort. Can't I just transform in advance? Of course I can. But wouldn't it be strange for a wizard to constantly carry 3 or 4 shields, weighing nearly 50 kilograms, while significantly slowing down their movement? But Ryan was different. He moonlighted as a Grand Knight, so he wore plate armor. Adding some plate armor parts would make it more concealable and practical. Besides, stamina was Ryan's specialty. After all, adding points would restore it. After a moment's thought, Ryan left the testing room. He planned to visit the exchange hall to see if there were any suitable special alloys or rare metals. In the exchange hall, the young staff member stood up and bowed. "Greetings, sir. How may I help you? This is a replica of the Imperial Scepter. Also, please help me find the rare metals and alloys that can be exchanged." "Yes, sir. Please show me your emblem." Ryan nodded and handed over his freshly forged crystal emblem. The young woman took a look, slightly startled, then took the emblem with even greater respect and immediately placed it in a specially designed recess. Soon, white text appeared on the black stone tablet in front of Ryan. Star iron ingots, with superior toughness and hardness. Exchange price, 20 merit points per pound. Mithril ingots, with excellent elemental energy permeability. Exchange price, 140 merit points per pound. Hardened adamantite ingots, with exceptional hardness. Exchange price, 24 merit points per pound. Enchanted thorium ingots, with exceptional elemental energy resistance. Exchange price, 180 merit points per pound. Glow ingots, forged from glowstone, with a special effect of repelling evil. Exchange price, 120 merit points per pound. Sir, which would you like to exchange? 20 pounds of enchanted thorium would be best. Excuse me, how much? The young staff member was stunned. That's a whopping 180 merit points per pound. 20 pounds, that's 3,600 merit points. Oh my god! 20 pounds, Ryan patiently repeated. Very well, sir. I get it for you right away. The young clerk was about to turn when Ryan called out to her. Wait, there's more. Take note. The girl fluttered her eyes and looked at Ryan in surprise. More? Yes, sir, the girl said, quickly coming to her senses. Glowing ingots, 20 pounds. Hardened adamantite ingots, 20 pounds. That's all, Ryan said. Enchanted thorium basically provides resistance to all energy systems. While it might not match the resistance of some specialized rare ores in a particular system, the difference isn't significant. Besides, the branch office didn't have any either. Also, Ryan hadn't expected the branch office to have glowing stones. He immediately decided to exchange some for them, as they're very useful against spirits, the undead, and the like. The hardened adamantium was used to replenish the losses from the recent battle. The girl was stunned. She quickly said, Sir, let me check with you. 20 pounds of radiant ingots, a total of 2,400 merit points. 20 pounds of hardened adamantium ingots, a total of 480 merit points, plus the 3,600 merit points from the enchanted thorium. That's a total of 6,480 merit points, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Ryan nodded. Please wait a moment. I get it for you right away. The young staff member was stunned. How outrageous. Is this a diamond-level swordsman? Inhumane. Converting it to Imperial gold coins, she counted on her fingers. She would have to work from the founding of the Dragon Empire 2,000 years ago until now to save enough money to buy these things. 2,000 years of work. A few moments later, the young clerk, blushing, returned, laboriously carrying 3 wooden boxes of varying colors. A few minutes later, Ryan walked back to his dorm, quite content. He had already discarded the boxes, and now his handguards and forearms were covered in 3 different shades of metal. Sir Ryan? Very and Angus, who had also just arrived at the dorm entrance, called out upon seeing the familiar figure at the staircase. Happiness shone in their voices. They had been hoping to chat with Ryan, and unexpectedly, they'd run into him. Very, Angus, long time no see. Seeing the two, Ryan smiled and nodded. Back in Meister, he had asked Alina to help coordinate, but it hadn't worked out. He'd heard that he'd been seriously injured during the mission. It looked like the mission they had encountered involved quite an intense battle. A new fracture appeared between Very's handsome face and his left eyebrow. Angus's injury was even more noticeable, with a large patch of new skin growing on his neck. It looked like he had been hit by some kind of corrosive or fire-related injury. Sir Ryan, long time no see. Very and Angus exchanged a glance, and Very said a little anxiously, Sir Ryan, is it convenient for us to find a place to chat now? Of course. Ryan knew from their expressions that they probably had something to talk to him about. Then come to my dorm and sit down. Okay, Sir Ryan. After arriving in Ryan's room, the 3 of them sat down casually. By the way, where are the others? I think I heard from Deputy Minister Alina last time that you were seriously injured on your last mission? Ryan asked with concern. More than just serious injuries. Our mission was to protect Wales County until... Angus's face darkened as he began to recount. When Ryan heard they were fighting the Black Flame cult in Wales County, a strange expression crossed his face. Could it be Galina's group? That bison Vitals, I will definitely avenge. Chris, trying to save me, was sent flying over 10 meters by their charging horn, instantly dying. Very's eyes welled up. That guy? Ryan remembered him. The one he killed with a single punch, using his metal transfiguration to suddenly lengthen his brass knuckles. So, it seemed Angus and Very's mission was before he'd even passed through Wales County. Isn't there someone named Galina fighting you? A woman skilled in illusion. Ryan thought for a moment, then asked curiously. Sir Ryan, there's no such person. I know the person you're talking about. She seems to be the High Priest of the Black Flame Church in Wales County. She's extremely powerful, and the Swordbearer branch seems to have a gold-level mission to kill her, Angus said. Ryan nodded. Indeed. If Galina were there, given how difficult that woman is, these two might not be able to return. At that moment, a flicker of struggle flashed in Very's eyes, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white. The next second, he looked at Ryan with a determined gaze and said, "Sir Ryan, Angus and I would like to apply to join your team. Also, I personally request your help in revenge. In return, I'm willing to become your follower." Follower? Ryan was slightly startled. He hadn't expected the day he'd be asked to follow someone would arrive so soon, and moreover, by a fellow swordbearer. Actually, this matter. Just as Ryan was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Why did so many people seem to be looking for him today? Ryan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He opened the door, and was greeted by the red-haired Evelyn, followed by two new swordbearers. "Evelyn, are you done with your mission?" "Well, Ryan, this is Nielo, and this is Caroline. You two helped me a lot during the mission," Evelyn introduced. Ryan was particularly impressed by Nielo. He was a rare scroll master, a subclass of wizards, who relied primarily on pre-made scrolls for attacks. Ryan also remembered the other Caroline, one of the few female sword-bearers newcomers. Ryan nodded and smiled at the two, saying, "Hello. We're all familiar faces, come along." Now, his dorm felt a bit cramped. "Ryan, I want to ask you, why did you allocate so many mission evaluation medals and merit points to me?" Evelyn hadn't wanted to ask this in front of everyone. But curiosity overwhelmed everything. "Well, I completed a few gold-level missions. I won't go into the details," Ryan said with a smile. "How many? And gold-level missions?" Now, everyone was beside themselves. Very and Angus's eyes widened. They had always assumed Ryan had advanced to gold because of that mission helping the Rock team. Who could have imagined that the other party could actually complete a gold-level mission directly? Nero was a bit better off. He had anticipated this when Evelyn was promoted to gold level in the mission hall. Ryan must have received far more than 3 silver mission evaluation medals to have been able to bestow so many merits upon Evelyn. He could tell that Ryan wasn't a playboy. "By the way, Angus, Very, I've probably already killed that Bison Vitals, and the sorcerer skilled in sorcery arrays you mentioned." "Sir Ray Ryan, are you telling the truth?" This news was like a bolt from the blue for Very. It was a complete shock. "Yes, and Galena, the high priestess of their Welsh county, was also killed by me." Ryan nodded. "You killed Galena too?" Nero asked incredulously. "Well, I was passing through Welsh county when they ambushed me, so I killed them. That woman's illusion skills were quite good, so she was a bit formidable." Ryan nodded. "Just formidable?" "Very formidable." Nero was well aware of Galena's strength. He knew a gold-rank swordsman who was considerably stronger than him, but he failed in his attempt to kill Galena and was seriously injured. "So Very, this is the situation. As for your mention of becoming my followers, forget it. As for you two joining my team, that's no problem. Sir Ryan, thank you for avenging Clare, but I still want to be your followers." Very bowed deeply to Ryan and said. In Very's mind, Ryan's mastery of extraordinary combat techniques was astounding. He was also the fastest improving person he had ever seen. Moreover, with Ryan so young, his current level of strength clearly wasn't the end of the road. Very felt that if he didn't seize this opportunity to learn from Ryan now, it might not come back again. Ryan paused. Back in Munster, his family had never had anyone suitable to protect them, and Very, as a Grand Knight, was more than capable enough. As for his character, from what he'd seen so far, he seemed trustworthy. After all, someone who constantly sought revenge for his comrades couldn't be a person of bad character. "Okay. I agree, Very. If you have any questions about the path of chivalry, feel free to ask me." Ryan nodded. "Thank you, Lord Ryan." Very's expression was delighted. At this moment, Ryan suddenly thought of something and turned to Nero, saying, "Sir Nero, may I ask?" "Well, Lord Ryan, I too would like to join your team." "Welcome." Ryan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The other person was a rare scroll master. He had no reason to refuse. "What about this one?" No. "Lord Ryan, I'm not here to join your team. I'm just curious, so I came to take a look." The round-faced girl, Caroline, saw Ryan asking her and, knowingly, quickly waved her hand in defiance. No. I mean, my own strength is too weak, not that I don't want to." Dinner time. Inside Ryan's new mansion. "Hey, why aren't Ginny and Agatha here?" Ryan asked, cutting his steak with a silver knife and fork. The beautiful woman, Jennifer, blushed slightly and said, "They must have gone shopping." "Brother, I want to go shopping too," Mint said enviously. She hadn't been out much since arriving in Munster. "Haha, when you're a little free in a couple of days, I take you shopping," Ryan said with a smile and a nod. After dinner, it was the customary time for the beautiful women to report on their work. 10,000 words omitted here. Just as the report was wrapping up, Ryan suddenly heard Cookie's voice, and the faint sound of voices coming from downstairs. "Cookie, stop yelling at us. I'm Agatha, and this is Ginny. You wake everyone else." Agatha was a bit bewildered. She didn't know what was going on. Cookie, the usually understanding greyhound, kept barking at her and Agatha. "Cookie, what's wrong with you today?" Ginny leaned down, trying to reach out and comfort Cookie. But as she crouched, Cookie took a cautious step back, his eyes fixed on her. Ryan stood up and looked down from the window. The greyhound had stopped Ginny and the other two. At the same time, it crouched low, baring its teeth slightly and growling as if facing a formidable enemy. "Huh?" Ryan's pupils shrank. Behind the two women, a transparent little boy, about 8 or 9, was following closely behind each of them. They were incredibly close, barely half a meter away. Furthermore, these two eerie, identical little boys were each holding a puppet. Evil spirit? For Ryan, whether as his Warhammer wizard or after possessing 1 point of radiance, he could easily see what lay beneath the surface. Spiritual beings naturally had nowhere to hide. And Cookie, the greyhound war dog, possessed a superb sense of animal nature. Could it be that the Axon auction house is behind this again? Ryan frowned, anger rising within him. Without hesitation, Ryan hurried downstairs. At the same time, the glow ingot on his forearm instantly transformed into a sword and shield. The two women were stunned as they saw Ryan striding across the room. "Cookie, look, you've woken Lord Ryan," Agatha complained. "Hold still, you two. There's an evil spirit behind you," Ryan said calmly. Ryan's words naturally startled the two girls, who then realized why Cookie had been barking at them. Evil spirit? Immediately, the two girls looked at Ryan in horror. "Don't be afraid, it's nothing." Seeing Ryan approach, the two identical little boys behind them seemed to sense a threat. They tilted their heads slightly, staring at him with eyes devoid of white. Swoosh! Ryan took a quick step forward, creating a gust of wind. He spun around the two girls and wielded his glowing sword, slashing down at one of the boys from top to bottom. Swish! As if unprepared for Ryan's swiftness, a sharp scream rang out as the boy was split in two. The other boy, seeing this, had a grim expression on his face. He immediately waved his hands and rushed towards Ryan, but was smacked back with a powerful blow from Ryan's glowing shield. He also let out a scream. However, the little boy Ryan had split in half quickly reunited not far away. "Huh?" Ryan frowned, slightly surprised. Even spirits, whether vengeful or evil, would weaken after being struck by the glowstone. But the strength of the other spirit before him seemed undiminished. At this moment, Ginny's brows suddenly furrowed, and she slowly crouched down. Her pretty face was filled with an expression of extreme pain, and her spirit was extremely weak and exhausted. Ryan's eyes narrowed. Only then did he see clearly that a very thin black line connected the two strange little boys and the two girls. Because it was dark, even with his dark vision, he had only just noticed it. Ryan pondered for a moment and came up with a hypothesis. It was likely that this black thread, like the straw-like mouthparts a spider uses to feed on its prey, had absorbed some of the women's soul energy. So, after inflicting damage on the little boy, he quickly recovered through this absorption, rendering the damage ineffective. Instantly, Ryan imbued his sword with a ray of willpower, and the sword emitted a faint, more intense white light. Ryan aimed his sword and slashed it down. Swish! Sure enough, the black thread snapped. Following this, Ryan struck again, severing the thin black thread behind Agatha. This immediately made the two little boys feel a serious threat. They stared at each other, then quickly moved closer, merging almost instantly. At the same time, the strength of the spirit body suddenly increased. If the opponent's aura just now was roughly that of a third-level wizard apprentice, now it was almost comparable to that of a full-fledged wizard. Interesting. Ryan watched the scene unfold, but didn't attack preemptively. Instead, he watched the other party merge. This time, the little boy seemed to have grown proportionally about twice as large. With considerable confidence, he charged at him again. Ryan's expression remained unchanged. The glowing sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a warhammer. He gently swung it at the attacking boy. It was the ultimate technique, Hammer of Annihilation. At the first contact, the merged little boy was struck by lightning. The entire transparent phantom melted like snow in boiling water. This time, as Ryan had suspected, after the black line broke, the two little boys did not resurrect. Huh? No soul energy. Ryan was slightly puzzled. Just now, he had killed the evil spirit with a hammer, not a sword, hoping to accumulate soul energy. But the expected soul energy didn't appear, which made him ponder. Could it be that these two are actually clones? Not the original body? Where did you two go just now? Ryan asked, turning around. Agatha, with a look of fear on her face, supported Ginny with lingering fear and said, Lord Ryan, we just went to the exhibition of the master painter Franco van Cleef. Exhibition? Ryan frowned slightly. If the other party really had some kind of clone ability, as he suspected, then in such a crowded place, like an exhibition, there might be more than one or two people affected. Ryan felt that this matter needed to be reported to the local sheriff immediately. Yes, it was in the villa of a wealthy businessman in the upper town of Münster not far away, Agatha nodded. The recent battle had already alerted the guards within the mansion. Matteo, notify the patrolling night watch immediately, and have them contact the sheriff. Yes, Lord Ryan. What Ryan didn't know was that as he killed the two little boy spirits, almost simultaneously, hundreds of little boys in various locations simultaneously glanced in his direction. If one were to look down from midair over Münster and mark the locations of these little boy spirits, they would be able to see them. These little boy spirits had spread like fireflies throughout the upper town, even spreading sporadically to the noble district and the trade district. In the shadows of a street in Münster, a black-robed figure raised his brows slightly and whispered, Huh, have we been discovered? Pretty quick to react. But I'm almost done with my energy now. Then let's move up a bit. The black-robed figure silently chanted a spell, and the painting-gazing eyes in the gallery suddenly emanated a heart-pounding aura. Soon after, little boys rushed over from all directions. Suddenly, hundreds of little boys gathered like moths to a flame. Then, one by one, these little boys began to merge with one another. The little boy's body began to grow, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Soon, he surpassed the level of quasi-legendary, entering a realm extremely close to legend. Such a powerful aura fluctuation immediately alerted the patrols in Münster, the Goddess Church, the Duke's Palace, the Swordbearer Branch, and other powerful individuals in other departments. Ryan, who was in the front yard, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the gallery. He said, Matteo, it seems there's no need to notify them. I need to go out for a while. You all stay put. Chapter 294. Ryan didn't stray far from his mansion. He left the mansion to investigate primarily because he considered that the two strange little boys he had just killed might be avatars of some evil spirit. If the other party came seeking revenge, Ryan didn't want his family to be implicated. Otherwise, Ryan's first priority would naturally be to protect his family. In fact, this also reflects the Ryan family's lack of wealth. However, during the day, Very took the initiative to ask to become Ryan's follower. With Very's help in protecting the mansion, Ryan would naturally have more freedom of thought. Meanwhile, in the magnificent and ornate prayer hall of the Münster Goddess Temple, Archbishop Gomez looked up into the distance, his brows furrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he turned to a knight beside him, carrying a bright silver two-handed warhammer, and said, This aura is ancient and evil, likely some evil spirit. The city guard and the Night's Watch won't be able to handle it. Brandur, you should go. As you command, Archbishop Gomez. The punishment knight named Brandur bowed and left the prayer hall with a group of Templar knights. Because it was late at night, with Brandur's departure, the prayer hall was much emptier, leaving only a few Templar knights on guard. But a moment later, suddenly, Archbishop Gomez turned and stared at the corner of the prayer hall, the wrinkles between his brows deepening. Who's there? As expected of an archbishop, your perception is truly acute. But this place really disgusts me. It makes me feel uncomfortable. A deep voice rang out, and a dark figure appeared. Who? The four Templars, their faces filled with shock and fury, immediately drew their long swords and charged towards the shadowy figure. But the next second, four massive hands emanating from the black mist suddenly appeared from the side, and snatched up the Templars like chicks. For a moment, the four were suspended in midair, enveloped by the misty hands. Their faces flushed, they struggled furiously. I would have liked to speak with you a little longer, but your excellency, we must hurry. So, we must escort you to your goddess as soon as possible, the shadowy figure quipped. At this moment, Archbishop Gomez glanced to his left, and saw another black-robed figure appear there. It was the one who had cast the shadow hand. If Ryan had been there, he would have recognized the other man immediately, as Freeman of the Black Flame cult. Then, the other person was readily apparent. You too, don't you take the Goddess Church too seriously? Archbishop Gomez simply chanted. Then, with a flick of his finger, for pale blue beams shot out in succession, instantly shattering the shadowy hand that had trapped the Templars. But this wasn't the end. Archbishop Gomez chanted again. A burst of blue light shone from his position, enveloping him in an egg-shaped energy shield. Second-level divine spell, Blessing Shield? Really formidable. Freeman and Briggs exchanged a glance, then simultaneously unleashed a wave of shadow blast towards Archbishop Gomez. Instantly, two Bolthic black energy beams clashed fiercely with Archbishop Gomez's divine spell. Although Freeman and his companions were formidable, they were still unable to defeat Archbishop Gomez, who was even more powerful than them, in the temple's prayer hall. Their combined strength only caused Archbishop Gomez's blue shield to waver slightly before stabilizing. Suddenly, a black spiral beam of light flashed across the hall. Gomez, concentrating on fighting Freeman and Briggs, two black flame cult masters, felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saw that something had ripped a fist-sized hole through his heart. At this moment, Exeter calmly stepped aside with a smile and said, "Archbishop Gomez, I'm sorry. Just now, your sorcery was..." Archbishop Gomez said, his face pale. "Yes, a third-level shadow sorcery, Shadow Light Killing Cannon." Exeter nodded. The power that could break a second-level divine spell with a single strike naturally possessed a higher order of power. Before ascending to the crystallized wizard stage, Exeter naturally couldn't have killed Gomez, the Archbishop of the Goddess Church, with a single strike. Even a sneak attack wouldn't have been possible. But after becoming a crystallized wizard, things were different. The sudden attack of a third-level single-target spell resulted in a one-hit kill. Of course, Freeman and the other man's containment in front also played a significant role. The next second, Archbishop Gomez's body began to decay, shadow energy quickly spreading throughout his body. He swayed, and then, unable to hold on, collapsed. "Sir, your shadow light cannon is truly powerful," Briggs stepped forward, smiling and praising. "All right, quickly destroy the defensive formation, and we leave immediately. This is Munster, the provincial center, after all. There are many powerful warriors here," Exeter urged. The vast city of Munster had multiple defensive formations in place to defend against various enemies, and the core of the formation against fell energy was located within the goddess temple. Exeter had planned this several days ago. Using the evil spirit within the painting gazing eyes to launch an attack, this would inevitably attract the attention of the goddess church. If the formation proved unable to suppress it, the church would undoubtedly dispatch its elite forces. And now was the perfect time for them to strike. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Once the core of the formation within the goddess church was destroyed, it would be virtually impossible to repair it in a short period of time. This would allow Exeter's grand plan for the official investiture ceremony in Munster to be successfully carried out. Ryan stood on the street, looking up. By this time, he could clearly see the eerie shadow of the little boy, hundreds of meters away, rapidly growing larger. At the same time, the once transparent body of the evil spirit had become increasingly solid, and the terrifying aura it emanated grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, even ordinary night watchmen and city guardsmen, not wizards with heightened perception like Ryan, could clearly see the other person's appearance. This was evident in the horrified expressions on their faces. In less than a minute, the other person's height had skyrocketed to around 5 meters. What was extremely unsettling was that, despite being a giant, the other person still maintained the form of a little boy, and the girl doll he was holding was now about 3 meters tall. At this moment, the little boy evil spirit seemed deeply impressed by Ryan, who had killed its 2 clones. It slowly turned and looked towards Ryan. A tremendous pressure, along with its dark eyes, fell upon Ryan. Instantly, even across hundreds of meters, Ryan could still feel an invisible and heavy pressure bearing down on him. With a flick of Ryan's will, the glowing sword in his hand shone brightly. With a gentle wave, as if a bubble had been ruptured, something invisible was slashed apart by the sword. The pressure suddenly dissipated. This made the giant evil spirit even more furious. It stalked towards Ryan, taking 4 or 5 meters at a time. At this moment, people, awakened by the powerful and terrifying aura, opened their windows and looked out. When they saw the huge, eerie shadow of the little boy, they couldn't help but cry out in fear. "Monster! Monster!" When the evil spirit saw these terrified ordinary people, it took a deep breath. These ordinary people, terrified, collapsed to the ground in a trance. The next second, a transparent shadow emerged from the fallen body. Immediately afterwards, the shadow, representing the soul, was sucked by some powerful force, like a dragon sucking water, and rushed towards the boy's open mouth. Slurp! Slurp! Like eating noodles, they were all devoured by the boy's evil spirit. Scatter! Blandwell had arrived with a group of Templars. Seeing this scene, his face was filled with anger. He drew the silver-white warhammer from his back and rushed towards the boy's evil spirit. Hammer of Justice. The silver-white warhammer in his hand suddenly emanated a deep blue light, and a massive hammer shadow, several meters long, flew from it, striking the giant evil spirit. But the little evil spirit quickly blocked the blow with the girl puppet in its hand. Though the girl puppet's shadow dimmed considerably after being struck by the hammer, the next second, an invisible shockwave roared out from its mouth. Within 100 meters, ordinary people fainted. Even the elite Night's Watch and city guards were no exception. Many nearby official knights and wizard apprentices covered their ears with their hands, expressions of inexplicable pain. Banshee's wail. Branduer frowned. The punishment knight Branduer muttered something silently. From the apotheosis of the goddess temple, hundreds of meters away, a blue beam of light as thick as a bucket suddenly shot down, pouring directly onto Branduer's two-handed warhammer. The hammer's shadow expanded by more than 3 times its original size. The shadowy shadow of a massive warhammer instantly struck the giant evil spirit's center, and the devastating blow ripped a large hole through its chest. Shortly afterwards, a faint blue light began to emanate from the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, centered around Branduer. Where the giant evil spirit touched, burn marks appeared, accompanied by a sizzling sound like sulfuric acid corroding the ground. The average-sized little boy's clones, rushing in from all directions, melted like candles as they entered the area. At this moment, numerous great knights and wizards arrived from all directions, some from the Sword-Bearers branch, some from the Duke of Munster's residence, and some from the administrative district's departments and agencies. The crowd gradually began to surround the giant evil spirit. This caused the giant evil spirit, struggling to recover, to seemingly give up the fight. Instead, it turned and rushed towards Ryan, seemingly intent on killing him before retreating. Perhaps without Ryan's interference, it would be discovered later. Be careful, get out of the way. Branduer, who didn't recognize Ryan, shouted a warning, noticing that he resembled a great knight. Using metal transmutation, the object in Ryan's hand began to grow. The hardened adamantium and demonized thorium in his hand rapidly formed into a warhammer, coated in pyroxene. In an instant, a massive two-handed warhammer appeared in Ryan's hands. Hammer of Annihilation. Ryan leaped high, lunged forward, and swung his massive warhammer from top to bottom, slamming down hard on the equally enormous little boy's evil spirit. The next second, time seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze swung sideways. The nearly 5-meter-tall evil spirit, like weathered rock, transformed into grains of sand, drifting away with the wind. Such power. Even Branduer was astonished. When did such a powerful hammer-wielding warrior appear in Munster? Just as he was about to approach and chat, a Templar knight quickly arrived with a report. Lord Branduer, the source of the evil spirit appears to be over at the art exhibition. This forced Branduer to temporarily abandon any attempt at conversation with Ryan. He nodded at Ryan, and quickly followed the Templar knight away. If the source of the evil spirit wasn't addressed, it could erupt again. Branduer? I seem to have heard of this name. Ryan's face suddenly lit up with realization. He remembered that Bishop Meister had given him a letter of introduction, which had mentioned contacting the Hammer Master of the Church of the Goddess, whose name was Branduer. Seems to be a rare punishment knight. Very powerful in combat. Especially effective against this kind of evil spirit. Ryan had no intention of heading to the exhibition. Instead, he paused briefly before heading back to the mansion to ensure his family's safety. At this moment, Ryan glanced at the system notification. Congratulations, you've defeated a powerful enemy and earned 4 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class level has been increased. The Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class level, already nearing its peak, has now risen another level, reaching level 7, 1421/5000, adding another skill point and attribute point each. Adding his original remaining points, Ryan now had 6 attribute points remaining, 6 skill points remaining, and 9 gold skill points. Willpower increased by another 1 point? That's quite a pleasant surprise. Just now, Ryan had a vague understanding of the evil spirit's force field, but he didn't expect his hidden willpower attribute to reach 3 points so quickly. This met the requirement of a primary annihilation force field, which required a willpower attribute of 3 points. The next morning, after getting up, Ryan looked out the second-floor window and saw that the number of security guards and city guards on the street had increased several times compared to before. Although he was a little puzzled, he thought that the incident last night should have been handled quickly, and it would have been enough to comfort the injured civilians. After all, having so many people patrolling would only make people uneasy. Ryan shook his head. Perhaps it was the Duke of Munster's wrath. After all, last night's casualties were at least 100, and considering those possessed by evil spirits early in the morning, there was no telling how many would survive. After breakfast, Ryan said goodbye to his family and returned to the nearby sword-bearer branch. After tidying up his belongings in the dormitory, Ryan, carrying his blue and white warhammer, prepared to set off for the goddess church. He planned to have the church investigate the weapon as well. After all, having a specific weapon would make it easier to trace the origins of the ancient hero Mung. Also, Ryan wondered if he could find a way to wield the warhammer freely. As it stood, Ryan held the warhammer in his hand, and it seemed to have its own consciousness. A clear sense of rejection came over him, making it impossible to wield it freely. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a slightly rapid knock sounded on the door. Huh? Who's here so early? Very? Ryan opened the door and found it was Deputy Minister Alina, who should have just arrived for work at this hour. Sir Alina, so early? Please come in. What happened? Ryan saw Alina's serious expression and knew something must have happened. Could it be some follow-up to last night's demonic incident? Yes, Sir Ryan, Archbishop Gomez has been assassinated. Alina's first words upon entering the room made Ryan freeze. When did it happen? Ryan's face darkened. He had planned to go to the church right now to have Archbishop Gomez determine whether the mark on his body could be successfully removed. But just one day later, he heard the news of his death. This cast a dark cloud over Ryan's heart. Just last night, when the giant evil spirit incident occurred, Archbishop Gomez was probably assassinated around that time. Have you investigated who the perpetrator was? Ryan asked. Judging from the traces of the attack, the perpetrator must be a shadow-type legendary, a level 3 crystallized wizard. But even if he were a legendary, Archbishop Gomez shouldn't have been killed so easily. Ryan wondered. He had some understanding of the strength of the Archbishop in charge of a province in the Goddess Church. I heard that while Archbishop Gomez hadn't yet reached legendary status, he had been in the quasi-legendary stage for many years. Furthermore, the assassination took place within the temple. Logically, even a legendary wouldn't have gained anything. It seems there wasn't just one person. From the on-site inspection of the prayer hall after the incident, there were footprints from at least 3 different individuals, and the remaining aura also confirmed this, Alina explained. 3 against 1? Ryan nodded. I see. That makes much more sense. They've got such perfect timing. Could it be that they've also created the evil spirit in the gallery? Ryan suddenly thought, looking up at Alina and asking. Sir Ryan, you're truly wise. Indeed, judging by the lingering aura, it's almost certain that it was the Black Flame cult's doing. The capable young woman, Alina, looked at Ryan with admiration. By the way, this time, they not only assassinated Archbishop Gomez, but also destroyed the core of Munster's defensive formation. Is that the formation that combines evil detection and exorcism? Ryan asked. Yes, Your Excellency. This gave Ryan a vague sense of foreboding. Yesterday, he saw clearly that, with the formation's blessing, Punishment Knight XX's combat effectiveness against evil spirits increased by at least 50%. Furthermore, the formation restricted the intrusion of evil spirits into the noble and administrative districts. Now that the formation has been destroyed, the defenses of the noble, church, and administrative districts, like those of the upper city and civilian areas, have been greatly weakened. My main purpose for coming to see you this time is that Admiral Edward asked me to inform you that he will request the Imperial Guardians to help you remove your mark. However, this may take some time, and will likely require a trip to the Imperial capital. Okay, Your Excellency Alina, please tell Admiral Edward that I thank him for taking the time to remember me. Ryan nodded. After Alina left, Ryan placed the blue and white warhammer back in the cupboard. Folding his arms, he pondered in his room. Is this Black Flame cult's attempt to protest the failure of their operation in Meister County? No, it's probably more than that. If they were just trying to retaliate, they should have come after me instead of attacking the Archbishop of the Goddess Church. This behavior seems more like it has some special purpose. Ryan's heart sank. Is Munster, as the provincial capital, no longer so safe? I wonder what the Imperial leadership is thinking. With a powerful dragon knight like His Highness Menia, these cults should be easy to wipe out, right? Why let them stir up trouble? It seems we need to speed up some things. Ryan shook his head slightly. We must always ensure the safety of ourselves and our families. It seems that having Very, Angus, and Nilo join the team would be a good idea. They should be able to help with some of the things I'm too busy with. Half an hour later, in Ryan's room, Ryan brewed Nilo a cup of Showdown tea and placed it on the coffee table. "Nielo, I need a favor. You've been in Munster for many years. Do you know any inscription masters? If you know one, could you recommend one to me?" Ryan got straight to the point. Nielo gave Ryan a strange look and said, "Sir Ryan, do you want to learn inscriptions? Or do you have an inscription-related item that needs to be appraised or crafted?" "I want to learn inscriptions. If it's just basic training, perhaps I can help?" Nielo said with a slight smile. Nero, you know how to inscribe?" Ryan was slightly surprised. "Well, I'm considered an intermediate inscriber, Lord Ryan. You might not have noticed, but one of the fundamentals of scroll crafting is mastering certain inscription techniques," Nero said with a smile. "That's great. Can you teach me now?" Now?" Nero was taken aback, but the next second, he burst into a hearty laugh. "Of course. I think I know why you're so powerful, Lord Ryan. You act on your ideas without delay. It's a truly excellent habit." Receiving Nero's compliments, Ryan smiled and offered no explanation. Nero pulled out a diary and explained, "This is the pattern of a primary defensive inscription, the first inscription most wizard apprentices learn when they encounter inscriptions." Ryan looked at it and nodded. Primary inscription? It was almost as complex as the one on the mithril engraved plate armor, but he could tell the two inscriptions were different. It seemed the inscription on the mithril engraved plate armor was also some kind of primary inscription, not too difficult. "Sir Ryan, have you ever learned to draw a magic circle?" "Magic circles? I have learned a little bit. It requires special ink to draw." Ryan thought for a moment and nodded. He recalled the days when he and the twin-tailed girl Veronica had studied magic circles. "That's great. Actually, learning inscriptions and drawing wizard formations have many similarities. For example, both require drawing, one using special ink, the other using mental power. There's also the concept of nodes." As Nero continued his story, about half an hour later, Ryan's brows raised slightly as a system notification sounded. "You've learned inscriptions, and your understanding of them has improved. You've learned a new skill. Basic defensive inscriptions. Your basic defensive inscription skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. Just when Ryan thought that was it, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Host contact with inscriptions detected, triggering a job change. Grand Armorsmith, Transcendent. The prerequisites for an Armorsmith to advance to Grand Armorsmith are 1. Armorsmith level 5 or higher. 2. Strength 15 points or higher, Constitution 15 points or higher, and Spirit 18 points or higher. 3. Independently forge 10 qualified inscribed plate armor pieces. 4. Master the knowledge related to inscriptions. The current requirements are not met. Promotion to Grand Armorsmith failed." Ryan was startled for a moment, but his demeanor quickly returned to normal. As expected, he had previously deduced from the mithril carved plate armor that the armorsmith's future would likely be related to inscriptions. This point had now been confirmed. However, Ryan hadn't expected the subsequent job change to come so soon. Grand Armorsmith. Also, although it only had one extra character, Grand, the Grand Armorsmith was a transcendental class. The reason he hadn't been able to advance to the next job was simply because of Condition 3, forging 10 inscribed components. That condition hadn't been met. In other words, as long as he could forge the mithril carved plate armor, he could advance to Grand Armorsmith, Transcendental, at any time. Munster. In the VIP suite of the Axon auction house. After 2 days of waiting, Draco finally received a reply from his brother, Marquis Orens. A cursory glance at it startled him. The message read, "Plans have changed. A major event is imminent in the Empire. The Blood Scalp mercenaries are on their way. According to the divination of Master Diviner Eugenie Ribeiro, the ancient troll Tusk is indeed no longer in existence. But the divination also revealed that Ryan appeared to have used the ancient troll Tusk on himself in some way, causing his heart blood to have similar effects to that of the ancient troll's essence." Chapter 295. In the afternoon, Alina found Ryan again. This puzzled Ryan. He felt that she wasn't the deputy director of the mission hall, but more like his personal secretary, calling him several times a day. "Sir Ryan, this morning, I suddenly remembered you were still in the newcomer building. So, I immediately contacted the logistics department and discovered that the office hadn't yet had time to pass on the news of your Diamond Star designation." Alina recounted the story with a smile, adding a touch of attentiveness that made it hard not to feel a liking for her. "It's already been arranged for you. In accordance with your Diamond Star status, a new suite will be assigned to you, across from the training building, and it's the best suite in the branch." "Suite? Yes, Sir Ryan. It has a bedroom, a living room, and even an indoor training room. Everything you need. Ryan nodded. He hadn't expected Diamond Star swordsmen to be treated so well. How about you move in now? Ryan thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Okay, then, I trouble you, Lady Alina. The mention of a training room intrigued him. After all, some of his moves weren't easy to perform in a public training room. Also, as the captain of the sword-bearer squad, he needed to gather the team for small gatherings and meetings, and the newbie dorms were a bit too cramped. After hearing Ryan's agreement, Alina waved, and 2 tall guards appeared from the end of the hallway to help with the moving. Ryan didn't have much, just a few trophies and weapons in his cupboard. Led by Alina, the group headed towards the training grounds. By the way, Lord Ryan, don't forget the investiture ceremony this Sunday at the Munster Administrative Hall. If it were held a few months later, you might not just be a viscount, but an earl, Alina said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Alina, you're too kind. Ryan smiled and said nothing more. Sunday. That's still 6 days away. Suddenly, there was the sound of something heavy falling behind him. Plop! A guard, his face flushed, raised his blue and white two-handed warhammer again. Humph! Ryan was speechless, then smiled, turned around, walked over, and lifted the warhammer with one hand. Just help with the other weapons, Ryan said casually. Okay, thank you, Lord Ryan. The guard looked at Ryan gratefully, but also in awe. The 100-pound warhammer was effortlessly lifted by Lord Ryan. Only then did he understand why the young Lord Ryan before him was a diamond-level sword-bearer. When Ryan entered the diamond-level suite on the 3rd floor, he couldn't help but marvel at the excellent accommodations the sword-bearer branch had provided for the diamond-level captain. As Alina had said, the suite had everything: a kitchen, living room, bedroom, and training room. Furthermore, a dedicated service team was stationed in the hallway, handling tasks similar to housekeeping. Of course, they would only enter when the room's owner rang the doorbell. Ryan's first stop was the training room. It was spacious and bright, with a clear view from front to back. It contained training dummies, targets, and various weapons, and the floor had been specially reinforced. Overall, it wasn't much different from the training room at Count Hapsburg's mansion. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. A few hours later, in the private training room of Ryan's new home, Ryan stood at ease in the center of the empty field, surrounded by 3 dark kite-shaped shields. Opposite him, a serious-looking Very, wielding a two-handed great sword. The next second, Very thrust his toes, darting around Ryan, searching for a flaw. A good opportunity. The gap between the 2 shields was quite wide. Very narrowed his eyes, and his hands moved without hesitation, unleashing a cross-shaped slash. Dang dang. What a shame! In vain. 2 swift slashes, both blocked by the kite shields. This left Very feeling a little discouraged. He clearly sensed that Ryan was riddled with flaws, and the gap between the 2 kite shields was wide enough for him to strike with his two-handed greatsword. But just as his greatsword slashed down, instantly, the kite shield circling speed accelerated, perfectly blocking his path. Very tried this several times, but whether he circled behind Ryan, attacked from the side, or attacked head-on, it was all ineffective. It was a complete impenetrable wall. Desperate, Ryan, with his arms folded across his chest, occasionally pointed out any flaws in Very's swordsmanship. With his Arcadian swordsmanship at level 16 and above, guiding Very with his two-handed great sword was no problem. As Very's only current follower, Ryan encouraged him to improve his proficiency in metal barrier, while simultaneously pointing out minor flaws in his two-handed great sword, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, the red-haired beauty Evelyn, Nero, and Angus, who were watching from the sidelines, were whispering among themselves. Captain Ryan's spell, Metal Barrier, is too powerful. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Angus pondered for a moment, shaking his head. He specialized in sword and shield, and while he was stronger than Very in terms of attack power, his attack power was only about the same. After all, Very wielded a two-handed great sword, which naturally had greater attack power than a one-handed sword. Nero, do you understand the spell Metal Barrier? It's a bit too powerful. Angus asked, tilting his head. It's truly extraordinary. It feels significantly stronger than typical elemental defensive spells. Logically, it shouldn't be. Nero frowned, pondering. If it's not his extremely high elemental affinity, then there's only one explanation. What explanation? Angus immediately looked at Nero. Hearing this, Evelyn's beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance over curiously. This might have something to do with the metal Lord Ryan uses, Nero said, his expression clear. I don't know if you've noticed, But Lord Ryan's dark kite-shaped shield is made of a special metal called hardened adamantium, which is extremely hard and tough. Even a peak-level Grand Knight would find it quite challenging to break it. Nero, standing nearby, thought he had pointed out the key point. However, a wry smile soon crossed his face as well, because he suddenly remembered something. Now standing in the center of the field, Lord Ryan, whose defense was as solid as a fortress, was actually best at attacking. Nero, if you use a sorcery attack, can you break Lord Ryan's metal barrier? Angus asked. Difficult. Do you see that dark silver metal on Lord Ryan's forearm? Yes, what is it? Angus's face was thoughtful, as if he had some idea of it. If I'm not mistaken, it should be enchanted thorium. This metal has extremely high resistance to all elemental energies. In other words, if Lord Ryan were to face a wizard, he would most likely use enchanted thorium. Nero folded his arms across his chest. Enchanted thorium. But, a piece this large, how many merit points would it cost? Angus had served in the military before, so he knew about it, and had seen enchanted thorium before. However, enchanted thorium was mostly used as a special coating, a thin layer. He had never seen such a large piece as the thick one on Ryan's forearm. Besides, how many merit points would it take to redeem this? Evelyn's eyes sparkled at this. Angus, don't forget. Captain Ryan completed a diamond-level mission and 4 gold-level missions. Do you think he's short on merit points? As Nero spoke, he glanced at the red-haired beauty, Evelyn. In fact, he hadn't said anything more. Just as gifts, he'd given 3 silver evaluation medals and 2,000 merit points. I'm afraid their captain must have at least tens of thousands of merit points. Exchanging for a few enchanted thorium wouldn't be much of a stretch. Originally, they hadn't known Ryan had even completed a diamond-level mission. It wasn't until just now, when Ryan invited them to a competition, that they realized this was a diamond-level suite. It was located in a 3-story building next to the training ground. The entire 3rd floor, covering over 8,000 square meters, contained fewer than 20 suites. This was where the entire Swordbearers Munster branch housed the diamond-level captains. Each suite contained a small training room, bedroom, dining room, living room, and everything in between. In addition, a dedicated housekeeping team was stationed in the hallway, available 24 hours a day. When they arrived, they were stunned. In comparison, their newcomer dormitories were utterly shabby. Angus, your turn. Very, panting heavily, as he leaned on his 2-handed greatsword, still couldn't even touch Ryan's sleeve. In a high-speed, all-out battle, even a great knight would exhaust most of his energy within a dozen minutes, and would need to rest and recuperate. All right. Angus's face lit up with excitement. He clapped his sword and shield twice and strode forward. Unbeknownst to Angus until just now, during their casual chat, he discovered that Ryan had actually offered him considerable advice on the coordination and integration of sword and shield moves. This surprised him greatly. Until now, Angus had always assumed Ryan specialized in 2-handed warhammers and great swords. He had never imagined that he could even dabble in sword and shield. No, dabbled shouldn't be the word, it's mastered. Ryan's mastery of sword and shield was likely no less than his. After more than 10 minutes, Angus, still holding his sword and shield, was also panting and drenched in sweat. At this moment, Nero tightened his staff and stepped forward. Seeing Nero, Ryan smiled faintly and slowly unleashed his innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration. He retracted the 3 hardened adamantine kite shields and placed them on the knight's gauntlets and forearms. The enchanted thorium on his forearms transformed into a single dark silver kite shield. Of course, this process took nearly 10 seconds. It wasn't that Ryan was deliberately concealing this, but rather that explaining it was too much of a hassle. He was thinking that once the metal barrier's level was increased and the casting speed was greatly accelerated, it would be so indistinguishable from the real thing that it would be difficult to distinguish the real thing from the real thing. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile wryly. He said, "Captain Ryan, you're being incredibly targeted." The red-haired beauty Evelyn, who was standing nearby, overheard this and couldn't help but burst out laughing, shaking her body for a moment. Angus and Very also laughed heartily. After conversing with Nero, Ryan, who had fought 3 rounds, retracted his witchcraft metal barrier, temporarily calling a halt. He glanced at his Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class panel. Thanks to the strong cooperation of the newly joined Nero and the other 3, his witchcraft metal barrier had now reached level 2, 218/300. The rate of improvement was quite impressive. Given the current turmoil, Ryan initially planned to upgrade his witchcraft metal barrier directly to level 3 using skill points, rapidly building up his combat effectiveness. A few people gathered around the coffee table to rest. The waiter in the hallway respectfully poured tea and set aside snacks before quickly leaving the room. TSK, Lord Ryan, your diamond-level captain's treatment is unparalleled, Angus said enviously. Ryan smiled faintly and said, do you know what happened last night? Lord Ryan, are you referring to the demonic attack? Nero asked, raising an eyebrow. So it was a demonic attack last night? Very and Angus exchanged glances, a look of sudden realization on their faces. Evelyn stared at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, as if waiting for his next words. Ryan glanced at the others. It seemed that Nero, a descendant of the Munster nobility, was quite well informed. It wasn't that Very and Angus weren't perceptive, but by the time they noticed, the battle was already over. Yesterday's battle lasted less than 2 minutes. It wasn't just the demonic attack. There was another incident. Archbishop Gomez was assassinated. Ryan announced the bombshell. What? Several people's expressions changed. Those present were either descendants of nobles or military personnel, so they naturally understood the status and power embodied by the Archbishop of the Goddess Church. The assassination of such a prominent figure clearly signified something. Please keep this matter confidential for now. My main purpose in sharing this is to encourage those whose families haven't yet moved to Munster to hurry up. It's very possible that the situation in the Empire is even more turbulent than we imagined, Ryan said, his expression grave, as he looked at them seriously. Now that they were all teammates in the same team, Ryan had revealed this news to them at the opportune moment. My family has already relocated some of its members. But my father, a landed noble, can't leave Rosby County, Evelyn nodded. I'm the only one in my family, Very shrugged, looking at Ryan. Huh? Just you? Yes, my mother died of illness long ago, and my father, a former Imperial colonel, was killed in a battle against ferocious beasts, Very recounted with a hint of disappointment. Very, if you don't mind, you can move into my mansion, Ryan said. Is that okay? Very smiled, though with a hint of hesitation. Of course, Ryan nodded. Ryan had thought of this before. His family's foundation was still a little shallow, and apart from him, there wasn't much combat power to show for it. Now with Very, as a follower, the situation improved significantly. I contact my family right away. My family lives in Continental County, and our situation is similar to Evelyn's. My father, as a landed noble, can't leave, but others can. Angus nodded. Sir Ryan, have you heard about what's going on up there lately? Nero said, a hint of mystery, as he suddenly thought of something. He pointed upwards. The Imperial capital? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Well, I heard that for some reason, the top experts from each province were transferred to the Imperial capital, Nero whispered. He'd only just happened to hear the Marquis's father mention this matter. It was probably a top secret within the Empire. Are you sure? Is it happening in Munster too? Yes, there are some in Munster too, Nero nodded. Ryan suddenly understood. Something important must have happened in the Imperial capital, involving the Empire's top military forces. But what could have so long implicated the Empire's top military forces? This puzzled him for a moment. However, the news was likely true. Evelyn had told him yesterday that Nero was the second son of Marquis Winger, one of the 5 great marquises of Munster. As the second son of a marquis, he naturally had more informed and extensive sources of information. After the others left, Ryan began studying inscriptions. With Nero's instruction, Ryan had basically mastered the elementary defensive inscriptions. Because his innate sorcery was metal transmutation, engraving inscriptions on plate armor was much easier for him than for others. Even without using bonus points, his efficiency was dozens of times that of others. Ryan's chisel slashed across the plate armor with the effortless ease of carving on a candle, silky and smooth. The metal particles seemed to disperse automatically at his will. Furthermore, Ryan had done some brief experiments and found that a knight's breastplate engraved with the primary defense inscription had approximately a 10% increase in defense compared to a breastplate without the inscription. Don't underestimate this 10%. It also includes protection against elemental energy. In other words, the effect of the primary defense inscription was comprehensive. On the other hand, Ryan also learned that the inscription on the mithril card plate was actually called the primary energy inscription. It was an inscription that enhanced the efficiency of energy transmission across various energy systems. Now, he planned to begin experimenting with crafting the mithril carved plate. Due to the unique nature of Ryan's innate sorcery, he didn't need to go to the blacksmith shop to perform this task. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ryan opened it and saw Alina reappear. Sir Ryan, the investigation into the last evil spirit incident has been completed. According to the ancient texts of the goddess church, this evil spirit is likely derived from a demonic object, an oil painting called Gazing Eyes. When we arrived, a painting was missing from the gallery. It must be this Gazing Eyes. Ryan glanced at Alina's serious expression and asked, "The painting was missing?" "Yes, but the trouble doesn't end there." The capable young woman, Alina, nodded. According to the records of the goddess church, this Gazing Eyes has the ability to summon other evil spirits after absorbing sufficient soul energy. Ryan raised an eyebrow and said, "So, the evil spirit that day wasn't at its strongest?" "That's right, Sir Ryan." Alina nodded. Hearing Alina's words, Ryan nodded, a look of deep thought. Meanwhile, at the Münster Administrative District airship platform, an airship from the Imperial capital landed. Soon, a group of 3 disembarked. The leader was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding a fiery red cane and exuding a deep aura. To his left was an extremely muscular man, over 2 meters 3 inches tall, carrying a massive shield. To his right was a seductive woman with purple eyeshadow, a distinct scorpion pattern on her forehead, and a curvaceous figure. "Mr. Asimov, you're finally here," Draco and Fabian, who had been waiting nearby, approached and greeted him warmly. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Sir Drake, I've been waiting for you." After a brief greeting, the group boarded several luxurious carriages and headed towards the Münster branch of the Axon auction house. In the second-floor reception room of the auction house, Drake and 3 members of the Blood Scalp mercenary group were chatting. "By the way, what big news is going to happen in the Imperial capital?" Drake asked, thinking of the contents of his brother, Marquis Oren's letter. Asimov glanced around and shook his head. "We only know it's related to the Imperial figure, but we're not entirely clear on the specifics. For the past 2 days, the top experts from every province and special department have been dispatched to the Imperial capital. It seems they're dealing with some kind of risk or trouble. Let's not talk about that. By the way, Lord Drake, tell us about Ryan's situation." Grant and Elihu both died at each other's hands. Grant and Elihu, though not descendants of a bloodline family, were both highly talented and considered key members of the Blood Scalp mercenary group, previously serving in control, attack, reconnaissance, and assassination roles, respectively. By the way, I just saw a high density of patrols on the streets. Has Münster always prioritized security? A charming voice echoed. That's not the case. It's just that something special happened recently. The Archbishop of the Church of the Goddess in Münster was assassinated, so the patrol force has been increased several times. Drake briefly explained the situation. Is that so? That's a tough one, the Scorpion woman nodded. No, that's not necessarily a bad thing. If we cause casualties later, we can blame it on the Black Flame cult, Asimov said after a moment's thought. True, but the difficulty of this mission is obtaining the enemy's hard blood. It's best to extract it while the enemy is still alive. The Scorpion woman chuckled. Chapter 296. I guess it's going to be difficult. After all, the opponent killed Grant in 3 moves, so he's clearly a formidable foe. Maybe for you and me, but not for the captain. The alluring Scorpion woman subtly complimented Captain Asimov. Asimov smiled and said, "Scorpion woman, Tynan is right. The opponent killed Grant and Elihu in a row, so their strength should not be underestimated. Also, is this all the information the branch has gathered? Only what happened before the opponent joined the Sword Bearers, and when he killed Grant." Asimov turned to Draco, a hint of displeasure on his face. "Do you have any information on Elihu's battle with this Ryan?" Draco didn't know how to answer this question, so he called for Viscount Fabian. "Well, the Münster branch's intelligence capabilities are limited. Also, the fight with Elihu took place in Meister. It said it took place in a room with only Ryan and Elihu. So, we have no way of knowing the exact details of the encounter." Fabian shook his head. "Does Ryan have any family? Would coercion be effective?" "He looks young, so he probably doesn't have much experience," the Scorpion asked. "That's not a good idea. Even if he had family, would you surrender so easily?" The tall, muscular man named Tynan retorted. "That's not certain. What if he's someone who values family?" The Scorpion chuckled at Tianan's rebuttal, not angry at all. "Then he'd be more likely to keep us around and seek revenge." Tianan's face darkened, as if remembering something, and he straightened slightly. A solemn atmosphere permeated the air. "Boring. TSK." The Scorpion woman's expression darkened. She knew she must have accidentally touched upon a painful memory of Tianan's, and he was starting to take it seriously. If she continued, she'd probably be angry, so she stopped talking immediately. "They're currently staying at the Münster Sword Bearers branch for a long time. We can't possibly attack them there. In other words, we have to start at their mansion. The problem is, patrols are extremely frequent on the streets of Munster right now. By the way, Sir Fabian, how long will the high alert in Munster last? It's estimated to last at least a week, Fabian said, recalling what he knew. A week? We don't have that much time to waste here. I have to get my manicure done back in the capital. The Scorpion woman's voice rose involuntarily, and she flicked her beautifully patterned nails, muttering in dissatisfaction. Tynan carefully examined the map, calculating the distance between Ryan's residence and the Sword-Bearer branch. He said solemnly, if we attack the residence directly, we have only 3 minutes to retreat, even after we've eliminated 2 patrol groups. They're quite clever. Their residence is approximately 850 meters away from the Sword-Bearer branch, and about 1,200 meters away by foot. No, we don't have 3 minutes. Don't forget, this is the provincial capital, and there are Griffin riders patrolling the skies. Asimov shook his head. If we storm, we have to retreat in 2 minutes at most. 2 minutes, and our chances of capturing them alive are slim. We can only hope they're a little stronger, so they don't die too quickly under the captain's lava fist. Hee. The Scorpion woman seemed to have a thought and laughed again. That's settled, Scorpion. Send someone to monitor and investigate. When the enemy returns to the mansion from the Sword-Bearer branch, we take action. Asimov took another look at the intelligence and made the decision. Then why don't we wait for the information from the Sword-Bearers? I've already contacted someone to help investigate. Draco, standing by, hesitated for a moment before finally asking. Because he had met Ryan before. He always felt that the young, somewhat overly imposing boy gave him an air of impenetrability, his eyes as calm as a deep pool. If he had no one to lean on, most people wouldn't be so calm when seeing him. Sir Draco, if the captain personally takes action, does it matter whether the enemy is a silver-level sword-bearer or a gold-level sword-bearer? Scorpion's disdain for Draco's suggestion was palpable. But knowing that the other party was Marquis Oren's younger brother, her tone wasn't so obvious. Then we wait a day. If there's no news tomorrow, we might take action at any time. Lord Drake, I have to trouble you to book a return airship for the 3 of us. Asimov smiled and said. Meanwhile, that evening, with Vari's cooperation, Ryan upgraded his metal barrier spell to level 3, reducing the casting time to 2 seconds. Since it was already late, Ryan sent a message home with his guards, and then rested in his new residence. The next morning, Ryan was eating breakfast when 2 system notifications quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has been improved. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has been improved. Huh? It seems the effects of the previously integrated breathing technique are gradually showing. Ryan glanced at his stat panel. Constitution, 46. Strength, 46. Agility, 46. Spirit, 55. Willpower, hidden attribute 3. Strength, vitality, and agility are all at 46, but they're still quite a ways off from the stat requirements for the Annihilation field. However, the breathing technique is currently in its growth phase, and this increase should continue for a while. Also, whether it was an illusion or not, Ryan felt that after his willpower increased a bit, the influence of the unholy flame mark seemed to diminish a bit. Could it be that after his willpower increased a bit, it could actively dissipate the unholy flame mark? Or does it simply reduce its impact? Suddenly, Ryan thought of something else. There seems to be no activity at the Axon auction house yet. Could something have happened again? Thinking of this, Ryan frowned slightly. After all, 2 days had already passed. If the other party was sincere, they wouldn't be in this state. Looks like I need to find someone to find out. Half an hour later, Nero arrived at Ryan's room. Captain, you're looking for me? Nero, do you know anyone here at the Munster branch of the Axon auction house? Ryan put down the mithril shoulder armor he was working on and gestured for Nero to sit down. Oh! Captain, are you looking to buy something, or participate in the internal auction? Nero said with a smile. Neither. I just want to know their movements. Ryan shook his head. Movements? Captain, are you talking to them? Nero said, his face serious. There was a minor misunderstanding earlier, but there's a man named Draco on the other side, apparently from the Imperial capital, who met with me on behalf of the Marquis of Oren's family. After a moment's thought, Ryan briefed Nero on the general situation. 2 days have passed, and there's been no movement from them. I have a vague feeling something's amiss. Captain, I understand what you mean. This is easy to handle. I have someone contact someone inside the auction house. If they make any unusual movements, they should be able to detect them, Nero readily agreed. However, despite Nero's calm expression, a wave of turmoil welled up within him. His captain was indeed formidable and gifted. But the strength of the Axon auction house was one of the greatest in the entire empire. Could it be that the greater the power, the greater the ability to cause trouble? Although the Marquis of Oren's family sounded like a mere shareholder in the Axon auction house, it was still a formidable force for all the families below the Marquisate. Strangely, Nero always felt his captain could handle the other party. Perhaps it was Ryan's composure? Or perhaps it was the impression Ryan's strength had left on him. He had always been very optimistic about Ryan's strength and prospects. Otherwise, as the heir of a Marquisate, he wouldn't have chosen to join Ryan's team. What surprised Ryan was that Nero, this local boss, was quite efficient. Just half a day later, the other party had inquired about the situation and returned to his side. Captain, as expected, your suspicion is correct. They don't seem to want to peacefully transfer their shares. Because I heard from their insiders that 3 extraordinary fighters arrived from the Imperial capital yesterday evening. According to the waiter, they were incredibly powerful, and the sight of them frightened him, Nero said solemnly. Nero's words made Ryan's eyes narrow. By the way, I had someone draw a few sketches of their faces. They're all very distinctive. One is a seductive woman with a scorpion on her forehead, another is a burly man carrying a huge shield, and the leader is a sinister middle-aged man holding a short staff. Nero said, as he handed Ryan 3 sketches. Thank you, that's thoughtful. Ryan nodded, took the sketches, and immediately examined them. That's all I've learned so far. However, these 3 people have distinct appearances, and we know they're from the headquarters of the Axon auction house in the Imperial capital. Therefore, their origins should be relatively easy to ascertain. Considering they're from the Imperial capital, the fastest way to get information from the internal sword-bearer's intelligence system is to access the information there. These 3 are likely quite powerful, and headquarters should have a record of them. Nero suggested. I'm not familiar with the branch's intelligence officer. I asked someone else for information. Sir Ryan, don't you know that as a gold rank sword-bearer captain, you can access confidential information through the sword-bearer intelligence system? And as a diamond rank, you're certainly even more privileged. Nero was slightly surprised. He realized his captain seemed so obsessed with improving his skills that he didn't even understand the diamond rank privileges. If it were him, he would have known everything before he was promoted. But the top experts should all be like this. Ryan was slightly startled by Nero's words. That's convenient, he thought to himself. Sir Ryan, do you need me to tell Evelyn and the others about this? Not yet. Wait for my news. Ryan shook his head. After Nero left, Ryan stood up and looked down at the training ground from the 3rd floor window. At that moment, a large, rolling dark cloud drifted across the distant sky, as if foreshadowing a storm that would soon be upon Meister. From the looks of it, the other party is definitely planning to attack. A 2-second casting time is ultimately too slow. It's still basically unusable in actual combat. I was thinking of practicing harder for a while longer, but now it seems time is running out. I need to add more points. Ryan glanced at his stat panel. He had 6 skill points remaining. Without hesitation, Ryan instantly invested all 6 into the Witchcraft Metal Barrier. The Metal Barrier spell suddenly advanced from level 3 to level 9. Instantly, a flood of memories of the Metal Barrier spell flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, having practiced the Metal Barrier spell for decades. The syllable compression became almost instinctive, and his speed grew faster and faster. When Ryan digested the memory and silently recited the spell again, he discovered that after only about 0.5 seconds of casting time, 3 hardened adamantine kite shields had formed around him. A half-second casting time was almost comparable to that of a natural spell. Right now, if Ryan said his innate magic was Metal Barrier, it would be enough to fool anyone. But it's still not fast enough. If I gain 3 more skill points and upgrade it to level 12, the casting time will be 0.25 seconds. Only then will it be truly indistinguishable from the real thing. After I become a master armorsmith, I gain another wave of skill points. However, Ryan didn't immediately begin crafting the mithril carved plate armor. Instead, he left the room and went to the mission hall. In the Vice Minister's office, Ryan and Alina sat facing each other. Sir Alina, I may need your help. Sir Ryan, please go ahead. Alina smiled at Ryan's request, as if eager for him to come to her for help. Well, I heard that diamond-level swordsmen can ask the branch's intelligence department for help retrieving some information. But I'm not familiar with the head of the intelligence department, so I'd like to ask for an introduction from Master Alina. Ryan stated his purpose directly. Master Ryan, are you looking for intelligence? It's just as well if you contact me directly. I make the contact with the intelligence department for you. Alina immediately took on the task. Although it was a long time before Master Ryan asked for her help, Alina naturally knew the choice between helping him once and many times. Just kidding. If I introduce Master Ryan directly to the intelligence department, will he still come to her in the future? Even if he does, the chances are much smaller. At Master Ryan's rate of advancement, there's no telling when he'd be promoted or transferred. It would be foolish not to take this opportunity to maintain a good relationship with him. Alina had long been convinced that as long as Ryan survived, he would undoubtedly become a legendary figure in the Empire. Building connections was essential, of course, done as soon as possible. Ryan hadn't expected Alina's enthusiasm. After some thought, he decided it wasn't a problem, and would actually make things much easier. So, he handed Alina the portraits of 3 people Nero had given him and said, "I'd like to look up information on these 3 individuals. They're all from the Imperial capital. Could the branch office help me contact them and retrieve the information as quickly as possible? Sir Ryan, of course. Do you have their names?" Alina took the portraits, took a quick look, and said readily, "No, but these 3 individuals should all be affiliated with forces under the Axon Auction House, or perhaps the Marquis of Oran's family in the Imperial capital." Sir Ryan, you have a conflict with them. Do you need the branch office to intervene? As a diamond-level swordbearer, as long as you're not in the wrong, the swordbearers will always have your back. The capable young woman stated decisively. Ryan felt a slight warmth in his heart. Not yet. I'd like to understand the other party's situation first. Okay, I contact the intelligence department immediately. Deputy Minister Collins should be on duty today. I have him contact you as soon as I have any news. Thank you, Lady Alina. You're welcome. After returning to his room, Ryan began crafting the mithril engraved plate armor. At this moment, Ryan once again felt the benefit of choosing metal transfiguration as his innate spell. Under normal circumstances, even if other metal wizards could directly transform metal ingots into armor, this was equivalent to casting a level 1 spell, and the mental energy consumption was considerable. However, Ryan had solidified metal transfiguration into an innate sorcery, requiring less than 1/10 of the mental energy it normally consumes. So, in a split second, Ryan rapidly transformed the mithril ingots into knight suit components, then began engraving the inscriptions on them. If he failed, Ryan would simply reshape the mithril plate armor and engrave it again. The efficiency was so high, almost dozens of times faster than the normal forging process. In just over an hour, Ryan had completed the Grand Armorsmith class requirement, crafting 10 inscribed plate armor pieces. The system prompt then sounded. The prerequisites for an armorsmith to advance to Grand Armorsmith are 1. Armorsmith level 5 or higher. 2. Strength 15 points or higher, Constitution 15 points or higher, and Spirit 18 points or higher. 3. Independently forge 10 qualified inscribed plate armor pieces of any kind. 4th, master the knowledge related to inscriptions. Now that the requirements are met, will you advance to Grand Armorsmith? Note: after transitioning to Grand Armorsmith, the Primal Armorsmith panel will be integrated into the Grand Armorsmith class panel, and the Primal Armorsmith core skills will be retained. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately decided to begin the job transition. Yes! Ding! Job transition to Grand Armorsmith, Transcendent, successful. Increase strength by 2, Constitution by 2, and Spirit by 3. Gain the Grand Armorsmith core skill, Inscription Mastery, passive. Huh? Another crafting core skill? Ryan couldn't help but think of the previous Armorsmith as Armorsmith Mastery, passive. Adding this Inscription Mastery, passive, to the skill set, it practically completes a complete set of core skills for crafting plate armor. Core skill, Inscription Mastery, passive, Inscription Mastery, passive, effect. Your success rate for engraving inscriptions on armor is significantly increased. It seems even if I just open a blacksmith shop, I'd be able to make a killing in the future. With the help of his core skill, Inscription Mastery, Ryan once again began to carve inscriptions, as if divinely assisted. The speed of crafting mithril carved plate armor increased exponentially. Finally, as dusk approached, Ryan successfully upgraded his Great Armorsmith, Transcendent, class to level 4, 3/1000, gaining 3 skill points and 3 attribute points. With the investment of 3 skill points, the casting time of the spell Metal Barrier was finally further shortened, now only requiring a mere 0.25 seconds, comparable to a natural spell. You have to remember that for a normal wizard to achieve this effect would likely require decades of diligent practice, and that practice would be for the single spell. Even if a wizard had a relatively long lifespan, it would be almost impossible to achieve this. After all, there are so many things that consume a wizard's limited energy and time. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Ryan opened it and saw a stranger, a slightly plump middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, smiling broadly. "Hello, Your Excellency. Please introduce yourself. I'm Colin, the Deputy Director of the Intelligence Department. Nice to meet you." After Alina had spoken to him, Colin's face lit up, and he immediately sprang into action. After owing Alina another big favor, he was finally given the opportunity to report privately to Your Excellency. After all, who wouldn't love to flatter a future legendary figure? "Hello, Your Excellency, Colin. Please come in." Ryan immediately realized this was the Colin Alina had been referring to. The two sat down in the reception room, and Ryan rang the bell. A waiter dressed as a maid respectfully served tea and snacks, then quickly departed. "Sir Ryan, based on the clues you provided, we have obtained information on the 3 individuals from the Imperial capital. They belong to the Bloodscalp mercenary group, led by Captain Asimov. They are affiliated with the Axon Auction House, and have particularly close ties to the Oren's Marquette family. Captain Asimov is the descendant of a relatively rare mutant bloodline." "A mutant bloodline?" Ryan paused and thought at these words. Yes, Asimov was a descendant of a noble bloodline, but his bloodline was too weak to awaken. When he was young, his path to becoming a full-fledged wizard wasn't smooth. Later, he volunteered to become a guinea pig in his mentor's bloodline fusion experiment, and surprisingly, the experiment succeeded. He immediately killed his mentor, and discovered that he had absorbed the essence of the Bloodscalp troll's blood, thus gaining the gift of frenzy. The ability to rapidly chant spells. That's why they're called the Bloodscalp mercenaries. Ryan nodded. He had previously read about the Bloodscalp trolls. It said that this clan of trolls isn't extinct, and some still survive in remote, inaccessible areas. Their gift of frenzy is to accelerate the speed of chanting spells, which is different from syllable compression. Simply put, after using frenzy, the opponent's speech becomes fluent, relying on rapid speech. Of course, there is a huge difference in strength between the current trolls and the ancient trolls, otherwise the Oren's family would not be so obsessed with the fangs of the ancient trolls. At this moment, Colin handed a stack of materials to Ryan. Furthermore, judging by their strength, these 3 are no less capable than a gold-rank sword-bearer captain. Even Asimov, the leader of the Bloodscalp, is comparable to a diamond-rank captain. Also, I'd like to warn Sir Ryan to be extremely cautious, as all 3 possess special talents. Talents? The same as mine? Interesting. Ryan's eyes narrowed. He unfolded the stack of materials Colin had given him, and perused them carefully. Iron Man, whose real name is unknown, came from the Eagle Federation 3 years ago. He has a metal prosthetic right hand, and excels at spear throwing and shield defense. Yes, Sir Ryan, this burly man, with a shield on his back often misunderstands people. In fact, his shield is lined with a row of spears, and he only uses the shield after his bloodline transformation. Colin glanced at the materials in Ryan's hand and added, "If you don't understand them, you might suffer a loss in a fight." Ryan nodded. Indeed, a moment's distraction in battle can lead to the enemy taking the initiative, putting you on the defensive. Scorpion Woman, true name unknown, possesses blood gifts of swiftness and venom. She excels in sorcery like wind blades and venom bullets, and is also proficient in bandaging and herbal healing. Asimov, leader of the Bloodscalp, a second-level liquefaction wizard, infused with the blood essence of the Bloodscalp trolls. The entire mercenary group is named after him. His abilities appear to be specialized in fire sorcery. Colin added, Asimov has attacked quite a few times, but he's left no survivors. Therefore, he must have some sort of killer weapon. Also, this time all 3 of them attack simultaneously, which is extremely rare. It seems the enemy considers you, Lord Ryan, a formidable enemy. Ryan nodded. Judging from their appearance, the normal assessment would be that the burly man is a siege-type charge, while the Scorpion Woman is most likely an agile assassin or a control operative. And Asimov is the team's heavy artillery. But now, according to intelligence, aside from Asimov being the likely heavy artillery, the other 2 are completely different from what they appear. Interesting. Ryan once again experienced the benefit of leaning against a strong tree for shade. Lord Ryan, if you need any intelligence in the future, please contact me directly. Of course, you can also contact Lord Alina, Colin added after a moment's thought. Thank you, Lord Colin. Soon after, Ryan and Very left the Swordbearer branch and headed for the mansion. Since I didn't go home yesterday, I naturally have to go back today. Mainly to remind my family to avoid going out for the next 2 days. As soon as Ryan and the other two left the sword-bearer branch, several disguised auctioneers, who were on surveillance nearby, beamed with joy and immediately released a carrier pigeon to report. A few minutes later, in a room on the second floor of the Münster branch of the Axon auction house. TSK, I didn't expect we could take action today, the Scorpion woman said to the other two, with a delighted look on her face, flicking the note. Chapter 297. On the way back to the mansion. Captain, this set of knight plate armor you're wearing is so beautiful, and it even has a sense of mystery, Very exclaimed. That's convenient. I make you a set later. Ryan glanced down at the mithril carved plate armor he was wearing and smiled. No, it's too expensive, Very said, waving his hands. Very, don't forget, you're my follower now. Your equipment is originally my responsibility. Tomorrow, I make you a set. This wasn't a perfunctory gesture. For Ryan, thanks to metal transfiguration and the core skills of the great armorsmith, crafting a set of inscribed knight plate armor only took him a few hours. In comparison, even other armorsmiths, even with equally high skills, would typically take nearly a month to complete the same set of inscribed knight plate armor. An hour later, 3 unmarked, luxurious carriages slowly approached the Lane residence along the street, stopping a few dozen meters from their destination. At this moment, 2 groups of men wearing black hoods and surcoats jumped out from the carriages, one in front and one behind. The men from the first carriage, their plate armor and knightly swords faintly visible beneath their surcoats, appeared to be knights. Several of them stood scattered, their gazes shifting as they scanned the surroundings, as if on guard duty. The other group of 4 men pulled bottles from their pockets, uncorked them, and as a strange gas emerged, they silently chanted a spell. Dense fog. The 4 of them cast the spell almost simultaneously. Soon, with the help of the special gas, the 4 of them cast a dense fog spell with remarkable effectiveness. It almost enveloped half the city block. Haha, I didn't expect the weather to be on our side tonight. The sky is overcast, and with the dense fog spell, wow! After we're done, a heavy rain will wash away all traces. It's simply perfect. In the middle carriage, Scorpion Woman looked up at the almost starless sky and couldn't help but chuckle. The weather is indeed beautiful. By the way, Scorpion Woman, has Lord Drake booked the airship for us? Asimov asked casually. Yes, it's scheduled. The last airship back to the Imperial capital leaves in half an hour. Well then, let's proceed as planned. Asimov nodded. Okay, Captain. With that, Iron Man and Scorpion Woman stepped out of the carriage, one in front and one behind. Although they had connections, they would still be in dire straits if caught red-handed attacking the Imperial swordsman. No one from the forces behind them would step in to protect them. However, as long as they weren't caught red-handed, they had 100 ways to deny it. Couldn't the 3 of them, commissioned by shareholder Marquis Warrens, inspect the operations of the Münster branch of the Axon auction house? After casting a dense fog spell, the 4 hooded wizard apprentices began to move in 4 directions, not far from the Ryan residence. They quickly produced something resembling a formation disc, and began silently chanting an incantation. Soon, an invisible wave enveloped the area. This formation's function was simple: to reduce energy fluctuations, including vibrations and sonic waves, in a specific area. This was a prerequisite for conducting operations within a city covered by a large security formation. Inside the mansion, Woof! Cookie, the Greyhound ward dog, suddenly stood upright from his prone position. Ryan suddenly opened his eyes, rose from the bed, and looked out the window. Outside, a thick fog suddenly rose. For a moment, even the streetlights were blurred, a vast expanse of white. Here you are already? Ryan raised a brow, quickly donning his armor and knight's gauntlets, and exited the room. Captain, there's something wrong with this fog. The Greyhound's barking also startled Very. As a combat veteran, he immediately noticed the problem, and spoke to Ryan with a solemn expression. Okay, I take care of it. You stay here. Oh, and have everyone in the family go to one room, so you can protect them. Ryan gestured for Very to protect his family. Captain, you're alone. Don't worry, it's no big deal, Ryan said calmly. As Ryan walked out of the villa alone, a sudden, charming laugh echoed from the gate. Hee, I suddenly feel a little fond of you. Ryan, right? You actually came out on your own initiative, saving us the trouble of searching room by room. Looks like we can save another minute. As the words fell, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the mist and appeared before Ryan's eyes. The man stood nearly 2 meters 3 inches tall, carrying a massive shield. His aura was like a reef standing by the sea for millennia, a perfect example of rock-solid aura. The woman, meanwhile, walked with a graceful gait, clad in brown leather armor that, aside from some light covering of vital areas, revealed a vast expanse of succulent white, quite alluring. They were the Tynan and Scorpion woman whom Ryan had seen in his profile, and it was Scorpion woman who spoke. Clang! With a gentle tug of Tianan's right arm, the heavy iron door of the mansion was completely dismantled and tossed aside like straw. The two men approached Ryan with a measured demeanor, appearing to be in control of the situation. Ryan's eyes narrowed. The next second, his entire body erupted with the muffled thud of a bowstring, his muscles bulging. With a tap of his toes, the ground instantly shattered. His entire form, like a streak of silver lightning, left a trail of silver afterimages as it charged straight at Tynan. Suddenly Tynan, caught in Ryan's sight, felt his heart freeze. A sudden jerk pulled, and the hairs on his back stood on end. At this moment, he had no time to draw his shield or hurl his spear, for Ryan's attack was too fast. In a mere blink, the opponent was already in front of him. Tynan made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he roared and instinctively threw a punch at the attacking Ryan. The ground beneath his plate armor suddenly shattered. In an instant, Tynan unleashed a full-body force of kicking his legs, swinging his hips, and twisting his waist, unleashing a powerful punch with a powerful force. His reaction was truly swift. Dang! Sparks flew. Ryan and Tynan clashed fiercely. In midair, a massive metal fist and a short-handled warhammer collided. The collision lasted less than a tenth of a second before Tianan's metal right arm exploded, its components scattering like bullets. Then, Tianan's remaining metal arm, along with the flesh, tendons, and bones surrounding the shoulder blade, was torn apart and carried away, leaving nearly a third of the man missing. The impact of the blow sent Tianan's remains flying backward like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the opponent's massive, muscular body was blasted into the house across the street, instantly creating a massive hole in the wall. In the house, a flurry of activity erupted, accompanied by screams and panic. Just as Ryan suddenly lunged at Tynan, a hint of sarcasm played across the Scorpion woman's lips. She had seen fools before, but never one this foolish. After all, people usually pick on the weak, but who would have thought Ryan would pick on the hardest? Bah! I'm not a pushover. Just for example. And why is Tynan called Tynan? It's because Tynan has an iron arm, a real metal arm, crafted from the skills of the Eagle Federation's top puppeteer. But the thought only lasted less than half a second in the Scorpion woman's mind. The next moment, her mind went blank. Swift wind. A faint blue air suddenly enveloped the Scorpion woman, and her speed soared, like a frightened rabbit, widening the distance between her and Ryan. Her beautiful eyes, adorned with purple eyeshadow, widened as she stared intently at Ryan. Shock, fear, and other emotions flashed across them. You. Scorpion was so surprised that her words were incoherent. Where was she from earlier, so calm and composed? She hadn't even considered dodging until Ryan's blow shattered Tianan's metal right arm. Scorpion then remembered to dodge immediately, but she had no time to cast a spell. In her panic, she instinctively activated her gift, Swift Wind, and dodged to the side in a panic. She had never expected Tynan, always the team's defensive core, to be so severely injured by a punch, no, a hammer. But the problem was, she hadn't seen the hammer in his hand. Could she be dazzled? After receiving the detailed intelligence yesterday, Ryan had begun to imagine the tactics the enemy might employ. This situation was also a likely scenario he had considered. Iron Man and Scorpion Woman were drawing his attention in one direction, while Asimov, the strongest of the group, might be waiting in a different direction for a surprise attack. But no tactic is perfect. Similarly, if the opponent truly employed this tactic, it would actually give Ryan the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Of course, target selection is also crucial. If Ryan chose to attack Scorpion Woman first, he would inevitably be blocked by Iron Man. Furthermore, the information indicates that Scorpion Woman possesses a natural swiftness, so the opponent would most likely avoid a direct confrontation and instead choose to evade. In this case, his first attack would likely be ineffective. But if he chose to attack Tynan first, the situation would be different. First, the opponent was extremely confident in his defense and strength, and would most likely resort to a head-on confrontation in the face of his sudden attack. And in the short term, the Scorpion girl beside him wouldn't be able to provide Tynan with any additional defense. So, as long as he could injure Tynan with a single blow, he would have gained a significant advantage at the start. Of course, the opponent's metal prosthesis might be extremely tough, a fact Ryan had naturally considered. So, Ryan countered with intermediate massive strength, limit breaking, and the top-level ultimate, Hammer of Annihilation. Although it was just an opening strike, it was Ryan's full-strength attack. So far, the effect was good. However, Ryan did not expect one thing. The Bloodtop mercenary, nicknamed Tynan, had a metal prosthetic arm according to his profile, but Ryan was surprised by the seemingly exceptional craftsmanship of the prosthesis. To Ryan, this metal prosthetic limb felt like a precision machine Swiss watch from his past life, its gears and clasps tightly integrated. But overall, he was using a hardened adamantine hammer, unleashing a supreme technique to strike the opponent's fist. How could one describe that feeling? It was a bit like I have a weapon, but you're unarmed. That feeling was surprisingly good. Ryan smiled at the Scorpion woman, only to see her charging towards the large hole across the street, the house that Iron Man had just crashed through. Oh no! He was going to finish Iron Man off once and for all. The Scorpion woman immediately understood Ryan's purpose. Moreover, if the enemy rushed into the civilian house, neither her magic nor the captains would be able to strike them, and tonight's operation would be a failure. The Scorpion woman hesitated for a moment, then gave a powerful push with her slender thighs. The pale green air swirling around her legs intensified even more, and like an arrow, she immediately pursued them. Although Ryan's strength was completely beyond her expectations, her purpose was simply to entangle him and give Tynan a chance to survive. Otherwise, the now dying Tynan would surely not be able to withstand another blow. But in the next second, Ryan suddenly transformed from extreme movement to extreme stillness, spun around, and charged at the Scorpion woman. The Scorpion woman's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her mouth dropped open slightly. She immediately understood that Ryan's target, from the beginning, had not been the seriously injured and dying Tynan, but her. But after her panic, the Scorpion woman quickly calmed down. Although Ryan was fast, he was still slightly slower than her, gifted with swiftness. She didn't think Ryan could catch up. As if a thought had struck her, the Scorpion woman dodged to the side, a seductive smile on her face. In her view, Ryan had made a mistake, a grave error in decision-making that would immediately cost the opponent their initial advantage. If she delayed for a few seconds, Captain Asimov would launch an attack on Ryan from another direction, and the situation would be reversed. Suddenly, the Scorpion woman's smile froze, and she felt a gust of wind behind her head. Had just dodged to the side, she could only quickly duck and roll to avoid the attack. The next moment, a massive blue and purple bird of prey, with a wingspan of several meters swooped down from the sky. She had just rolled to her feet, barely stabilizing herself, when a pony-sized dog rushed out from behind her right, baring its teeth and biting fiercely at her smooth calf. Scorpion woman was shocked and furious. She immediately kicked the Greyhound Warhound cookie away. But in a split second, she realized that Ryan was still charging at her. She looked up and saw Ryan was already within reach. A fierce expression instantly crossed her alluring face, and she stopped dodging. She opened her mouth and unleashed a wash-basin-sized ball of green, foul-smelling venom at Ryan's head. This move was another innate ability she gained after her bloodline awakened, but Scorpion woman rarely used it. Because she cherished beauty, using it would have been unbecoming of a beauty. Iron Wall. The hardened adamantium in Ryan's left hand rapidly transformed, instantly forming a towering shield that shielded him. Metal Transfiguration. But how could it be so fast? The Scorpion woman cried out in horror as she watched. She instantly bit her knees, intending to put distance between her and Ryan again so they could engage in a free-range fight. But then, the Scorpion woman froze, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen. She looked down. She saw a 3-meter-long hammer piercing her slender waist, nearly breaking it in two. Her once fair, smooth abdomen was now pierced by a hideous wound the size of a baby's head, leaving only a thin layer of skin on either side. She gazed in disbelief, following the long handle of the hammer. Ryan was still over 3 meters away from her, but the handle of his hammer had grown longer, a bit too long. This led her to miscalculate. She thought Ryan couldn't reach her. But in reality, from the moment she decided to spit venom, she was doomed to be unable to dodge. Plop! The sound of something heavy falling. The Scorpion woman's upper body slammed to the ground. Her two halves were still twitching, and her eyes were fixed on Ryan. Her strong vitality meant she wouldn't die so quickly. How could it be so fast? The Scorpion woman murmured. She still couldn't understand why Ryan's metal transformation was so fast. But in this state, she naturally had no fighting power. Ryan didn't move forward to strike back. Instead, he transformed a metal ball and stunned the Scorpion woman. He then looked up at the wall on one side of the mansion. A middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding a short staff, stood atop the wall, his eyes fixed on Ryan, filled with astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, Axon Auction House, Munster Branch, 2nd floor. Knock, knock. Come in. Drac wasn't resting at this moment. After all, the Bloodscalp mercenaries had just departed on a mission, and he was naturally a little nervous. But he had also considered the worst-case scenario. Even if the mission failed, he would quickly get the 3 of them aboard the last airship bound for the Imperial capital. Lord Drake, there's news from the Swordbearer branch about our mission, Viscount Fabian said with a serious expression, quickly entering Drake's room. What's the news? Seeing Fabian's expression, Drake immediately felt something was amiss. The information he could find indicated that Ryan was already a gold-level Swordbearer captain, but the other party speculated that Ryan had likely reached diamond-level rank because he saw Ryan move upstairs. What? Diamond level? Is that accurate? Draco suddenly stood up, shocked. It wasn't that the Bloodscalp mercenaries would definitely fail, but the enemy's strength exceeded expectations, greatly increasing the possibility of failure. It was like a tiger originally hunting a rabbit, and now the rabbit suddenly turned into a brown bear. Although Draco still believed that the tiger would win, even if it did, it would be a difficult battle. Especially since their mission this time required obtaining the enemy's hard blood, not simply killing them. But Draco quickly calmed down. It was too late to inform Asimov and the others now. They might already be fighting. All he could do now was wait for news. By the way, what did you mean by upstairs? Oh, it's like this. Swordbearers of different ranks receive different treatment and conditions. Silver ranks are on the 1st floor, gold ranks are on the 2nd, and diamond ranks are on the 3rd. The insider is silver, and he saw Ryan move to the top floor. Draco was at a loss for words for a moment. After a long pause he sighed and said, I hope everything goes well for the Bloodscalp mercenaries. Ryan Mansion. Asimov, standing on the wall, looked at the scene before him, a little dazed. This completely contradicted the previous plan. Every single one of it didn't fit. He had simply moved to the side, buying himself 4 or 5 extra seconds, and yet Iron Man and Scorpion Woman were beaten like this? If Scorpion Girl had let her guard down and let someone seize the opportunity to cripple her, that would be understandable. But what about Iron Man? Iron Man, always calm and composed, as solid as a rock, had also been crippled. Asimov glanced at the massive hole in the wall of the house across the street, momentarily unsure what to say. Although Asimov still had strong confidence in his own strength, the battle had ended so quickly that a lingering doubt remained in his heart. He wanted to ask the others what had just happened. But Scorpion Girl and Iron Man were both lying flat on their backs. Not to mention the support personnel. Several 3rd-level wizard apprentices were responsible for shielding the formation, while several other knights were tasked with dealing with patrols. Naturally, they hadn't witnessed the recent clash. Another reason Asimov couldn't retreat was that when he received the commission from his employer, Marquis Orens, he had clearly informed him that this mission was crucial to whether the next head of the Orens family could awaken his bloodline. Because Asimov had been imbued with the blood of the Bloodscalp trolls, he needed to obtain secret elixirs from the Orenzi family, a family of ancient troll blood, every few months to help stabilize the abnormalities in his bloodline. This also made his bond with the Orenzi family extraordinary, akin to a symbiotic relationship. At this time, Ryan was also observing the other party carefully. In Ryan's perception, he could clearly sense a powerful field surrounding the other party, a field spontaneously generated by a sufficiently strong mental force. Somehow, the other party's field gave Ryan a strange feeling of both heaviness and vitality. Ryan felt a vague excitement about this enemy, whose least information was yet also the strongest. At this moment, he had already eliminated the others, and only the leader of the Bloodscalp mercenary group remained. Suddenly, Asimov's eyes froze on the wall. Then, he quickly chanted an incantation and pointed his short staff diagonally. The ground ahead suddenly flashed red, then cracked with a rumbling sound. A massive bulge quickly rose, and an incomparably hot air current filled the air. Then, the bulge burst open, and a massive molten hand burst forth, oozing lava. With another swipe of Asimov's staff, the crimson molten hand charged towards Ryan at breakneck speed. A 2nd-level fusion of fire and earth magic? No wonder the field feels so strange, so dense yet so alive. Ryan, upon seeing this, understood immediately. Chapter 298. Faced with the giant lava hand, Ryan's eyes narrowed. He tapped his toes and dodged rapidly toward the gate. But the next second, the giant lava hand, like a terrestrial dragon, turned with a rumbling sound, plowing the ground and continuing its rapid pursuit toward Ryan. Given the choice, Ryan naturally did not want to withstand the opponent's powerful second-level sorcery. So, upon seeing the giant lava hand continue to pursue him, Ryan spun around and reversed direction again, rushing towards the wall where Asimov was standing, as if trying to close the distance between them, and let the opponent also take the damage of his sorcery. At this moment, Asimov's mouth stretched into a smile. He was extremely experienced in combat, and seeing this scene before him, he immediately understood Ryan's plan. When engaging him, a great knight skilled in close combat would inevitably try to close the distance. Otherwise, he would be unable to harm him at all. He already had a well-developed countermeasure for this. A fiery red ring of light suddenly flashed from Asimov's body, and he quickly chanted a spell. When Ryan was still more than 10 meters away, Asimov raised his staff and pointed it at Ryan. Suddenly, a beam of flame erupted from the front of the staff and shot towards Ryan. Ryan reacted swiftly, raising his enchanted thorium kite shield and firmly blocking it against his chest. Bang! Ryan firmly blocked the opponent's flaming attack, but the force of the explosion also temporarily stopped his forward movement. Asimov smiled, thinking, "That's it." He raised his left hand and clenched it firmly. The next moment, a massive lava hand attacked from behind, clutching at Ryan. But the next second, a flicker of shock crossed Asimov's eyes. He saw 3 metal kite-shaped shields suddenly swirling around Ryan, holding the clutching lava hand back a meter or two. Although the opponent's shields were now creaking, they had managed to block it. How could this be possible? My lava hand had a power of at least 60, and the opponent, with his innate sorcery, had actually withstood it? This couldn't be. Even if the opponent was a rare official wizard and great knight, he was only a first-level wizard. There was no way he could withstand a second-level sorcery. Naturally, Asimov mistook the metal barrier Ryan had just cast for innate sorcery. After all, a 0.25-second casting time was enough to make it look real. Ryan, taking advantage of the momentary resistance of the 3 kite shields, calmly dodged to the side, avoiding the giant molten hand's powerful grasp, and once again standing at a distance from Asimov. Although he had been at a slight disadvantage in the previous round, Ryan's eyes now brightened, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. The opponent was the first level 2 wizard he had encountered. In terms of combat power, he was the second strongest of all the enemies he had encountered so far, second only to the ancient hero Manor. But their fighting styles were completely different. One was as unbridled and heroic as a lion, the other as sinister and calculating as a venomous snake. Most importantly, Ryan could clearly sense that, while he had been completely absorbed in the battle, his will seemed to have become even more concentrated. Combat, indeed, was the quickest way to enhance the brilliance of one's will. At this moment, the blood-scalped mercenary corps' vassal knights, stationed outside Ryan's mansion, had already killed a group of patrolling night watchmen who had just passed by. They were also quite surprised by the rumbling sounds of battle emanating from within the mansion. The 4 of them exchanged glances, each one revealing shock in their own eyes. 3 adults, acting together, were unable to quickly defeat the enemy? It seemed the enemy's strength was extraordinary. However, the originally planned retreat timeline was approaching. If the adults didn't come out, the disappearing patrolmen would soon be discovered by the Imperial Security Department, making retreat even more difficult. Perhaps, for the adults, being surrounded by the Empire's elite was merely a minor inconvenience. But for them, that would be a serious problem. And on the other side, the vassal team. The 4 third-level wizard apprentices, tasked with suppressing the powerful sorceress energy fluctuations in the area, now had beads of sweat on their foreheads. They gazed at the foggy mansion with astonishment. This energy fluctuation was too great. Could it be that Master Asimov had unleashed his full power? Who were they dealing with this time? Is he so powerful? They were starting to feel the strain. They could only hold out for another minute at most, as their mental strength was about to be exhausted. And inside the mansion, the previous attack had been ineffective, which only made Asimov's expression even more serious. For the first time, he considered the young man, Ryan, a formidable enemy. At the same time, he knew that this standoff wouldn't work. He had limited time. If things went according to plan, he still had about half a minute. In that case, we have no choice but to use that move. As long as the opponent is injured, the rest of the battle will be easy. Asimov's eyes narrowed, and he raised his short staff and began to chant loudly, sending a surge of energy waves emanating from his body. Ryan immediately realized that the energy fluctuations indicated that the opponent had unleashed a second-level sorcery, unlike the previous first-level sorcery, Flame Blast, and far more powerful. Furthermore, it was likely a second-level sorcery, with a more concentrated power, and difficult to dodge. Otherwise, the opponent wouldn't have given up on the lava hand. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and a sudden decision was made. A kite-shaped shield, transformed from demonized thorium, shrouded his body, and he rushed towards Asimov. While the second-level sorcery was powerful, it also meant that the incantation time was longer than before. Furthermore, his melee damage far exceeded his ranged attacks, so closing the distance was the only way to win. Seeing Ryan charging at him again, Asimov glanced at him, his eyes strangely meaningful. Until Ryan was almost in front of him, Asimov didn't move, but continued to incantate the sorcery. Clearly, Asimov was confident in the defensive power of his innate sorcery. This also proved that the sorcery the opponent was casting was extremely powerful. Just as Ryan swung his two-handed hammer, bringing it down heavily on Asimov, Asimov's chanting ended. He pointed his finger at Ryan, and a scorching ray, the thickness of a bowl, suddenly emerged from his fingertip and hurtled straight towards him. At that moment, Ryan chose no defense at all. Instead, he swung his two-handed hammer, transformed from hardened adamantium, with a hammer of annihilation. Instantly, both men felt immense confidence in their defenses, and at the same time, their offensive power. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. The scorching ray struck Ryan first. It struck the kite-shaped shield, transformed from enchanted thorium. Although enchanted thorium possessed strong resistance to energy damage, it was not completely immune. It could reduce the damage by 60 to 70%, meaning that 30 to 40% of the damage remained. The power of a second-level single-target sorcery was simply too strong. The enchanted thorium shield only blocked the attack for a moment before a small hole was pierced through its center, and the remaining scorching rays, carrying their residual force, struck Ren. Then, his carved mithril breastplate was pierced. The scorching rays were reduced to a mere tenth of their original power. But Asimov felt certain of victory, for even 1/10 of their power would be enough to pierce the flesh of a great knight. At the same time, Ren's warhammer struck Asimov hard. A flash of ringing flames flashed across his body, and a powerful impact was felt, but the all-shattering force contained within the hammerhead shattered it. This caused a flicker of panic to cross Asimov's eyes for the first time. Bang! The hammer, weakened by the ring of fire, slammed into the rock armor that had suddenly formed on Asimov's body, sending dirt flying everywhere. A large hole was ripped through the rock armor. Just as the hammer was about to reach Asimov's body, an invisible flame shield suddenly appeared from his body, blocking the hammer. Crack! The crystal necklace on Asimov's chest shattered. It seemed that the flame shield had been released by the crystal necklace itself. This time, although both men had hit each other, neither seemed to have the desired effect. The impact of the sorcery caused the two to distance themselves again. Asimov's initial confidence in victory vanished. He glanced at the crystal shards on the ground in astonishment. The power of Ryan's attack had definitely exceeded 70 degrees, which was extremely high even among liquefied wizards. Furthermore, the opponent's defense was inexplicably strong. Asimov gazed thoughtfully at the small hole in Ryan's breastplate from which a faint green smoke rose. At this point, Asimov knew he couldn't continue fighting like this. He could clearly sense the ineffectiveness of the veiling magic array after the continuous release of second-level sorcery. The energy fluctuations must have spread. If he didn't leave now, he would likely be in a very difficult position. He wasn't worried about being surrounded by the Empire's elite, but Munster, as the provincial capital, was home to many experts. However, he had lost 2 capable men and still hadn't captured Ryan, let alone gained any precious blood. This filled him with resentment and anger. Asimov suddenly unleashed a blast of fire towards the villa, instantly setting it ablaze, while he retreated rapidly. Ryan's eyes narrowed, his fury instantly flaring. Originally, he had considered this opponent formidable, and since he hadn't attacked his family to intimidate him, he deserved respect. But now, it seemed otherwise. Ryan immediately dodged to a corner of the burning villa, his warhammer transformed into a two-handed sword, and with a single swipe, he slashed through the blazing wall, effectively extinguishing the flames. However, Ryan hesitated, unsure if the opponent had any further tricks up their sleeve. If he pursued them now would. At this moment, Barry shouted from the window, "Captain, I've signaled Nero and the others. We take care of the safety here. Don't worry." Ryan glanced at Barry, nodded, and immediately gave chase. By then, several teams of night watchmen had spotted Asimov's whereabouts, and quickly drew their bows and arrows, but he was too fast, shrouded in a cyan aura, swift as lightning. Before the night watchmen could fire their arrows, Asimov dodged into a nearby alley. Ryan, guided by the blood-feather hippogriff in midair, whipped up a gust of wind and pursued the man directly. Since the occult magic had just failed, The noise of the second-level magic had already alerted the city, which was already on high alert. At this moment, in addition to the Bloodfeather Hippogriff, 2 more black spots appeared in the sky, rapidly flying towards Asimov and Ryan. It was none other than the patrolling Munster Griffin Knight. Although it was night, and the sky was overcast, visibility was low. But under the illumination of the city's streetlights and house lights, they could vaguely make out 2 figures moving at high speed on the ground. They immediately commanded their griffins to dive down. One in front, one behind, they were actually trying to simultaneously control Asimov and Ryan. But the next second, a gray figure moving at high speed ahead swiftly raised its hand, aimed a flaming blow at the swooping Griffin Knight, and delivered a direct blow of fire. The Griffin, startled, roared and flapped its wings to dodge the flames, nearly throwing the Griffin Knight off its back. Faced with the swooping Griffin Knight, Ryan sped off in a zigzag motion, dodging the attack and shouting from afar, "Imperial Sword-Bearer, Ryan." "Huh? Ryan?" The Griffin Knight attacking Ryan's eyes widened. "Shit! I actually attacked Lord Ryan." It turned out that this Griffin Knight was none other than Fisher, who had witnessed the battle between Ryan and the ancient hero Munger and Meister. He had just been redeployed and returned to Munster yesterday. Asimov, who had startled the Griffin Knight away, suddenly dodged into an alley. He rapidly chanted an incantation and waved his short staff. Instantly, 2 lifelike figures, identical to his original form, appeared around him. The next second, 3 figures, including himself, rushed in 3 different directions. Following behind, Ryan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He had some experience with the sorcery of the clone technique. Ever since his encounter with Galena's clone technique, Ryan had learned a lesson in combat. Ryan chased almost without pause, swiftly commanding his greyhound, Cookie, to pursue the figure on the left, while the Bloodfeather Hippogriff in the sky pursued the figure on the right. But at this moment, the Griffin Knights in the sky were at a loss. In the dim night, the 3 identical figures were impossible to distinguish. They could only draw lots, each picking one at random and pursuing it. The Night's Watch, city guards, and other elite Imperial troops surrounding them on the ground had originally been locating their positions based on the positions of the Griffin Knights in midair. Now, seeing the 2 Griffin Knights split up and pursue, they quickly split into 2 groups, each pursuing a Griffin Knight. Soon, Bloodfeather was the fastest. With a lunge and a swipe of its sharp claws, the figure on the right shattered like a bubble. A few seconds later, Cookie's screams echoed from the left. Cookie lunged forward to bite the figure, only to be struck by a blast of flames, igniting a large patch of fur on his back. He hurried to the roadside fountain to put out the flames. But this action naturally revealed Asimov's true location. Ryan immediately abandoned the figure in the center and turned, letting the Bloodfeather Hippogriff guide him in the sky while he quickly pursued. Although Cookie was burned, he possessed the innate ability of rapid regeneration. This injury wasn't serious for him. After bursting out of the flowerbed fountain, he roared angrily and resumed his pursuit of Asimov. Asimov, relieved at first after seeing he had escaped his pursuers, was contemplating circling back to the administrative district and catching the airship that would return to the Imperial capital in 10 minutes. But the next second, his brow furrowed again. Asimov glanced up at the Bloodfeather Hippogriff in the sky, then glanced back at Ryan and the Greyhound Warhound who had reappeared behind him. He cursed inwardly, those haunting creatures. But now, Asimov could only accelerate again. Both sides were moving at breakneck speed, quickly moving from the Munster Administrative District to the Trade District, then through the Trade District and into the civilian area. Along the way, low-lying greenery, potted plants, street tables and chairs, awnings, and everything else were scattered and shattered by the winds whipped up by their high speed, as if struck by a Category 17 hurricane. At that moment, Asimov glanced at Ryan, who seemed like a thorn in his side, and immediately turned and hid in an alley again, chanting his spell rapidly again. The next second, Asimov suddenly vanished from the scene. 2 seconds later, Ryan arrived at the alley, wary and alert, looking up and around with a slight frown. Invisibility? He was certain that the man hadn't emerged since entering the alley. There were only 2 doors in the alley, and no signs of opening or closing them. Woof woof. Cookie, who had arrived right behind Ryan, sniffed and barked furiously at the rooftop to the right. Ryan laughed. He spun suddenly, and instantly launched over 100 four-pointed darts in the direction of Cookie's roar. Blade Storm, modified. Suddenly, Asimov, with nowhere to hide, appeared on the rooftop of a residential building, looking a bit disheveled. Although the four-pointed darts didn't do much damage, they did thwart his plan to slip away by using invisibility. "Damn it, damn dog," Asimov exclaimed angrily. If he had known earlier, He should have just killed the wicked dog. Cookie shook his damp fur, his tail raised high, looking quite pleased with himself, as if to say, "You made me a drowning dog, you be in for it." Asimov, perched on the rooftop, cast swift wind once again, enveloping himself in a pale blue whirlwind, and continued his escape. Ryan leaped onto the rooftop with a swift step, hot on his heels. Under these circumstances, Asimov knew that if he didn't shake off Ryan's pursuit, he wouldn't be able to return to the auction house, let alone reach the airship dock and return to the Imperial capital. Fortunately, the sky was overcast tonight, making visibility very poor. Otherwise, the pursuit team would have needed to include Griffin riders. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Asimov glanced back at Ryan angrily, then at the towering walls of Meister before him. He immediately made up his mind. Inside Meister, if he cast a second-level spell, his exact location would be instantly detected by the city's formations, and the Empire's defenses would close in like mad dogs. But if he left the city, the situation would be different. Then, for a short period, the only two sides in the battle would be him and Ryan. The next second, Asimov charged towards the towering walls of Meister. Ryan, pursuing him from behind, narrowed his eyes as he watched Asimov defeat several defenders and quickly scale the walls. "Are you trying to escape the city?" Ryan accelerated again, the hardened adamantium in his hands transforming into sharp claws. He chose a shortcut, relying on his claws' strong grip to scale the city wall. Because Meister is built on a mountainside, some parts of the wall have a significant drop to the ground, as much as 70 or 80 meters. Suddenly, Asimov, a few dozen meters ahead of Ryan, performed a levitation spell after skirting a watchtower. Then, he leaped from the city wall. Asimov, drifting slowly into the distance, turned to look at Ryan, pointed, and gestured with a smear of his neck. He meant to say, he would definitely come back to teach Ryan a lesson. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and glanced down at the wall. The ground was over 70 meters above the city wall. If he jumped directly, he might not die, but he would most likely be seriously injured. However, the next second, he had an idea. The hardened adamantium in Ryan's hands rapidly transformed into two thin, long metal plates shaped like wings. A resounding eagle's cry echoed from behind him, and a pair of sharp claws gripped Ryan's shoulders. Ryan leaped, and like a biplane, man and eagle leaped from the city wall, gliding rapidly towards Asimov. Although the blood-feathered hippogriff was still immature, and couldn't yet bear Ryan's full weight, it could still slow his fall and prevent him from getting hurt. The sight immediately gave Asimov a look of utter despair. The corners of his eyes twitched. The two landed almost simultaneously, one in front of the other, dozens of meters apart, facing each other again. However, both men stared at each other, motionless. At that moment, a flash of lightning flashed across the horizon, instantly illuminating the surrounding wilderness and the solemn faces of both men. Then, a rumbling roar of thunder began. Bean-sized raindrops fell with a crackling, dense patter, like rain on banana leaves. They landed on the ground, sending up a plume of steam and the stench of earth. Chapter 299. Asimov looked at Ryan, his eyes flickering. The opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only was he a wizard and a great knight, he seemed to be proficient in animal taming, able to control two ferocious beasts, an eagle and a dog. And, most importantly, he was still so young. It was hard to imagine how he had managed all this. Now that the feud was established, it was best to eliminate him as soon as possible. I couldn't just sit and wait for him to become stronger and come back for revenge. It seems that only using that thing can guarantee a decisive defeat. Asimov's face flickered with distress, but it quickly faded, and then his expression became firm. His face flushed crimson, and he began to chant loudly, his speed and rhythm as fast as the top rappers in Ryan's past life. At the same time, Asimov's left hand quickly produced a formation disc. Following a nearly inaudible chant, the array disc began to glow, casting a pale green shadow that landed on the ground. An inverted pentagram array quickly appeared. Then, the ground surrounding the array began to shimmer with a large red light, vibrating violently and rapidly swelling. The moment the opponent unleashed his innate ability, Arrogance, Ryan knew he was about to unleash his full power. Since that was the case, Ryan tapped his toes, and the waterlogged ground beneath his boots erupted in a wave of water. Ryan, holding his two-handed hammer at an angle, the hammerhead nearly dragging on the ground, rushed towards Asimov. His high-speed movement tore through the air currents, creating a long vacuum tunnel through the heavy rain. Ryan could clearly sense that the ground was shaking even more than the previous molten hand. Come to think of it, with the blood-scalp troll's innate ability of arrogance and the coordination of the formation disc, The power of the sorcery Asimov was unleashing was unimaginable. Sure enough, just as Ryan was about to bypass the bulge, crash! Lava splashed. Two giant molten hands simultaneously emerged from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, forcefully breaking apart the still glowing red ground. A massive humanoid monster emerged from the inverted pentagram formation. It was a towering monster Ryan had seen before, similar to the obsidian giant, except that its composition had changed from obsidian to the more lethal lava and red-hot stone. But this wasn't the end yet. Asimov's voice suddenly became even more high-pitched. He quickly pulled another box from his pocket. With a look of reluctance on his face, he quickly opened it and thrust a fist-sized crystal, glowing red, towards the lava monster. The heart-shaped red crystal automatically floated in midair and, like a red meteor, flew into the lava monster's chest, instantly melting into it. Suddenly, the lava monster's momentum soared. Its height surged from 6 or 7 meters to 8 or 9 meters, and its limbs and face became increasingly distinct, resembling a scaled-down human. With the legendary item, the Lava Heart, my lava monster has successfully reached a power comparable to that of the legendary lava giant. Die, boy! Asimov grinned. With a thought, the towering lava giant clasped his fists together and unleashed a powerful hammer blow at Ryan. Ryan naturally chose not to resist. Facing the blow, he dodged with a quick roll. Bang! The opponent's two heavy lava hands, several meters long, struck, pounding the ground into a massive semicircular crater 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Mud and lava splattered everywhere. Accompanied by a torrential downpour, a sudden shift from cold to hot, rising mist filled the surrounding area. The ground shook violently, like an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Although Ryan had successfully dodged, he felt the same sensation he had once felt when facing the ancient hero Mung. Such a powerful force. Ryan's expression darkened as he gazed at the towering lava giant. Hey, I can dodge it once, but how many times can I dodge it? Asimov, standing atop the lava giant, watched Ryan dodging, his expression suddenly filled with pride. Suddenly, Asimov, as if seizing an opportunity, smiled faintly, swiftly swung his staff at Ryan, and shouted, "Lava spray." The lava giant suddenly opened its cavernous maw, and a stream of crimson magma, like a high-pressure water cannon, shot toward Ryan. Not good. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and rolled sideways twice, narrowly avoiding the area of effect attack. But just as he stood up, a pillar of flame followed closely behind, Asimov's fire blast. Thankfully, the enchanted thorium shield surrounding Ryan suddenly accelerated, blocking the flames and absorbing most of the damage. Ryan was only knocked back a small step. Seeing that the coordinated attack had just failed, Asimov ordered the lava giant beneath him to continue his attack on Ryan. Simultaneously, he launched pillars of flame from his hands, firing at him like a machine gun. At this moment, in his frenzy, he was like a chatterbox, speaking faster than the crosstalk Ryan had heard in his previous life. If it weren't for Ryan's metal shield, he would have been forced to take the opponent's blast even without the time to dodge. Any other Grand Knight, even a peak Grand Knight, would have been swiftly defeated. But as the battle intensified, nearly half the area surrounding the lava giant had transformed into an incomparably scorching magma. The area left for Ryan to maneuver, evade, or launch attacks dwindled. If the lava giant's lava spewed again, Ryan would be in a very vulnerable position. Of course, Ryan could choose to give up. He could choose to return to Munster, and Asimov wouldn't risk the wrath of the world by manipulating the lava giant to attack Munster. But that wasn't what Ryan wanted. Ryan's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint in their gaze. Since that was the case, then there was no point in hiding. Ryan didn't try to dodge or dodge. Instead, he leaped forward, braving the onslaught of flames, his foot treading the lava, and charged towards the lava giant. In the blink of an eye, he was beneath the giant's right foot. Instantly, Ryan kicked his legs, spun around, twisted his hips, and like a taut spring, wielded his two-handed hammer, swirling 180 degrees to the side and unleashing a lightning-fast blow. Ha! It was the ultimate technique. Hammer of Annihilation. Instantly, the dark, hardened adamantine hammer, like a heavy howitzer, slammed heavily into the lava giant's left knee. Bang! A sound like a cannonball exploding echoed. A basin-sized, through hole was directly punched into the lava giant's left knee, sending fiery red lava and debris splattering everywhere. This instantly unsteadied the lava giant, leaving him on the verge of collapse. Bang! The lava giant fell to one knee. This nearly caused Asimov, who was standing atop the lava giant, to fall. A flicker of shame and anger crossed his face. It was the same move again. The same hammer technique that had nearly injured him during their previous fight in the mansion. He had broken through 2 of his defensive spells in a row. If it weren't for the fire resistance ring sealed within the crystal pendant, which automatically protected him, he would have suffered a grievous loss. It was truly baffling that such a young opponent had mastered the profound secrets of hammer magic with such power. This kind of enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible. You think you won? You're complacent. Asimov, having regained his balance, chanted a spell, and soon, a rich, fiery red light emanated from the heart of the lava giant's chest. Roar! Then, with a furious roar, the lava giant rose to its feet again. Its left knee, nearly severed by Ryan's hammer, healed at a visible rate. The lava on the ground flowed like a stream of red water, rising from its feet, ankles, calves, and finally to its knees, quickly repairing the lava giant's injuries. How many times can you use that powerful secret technique you just unleashed? Your stamina is now nearly depleted. Accept your inevitable defeat, Asimov shouted from atop the lava giant, pointing his staff at Ryan like a king. Who? Ryan took a deep breath. After chasing all the way here, and having used 2 ultimate moves, Asimov was absolutely right. His stamina was practically at its limit. If it were any other peak-level Great Knight, their stamina would be reduced to a mere 1/10 of its original strength. But Ryan was different. He silently glanced at the 9 remaining attribute points on his stat panel. Based on his current 46 points of stamina, at peak stamina, he could use his ultimate move, Hammer of Annihilation, at least 3 times. 39 times 27, meaning he could still use his ultimate move 27 more times. I wonder if your mental strength ran out first, or my physical strength. Ryan muttered silently. The next second, his strength surged from 46 to 47. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Instantly, Ryan's fatigue vanished without a trace, and his physical strength instantly returned to peak form. At the same time, in Munster City, after receiving Vari's call, Nielo, blessed with swiftness, was the first member of the team to arrive. He immediately took in the entire front yard of the mansion. The once smooth ground was now riddled with potholes, and the neatly trimmed flowers and shrubs were now a mess. Moreover, in the middle of the front yard, a strikingly large bulge and a crisscrossing gullies, steam billowed from them even in the rain. This startled Nero, his face pensive. This is a rare lava-based sorcery, and judging by the scene, it doesn't look like a level 1 sorcery, but rather a level 2. Thinking of this, Nero suddenly grew concerned. Before he could examine the rest of the situation, Nero's expression darkened, and he glanced warily toward the crumbling wall to his right. Who? It's me, Angus. As soon as he finished speaking, Angus's familiar tall figure emerged from the ruins, carrying something in his hand. This gave Nero a sudden sense of relief, and he said, "You scared me. Angus, what's your bad habit? You didn't go through the main gate, but went back." But then he realized what was happening. Angus wasn't going through the back door this time, but rather, how should I put it, the newly opened door in the wall. I just caught a guy trying to escape, so I came in that way. Angus threw the person in his hand to the ground, and he rolled awkwardly on the muddy ground. Nielo then saw that the person was a slightly thin 3rd-level wizard apprentice. This 3rd-level wizard apprentice was one of the blood-scalped mercenaries, who had just exhausted their mental energy, and was responsible for shielding the magic circle. He glanced around at the purgatory-like scene with a slightly embarrassed look, and suddenly, he froze. He saw a very familiar figure lying on the ground not far away, the graceful and charming Scorpion Lady. At this moment, she was also lying on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed, her face still charming. But the problem was that the piercing wound, the size of a baby's head, in the middle of her fair abdomen marred her overall aura, giving it a rather incomplete beauty. Vari, who had been guarding the 2nd floor, immediately descended upon seeing his 2 companions arrive. Vari pointed to the unconscious scorpion woman lying on the ground and said, "This is the first attacker. The second attacker is over there, also severely injured by the captain. I wonder if he's escaped." Angus and Nero immediately looked in the direction Vari pointed. Outside the gate, across the street, they saw a large hole in the wall of the house. "I go check it out." As soon as he finished speaking, Angus flashed and rushed in that direction. A moment later, he dragged out an exceptionally tall and strong man. "Is this the man?" Vari took a quick look. Although the man's entire body was missing nearly a third, his right arm and shoulder blade missing, he was indeed the one who had attacked Captain Ryan. Tainan was already near death. Ryan's hammer strike had not only shattered his metal prosthetic arm, but also severely damaged his lungs and other internal organs. Just now, he had painstakingly tried to pull a bottle of explosive potion from his waist pouch, intending to take it and escape. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by the burly man before him. The third-level wizard apprentice, who had been captured nearby, felt a chill in his heart when he saw Lady Scorpion lying there, his life or death uncertain. At this moment, seeing Lord Tynan being carried half-dead, he suddenly felt a wave of daze. It seems the captain has gone after their leader. There are 3 of them. There he said with a smile upon seeing Angus bring back the half-dead Tynan. As a follower of Ryan, Very immediately assumed the role of a follower. After all, these were the captain's spoils of war. At this moment, Evelyn also arrived and was shocked by the traces of fierce fighting. She had never expected that the provincial capital of Munster, which she considered relatively safe, would suffer such a severe attack. Which direction did the captain go? Let's support him immediately. The enemy is a rare second-level lava wizard with extremely strong attack and defense power, Nero asked quickly. Very hesitated briefly and said, I didn't see it clearly, but there are clear traces along the way. It won't be difficult for you to follow. However, the captain asked us to protect his family. Indeed, that's right. Angus, you and I will go. Evelyn, you and Very will remain here. The elite Imperial security force will arrive soon. You should explain the situation to them. Outside the walls of Munster. The rain was pouring down. Ryan, now fully recovered, swiftly turned and faced the lava giant. In a single stride, he was in front of him again, and struck the giant's recently healed left knee with another hammer of annihilation. Bang! The scorching lava and the crimson boulder shattered instantly. The same penetrating wound appeared again at the lava giant's left knee. But Ryan, having learned from his previous experience, didn't end his attack this time. Instead, he tapped the ground with his toes, spun around again, and immediately reached the other side of the lava giant. Taking a deep breath, Ryan launched another annihilation hammer strike at the lava giant's other leg. Instantly, the lava giant, its legs broken, could no longer stand and collapsed to its knees. Ryan unleashed 2 consecutive, ultimate-level annihilation hammer strikes, bringing the lava giant to its knees. This scene made Asimov, who had just said that Ryan's stamina should be exhausted, stare with wide eyes, his face filled with inexplicable horror. What the hell is this monster? But Ryan didn't stop. He swiftly turned, circled around, and charged again at the kneeling lava giant, now much shorter. Asimov followed Ryan's gaze, and saw that his gaze was fixed on the heart in the lava giant's chest. He immediately understood what Ryan was about to do. His face flushed, and he chanted the spell again at a nearly inaudible speed. Scorching Ray. Ryan's enchanted thorium shield blocked the attack, taking Asimov's scorching ray head-on, but his steps were without hesitation or pause. Hammer of Annihilation. Ryan leaped into the air, his entire body like a bow stretched to its limit. He raised his 2-handed hammers above his head and struck the lava giant's chest hard, from top to bottom. Bang! As he tore a large hole, he instantly knocked the heart-shaped red crystal out of the lava giant's body and into the air. As the red crystal left its body, the lava giant let out a painful wail. It began to shrink rapidly, from 8 or 9 meters tall to 5 or 6 meters, even smaller than its original size. The glow of the fiery, red magma on its surface dimmed considerably, turning a dark gray that seemed to be solidifying. Of course, even Ryan, who had taken the scorching ray head-on, was not unscathed. The scorching ray pierced his enchanted thorium shield and carved mithril plate armor, striking his left arm. Now, a searing pain burned through him. But this pain only intensified Ryan's fighting spirit. At this moment, a pale blue aura swirled around Asimov, and he darted towards the direction of the red crystal he had set flying. Clearly, he wanted to reclaim the lava core before Ryan did. Although the molten core's energy had been largely depleted, it was still a rare legendary item, and Asimov's only hope for a comeback. Suddenly, from the rainy sky, a blue and white blood-feather hippogriff swooped down. It extended its sharp claws, and instantly snatched up the molten core in midair. Then, it flapped its wings again and soared high, disappearing into the low-hanging clouds. This startled Asimov, his expression darkening with utter dismay. For the blood-feather hippogriff had effectively stolen his last trump card and his only hope. With another power-up, Ryan's strength increased to 48, and his stamina returned to peak. He swiftly pursued Asimov. Seeing Ryan charging after him with all his might, Asimov, nearly drained of his mental energy and having been robbed of his advantage by the bloodfeather, couldn't help but look apprehensive. He quickly pulled a pale blue glass test tube of potion from his waist pouch and prepared to swallow it. But then, a dark figure suddenly leaped out from the side and pounced upon him. It was Cookie, the long-awaited greyhound war dog. Cookie remembered the vengeance of his singed fur deeply. Bang! Asimov's innate sorcery, the fire-resist ring, instantly sent Cookie flying 7 or 8 meters, engulfed in flames. However, the torrential rain provided Cookie with a convenient way to cope. He rolled over in the muddy, waterlogged ground, quickly extinguishing the flames. Because of Cookie's interference, the spirit recovery potion in Asimov's hand fell to the ground. Just as Asimov bent down to pick it up, Lane had already caught up and unleashed his hammer of annihilation. Bang! Bang! After piercing both the fire ring and the stone armor magical defenses, Lane's hammer finally made contact with Asimov's body. The remaining force of the hammer ripped Asimov in half, his mouth wide open, his tongue jutting out like a snake's tongue, and blood gushing out. In an instant, he was sent flying over 10 meters. Asimov fell heavily to the ground and rolled over. His intense desire to survive made him quickly wipe the blood from his mouth. He then unleashed his frenzy, casting his full might. With his current mental strength, the backlash from the magic he cast would cause severe damage to his body. But Asimov was no longer able to care. If I lose my life, I lose everything. But Ryan wouldn't let him have his way. The two-handed warhammer in Ryan's hand rapidly transformed, and soon, a pair of sharp brass knuckles were strapped to Ryan's hands. Asimov opened his mouth, but before he could even utter 2 spells, Ryan struck him squarely on the left cheek. Though the brass knuckles' power was greatly diminished after piercing the opponent's magical shield, their purpose of interrupting the opponent's spellcasting had been achieved. Bang! Bang! Asimov retreated, trying to continue chanting, but every half-second or so, Ryan's punches would strike his face. Ryan could usually pierce his defensive magic with just 2 or 3 punches, landing directly on the opponent's rapidly opening and closing mouth. Soon, his teeth falling out and his mouth swollen like a pig's head, Asimov could no longer pronounce the spell. Ryan delivered another powerful uppercut, sending Asimov flying half a meter off the ground. His head was bent back 90 degrees, his jaw nearly shattered. Asimov fell face down in the mud and struggled to get up. But the next second, a powerful hand in bright silver plate armor grabbed his neck like a drake. Asimov's face flushed red, and he could only utter a hoarse sound. Crack! The armored hand twisted with force, instantly breaking Asimov's neck. Meanwhile, Nero and Angus, braving the pouring rain, pursued him and reached the city wall. And at this moment, the Griffin Knights in the sky, braving the lightning and thunder, also arrived at this place. Although the battle between the two took place outside the city, the lava giant's roar and dazzling fiery red light could be observed from over 100 meters away, even on a stormy night. A dazzling flash of lightning flashed across the sky. The entire battle scene, resembling a molten inferno, suddenly unfolded before everyone. Ryan, clad in silver mithril armor, held a still-twitching Asimov in one hand. Beside Ryan, a massive lava giant knelt on the ground, its chest pierced with a gruesome hole. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring in amazement at the scene before them. Chapter 300. At this moment, standing on the city wall, Nero heard the rhythmic sound of footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw a city guard of several hundred men rapidly approaching from behind. Evidently, they had also heard the noise outside the city, and probably thought the walls were under attack by some monster. A Griffin Knight in the sky, after spotting Ryan in the heavy rain, swooped down from the sky. This Griffin Knight was none other than Fisher. Fisher dismounted from the Griffin, quickly stepped forward, and apologized to Ryan, saying, "Sir Ryan, do you remember me? In Meister, you fought the ancient cult hero Munger. I was with Viscount Felker at the time. I'm so sorry for mistaking you for..." Ryan thought for a moment, a look of realization crossing his face. He remembered Fisher. He was the young Griffin Knight who had brought the news. "Hello, Fisher, I remember you. The visibility wasn't good just now, and you were just doing your job, so don't take it to heart." "Thank you, Lord Ryan," Fisher said, bowing slightly excitedly. Nero and Angus, witnessing this, exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. This Griffin Knight is quite interesting. Why is he looking at his captain as if he were seeing an idol? By the way, Lord Ryan, would you like to ride my Griffin back to the city? Worried about his family, Ryan thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay. Thank you. But, wait a moment, I say hello to my companions." "Yes, of course." When Nero and Angus saw Ryan, Ryan naturally noticed the two men on the city wall. Soon, the three of them met at the foot of the city wall. "What brought you here?" "You've worked hard." Ryan stepped forward, smiling and thanking. "Captain, you're being polite. Your business is ours, isn't it?" Angus, always a military man, spoke bluntly. TSK, 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 that's the level 2 liquefaction wizard. I heard he's a rare lava type? Angus marveled, circling the Asimov in Ryan's hand. Although he hadn't witnessed the fierce battle between his captain, Ryan, and the enemy, the pitted and shattered ground, as well as the massive, human-shaped rock kneeling on the ground, told him how fierce the fight had been. A tough one, but we finally took him down, Ryan said, glancing at the Asimov in his hand. At that moment, an eagle's cry echoed from the sky, and then a blue and white bird of prey swooped down from the sky. However, in its talons, a glittering red crystal was quite eye-catching. When Ryan removed the heart-shaped red crystal from Bloodfeather's claws, Nero's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Captain, is this the lava heart?" Lava heart? I don't know what this is, but it can enhance the power of the opponent's summons, so it must be quite valuable. Ryan looked at the scorching red crystal in his hand and shook his head. That's it. This is a treasure that only occasionally emerges from legendary flame or lava elemental creatures. The lava heart, Nero said excitedly. Captain, can you let me see it? Of course, Ryan casually handed it to Nero. Nero examined it carefully and said, Captain, this is the lava heart. You just said the other party used this to strengthen it. Suddenly realizing something, Nero looked at the kneeling, solidified stone statue with horror. Angus, standing nearby, saw Nero's shocked expression and was puzzled. Doesn't that mean the other party's lava monster has reached near legendary power? Nero muttered. Legendary? Angus' eyes widened, equally shocked. Has our captain's strength reached this level? By the way, how's the mansion? Ryan asked. Captain, Very, and Evelyn are both guarding the mansion, so safety should be fine, Nero said. Well, I take the griffin and leave first. Please inform the city guards of the situation here. Ryan nodded. When Ryan returned to the mansion, it was already packed. The outermost circle was occupied by a circle of elite night watchmen on guard duty. A little further in were the Swordbearers' branch guards, who had rushed in upon hearing the news. Innermost were the sheriff of the Munster district, a captain of the Swordbearers' guards, and a priest from the Church of the Goddess, whom Ryan did not recognize. Clearly, the recent assassination of Archbishop Gomez had caused the higher-ups in Munster province, and the church, to take the recent attack very seriously. Seeing Ryan's return, Ryan's family also emerged, protected by Very and Evelyn, but the panic in their eyes was unmistakable. Ryan's mother, Emma, and father, Ryan Sr., were particularly impressed. This was the first time they had witnessed their son in combat up close. The inhuman speed and strength, the overwhelming destructive power, and the miraculous sorcery astonished them both. The once familiar courtyard was now a shambles, the ground still steaming in the rain, emitting a scorching heat. The two elders could hardly conceal their worry for their son. And the beautiful woman, Jennifer, was actually witnessing Ryan's first battle against an equally matched opponent after ascending to the rank of Grand Knight. Although Ryan had taught two of his own knights a lesson when he served as the Crowley family's guardian knight, that was like child's play in comparison. Watching this scene, the beautiful woman felt even more certain of her decision to rely on Ryan. She even felt extremely fortunate. For judging by the strength Ryan had displayed so far, it had far exceeded her expectations. Jennifer couldn't imagine how far Ryan would go in the future. Furthermore, if Ryan were at his current level of strength, any encounter with him would be highly unlikely. And in the current turbulent situation of the Empire, strength is the best guarantee. She was truly fortunate to have such a powerful figure, one who was still rapidly improving, to rely on. The same thought lingered in the minds of Ginny and Agatha. Mint, her younger sister, had always been incredibly confident in her brother, but the scene in the courtyard had also shocked her. At that moment, she was blinking, scanning her surroundings. After reassuring his family, Ray asked Evelyn and Very to help them get some rest. He then briefly explained the situation to everyone. Alina, who had been on duty at the Swordbearers' branch that night, had also rushed over after learning of the situation. She was quite familiar with the entire situation. Ray had initially approached Alina, seeking her help in contacting the intelligence department. So, upon seeing that Ryan was safe, her first words were, "Sir Ryan, leave the follow-up matters to the branch. I believe that no matter who was behind the attack, this is a provocation to our Munster Swordbearers branch. I will report this matter immediately to Admiral Edward." Although Alina did not name the perpetrators of the attack, but those who understand, understand. Ryan smiled at the capable young woman and said, "Sir Alina, I trouble you with the rest. Sir Alina, it's best to keep these two in the special cells of the Swordbearer branch. I'm worried the security department cells might not be well protected." Olenna pointed at Iron Man and Scorpion Woman. "Yes, if you can save them, do so." They also be witnesses. Ryan nodded. This guy is beyond saving, but he's also evidence. Ryan pointed at Asimov, whom he had killed. All right, Sir Alina said, looking at Asimov's body and nodding. This was the first time she understood the distinction between witnesses and evidence. The sheriff beside him mumbled a few words, glanced at Alina and Ryan, and ultimately said nothing. By the way, where did that guy's right arm go? There he paused at Ryan's question, and immediately turned and walked back inside. Captain, are you talking about this? There he pulled out a set of broken metal prosthetic limbs from the room, the parts mostly scattered. Okay, have someone deliver them to me later. Okay, Captain. Just then, Ryan suddenly thought of the guy nicknamed Iron Man. The metal prosthetic limb was incredibly intricate, and it gave him a lot of insight. He planned to study it more carefully later. When Ryan returned to the sword-bearer branch, it was already late at night. After a shower, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ryan woke early, poured himself a cup of coffee, and went to his study, where he began to slowly reflect on the previous night's battle. Last night, he had killed 3 regular members of the Bloodscalp mercenary group in quick succession, a battle of unparalleled intensity. If it had been any other first-level wizard, or even a peak-level Grand Knight. After Asimov, the leader of the opposing Bloodscalp mercenary group, summoned a lava monster and used this lava heart to strengthen it into a lava giant, the outcome would have been sealed, making a comeback nearly impossible. Only someone with a cheat like him could persevere, and even turn defeat into victory. Thinking of this, Ryan picked up the red, heart-shaped crystal, the size of a baby's head, from the wooden box in his desk and examined it closely. In the morning light, a liquid like magma flowed within it. Of course, Ryan could feel the surging energy within. However, it seems a lot of the energy has been depleted, almost half. Perhaps later, I can go to the exchange hall and have someone appraise it to find out its exact purpose and whether the energy within can be replenished, Ryan mused. After pondering for a moment, Ryan placed the red crystal back into the wooden box. In terms of strength, of the 3 opponents, Captain Asimov was naturally the strongest and the one who left the most profound impression on Ryan. The opponent's innate ability, Frenzy, derived from the Bloodscalp troll bloodline, was perfectly suited for wizards. After all, for wizards of all levels, casting any spell, unless it's a natural innate spell, requires a certain amount of time. The less skilled, the longer it takes to cast. But once possessing the Frenzy talent, spellcasting speed can be increased by nearly 30%. With the added bonus of this special ability, certain spells that were originally not suitable for use in combat can undergo a qualitative transformation. For example, summoning spells that originally took 7 or 8 seconds to cast could be compressed to 4 or 5 seconds. With sufficient skill, they could even be completed in less time. This greatly enhanced his combat effectiveness. In this regard, Asimov gave Ryan some inspiration. The opponent's talent, Frenzy, came from a blood transplant experiment. Although it was said to be very risky, he could learn about it beforehand, but it didn't mean he had to do it. Also, he could actually use system points to achieve the purpose of superspeeding the release of certain spells, such as the current metal barrier. Of course, Asimov's greatest revelation to Ryan was that if talents and professions are perfectly aligned, the combat power unleashed is truly astonishing. His talents, advanced steel body and elementary weapon mastery, both seemed particularly well suited to close combat. Also, the second most impressive thing was Tetsuo's metal prosthetic limb. Ryan walked over to the desk and looked at the several broken pieces of prosthetic limbs spread out on the tabletop. Of course, these were only the parts from the forearm back down. The front palm had long been crushed to dust by the destructive force of the Hammer of Annihilation. Ryan picked up a stump and examined it carefully. The remaining gears and metal components displayed an extremely high level of precision, seemingly comparable to the mechanical devices he had seen in his previous life. However, Ryan could faintly discern traces of hand polishing. Can handcrafting achieve this kind of precision? Could the Eagle Federation possibly have a bunch of level 8 machinists? That's quite impressive. Seeing this, Ryan's mind flickered. Then could I use my innate magical skill, Metal Transfiguration, to quickly transform such a precision component? With a thought, Ryan's hand swiftly transformed a small piece of hardened adamantium into a gear. However, comparing the two, Ryan discovered that, while the gears he had rapidly transformed looked similar, their precision was significantly lower. After repeated testing, Ryan estimated that the upper limit of his innate magical skill's accuracy was roughly millimeters. For even greater precision, he might have to wait until he reached the level of a liquefied wizard. While this was an idea, It was still a far cry from the level of hand-molding war golems, but there was no denying the natural affinity between metal wizards and the puppet-making represented by metal prosthetics. Furthermore, the metal prosthetics seemed to contain a separate energy source, a white crystal much smaller than the red one, which seemed to have a battery-like power source. Ryan planned to inquire about this later. The Eagle Federation has something interesting. As for that scorpion woman? Ryan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Besides her enchanting beauty, she didn't seem to leave much of an impression on him. At this moment, Ryan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the system notification. Congratulations, you've defeated a powerful enemy and gained 8 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class level has been increased. The Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class level had risen again, reaching level 8, 790/7000, and he had gained another 1 skill point and 1 attribute point each. Adding his remaining points, Ryan now had 8 attribute points, 1 skill point, and 17 gold skill points. Ryan glanced at his stats. Constitution, 46. Strength, 48. Agility, 46. Spirit, 55. Willpower, hidden stat 4. Willpower increased by another 1 point? Ryan nodded. This time, he could clearly sense that the increased willpower should have a suppressive and weakening effect on the Fell Flame mark. However, there was one point Ryan wasn't entirely sure of. He vaguely felt that it was precisely because his willpower was constantly in conflict with the Fell Flame mark that his willpower attribute was increasing so rapidly. If that's the case, perhaps, I don't have to passively wait for the Imperial Guardians to help remove it. Through combat, I might be able to turn a passive situation into an active one, transforming a disadvantage into an advantageous one. Ryan also thought of something else. After donning the Mithril plate armor, his sorcery power had increased slightly, by about 10% according to records. So, he wondered how much damage his innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration, could inflict if used directly in an offensive attack. Ryan had tested it when he was newly promoted to a full wizard. At that time, direct use only dealt fatal damage to ordinary people, but was powerless against transcendental beings. I wondered how much of a difference this significant increase in mental power, combined with the Mithril plate armor, would make. Ryan went to the nearby training room. After applying the steel armor to the ironwood dummy, he placed one hand on the center of the breastplate and, with a thought, attempted the transformation. Sure enough, it worked just as expected. Because ironwood is both tough and hard, even a slight deformation of the steel knight's plate armor hinders further deformation. Clearly, with Ryan's current abilities, it would be difficult to directly damage the ironwood dummy wearing metal armor through metal transfiguration. Of course, the ironwood wasn't unscathed either. After removing the plate armor, the ironwood dummy's surface scratches and subtle deformations were visible to the naked eye. After repeated testing several times, Ryan suddenly became thoughtful. The current power of his metal transfiguration was enough to cause fatal damage to experienced knights and below. When his palm rested on the opponent's metal armor, and with the activation of his innate sorcery, he could quickly twist the opponent into a twisted knot or a ball of iron. But facing a peaked knight, he began to feel powerless. As for the Grand Knight with force defense, he's still far behind. Perhaps once he reaches the level of a liquefied wizard and his mental power increases, he'd be able to do it. Meanwhile, at the Munster branch of the Axon auction house, Draco, having barely slept all night, had red eyes and his hair, no longer neatly combed as before, was now a mess, like a chicken coop. Not long after the battle last night, reports of the situation began pouring in from those who went to investigate. Not long after Ryan killed Asimov, Draco received reports from those on the scene. At that moment, he was shocked. This was even worse than the worst-case scenario Draco had anticipated. And after pondering it all night, he still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. From the continuous reports, it was confirmed that Ryan was the only one fighting the Bloodscalp mercenaries. But the Bloodscalp mercenaries were a trio led by Asimov, a level 2 liquefaction wizard. How the hell could they lose? And a complete loss. Draco had always believed that even if Ryan's strength was somewhat hidden, it simply meant the mission would be more difficult, but it should still be achievable. It might just be a little noisier during the fight. Or the mission might be delayed, missing the last scheduled airship back to the Imperial capital. But he hadn't expected such a result. This is awful. Knock, knock. Who? Draco replied irritably. Lord Draco, Lady Alina of the Swordbearers is here to visit. Fabian's voice rang out from outside the door, a slight hoarseness in his voice. Draco's heart skipped a beat when he heard Fabian's words. He immediately understood. This was the Swordbearer's Munster branch, deciding to intervene. It seemed the rumors circulating within the Swordbearer branch were correct. This Ryan was probably a diamond-level Swordbearer, and in the eyes of the Swordbearer branch leader, he must have held a relatively important position. Otherwise, the Swordbearer branch would be unlikely to choose to engage in direct dialogue with them. Normally, in such a situation, even if intervention was necessary, they would first use an agent to communicate. In the reception room, Alina and Draco sat facing each other. Is this Lord Drake from the Imperial capital? Hello, I'm Alina. Hello, Ms. Alina. Lord Drake, I believe you're well aware of my purpose this time. Pardon the indignation, I get straight to the point. What is the Oren's family's stance on this matter? Do you prefer a private or public settlement? Olens, now in the driver's seat, spoke sharply. Drake hesitated. He was still awaiting a reply from his brother, Marquis Orens, in the Imperial capital. He had sent the letter immediately after the unexpected outcome last night. If it's a private settlement, perhaps we can discuss it. If it's a public settlement, we will report the situation to the Imperial Senate in the name of the Swordbearer's Munster branch. Of course, in that case, I can return now. Upon hearing about the report to the Imperial Senate, Drake's face paled. Now the evidence was all there. They could still deny some things. After all, it was the Bloodscalp mercenaries who attacked, not them. But the problem was, the relationship between the Orenzi family and the Bloodscalp mercenaries was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. Some things, when the power and background of the two sides are vastly different, have no real meaning. But when the backgrounds of the two sides are similar, these things become very meaningful.